Chapter 1. Kevin Durant. He does not believe that the long night is approaching because the torch is firmly in his hands. As the board Zhou Mu once again scrolled through the unforgettable game, his heart remained tumultuous. In 2021, within the Brooklyn Nets locker room, Kevin Durant slumped in a chair, a towel draped over his pallid face. The overtime clock seemed to roar in his ears, the score of 111,115 piercing his vision. His two-point buzzer beater had become a mockery of fate. The furious roar of Giannis Antetokounmpo and the jubilation of Milwaukee crushed the Nets' championship dream at the gates of the Eastern Conference Finals. If only Kyrie's ankle hadn't twisted, if only Harden's hamstring could endure one more game. Durant clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. The trio's combined record of 13 wins and 3 losses in 16 games was ultimately defeated by injuries and destiny. In the adjacent space, Kyrie Irving silently adjusted his protective gear. After Irving's injury, Durant had nearly played every minute. He was bearing the weight of the Nets' ambitions alone. At this moment, Harden was also at the tail end of his prime, and the Nets' offensive prowess was already formidable. The pandemic and the Nets had accompanied Zhou Mu through 3 arduous years of high school. Alas, I'm overthinking again. I should hurry to bed. There's an early class tomorrow. Zhou Mu set down his phone and slowly closed his eyes. Durant faces Giannis' defense and still manages to score. Durant has already racked up his 44th point. The deafening shout of the commentator resonated in Zhou Mu's ears. Damn it, what the hell is this? Zhou Mu gazed around the unfamiliar arena. Indeed, whatever you think about, you can dream about it. But this dream feels a bit too real. I remember in the past, my dreams were always vague. Even the spring dreams weren't particularly pleasant. Look at this time, how vivid it is. I've grown so tall. Before Zhou Mu could continue his thoughts, a torrent of overwhelming memories surged into his mind. The pain was excruciating, and he could only hold his head to alleviate it. After a moment, Zhou Mu composed himself. He pinched his cheek with considerable force. The pain radiating from his face made him realize one thing. Damn, I've crossed over. According to the original host's memories, Zhou Mu had traversed into a world strikingly similar to his own blue star. The events occurring were nearly identical. It was currently the 4th quarter of Game 7 in the series between the Nets and the Bucks. The original host had just entered the NBA this year, possessing considerable talent but lacking in skill. His signing was primarily due to the vast market of Longwa and the influence of owner Kai. Thus, in this realm, connections were paramount. Even so, Zhou Mu found himself comfortably seated in the starting position of the hydration manager. The season was already cut short due to the pandemic, and games were scarce. Zhou Mu had only participated in 3 matches. He had managed to score 2 points with 5 turnovers, 0 rebounds, and 0 assists. Notably, the 2 points came from a free throw awarded after the referee could no longer bear to watch. As a result, Zhou Mu was humorously dubbed the NBA's fool by Longwa netizens. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, once the season concluded, Zhou Mu would have to return to his homeland to compete in the CBA. No, if I crossed over, I must embody the spirit of a transmigrator. If I end up playing in the CBA, I might as well fall asleep and cross back to continue my torturous university life. Zhou Mu lifted his gaze to the court, where Durant was already exhausted, hands resting on his knees as he gasped for air. Nash had just finished outlining the final play. Just give that damn basketball to Durant. As in his previous life, Durant received the pass. Facing Tucker's defense, he advanced, came to a sudden stop, pivoted, and executed a fadeaway shot. The basketball traced a beautiful arc, sinking effortlessly into the hoop. Prior to this, Zhou Mu had foolishly held onto a sliver of hope, thinking Durant might pivot with slightly more space. Thus, while he and Brown stood to watch, everyone else was focused on the game, but he was fixated on Durant's feet. However, Durant still stepped on the line by 2 centimeters, making the longest 2-point shot in history. Alas, Zhou Mu's heavy sigh felt starkly out of place amidst the jubilant atmosphere. Watching his teammates leap with excitement, chose silence. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Durant, who had collapsed onto the bench, gasping deeply to steady his erratic breathing. Harden and the others were no better off. He grimaced as he clutched his thigh, attempting to alleviate his pain. In truth, Harden's hamstring injury had not healed. He was playing through the pain. Zhou Mu knew that from this moment on, the once mighty Rocket Harden would fade into obscurity. Lost in thought, the whistle blew, signaling the start of overtime. Zhou Mu felt a surge of frustration as he raked his fingers through his hair, for he knew what lay ahead. Durant would exhaust his energy, missing all 6 of his attempts in overtime. The Nets would ultimately fall 111 to 115. This was the most agonizing part, knowing the outcome, yet being powerless to alter it. He could only watch helplessly as the game slipped away. Is this how my second life is destined to unfold? Ding! Ding ding ding, what the hell? Zhou Mu's irritated voice echoed. In the next moment, it seemed he realized something. He spoke eagerly. System? Are you there? Is it you? Ding, yes. Zhou Mu sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. Well, dear system, I may have misspoken earlier. Please forgive my indiscretion. Currently, Zhou Mu was desperate to acquire the power to change the game. He could only sweet-talk his own golden finger. Oof. At least you know how to be sensible. Ding. Zhou Mu's exclusive basketball system activated. Zhou Mu rubbed his hands together in excitement. System, what functions do you possess, and how will you enhance my basketball skills? Ding. Host. Zhou Mu height, 201 centimeters weight, 97 kilograms wingspan, 225 centimeters standing reach, 274 centimeters vertical jump, 104 centimeters running jump, 122 centimeters max reach, 394 centimeters body fat, 6 total rating, 70 data for reference only. Player performance should be assessed in real-time evaluation. Physical talent is historically rare beyond that. Nothing else of note. Shooting is poor, dribbling is unstable, basketball IQ is extremely low, with no passing awareness whatsoever. Ahem. Upon reviewing the system's evaluation report, Zhou Mu felt a pang of embarrassment, wishing he could dig a hole to hide in. His talent was indeed formidable, but the remaining assessments seemed to convey one clear message. He lacked intelligence, merely flailing on the court. Otherwise, how could he have managed 5 turnovers in just 8 minutes over 3 games? However, since he had crossed over, certain aspects would surely change, including his basketball IQ. In his previous life, as an ordinary member of the 175 centimeters brigade, his most enjoyable and adept skill was sharing the ball. Yet, that was the extent of his capability. His foundational skills in shooting and dribbling remained at a high school level. Still, a high school liberal arts student level. Ding! The host need not worry, a novice gift package is available. Claim a novice gift package. Zhou Mu felt compelled to enhance his abilities swiftly. There were 2.5 minutes remaining in overtime. If he recalled correctly, Giannis would first overpower Durant for a 2-point basket, followed by Middleton's turnaround jumper over Brown for another 2 points. It was these 2 points that would ultimately bar the Nets from entering the Eastern Conference Finals. Ding! Novice gift package dispatched. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 100 free attribute points, a Tracy McGrady-style move package, and a shooting package. Attribute points? What are those? Zhou Mu inquired. Ding! An ability list has been generated for the host. Host, Zhou Mu 2-point shooting, 59 3-point shooting, 56 block, 90 steal, 64 dribbling, 55 stamina, 76 vertical jump, 97 offensive rebounding, 63 defensive rebounding, 68 strength, 51 offensive awareness, 71 defensive awareness, 79 speed. 81 The values for shooting and other physical attributes are based on the original host, while mental attributes are derived from Zhou Mu's previous life. Maximum value for all attributes is 100 and values are for reference only. Ding! As shown above. Attribute points can be used to enhance the host's abilities. I understand now. How do I acquire these ability values? Zhou Mu promptly raised his question. Ding! Each ability value has an experience point associated with it. Regular training and games can increase experience points. 100 experience points equal 1 attribute point. Zhou Mu opened the system panel again, discovering that all his ability values were at 0 experience points. I need to allocate my ability points quickly, but how should I distribute them? Zhou Mu felt uncertain about his decision. In light of the current circumstances surrounding the Nets, they find themselves in dire need of a formidable defensive anchor and a proficient 3-and-D player to alleviate the offensive burden on Durant. Moreover, with Durant's return, he must also contend with Giannis Antetokounmpo, which significantly drains his energy. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Zhou Mu arrived at a resolution. He allocated his three-point shooting attribute to 95 and maxed out his blocking ability at 100. Given that Giannis primarily relies on attacking the basket, strength is an indispensable asset. He adjusted his strength to 90, leaving him with just 12 attribute points remaining. Upon reviewing his rather imbalanced attributes, Zhou Mu resolutely decided to invest all 12 points into defensive awareness. Thus, Zhou Mu's attributes now stood as follows. 2-point shooting, 70. 3-point shooting, 95. Blocking, 100. Stealing, 64. Dribbling, 55. Stamina, 76. Jumping, 97. Offensive rebounding, 63. Defensive rebounding, 68. Strength, 90. Offensive awareness, 71. Defensive awareness, 91. Speed, 81. Why is my 2-point shooting attribute also increased? I distinctly remember not adding to it, he mused. Noticing the change in value, Zhou Mu quickly discerned the reason behind it. Ding! The host has significantly enhanced their 3-point shooting, which naturally corresponds with an improvement in overall shooting ability. This alteration in 2-point shooting is hardly excessive. Not excessive at all. I wholeheartedly accept this unexpected boon. The more, the merrier. Ding! It is currently night. Please refrain from indulging in daydreams. Cough, cough. Very well. Let me equip the shooting and movement packages akin to that of Tracy McGrady. As Zhou Mu carefully attuned himself to his body, he realized that his arms had become considerably more robust than before. The basketball hoop on the court appeared as vast as an ocean before him. Zhou Mu felt confident that he could sink a three-pointer even from the bench. Next, it was time for him to take the stage. Just as Zhou Mu was about to rise, he discovered that no one acknowledged his presence. As the water cooler attendant, Zhou Mu felt utterly invisible within the nets. Delving into the memories of his predecessor, he realized that he and the other players shared merely superficial interactions. He had no true friends. With no other recourse, Zhou Mu summoned his golden finger once more. System, it seems I am unable to make it onto the court. Ding. Not to worry. It has been resolved. Huh? So quickly? Zhou Mu found it hard to believe. Not far from him, Nash was observing. With only 40 seconds remaining in the game, these moments would ultimately determine the culmination of the Nets' season-long efforts. Typically, players entering the game would not undergo drastic changes. Yet, Nash found himself glancing towards the most inconspicuous corner. Inexplicably, he felt an unseen force guiding him. This Chinese player was the key to the Nets' potential comeback. To be fair, Nash was not particularly known for taking risks with rookies. Otherwise, he wouldn't have relied solely on Durant during tough times. Zhou Mu noticed Nash directing his gaze towards him. Could it be? Is this really happening? The system's power is truly formidable. In the next moment, Zhou Mu saw Nash beckoning him over, signaling for him to approach. Without hesitation, Zhou Mu made his way to Nash's side. The others regarded Zhou Mu's arrival with curiosity. After all, the player report on this Chinese athlete merely stated, jumps high. No other merits were noted. What could be the purpose of summoning him at such a tense and critical juncture? Surely, it could not be to put him on the court? Nash himself found the situation absurd. Training a rookie at such a pivotal moment was unprecedented in NBA history. Just as confusion enveloped the room, Nash made a decisive call. Harris was substituted out, and Zhou Mu was brought in. Zhou Mu felt quite pleased with this decision. Not only had Nash granted him an opportunity, but the player being replaced was also not a cause for concern. In his previous life, Zhou Mu recalled that many fans held Harris in high regard following the series, succinctly summarizing their thoughts with a simple phrase. Thompson in favorable conditions, Kai Shukuin in adversity. It could be said that had Harris managed to sink just one three-pointer in Game 7, the Nets would not have faced defeat. Moreover, with the physical prowess of Kai and Harris, no one could effectively defend against them. The substitutes, though filled with indignation and confusion regarding Nash's decision, dared not voice their discontent. INA team, if you offend the coach and find yourself merely a bench warmer. It inevitably leads to a sideline position in the next match. Losing the opportunity to play is something no one, not even Jordan, can remedy. Durant was quite in agreement with Nash's choice from the outset. He had high hopes for this Chinese player who bore a similar physique to his own. Indeed, he required someone to help alleviate the burden of defense. Throughout these recent games, Durant had been shouldering both paternal and maternal roles. Offensively, there was no question. Without him, the team would collapse. Defensively, Giannis's extraordinary wingspan posed a significant threat under the basket. After briefing the others before the game, Nash pulled Zhou Mu aside and quietly conveyed a few words. Focus on defense and don't feel pressured. No one will say anything to you. Even if we lose in the end, that will be my responsibility as the head coach. Zhou Mu nodded gravely. Since Nash had placed his trust in him, he would not let Nash down. Just as Zhou Mu was about to enter the game, Nash called the back point one more thing. Make sure to pass that damn ball to Durant. Zhou Mu's entrance sparked a tremendous wave of excitement both inside the arena and beyond, even reaching the distant eastern continent. What? A Chinese player is warming up? The commentator leaped to his feet. The home fans of the Nets were equally baffled, struggling to comprehend Nash's peculiar strategy. Altering the lineup at such a crucial moment is a cardinal sin in the realm of basketball, let alone substituting a rookie. Some fans could not contain their disdain, and a rare chorus of boos erupted from the home crowd. Nash remained unfazed by the cacophony of jeers, his arms crossed tightly over his chest. Fixated on Zhou Mu on the court, in the broadcast studio, Yang inquired, "How do you interpret Nash's tactical adjustments? Since entering the playoffs, Zhou Mu has had no opportunities to play. Why deploy him now?" At a moment that could determine the Nets' fate, Yu Jia spoke first, while Yang Yi's mind raced with a multitude of thoughts. As a fellow commentator, he found himself grappling with this perplexing conundrum. Perhaps only Nash himself understood Zhou Mu's inclusion, and even he might not fully grasp his own reasoning. Yet, as a competent NBA commentator, he was adept at spinning a narrative, setting aside basketball skills. Zhou Mu's talent is arguably the finest China has seen in recent years, without exception. His presence on the court significantly bolsters the Nets' interior defense, potentially limiting Giannis's impact, in stark contrast to the commentary. The comment section of the live stream was a free-for-all, with netizens voicing their unfiltered opinions. Nash is clearly unfit to coach. Why is he putting Zhou Mu in now? Is he hoping for a bigger deficit? Some fans speculated that Nash would exhaust Durant with this strategy. While acknowledging Harris's defensive shortcomings, they questioned Zhou Mu's capabilities that I bet he's gotten so used to Durant that he sees anyone resembling him and thinks. Cough cough, mind your words, or your account will be banned. There are also those who were staunch critics of Zhou Mu, keyboard warriors, a uniquely Chinese phenomenon. This is too funny. How can you watch basketball without understanding the game? What are you watching for? His singing and dancing. Others asserted that Zhou Mu could never surpass their idol, Pigeon, insisting that their hero was invincible. I doubt Zhou Mu can compete. After all, his basketball skills are far from impressive. If he doesn't make it in basketball, what will he do but rely on his pretty face? The exchanges continued, filled with ridicule. Enough with the bickering. You all look so pathetic. Take a lesson from me and serve yourself a hearty bowl of rice. Nothing beats watching Zhou Mu play basketball while enjoying a meal. Indeed, the title of fool was not bestowed without reason. Zhou Mu automatically tuned out the external clamor, focusing intently on the game. He understood this was a pivotal opportunity to establish his presence in the NBA. With a deep breath, he raised his hands and took a few small jumps to alleviate his tension. There were still 40 seconds left in the game. The lineups remained largely unchanged from before the timeout. For the Nets, James Harden, Bruce Brown, Zhou Mu, Kevin Durant, and Blake Griffin. For the Bucks, Drew Holiday, Chris Middleton, PJ Tucker, Giannis, and Brook Lopez. Zhou Mu had initially intended to guard Middleton, knowing that in the next play, Middleton would attempt a step-back jumper over Brown. However, he was rebuffed by Brown. Observing this, Zhou Mu refrained from further comment. The best way to earn respect and trust is through demonstrated ability. Clearly, he had yet to showcase such prowess thus far. Reluctantly, he shifted to guard the least offensively capable Tucker, as agreed upon with the others prior to entering the game. Giannis inbound the ball to Middleton, while Lopez and Tucker retreated to the corners, leaving Zhou Mu unable to provide effective help defense. He could only watch helplessly as Middleton, facing Brown's defense, held the ball outside the three-point line. With the ball in his right hand, he drove towards the free throw line, pivoted on his right foot, and launched a fadeaway shot, scoring. The score shifted to 111-113, with the Nets trailing by 2 points. Now it was the Nets' turn to possess the ball. Durant retrieved it from the backcourt. Facing Tucker's full court pressure, he broke through to the right side at a 45-degree angle, taking a long two-pointer. But missed again. Zhou Mu stood at the three-point line, anxiously watching as Giannis and Lopez tightly guarded the basket. No matter how high he jumped, he could not get through. The home crowd fell silent, knowing that the contest had now come down to defense. Middleton held the ball, advancing to the front court. He signaled to Tucker for a pick and roll, and Tucker immediately grasped his intention. Excluding Zhou Mu, the world believed he was the weakest player among the 10 on the court. Tucker effectively blocked Brown, who fought hard to get through. Zhou Mu stepped up, closely guarding Middleton, denying Brown the chance to switch. Though he remembered that in a previous life, this very shot by Middleton had missed. He dared not take any chances. He felt more secure defending personally. Should Middleton score again, it would render his efforts futile. A.S. Middleton noticed Zhou Mu advancing. He smirked disdainfully. Young players often become overzealous. They easily fall into traps, and he believed Zhou Mu could not see that he was aiming to isolate him. The terrifying wingspan of Zhou Mu went unnoticed by Middleton, and no matter how long his reach, he could not block what Middleton was about to unleash. Time ticked away, and the home fans rose to their feet, realizing they could only trust Nash and Zhou Mu in this critical moment. After all, they were cheering for their home team. In the live stream's chat room, viewers frantically typed messages about impending doom. With only 10 seconds left on the shot clock, Middleton initiated a right-side drive. Zhou Mu clung tightly to Middleton, daring not to attempt to steal for fear of committing a foul that would gift the opposing team 2 free points, given that Middleton's speed was not particularly daunting. Zhou Mu spread his arms wide, determined to deny him a shot. Middleton initially planned to bypass Zhou Mu with a single step, but soon realized that Zhou Mu's lateral quickness was commendable. Coupled with his own dwindling stamina, he opted for a more technical approach that he drove towards the basket, nearing the paint, and executed a spin move. Having just made a similar shot, he assumed Zhou Mu, being young, would surely bite on a shot fake. When the time comes, whether to commit a foul or take a step back will depend on his mood. However, ideals are often grand, while reality can be stark. The feint failed to deceive Zhou Mu, who significantly heightened his defensive awareness, allowing him to discern Middleton's movements with greater clarity. That he believed that with his exceptionally long wingspan, he could disrupt Middleton without needing to jump. Thus, he had no intention of instigating any interference. As the clock continued to dwindle, Middleton gritted his teeth, deciding to trust his shooting touch and executing a pronounced leaning jump shot. Zhou Mu seized the moment. Leaping lightly, smack, smack, the basketball was swatted out of bounds. Simultaneously, the referee's whistle blew, signaling a 24-second violation. Zhou Mu raised his fist, pounding his chest, and shouted at Middleton, unleashing his pent-up emotions. The crowd erupted into deafening cheers, as this defensive play was crucial. Allowing Middleton to score would have made it exceedingly difficult for the Nets to secure the victory. A 4-point deficit would require at least 2 timeouts to equalize. In the broadcasting studio, the commentator exclaimed, "What a play! Zhou Mu's block was exceptional. I haven't seen a Chinese guard deliver such an explosive block in a long time." Yang, he couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, Zhou Mu's physical talent is undeniably elite, even in the NBA. The upcoming possession for the Nets was immensely important. This scenario mirrored the fourth quarter perfectly, both times trailing by 2 points, and both times with Durant holding the ball. One wonders if Durant can continue his scoring spree at a course. If he attempts a three-pointer, he must remember not to step on the line. After all, the difference between 2 and 3 points, though seemingly slight, can yield drastically different outcomes. A mere few centimeters could determine the culmination of the Nets' efforts for this season, and perhaps several seasons to come. There can be no regrets. With possession in hand, Nash opted not to call a timeout, choosing instead to let Durant initiate the offense. Yoga babbled on extensively. Zhou Mu, oblivious to what Yoga was saying, focused on positioning himself at the corner, ready to pass the ball to Durant. Even though he was confident in his own ability to make a three-pointer, he was aware that Durant's next shot would likely miss entirely. Zhou Mu had already devised a plan. When Durant shot, all eyes would undoubtedly be on him. Coupled with the physical exertion, no one would notice that it was an air ball. He intended to capitalize on the momentary distraction to swoop in for a putback dunk. If he couldn't directly secure the win, he had no other choice. Without possession, he could only maintain the suspense. This time, Durant faced Holiday. The formula remained unchanged, with Durant holding the ball at the top of the arc. He executed a smooth turnaround jumper, while Holiday, wary of fouling, spread his arms to contest Durant's shot without any extraneous movements. That Durant's shot had a perfectly straight trajectory, but due to fatigue, it fell short. The basketball hurtled toward the hoop. The arena fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard, as everyone fixated on the ball. Under the basket, Brown, Griffin, Lopez, and others scrambled for position. However, keen-eyed Zhou Mu quickly noticed that the left corner was unguarded. He sprinted toward the basket, and by the time Middleton realized, Zhou Mu had already left him far behind. Middleton could only trail after Zhou Mu's swift strides. After Durant released the ball, the players under the basket were entirely focused on the rim. None of them anticipating that it was an air ball. Zhou Mu leapt high, snatching the basketball from the air. His jumping ability was already astonishing, especially considering he was still fresh. Thus, after securing the ball, Zhou Mu had soared to the other side of the rim. With his right hand gripping the basketball, he forcefully slammed it down toward the hoop. Boom! Zhou Mu dunked the ball into the net. Only 0.3 seconds remained. Upon landing, Zhou Mu executed a soaring gesture, racing across the court. Oh no! What just happened? Did I see that correctly? Zhou actually used a scorpion tail in a game. The commentator, clutching his head, shouted into the microphone. Durant, Harden, and Irving could hardly contain their excitement, each one celebrating by bumping chests with Zhou Mu. Durant even wrapped his arms around Zhou Mu's neck, refusing to let go. Nash on the sidelines wore a satisfied smile. For once, he had not misjudged. It is worth noting that the fate of the Nets hung in the balance. Had it not been for Zhou Mu's putback, the ball would have gone out of bounds, and Durant's 53 minutes of effort would have gone to waste. In the broadcasting studio, the commentator exclaimed, "A divine intervention. Zhou Mu's dunk has pulled the Nets back from the brink." 113 to 113. With only 0.3 seconds remaining, the Nets have equalized thanks to Zhou Mu's dunk. Saving the collapsing building, riding the capsizing ship, Zhou Mu has proven his worth with both offense and defense. The comment section was a cacophony of excitement. Wow, Zhou Mu's dunk was incredible. Indeed, not only was it impressive, but it also tied the game, saving the Nets. I've saved the clip. One day I'll try that at the kindergarten hoop. You upstairs, can you manage? I'm going to the elementary school. In short, one sentiment prevailed. Zhou Mu is remarkable. Zhou Mu is remarkable. In stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere surrounding the Nets, the mood among the Bucks was somewhat somber. The large screen in the Nets' home arena repeatedly replayed Zhou Mu's breathtaking dunk. It goes without saying that this moment had secured a spot in the top 5 plays of the series, both for its impact and its visual appeal. They could never have imagined that the final equalizer would come from an unknown Chinese player. They would have preferred Durant to hit a game winner than for Zhou Mu to execute a flashy dunk for the tie. Especially Middleton, who felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, as Zhou Mu was his responsibility, one he had let slip by. Bucks head coach Budenholzer observed the speechless team and loudly rallied them. "Hey kids, does one mere dunk extinguish your championship aspirations? The Nets represent our greatest obstacle on the path to the title. Overcoming them would be a significant stride toward our goal. Besides, what else can that Chinese player do besides jump high? Can he shoot? Can he facilitate? He can't even dribble. This is the NBA, not a high jump competition. It's about your fundamental basketball skills." Nash has put him in to lock down the Nets' offensive space. His intention is to exhaust Durant. From now on, whoever guards that Chinese player can feel free to double-team Durant. If we can contain Durant, the Nets will have no means of retaliating. The rest of you just need to secure the rebounds, and victory will be ours. Let us bring the championship back to Milwaukee. Truly a champion's coach, Budenholzer's words reinvigorated the Bucks' morale, while also designating Durant as the focal point of their second overtime defensive strategy. At this juncture, it was clear that the contest would hinge on the abilities of the star players down on the net side. Nash faced a critical decision. Should he opt for Harris, who was struggling with his shooting, or Zhou Mu, whom others believed would hardly make a basket? As Budenholzer had pointed out, Durant's stamina was already in question. He had played the entire game, a full 53 minutes in overtime. Durant had missed all 6 of his shots. And the tie was only achieved because Brown and Zhou Mu each secured an offensive rebound. Harris's presence could potentially create some pressure on the Bucks' defense. As for Zhou Mu, Nash had seldom witnessed him hitting three-pointers in practice. With this in mind, Nash reached a conclusion that he wanted to continue taking risks, but this was the playoffs, and he hesitated. Just as he was about to issue a command, a voice rang out. "Coach, I want to play basketball. Coach, I want to play basketball." Following the sound, he turned to see Zhou Mu speaking. Nash could hardly believe that Zhou Mu would utter such words. When Nash remained silent, Zhou Mu pressed on, "Coach, trust me. I have confidence in my shooting now that I can go out for 1 minute. That if it doesn't work, just sub me out." Nash, in truth, harbored doubts about Zhou Mu's capabilities. This was not a matter of mistrust towards his players. Anyone who had witnessed Zhou Mu's shooting could hardly escape such an impression. Prior to the integration of McGrady's shooting package, Zhou Mu's attempts could only be described as the most cumbersome of efforts. He was often lauded with claims that no one in the league could contest his shots. Indeed, this was somewhat accurate. No one could contest them, or rather, no one deemed it worth their while to do so. Zhou Mu's technique was so self-defeating that interference was rendered unnecessary. Across 3 games, he had attempted 8 shots from beyond the arc and within the paint, yet failed to make a single one. All while being afforded open looks that, in the words of Shaquille O'Neal, even my grandmother could shoot better than Zhou Mu. Observers speculated that Zhou Mu's failure to make an impact in the NBA stemmed from nerves, leading to a rigidity in his wrist. However, only the Nets' own personnel truly understood Zhou Mu's shooting mechanics. He was capable of making 1 out of 10 attempts, or perhaps none at all. That it was once remarked that if Zhou Mu and O'Neal were to compete in a three-point contest, the victor would undoubtedly be O'Neal. Caught in a dilemma, Nash glanced at Durant, Harden, and Irving, who exchanged knowing nods. "Coach, let Zhou take the court," Durant proclaimed. Nash responded, somewhat taken aback by Durant's assertion he was not alone. The entire Nets roster was equally puzzled, and even Zhou Mu himself was baffled by the sudden support. Surely, Durant could not have known about the system Zhou Mu possessed. The very thought made Zhou Mu chuckle. After all, tomatoes were hardly a staple in America, and Durant likely had no inkling of what a system entailed. Zhou Mu turned to Durant, curious to hear the rationale that would persuade the others. Durant addressed the team, stating, "Coach, I can see the desire for victory in Zhou's eyes. It reminds me of my younger self. This feeling is all too familiar to me. Moreover, I believe that the people of Longwa are not ones to boast unnecessarily." Upon hearing this, Nash nodded in agreement. With the team's leader, second in command, and third in command in unison, Nash felt that his hesitation as a coach would only signal a lack of commitment. Very well, Zhou will play in the second overtime. At last, with Nash's consent to take the court, Zhou Mu felt a tremendous weight lift from his chest. He had sensed Nash's silence regarding the lineup, anticipating his absence. Thus, the usually taciturn Zhou Mu took the initiative to advocate for himself. He recognized the slim odds of success, but believed in the importance of exerting effort, leaving the rest to fate. Without striving for a chance, one could never ascertain if they would be granted one. Fortunately, Zhou Mu's determination resonated with the already weary Durant, who stepped in to advocate for him. Initially, Zhou Mu's desire to save the Nets stemmed from a wish to avoid regrets about his youth. The finest iteration of the Nets remained in the early summer of 2021 that Zhou Mu aspired to prolong the team's legacy, recognizing that a championship could resolve many internal conflicts. No one could resist the allure of a championship. Now, Zhou Mu felt a long-lost sense of trust, and he was genuinely fighting for the Nets. Beep! The referee's whistle pierced the air. The second overtime had begun. Before taking the court, the Nets huddled together. 1, 2, 3. Fight! The lineups were set. Nets, James Harden, Zhou Mu, Kevin Durant, Jeff Green, Blake Griffin. Bucks, Drew Holiday, Chris Middleton, PJ Tucker, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Brook Lopez in the broadcasting room. The previously silent critics resurfaced, scoffing, "Did I see correctly? The fool is back on the court? He can't possibly think the game is merely about dunking." With no shooting ability and a lack of defensive prowess, it was baffling why he was even on the floor, perhaps merely to give points to the Bucks. Low IQ must be contagious. I now truly believe that Nash has been infected by this fool, leading to such an absurd decision to I need not elaborate, but if this fool makes even a single jump shot in this game, I will eat feces live, 3 pounds to be precise. This post serves as proof. If Zhou Mu were watching the live broadcast, he would undoubtedly give small acknowledgement to such a statement that in this day and age, everyone seems to be riding the coattails of others that, as Zhou Mu noticed Durant approaching the center circle for the jump ball. He stepped in to intercept, knowing that every ounce of Durant's energy was invaluable in the brutal overtime. Zhou Mu's dribbling ability was still lacking, so it was best to leave the dirty work of jump balls to him. Moreover, Durant had just secured a rare opportunity for him. Without much discussion, Durant nodded in agreement. Having chosen to trust Zhou Mu, he would remain steadfast in that belief. Giannis, seeing Zhou Mu as his jump ball opponent, did not underestimate him. He too had risen through the ranks from humble beginnings. And Zhou Mu's leaping ability was certainly his greatest asset. Beep! The referee bounced the ball high above his head. Both Giannis and Zhou Mu squatted in preparation for the jump as the players assumed their positions. The referee tossed the ball skyward, retreating from the court. Giannis and Zhou Mu leapt simultaneously. Spectators expected a contest of equal merit, though Zhou Mu might have a slight edge. After all, Giannis's natural gifts were unparalleled, and few could rival him in the NBA. Yet as Giannis barely grazed Zhou Mu's elbow, silence enveloped the arena. Nash, watching from the sidelines, could only smile wryly. It seemed he had underestimated Zhou Mu's talent. Giannis stared incredulously at his own arm, questioning whether it had somehow shortened. How could there be such a disparity between him and Zhou Mu? Zhou Mu deftly tapped the basketball into Harden's hands, and both teams quickly settled into position. Harden raised his hand to signal for space before passing the ball back to Durant. Zhou Mu internally grumbled about Harden's decision. Durant was already exhausted. Yet Harden insisted on passing instead of taking the shot himself. After venting his frustration, Zhou Mu decided to step up and set a screen. After all, Middleton was a more manageable opponent than Giannis. As Zhou Mu approached to set the screen, Giannis attempted to slip past him. Zhou Mu, appearing slender, seemed to lack strength. However, upon making contact, he realized the truth. Zhou Mu's strength was far greater than anticipated. If not for Zhou Mu's light frame, Giannis would have undoubtedly found himself overmatched. With his own stamina waning, Giannis conceded to allow Durant and Zhou Mu to execute the screen and roll, switching defenders in the process. Zhou Mu sprinted to the corner, creating space for Durant. Faced with Middleton's defense, Durant showed no signs of hesitation. The series had reached a point of sheer brutality. Harden had suffered a hamstring strain, and Irving had exited the game in G4. The Nets are left with only Durant still fighting. Throughout the annals of NBA history, it is exceedingly rare for a series to culminate in a Game 7 that extends into double overtime. This fact underscores the immense toll both teams have endured. Regardless of which team advances to the next round, they will face formidable challenges on the other side of the Eastern Conference semifinals. The Hawks triumphed over the 76ers, led by Embiid, in a Game 7. This may be one of the few pieces of good news. All Durant can do is secure victory in this match. He receives the ball, executing his signature double cross, evading Middleton's defense. He shoots, but, as anticipated, it falls just short. The ball ricochets off the front of the rim, and Lopez secures the rebound. Zhou Mu refrains from contesting the offensive rebound, having discerned that Giannis is poised to spring into action. Based on his understanding of Giannis, he knows a fast break is imminent. Accelerating the pace of the game is an excellent strategy to wear down Durant. Moreover, when Giannis charges, there is no one on the Nets capable of halting him. The worst outcome would merely be a foul. Lopez swiftly passes the ball to Giannis, who, with his long strides, quickly approaches the three-point line of the Nets. At this moment, only Brown has returned to defend. Giannis unleashes his signature Euro step. If Harden's Euro step relies on technique, Giannis's is purely a display of innate talent. One step for him equals 3 for Brown. As he effortlessly bypasses Brown's defense, gazing at the rim within arm's reach, Giannis exclaims internally, "I've got this! I got this!" With a gentle flick, the basketball leaves his hand. Suddenly, Giannis senses the arena's lights dimming considerably. Looking up, he discovers a dark figure, number 9, soaring above him. Smack! The basketball is emphatically swatted against the backboard. "Oh, blocked by Zhou! Blocked by Zhou!" The commentator exclaims fervently. Zhou Mu's block brings to mind LeBron's iconic rejection in the 2016 finals. With height and speed nearly indistinguishable from this play, one can witness Zhou Mu's extraordinary talent. Yuga feels a surge of excitement. In recent years, China has been lacking in forwards, with injuries to Xiao Ding and Shalamu leaving a void. Zhou Mu's emergence undoubtedly represents a fresh answer for China's forward position. Indeed, even the talents of LeBron and Jordan pale in comparison to Zhou Mu's gifts. Young, he shows no hesitation in expressing his agreement. Did I hear that correctly? Zhou Mu's talent can indeed rival that of a deity? He believes it may even surpass it. For a long time, he has only focused on Zhou Mu's performance on the court. He was curious why Zhou Mu's basketball skills appeared no different from his own in high school. Yet he made it to the NBA. Upon reviewing his measurements, it became clear to him that he is a prodigy. Gifted by the heavens themselves, at this moment, the critics are beginning to fidget. What use is talent without skill? One can still be eliminated they truly believe that just anyone can challenge a god. Not even a Chinese person can do so to the Barclays Center. The basketball is deflected to the backboard and lands in Middleton's hands. Zhou Mu, having jump high to block, inadvertently bumps his head against the bottom of the backboard and has yet to regain his footing to defend. Seizing the opportunity while the Nets are still reeling, Middleton passes to the outside to Holiday. Harden and Green hastily rush to assist. Seeing no opportunity, Holiday shifts the ball to Lopez at the left 45-degree angle. Durant stretches his arms wide to block Lopez's path. The ball is once again transferred to the left corner. With no other options, Griffin must step out. This grants Giannis the chance to unleash a powerful two-handed dunk. Concluding this offensive play, the score is now 113-115, and the Nets trail by 2 points once more. Damn. Zhou Mu cannot help but curse. He never anticipated being the cause of points lost. He is the most physically fit player among the 10 on the court. He had hoped to block Giannis's dunk again, but weighing in at 97 kilograms, his slender frame may not be able to stop Giannis. And a potential 2-1 would be a regrettable trade-off. The Nets initiate their offense. Harden holds the ball at the arc, facing Holiday's defense. Griffin, matched up against Lopez, moves up to set a pick. Griffin screens Holiday, allowing Harden to drive toward the left. Noting that Lopez remains stationary, he steps back to the three-point line. He shoots. Big Lopez merely takes a step forward in a token effort to interfere. His weight renders him less agile. Alas, Harden's shot does not find a mark. The rebound is claimed by Giannis. Zhou Mu shakes his head slightly. Since his hamstring injury, Harden has struggled significantly in this series. In Game 7, Harden's shooting percentage has been dismal. Now, in the second overtime, the Bucks' offense also falters. After countless exchanges of shots, only 1 minute remains on the clock. The score remains 113-115, with the Nets still trailing. Throughout this time, Zhou Mu has repeatedly signaled for the ball, only to be ignored. The Bucks' Giannis, Tucker, and Holiday are all tenacious defenders, effectively stifling both Harden and Durant. Due to Zhou Mu's presence, the two are often met with double teams as soon as they receive the ball. Zhou Mu attempts a three-pointer, but the two remain unconvinced of his shooting ability and refuse to pass him the ball. Green and Griffin also lack the ability to create their own shots. Beep! Nash cannot hold back any longer and calls a timeout. Both teams have exhausted their resources. For over 3 minutes, not a single point has been scored at this juncture. The contest has devolved into a test of willpower. Whoever can endure the final minute will seize victory in this match. The Bucks, leading by 2 points, are in no hurry, while the Nets must quickly adjust. Perhaps a change in lineup could enhance their offensive firepower? Time is running out for the Nets, and taking a risk may still provide a glimmer of hope. Yuga and Yang exchange thoughts. Clearly, even domestic commentators are skeptical of Zhou Mu's shooting. Indeed, Nash intends to bring Harris onto the court. Defense has become less crucial. Scoring is paramount. Zhou Mu must once again harness the system's power to take the floor. This time, Not only the fans, but even Yuga and Yang seem restless. Nash's substitutions and strategies leave me perplexed. It is often said that great players do not make great coaches, and there must be some wisdom in that. The Bucks' offensive play unfolds, following the previously devised strategy. Middleton swiftly darts into an open position. Receiving the pass, he begins to run down the clock. With only 10 seconds remaining on the shot clock, Giannis sets a screen. Middleton, utilizing the pick, rises up for a jump shot over Green. The shot is released in an instant. No one anticipated Middleton's audacity to shoot a three-pointer while leading. Swish, it finds nothing but net. The score is now 113 to 118, with the Nets trailing by 5. There are only 52 seconds remaining. Middleton, exhilarated, high-fives his teammates, as if victory is already within their grasp. Even the home fans of the Nets appear reluctant to witness the unfolding drama. Such a tragic yet heroic moment. It truly feels like firing the last bullet, a defeat that still carries honor. This marks the largest point differential with only 1 minute remaining in this match. The Nets are on the offense. With Durant controlling the ball, Tucker is applying full court pressure, and Durant, stumbling slightly, manages to advance the ball into the front court. Middleton, tasked with defending Zhou Mu, comes forward to double team without a moment's hesitation, utilizing his extraordinary wingspan. Durant holds the ball high above his head. After surveying the court, he notices that Zhou Mu stands unguarded. Thus, Durant intends to pass the ball to Zhou Mu for a quick exchange, waiting for him to escape the double team before launching an attack. However, when Zhou Mu receives the ball, he disregards Durant's outstretched hands and opts to take the shot. Durant is momentarily stunned. Yet the familiar brute force shot does not materialize. Instead, what emerges is a graceful pull-up jumper. As the player closest to Zhou Mu, Durant instantly recognizes this motion. It's reminiscent of his draft prototype and former idol, Tracy McGrady's shooting form. Remarkably, the only difference is that Zhou Mu leaps higher, with a release point significantly above McGrady's. Even Durant cannot compare. The basketball arcs through the air, tracing a trajectory not overly high, an unmistakable hallmark of McGrady's shooting style. It may not soar high, yet it finds its mark. Swish! The score shifts to 116 to 118, with the Nets trailing by merely 2 points. There are still 36 seconds left. It isn't until the commentators' voices resonate that everyone realizes that Chinese player, who supposedly cannot shoot, has actually sunk a three-pointer, a priceless three-pointer at that. Some fans, in disbelief, rub their eyes, only to be convinced by the score change and the central screen replaying the recent basket. The arena erupts into thunderous cheers. Zhou Mu stares at his palm in astonishment. The sensation he experienced while shooting was unprecedented, truly a seamless flow from receiving the ball to jumping to shooting without a hint of hesitation. This moment dispelled the last remnants of his doubt, replaced instead by an overwhelming sense of determination and exhilaration. Indeed, the system is the most enigmatic force in the universe. Perhaps even its creator is unaware of its limits. Durant, with his seemingly slender frame, tightly embraces Zhou Mu that he never anticipated this Chinese player harbored such a skill. Zhou Mu, feeling a bit uncomfortable, gently pushes Durant away and states in fluent English, "Hey Kevin, don't rush. The game isn't over yet. Let us focus on defending this possession that we still have to eliminate the Bucks and clinch the championship." Durant nods, realizing that after Zhou Mu made that three-pointer, his entire demeanor transformed dramatically. Although he still lags behind, as one of the NBA's most charismatic players, Durant believes he has a responsibility to lead Zhou Mu, who is destined to become the second most charismatic player in the league. In the broadcasting room, the commentators are astonished that Zhou Mu can indeed shoot threes. Could this be the legendary trump card? A lethal blow delivered at the most critical moment. Indeed, Yuga has now taken to calling Zhou Mu Little Zhou. Anyone who understands basketball can see that Zhou Mu's shot was no fluke. It is the result of rigorous training, as a renowned basketball commentator in the country. I have seen Zhou Mu's previous shooting form and accuracy. For words come to mind, utterly pitiful. From a brute force shooter to this refined style, it is evident how much effort and sweat Zhou Mu has poured into his training. In this era, there exists but one player in the country with such extraordinary talent and diligence. How can one not admire him? It seems that is the only explanation. However, I am quite curious. I recall during warm-ups before the game, little Zhou was still his old self, a brute force shooter. I never expected that during the game, he would switch shooting forms and still maintain accuracy on his first attempt. It is well known that altering one's shooting habit is a challenging endeavor. In my view, without a year's practice, success is unattainable. Such effortless switching, especially for someone like little Zhou, is unheard of. Point one can only conclude that genius is one talent and 99 hard work. Yang Yi is also somewhat amazed by Zhou Mu's dedication. Well said. With Zhou Mu around, how can I not be optimistic about the future of Chinese basketball? But truly, I am curious how Zhou Mu managed to change his shooting form. I wish to adjust my chest push shot as well. Yet, after a few months, while it is manageable to remember to switch forms during practice, I forget when under pressure. I doubt anyone could possess Zhou Mu's essence. You mean to say his soul has transcended into another person? Come on, don't be ridiculous. You might as well say he has a system that I think you've been watching too many fantasy shows. Is that so? Then it must indeed be my fault. After the live stream ends, what will you do? Are you going to delete the show? Of course not. I'll just switch to a different genre. Learning is endless. After all, beep, Holiday dribbles the ball into the front court. The Bucks coach signals for a timeout. Both the Nets and the Bucks have only one timeout remaining. Point one by one. The Nets players come up to high-five Zhou Mu. Even Kyrie, who isn't in the game, joins in. Well done. Nash finds himself increasingly fond of this Chinese kid. After observing a few games, if he performs well, he could replace Harris as a starter. After all, Harris has played indistinguishably from my brother lately. For Nash, the timeout is not for tactical adjustments. Perhaps it merely serves to allow Durant and the other key players a moment to catch their breath and inject some motivational spirit. Beep! The referee's whistle signals the end of the timeout. The lineups are as follows. Nets, James Harden, Zhou Mu, Kevin Durant, Jeff Green, Blake Griffin. Bucks, Drew Holiday, Connaughton, Chris Middleton, Giannis, Brook Lopez. The Bucks make slight adjustments, bringing in the more offensively potent Connaughton, intending to secure a successful play. Still in the overtime, Middleton, feeling hot, holds the ball, letting the shot clock dwindle to 12 seconds. Giannis sets a screen, and Middleton uses the pick to drive into the paint. Zhou Mu, responsible for defending Connaughton in the right corner, wrestles with his thoughts before deciding to approach for help defense. Needless to say, the moment he moves, Middleton notices and promptly passes the ball to the open Connaughton. This was their prior agreement. Zhou Mu's youth presents both advantages and drawbacks. While his stamina is superior among players, experience is undoubtedly his most significant shortfall. Yet they overlook one crucial point. Zhou Mu's extraordinary talent can offset his lack of experience to some extent. As soon as Zhou Mu sees Middleton pass, he plants his right foot and dashes toward Connaughton. At this point, Connaughton has bent his knees, preparing to shoot. Zhou Mu is still 4 or 5 steps away. To anyone watching, it appears Zhou Mu has lost his position, that he realizes his mistake, but there is little he can do if he doesn't help defend. Middleton's penetration poses a significant threat. All he can do is leap with all his might, attempting to block the shot. Fortuitously, Zhou Mu's fingertips graze the basketball. The ball, as if deflated, fails to reach the rim. Griffin leaps high to secure the rebound. What did I just witness? Is Zhou Mu gliding through the air? Or dancing gracefully? My goodness, how did he soar like that? Could it be that his Achilles tendon is actually a spring? The commentator class his head in disbelief. Even after calling countless NBA games and witnessing numerous exceptionally talented players, he is astounded by Zhou Mu's block. The Nets players, however, are too preoccupied to notice. Zhou Mu sees that Nash has not called a timeout for the final attack. He smiles ruefully. The trio of superstars obscures many of the Nets' issues. Otherwise, they would not have faltered in the second round. That would be a stroke of coincidence. The head coach of the Bucks has exhausted his final timeout, substituting Connaughton for Tucker to bolster defensive intensity. With a mere 8.5 seconds remaining, the Nets trail by 2 points, 116 to 118, that if they manage to thwart this last offensive play, victory shall still be within their grasp. Coach Yang, what is your perspective on the Nets' final offensive attempt? Will the ball be entrusted to Durant once more? Do you believe there's a possibility that Xiao Zhou will be the one to execute the decisive play? Well, it is certain that the final possession will be given to Durant. As for who will complete the play, that ultimately depends on Durant's own inclination. I surmise Nash's strategy is simply to place the ball in Durant's hands and leave the execution to him. My only concern is whether he can successfully score. Everything else is beyond my purview. Well then, let us shift our focus to the game and observe how the Nets handle this final possession. Beep! The timeout has concluded. There are no significant changes to either lineup, save for the Bucks' Connaughton being replaced by the more tenacious Tucker. The Nets are poised for an offensive play. Harden takes on the role of orchestrator. Holiday, matched up against Harden, opts to abandon interference, instead choosing to double-team Durant alongside Tucker. Harden raises the ball above his head, striving to locate a teammate available for a pass. However, due to Nash's lack of a definitive pre-game strategy, the Nets' movements are chaotic and disorganized, failing to shake off the defense. Durant, besieged by the double team, finds himself momentarily trapped as seconds tick away. Harden still cannot find an opportunity to pass. Beep! The whistle sounds, and all eyes turn as it becomes apparent that Nash is compelled to call a timeout. Fortunately for Nash, the timing is fortuitous. Had he delayed even a second longer, the Nets would have been penalized for a 5-second violation, resulting in a turnover. With 8.6 seconds still on the clock and no pass initiated, the timer remains unchanged. Bucks head coach Budenholzer gazes at the beleaguered Nets with a sense of satisfaction. If they cannot even inbound the ball, discussing a potential game winner becomes moot. Yet he remains vigilant, for the Nets possess the formidable Grim Reaper, Durant. No one dares to assume that a mere 2-point lead is secure when facing a team with Durant on its roster. With a serious demeanor, he instructs, "The defense we executed on that last play was commendable. We must maintain that level of pressure to force errors. Stick to the defensive strategy one outlined. Leave the inbounder open and double-team Durant. Ideally, we should pin Durant in place that if we can neutralize him, we will have effectively secured the W. I end at D on not allow him to receive the ball. I can accept if others score, but I cannot tolerate Durant executing a game winner or tying shot again. That would reflect a failure in execution on your part, of course. I do not mean to suggest you ignore the other players. They too must feel the defensive pressure, as they are more prone to mistakes. Giannis, you will be primarily responsible for guarding Durant. With his height, reach, lateral mobility, and greater strength, Giannis is undoubtedly the optimal choice for defending Durant. Coach, what about that Chinese player? Giannis inquires, seemingly out of nowhere. What? Budenholzer responds. Incredulous. You mean that yellow-skinned Eastern fellow? Giannis nods. What is wrong with you, Giannis? That kid merely made a fortunate three-pointer. Let us be honest, he shot without a defender within 5 meters. If you were to swap me in, I could have made that shot too. Besides, do you honestly think Nash would entrust the fate of the game to some no-name rookie? Even if he were to receive the ball, would he have the courage to shoot? He'd likely be so scared he might wet his pants. Laughter erupts among the Bucks players. Yet, Giannis, the leader of international players, remains unresponsive, inexplicably anxious about the impending play. In the live broadcast room, Coach Young remarks, the Bucks' defense this time has been undeniably effective. Historically, inbounding the ball from the sideline poses a challenge for every team. Thankfully, the Nets had a timeout remaining. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. In your opinion, how will the Nets resolve this century-old dilemma of the sideline inbounds? Young, internally grumbles, questioning whether he should voice his frustrations. Each time, it falls upon me to analyze the game while leaving the conundrums for you. As a fellow commentator, I must decipher the head coach's intentions. That it is evident that the Nets lack a solid strategy. Otherwise, why would they be unable to inbound the ball? Yet, in front of millions of Chinese viewers, Yang can only express his discontent internally, maintaining a fade of composure. After prolonged deliberation, Yang struggles to conceive a plausible explanation. The Nets have reached this point largely due to Durant's prowess. He genuinely cannot fathom what tactical plan Nash has in mind, that he can only awkwardly suggest. I believe Nash will likely choose Harden to inbound the ball to one of the league's premier passers. Harden will surely leverage Durant's height and reach to execute a high pass, allowing the Nets to successfully inbound the ball. Listening to your words is akin to hearing a plethora of sentiments expressed without truly conveying anything substantive, merely a reiteration of the final play in regulation. On the Nets bench, Nash remains passive, merely instructing them to create space and pass the ball to Durant. Zhou Mu stands beside Durant and inquires, "Hey Kevin, do you trust me?" Durant, puzzled by Zhou Mu's intent, tentatively nods. Zhou Mu beams, revealing his wide smile. Then it's settled. The final shot will be mine. I'll repay you with a championship. Despite his exhaustion, Durant perks up, questioning whether he misheard that a player on the verge of leaving the NBA dares to make such grand claims. Is this what people online refer to as showing off? Zhou Mu, however, is not merely boasting. He possesses the capability to back it up. With a three-point attribute raised to 95, he is nearly on par with Durant. Moreover, his greatest advantage at this moment is his stamina. Should the ball continue to be funneled to Durant, it could easily lead to another airball. Though he might secure an offensive rebound, it is far from guaranteed. Furthermore, the game cannot continue indefinitely. Should Durant sustain an injury, even if they eliminate the Bucks, he would only return home to fish in the next round. Zhou Mu smiles faintly, with Durant fatigued and the bench shrouded in silence. Coupled with Giannis' palpable unease, the only possibility left seems to be that of a game-winning shot. Unbeknownst to Zhou Mu, the eminent international player, Giannis, has already paved the way for him. This final play, the most crucial of all, is now set in motion. Buff, everything is now in place, awaiting the final moment. Beep, the pause has concluded, and both teams' players re-enter the court. While the players remain unchanged, there have been slight adjustments in their matchups. Giannis is tasked with defending Durant, while the most vulnerable defender, Middleton, is matched against Jeff and Green. Holiday once again relinquishes his guard on Harden, opting instead to double-team Durant. Exhausted, Durant struggles to shake off the two defenders. As the 5-second mark approaches, Harden has no choice but to pass the ball to the nearby Jeff Green, who then hands it back to Harden. The Holiday's defense is relentless, offering staunch resistance at every turn. Harden, already nursing a hamstring injury, finds himself halted by the physical confrontation that in that moment. Durant breaks free from Giannis's grasp to receive the ball from Harden. However, before he can make a move, Giannis, Holiday, and Tucker converge on him in a tight triangle defense. Giannis and Tucker spread their arms wide, effectively blocking the passing lane overhead, while Holiday, disregarding the rules, relentlessly swipes at Durant's hands. With Giannis and Tucker's obstruction, the referees remain oblivious, particularly during these critical moments of star players determining the outcome of the game, where whistles are rarely blown, unless one makes contact with the body. Durant clutches the basketball tightly, aware that this is the net's sole glimmer of hope for a comeback, ignoring the excruciating pain coursing through his arm. He meticulously scans for an opening, left and right. Time relentlessly ticks away. 0.5 for 3. Suddenly, a figure with yellow skin catches his eye. Instinctively, Durant recalls the words spoken to him earlier by Zhou Mu. Perhaps the allure of the championship title beckoned him. Or maybe he found himself devoid of better options. More likely, he saw in Zhou Mu a reflection of his former self, his thirst for victory and unwavering obsession with the championship. All these factors compelled Durant to pass the basketball to the nearby Chinese player. With merely 4 seconds remaining, he hesitates no longer. Summoning every ounce of strength, Durant withstands the arms of Holiday, Giannis, and Tucker, leaping high into the air. Holiday, believing Durant intends to pass to Harden, quickly darts towards him. Failing to notice Durant's actual passing trajectory at that moment, all eyes in the arena are fixed upon the beleaguered Durant, with spectators speculating that he is most likely to pass to Harden, or perhaps Jeff, Green, or even Griffin beneath the basket. Yet, none could foresee that Durant would again deliver the basketball into Zhou Mu's hands as Zhou Mu rises to catch the pass with steadiness. Durant can no longer bear the strain on his body and collapses to the floor, gasping for breath. However, his gaze remains fixed intently on Zhou Mu, yearning to witness the outcome of the ball. He wonders if Zhou Mu would falter as he did 5 years ago, leading to a crucial loss in the Thunder vs. Warriors series. Yet an unseen force seems to whisper to him that Zhou Mu is not Robertson. He will undoubtedly succeed in this decisive moment. That a bewildered Harden glances at his own hands before turning to Zhou Mu, realizing that Durant has entrusted the ball to an inexperienced Chinese player. Doubt creeps in. Did Zhou Mu somehow bewitch Durant? Why else would he consistently pass to him? With time running out, Harden recognizes he has no options left, as another pass would leave no time for a shot. Meanwhile, Irving on the bench fervently prays, convinced that his Islamic faith grants Zhou Mu divine assistance on the court. Due to Durant's fatigue, The pass lacked precision, compelling Zhou Mu to once again rely on his innate talent. He springs into the air, snatching the basketball with one hand. Yet, this grants the Bucks a chance to defend. Giannis and Tucker, tasked with guarding Durant, immediately pursue the ball's trajectory upon seeing the pass. Simultaneously, Middleton, responsible for defending Green in the left corner, abandons his post to join the two in closing in on Zhou Mu. This defensive strategy could be deemed somewhat reckless, should Zhou Mu pass. It could lead to an open shot. However, with time running out, the Bucks still have the opportunity to defend this moment. The Nets' fate rests solely in Zhou Mu's hands as Zhou Mu receives the basketball. Giannis and Tucker approach from the right, while Middleton remains 3 steps behind on the left. Zhou Mu decisively pounds the ball with his left hand, shifting leftward. Knees bent, he leaps. Middleton, recognizing Zhou Mu's movement, rushes to contest the shot, while Giannis and Tucker, one a natural talent, the other a relentless worker, provide ample interference that in this manner, Zhou Mu, amidst the disruption from 3 Bucks defenders, gently flicks his wrist, sending the ball soaring toward the hoop. Simultaneously, he finds himself wedged between the 3, nearly gasping for breath. However, at this moment, the attention of the entire arena, and indeed, the world, fixates on the basketball. Thud! The basketball strikes the rim, reverberating through the hearts of Nets fans and players alike. Yet, Zhou Mu had elevated the shot's arc significantly to counter the pressure. After all, a higher trajectory favors the chance of success. Thud! The basketball strikes the front of the rim, slightly nudging inward. That slight shift proves crucial, as the ball ricochets back, also nudging toward the hoop. Thud! Thud! The basketball continues to clang against the rim. Finally, the ball tumbles into the net. Simultaneously, a whistle pierces the air. The lights illuminate, signaling a game-winning shot. The scoreboard changes from 6-9. The Nets' home crowd erupts into a frenzied celebration, their cheers drowning out the commentary. Zhou Mu, unable to confirm whether the shot succeeded, discerns the crowd's reaction and realizes the outcome is unmistakable. To be honest, he had only tentatively suggested to Durant that he could pass to him, uncertain if it would ever happen. The unexpected reality of Durant's pass leaves him astonished, as he fulfills the expectations, sending the Bucks home to fish. In this moment, he yearns to release the pent-up emotions of frustration from his previous struggles and the disappointments of his past life. Everything dissipates in an instant. Before Zhou Mu can rise, a plump figure lunges towards him. Upon closer inspection, it is none other than Harden. Just as Durant arrives, he interrupts Zhou Mu's thoughts, followed closely by Griffin, Green, and the other starters, along with Irving, who is sidelined due to injury. None are absent. They rush towards Zhou Mu, piling on top of him in a jubilant heap. Their large hands ruffle his hair, nearly pulling it out. In the broadcast booth, the excitement is palpable. What a game winner! Zhou Mu has made this three-pointer. This is the first three-pointer to win a Game 7 in NBA history. Amidst the revelry, a single sword glistens coldly across the 14 states. The three-pointer pierces through the heart, decisively sealing the game. No time remains for the Bucks. Young E, unable to maintain his composure, expresses his astonishment. This game winner is simply too exhilarating, both in difficulty and significance. In comparison, Yoga strives to maintain poise. Otherwise, if both commentators lose their composure, who would helm the show? The Brooklyn Nets clinch the lead with a pivotal three-pointer, altering the score to 119-118. Ultimately, the Brooklyn Nets triumphed over the Milwaukee Bucks by a mere point, advancing to the Eastern Conference Finals. In this round, they will vie for a spot in the championship against the Atlanta Hawks, who also emerged victorious in a thrilling Game 7-8 that time. We shall dispatch our commentators for a live broadcast. The fans watching the live stream have long since ceased to pay attention to what the yoga instructor is saying. The barrage of comments in the live chat is incessantly changing. Tracy McGrady, indeed, it must be him, without a doubt. Just moments ago, I compared a recording of McGrady scoring 13 points in 35 seconds. It would not be an exaggeration to say it was eerily similar. I now find myself questioning whether Zhou Mu is perhaps McGrady's illegitimate child. Is this truly your focus? The crux of the matter is that Zhou Mu executed a game-winning shot, a game winner. A game winner indeed. Important matters are worth repeating thrice. Yes, a game winner. When Giannis Antetokounmpo stepped on Kyrie Irving's foot, I felt as though the sky had fallen. The Nets' chances of progressing seemed to dwindle. Unexpectedly, Zhou Mu's appearance shattered this predicament. A game winner, and he did so against the defenses of the Greek freak and his compatriots. It was nothing short of a joyous relief. The reality affirms that basketball relies on skill, not on dubious tricks. Enough said. As a fan of Harden, Zhou Mu's play has directly salvaged my idol's career. From this moment forth, I declare myself a fan of Zhou Mu. No, wait, I mean a fan of both Harden and Zhou Mu. Or perhaps just a fan of the Nets. Yes, a fan of the Nets. Haha, you fickle-hearted man. I stand apart from you. I'm a true and devoted fan of Zhou Mu. Ahem, I did not anticipate that you would uncover this. 10 years of being a Zhou Mu fan, and I demand to participate. 20 years of being a Zhou Mu fan, and I refuse to accept defeat. A friendly reminder, Zhou Mu is 19 years old this year. The game has come to a close for the Nets. Durant with 48 points, 9 rebounds, and 6 assists. Harden with 22 points, 9 rebounds, and 9 assists. Zhou Mu with 8 points, 3 rebounds, and 4 blocks. For the Bucks, Giannis with 42 points, 15 rebounds, and 5 assists. Middleton with 28 points, 12 rebounds, 7 assists, and 5 steals. Holiday with 13 points, 7 rebounds, and 8 assists. All of Zhou Mu's 8 points came during overtime, consisting of 2 3-pointers and a dunk. However, at this moment, the true hero, Zhou Mu, still lay beneath Harden and no, "Please get up, I'm dying," he exclaimed. "I truly cannot endure any longer. If you do not rise, I shall close my eyes and transcend back." Yet he had no desire to become one of those unfortunate graduate students. "I want to play basketball. Not even Jesus can stop me, I declare." Under Zhou Mu's obstruction, others gradually rose from his form. Meanwhile, Zhou Mu took deep breaths of fresh air, his face flushed and slightly tinged with purple. In a daze, he seemed to perceive his great-grandmother beckoning to him. It is said that joy uplifts the spirit. After eliminating the Bucks, Durant felt no strain in his waist, no pain in his legs. He walked with renewed vigor. Not to mention, Irving, who is still nursing an injury, was the quickest on the bench. In stark contrast, the atmosphere among the Bucks was overwhelmingly heavy. Giannis, draped in a towel, sat silently on the bench, even failing to embrace or acknowledge the Nets players after the game. The other Bucks players exhibited similar dejection, each unable to conceal their disappointment. Yet, the most affected must have been Coach Budenholzer. Caught in the midst of the players, previously he had fervently assured them that even if Durant passed to a Husky, it would never reach Zhou Mu, encouraging them to confidently double-team others. Yet, not only did he pass to Zhou Mu, but he also allowed him to execute a game winner. Wouldn't that infuriate you? "I not only intend to slap your face, but I also wish to pierce your heart. Who made you underestimate the Chinese? This is karma." Fortunately for Budenholzer, his beard was thick. Otherwise, he would have been embarrassed to stand before the players after such words were spoken, mere minutes before being proven wrong, as the head coach. He could not allow his players to wallow in despair. If that were the case, he might as well prepare for his next job. "Hey, lads, this year we have done our utmost in this series. The defeat can only be attributed to a lack of luck. I hope during this offseason you all train diligently, firmly remembering this lesson of underestimating opponents. Of course, the primary responsibility lies with me. Next season, we shall make our comeback." Giannis shot him a sidelong glance, then turned to Zhou Mu, who was undergoing interviews, a towel firmly covering his head, as he walked back to the locker room alone. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Nets held their post-game press conference. Ever since Harden's arrival in Brooklyn, the attendees of the press conferences have primarily consisted of Irving, Durant, and Harden. However, this time, there was a bit of a squeeze, as Durant firmly held on to Zhou Mu, preventing him from leaving. Upon hearing he was to be interviewed, Zhou Mu instantly felt an urge to flee. It was a joke. In his past life, he belonged to that group of individuals who neither received awards nor delivered public speeches. Just stepping onto the stage made him incredibly anxious. "You expect me to attend a press conference that the whole world can witness? I would rather be killed. Social death would be preferable to actual death." However, with the team leader inviting him, he could not refuse. Resignedly, he remarked, "Kevin, you handle the speaking. I will just watch you." Without a moment's hesitation, Durant agreed and then exchanged a glance with Harden. The two of them dragged Zhou Mu toward the press conference. Hey, Kevin, slow down, you're too thin. You run like a twig, and you dare criticize me? Zhou, you're not exactly a heavyweight. The Nets press conference, Nash, Harden, Durant, and Zhou Mu squeezed around a table that was already too small. The staff had to bring in an additional table to extend the length, creating a bit more space that a reporter directed a question at Nash. Coach Nash, why did you decide to put Zhou Mu in during such a critical moment? This was a hot-button question, and all the journalists present perked up, fearful of missing a single word in this life-and-death moment. The player from the water fountain, although it was proven that Nash's decision was undeniably correct. The reasons behind it remain a mystery to this day. Nash picked up the microphone. To be honest, at first, I did not pay much attention to young Zhou, whether during games or in regular practice. Aside from team drills, I had hardly seen him. Perhaps that was why I had overlooked him. However, in the final moments of the first overtime, a casual glance upward caught my attention that I noticed this youth. His eyes were devoid of distraction. All I saw was a fervent desire for victory. You know, this world is eager to hear stories of youthful success. Perhaps I saw in him a reflection of my former self. Brimming with ambition, the IT felt as if destiny itself guided me. This may have been a gamble, but fortunately, I emerged as the ultimate victor. This response was not far from what the reporters had previously speculated. After all that talking, it amounted to little more than saying it was fate, as if to suggest that God himself commanded Zhou Mu to take the court. For in the West, no one dares defy the will of God. Another reporter then posed a question. Kevin, tonight you scored 48 points, 9 rebounds, and 8 assists, nearly achieving a triple-double in this Game 7. You could be considered a savior in your opinion. Did you play the role of the Messiah? This world where China's comprehensive strength is ranked first globally sees cultural exports as entirely normal. Indeed, for the sake of victory, I exerted every effort. However, basketball is a 5-on-5 game, not a solo endeavor against 5 opponents. I'm responsible for scoring, while the other 4 must take care of defense, rebounds, and so on. Moreover, when I'm not on the court or not in form, someone else must step up to score. Each individual is a crucial factor in our victory, and none can be omitted. Subsequently, the reporter directed a question to Harden. Meanwhile, Zhou Mu felt as though he were back in high school, fervently repeating in his mind, "You can't see me, you can't see me, you can't see me." Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, falling incessantly. Finally, it was his turn. Zhou, tonight you scored 8 points, your career high in a single game, and all were achieved during the tightly contested overtime. What factors contributed to your performance? Damn, what was meant to happen has indeed happened. Zhou Mu pondered carefully on how to respond. As the crowd noticed Zhou Mu's silence, Durant was about to step in to ease the tension. Zhou Mu suddenly recalled the typical rhetoric from the news broadcasts of his previous life. First and foremost, I must express my gratitude to the coach and my teammates for their unwavering trust in me. Without them, my current performance would not have been possible. Furthermore, it is essential to acknowledge the hard work that took place off the court, which laid a solid foundation for my fundamental skills. And then, there is nothing more to add. Observing Zhou Mu's hesitant replies, the reporters refrained from pressing further. Relying on his background in the humanities, Zhou Mu managed to navigate through the press conference. As for the Bucks, the entire team remained engulfed in the aftermath of their defeat. No1 was available for interviews, and ultimately, Coach Budenholzer offered a few remarks before hastily concluding the session. After bidding farewell to Durant and the others, Zhou Mu returned to his apartment. This was the very apartment he had purchased upon signing with the Nets. Modest in size, at 78 square meters. Its proximity to the arena made it convenient for training. The match had been exhausting, and everyone intended to return home for a well-deserved rest. However, just as Zhou Mu lay down, a notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have triumphed in the series against the Bucks. Task rewards are now being issued. 10 free attribute points have been granted. The experience points gained during the match are also being distributed. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mu felt a surge of energy. He was eager to discover how swiftly his attributes would improve. Opening the attribute panel, he was greeted with the following. Ding! Host. Zhou Mu age. 19 position. Shooting guard, small forward, 2-point shooting. 73-point shooting. 95 blocks. 100 steals. 64 dribbling, 55 stamina, 76 vertical leap, 97 offensive rebounds, 63 defensive rebounds, 68, 20 strength, 90 offensive awareness, 71, 11 defensive awareness, 91 speed, 81. Remaining attribute points, 10. System, I distinctly recall hitting 2 3-pointers during the match. Why is there such a vast difference in experience points and the number of rebounds? Ding, the higher the ability value, the more challenging it becomes to enhance it further. However, the greater the challenge, the more significant the benefits for the host. Therefore, please do not become complacent with the system. You must continue to strive for excellence and aim to reach the pinnacle of the NBA. Zhou Mu nodded that if the system were to elevate him to greatness effortlessly, it would strip away some of the enjoyment. What would be the point of competing if he were invincible? It would simply be a matter of overwhelming the competition. Yet, gazing at the 10 attribute points, he found himself in a quandary once more that it was neither too many nor too few. Clearly, allocating these points to abilities ranging from 80 to over 90 would yield the most advantageous results. However, he had always struggled with decision-making. Reluctantly, he turned to the system once again. System, where do you suggest I allocate these 10 points for the best outcome? Ding. It is recommended that the host invest them into stamina. Currently, your stamina is comparable to that of an average tall center, which is inadequate for a guard. During matches, stamina depletion can lead to declines in other attributes in other words, even if your abilities are high. Without sufficient stamina, you will not be able to perform effectively in the later stages of the game. Therefore, it is advisable for the host to enhance their stamina. After hearing this, Zhou Mu decisively allocated all 10 points to stamina. The system would not deceive him. Previously, he played limited minutes and had not truly felt the impact of stamina issues, anticipating that he would likely come off the bench in the upcoming Eastern Conference Finals. He recognized that a sudden fatigue could jeopardize this hard-earned opportunity. Following the allocation, Zhou Mu's stamina increased from 76 to 86, that although the system claimed this represented a qualitative improvement, Zhou Mu remained uncertain about the true value of an 86 stamina rating. System, how many quarters can I play with an 86 stamina? Ding, 2.5 quarters, to his astonishment. The system seemed to have a sense of humor. Infiltrating even the digital realm, he realized he needed to tread carefully to avoid leaving any incriminating evidence. Seriously, system, what are you doing? What are you referring to, host? This system is solely dedicated to your basketball career. It cannot provide medical assistance. That if you're unwell, I suggest you consult a doctor. Fine, forget I said anything. Zhou Mu calculated in his mind 2.5 quarters should suffice for his current needs, especially since Nash would not allow him to play for an extended period. After resolving matters with the system, Zhou Mu felt an exhilarating rush. Hitting the game winner in a decisive Game 7 was something he never imagined he could achieve in his previous life. That it was utterly surreal, something he dared not even dream of. Unable to sleep, Zhou Mu resorted to his budget smartphone. Known for its cost-effectiveness, he opened the social media app, flooded with content from the world of anime. Damn, my original self looks so handsome. Who knew he was such a reserved yet charming young man? Zhou Mu had a preference for mature women, and having intended to check NBA news, he instead clicked on the search function. To his surprise, the top trending story read, Zhou Mu's game winner against the Bucks propels the Nets to the Eastern Conference Finals. The second headline read, server crashes under heavy traffic. Technicians working relentlessly to repair. Zhou Mu couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of it all. He never anticipated that in this new life, he would achieve something that could crash a server. Given the aftermath of the Harden incident, all online platforms had undergone monumental upgrades, reflecting the magnitude of the excitement his game winner had generated. As he scrolled through more posts, Zhou Mu found the narratives increasingly outrageous. Game winner against the Bucks. The Nets' 3 superstars are here to support Zhou Mu. It seemed he had become the 4th superstar of the Nets. Who in the league could possibly stand against them now? Completing the final piece of the puzzle, the 4 superstars will dominate Atlanta. Discussions had already shifted to whether the Nets were contending for the championship. Nets for the championship, Zhou Mu for Finals MVP. Nets for the championship, Zhou Mu for Finals MVP. Zhou Mu had underestimated the imagination of online users. The 3 superstars supporting me. How can I admit to that? If Durant were to see this, we'd be debating for 3 days and nights. As for the finals MVP, if they were to win the championship, it would likely go to one of the three superstars. He was still just a rookie. Moreover, he had yet to reach a level that surpassed any of them. Zhou Mu's overall rating stood at 85, while Irving was at 90, Harden at 91, and Durant at 96. Despite the seemingly minor differences, the gap in their abilities was substantial. For now, he merely needed to play the role of a competent, a top-tier 3D player, occasionally delivering explosive dunks and thunderous blocks. Zhou Mu held modest expectations for himself, content with just that. After browsing through a few more videos, Zhou Mu decided it was time for sleep. He could hardly bear to continue. It felt as though the Chinese internet users were elevating him to mythical status. He was astonished by the plethora of praises he received. His three-point shooting is as accurate as Curry's, his blocks resemble LeBron's, and his defense echoes Leonard's prowess. His jump shot is a sight to behold. It seemed there was a semblance of truth in their exaggerations. Furthermore, he intended to commence training on his fundamentals the following day. His ambitions extended beyond merely being a 3D player. He aspired to be a true ball-dominating core. A superstar. Ultimately, he aimed to become a #1 player in the league. A night passed in silence. The next day, Zhou Mu beheld the legendary Brooklyn at 4 in the morning. That it was not that Zhou Mu woke up early. Rather, he had spent the entire night awake. The mere thought of personally escorting the Bucks home made the corners of his mouth involuntarily curl into a smile. Fortunately, Zhou Mu lived alone. Otherwise, one might think he had lost his sanity. Chuckling to himself in the dead of night. After a brief wash-up, Zhou Mu prepared to head out for breakfast. Having gone without sleep, his stomach began to protest with audible grumbles. He opened the garage and found himself lost in contemplation as he gazed at his small electric scooter. Sometimes he truly pondered what his original self was thinking. Even if one were a rookie unable to step on a court, one would still be a millionaire, wouldn't one? What was the meaning of riding a small scooter every day? With a turn of the key, he attempted to start it, only to find the horn malfunctioning. Damn it, he opted for a taxi instead. After a while of driving, he finally located a local restaurant. The driver, a fan of the Nets, expressed immense gratitude for Zhou Mu's bravery the previous day and adamantly refused to accept payment, leaving Zhou Mu no choice but to leave his autograph. Upon entering the restaurant, the enticing aroma of chicken soup enveloped him. But on a bright morning, savoring chicken soup would be nothing short of delightful. Zhou Mu chose a quiet corner to sit and ordered a breakfast portion that was equivalent to 2 regular servings. With a lack of appetite in the early hours, he decided to eat sparingly. While waiting for his meal, numerous patrons recognized Zhou Mu, approaching him for autographs and photographs. This was the influence of the playoffs. Particularly the thrilling Game 7, which had culminated in a historic last-second victory during overtime. His sudden rise to fame was undeniable, further amplified by Zhou Mu's striking good looks. He sighed, wiping away the lipstick marks on his face with a tissue. He had heard of the liberal attitudes in America, but hearing about it was far from the shock of actual experience. His understanding stemmed from a rather unique perspective. Before the chicken soup arrived, Zhou Mu had already signed for over a dozen female fans. As the saying goes, China's comprehensive strength is the best in the world. Almost every nation, big or small, has courses on Chinese culture, providing a glimpse into the country's subtlety and restraint. Yet, fortune favors the bold while the timid starve. Some female fans, seizing the moment when Zhou Mu was momentarily distracted, took the liberty to steal a kiss, leaving with flushed faces and buoyant steps. What could Zhou Mu say? He indulged his fans. After all, he had nothing to lose. However, while a young and beautiful admirer was welcome, he had no interest in the advances of a woman in her 50s. He was willing to sign for her, but a photo together was out of the question. Boys must always remember to protect themselves when they are out and about. After finishing breakfast, Zhou Mu set off toward the training facility. His plan for the day was to work on his dribbling skills, as his current dribbling rating stood at a mere 56, not even matching that of an NBA center, only slightly better than that of the CBA. This was unacceptable. Upon arriving at the gym, Zhou Mu noted that it was precisely 6 o'clock. The gym was deserted, with only the security guard dutifully watching the entrance. After greeting him, Zhou Mu entered. He looked down at the polished wooden floor and couldn't help but marvel at the wealth of the NBA. In his previous life, he mostly played basketball on concrete or rubber courts. Facilities like this were either exorbitantly expensive or reserved for the elite. Zhou Mu chuckled to himself, realizing that after a life of hardship, he was somewhat unaccustomed to this newfound luxury. Afterward, he inquired, "System, I have only signed the minimum rookie contract. How should I train my fundamentals?" Beep. Online tutorials will suffice. However, hosts should be wary of those selling online courses, the system replied. Zhou Mu thought he had expected the system to provide some profound training method. But this was all he received. Beep. Please do not question this system.it is dedicated to cultivating you into the world's greatest basketball player, and the methods taught are undoubtedly correct. Reluctantly, Zhou Mu retrieved his smartphone. What a coincidence. The first video was Kyrie Irving's dribbling training. To be honest, in his previous life, he had always wanted to try Irving's training methods, but lacked the opportunity. With the foundational skills he had from his past in the CBA, he couldn't hope to reach Irving's speed, but surely he could manage something slower. Without hesitation, Zhou Mu grabbed for basketballs. Placing 2 under his feet and holding 2 in his hands, he cautiously positioned his feet atop the balls, only to lose his balance. Bang! He landed on his backside. Ouch! Zhou Mu grimaced as he stood up, rubbing his rear. Just because he could visualize it didn't mean his hands and feet could execute it. On his second attempt, he barely managed to keep 1 foot steady before tumbling down again. By the 6th attempt, Zhou Mu was nursing a sore backside. Ever since he had completed that scorpion dunk, he believed his body coordination was not lacking. Now, however, it seemed he was merely relying on his natural talent. All his success had come from sheer leaping ability. This time, he resolved not to use the basketballs and focus solely on enhancing his balance. After an indeterminate number of attempts, Zhou Mu finally managed to stand steadily on the balls. Checking the time, he noted it was 8:30. With the system's assistance, he had grasped the fundamentals in 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours, truly, it was my lucky number. Zhou Mu, feeling a surge of confidence, picked up 2 basketballs beside him. This time he was ready to practice his dribbling. Standing atop the basketballs, his speed was noticeably improved compared to his initial attempts. At that moment, he noticed someone approaching from a distance. Concentrating on maintaining his balance, Zhou Mu did not catch a clear glimpse of the individual. Besides, it was nearly time for team practice. Who else could it be but his teammate? However, upon recognizing the figure, Zhou Mu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The person approaching was none other than his training target, Kyrie Irving. Damn it, performing ball-handling tricks in front of Irving was akin to showing off a sword before Guangdong. How utterly ridiculous, especially since he was still standing atop the basketballs, a training method unique to Irving himself. He had never seen anyone else practice this way. Zhou Mu was caught in a dilemma. He couldn't continue, yet he felt too awkward to step down. Summoning his courage, he greeted, "Hey, Kyrie, you're here early. How's your ankle?" Irving, intrigued by Zhou Mu's perseverance, noted his dedication, having experienced the difficulty of this training method firsthand. He recognized the effort required. Seeing Zhou Mu drenched in sweat suggested he had arrived early to train. However, Irving couldn't fathom why this Chinese player was sweating so profusely. The intensity of the workout didn't seem that extreme. Unbeknownst to Irving, Zhou Mu wished for nothing more than to disappear into a crack in the ground. Thankfully, no one else was present. Otherwise, he would have been the subject of ridicule that my ankle is nearly healed. Thanks to you, I should be ready to return for the Eastern Conference Finals. Then we can fight side by side, Irving replied, his voice warm and refined, breaking Zhou Mu's train of thought. Feeling a bit bashful, Zhou Mu was reminded that in his previous life, he had been a fan of Irving. The latter's dazzling style of play and steadfast character had captivated him. Meeting his idol was exhilarating, let alone receiving affirmation from him. This is also the result of our collective efforts. I merely added a touch of embellishment, Zhou Mu replied, appearing somewhat reserved. Irving observed Zhou Mu, whose demeanor contrasted starkly with his own, and felt a sense of appreciation for talent. He preferred straightforwardness. So he said directly, "Zhou, I'm quite familiar with this training method. I can guide you through your practice." Upon hearing the news, Zhou Mu was overwhelmed with excitement and immediately agreed. In a moment of distraction, he found himself on the ground. Zhou Mu diligently followed Kyrie Irving, absorbing the nuances of ball handling. Under Irving's one-on-one guidance, Zhou Mu felt he had gained invaluable insight. Standing on the court once more, he was now capable of dribbling with both hands. Although his speed still paled in comparison to Irving's, he remained unperturbed. He was still young, and time was on his side. Moreover, with the aid of the system, his training would progress at a pace far superior to that of the average player. Hey, Kyrie, thank you. With your assistance, the ball feels less foreign in my hands. It seems to begin responding to my control. Irving seized the basketball and aimed for the distant hoop, sinking a three-pointer with ease. No, Zhou. I merely pointed out some minor details. It is your extraordinary basketball intuition that enables you to swiftly grasp these training methods. Irving's praise was not exaggerated. Initially, he had thought Zhou Mu's fundamentals were lacking, akin to LeBron James's rigid style, which posed a challenge to refine. However, upon observing Zhou Mu's nearly flawless musculature, reminiscent of T-Mac in his prime, Irving realized the disparity in playing styles attributed to their differing weights. How could the lighter Zhou Mu possibly struggle with ball handling? Through practice, Irving discerned that Zhou Mu's issues stemmed from a lack of systematic training. As a teammate, Irving was eager to lend a hand. After all, Zhou Mu's improvement would enhance their chances of winning the championship. T10. All members of the Nets arrived at the court. Nash swiftly gathered everyone together. Gentlemen, first and foremost, congratulations on our victory over the Bucks in the decisive Game 7. This is a significant step towards the championship. Nash's words echoed. A wave of cheers erupted from the team. Once the excitement settled, Nash continued. In the next round, we face the Atlanta Hawks, who have also battled through a Game 7. We are on equal footing. There will be no opportunity for complacency. It will come down to sheer strength. But in terms of raw talent, how many in the league can rival us? Though Nash's statement may seem audacious, it was backed by confidence, with NBA legends like Durant, the exceptional playmaker Harden, and Irving, whose offensive prowess is nearly on par with Durant's. It was a formidable lineup. So, you must all continue to train diligently. Role players are indispensable in the game. This season is ours for the taking. I do not wish to wait, and neither should you. Let us seize that elusive championship this very season. The Nets formed a circle, chanting, 1, 2, 3, champions. Nash's words invigorated Zhou Mu and the others, igniting a fervent enthusiasm. Americans are not fond of lengthy, hollow speeches. Even when they do speak, their words are succinct yet impactful. Observing the determined training of his players, Nash envisioned the championship beckoning him. Having only assumed the role of head coach on September 3rd, 2020, winning a title in his inaugural year would undoubtedly add a remarkable chapter to his coaching career. He couldn't help but wonder why he was chosen over the more experienced Mike D'Antoni and Ime Udoka. But that was not for him to ponder. With three superstar players solidly established on the team, what was there to fear? However, he had another objective today, to evaluate the Chinese prodigy who was saving the team. Under the intense pressure, Zhou Mu exhibited a maturity and finesse beyond his years, both defensively and offensively. His repeated blocks and 2 three-pointers significantly altered the course of the game, if one had not witnessed it firsthand. It would be hard to believe such prowess could belong to a mere 19-year-old youth. No, maybe a white eye in China. A 19-year-old would typically be engrossed in preparations for college entrance examinations. Reflecting on that time, Nash felt a twinge of fear. He had been almost entranced, impervious to the advice of others or the jeers of fans. He was resolute, proclaiming, "Not even God could dissuade me," which resulted in Nash maintaining a cautious distance from Zhou Mu. Wary of falling under his spell again. Was this the legendary mysterious power from the East? Nash gazed at the perspiring youth in the distance, resolute in his decision to host an intra-team scrimmage to further assess Zhou Mu's capabilities. Zhou Mu had already integrated into the rotation, and his ability to defend and shoot threes was precisely what Nash valued. He did not wish to confine Zhou Mu to a mere rotational role. If Zhou Mu performed well in the intra-squad game and the subsequent series, he would be elevated to the starting lineup. The current starting five were either undersized or aging, with Griffin, who had suffered significant injuries, doing the heavy lifting. Harris, lacking in talent and energy, was too soft. During the playoffs, when it truly mattered, he often floated through the game, failing to score or defend effectively, if not Zhou Mu. Then who else would take the bench? The evident talent of Zhou Mu was a rare gem to any coach. Previously, due to technical shortcomings, Nash had hesitated to put Zhou Mu on the court, but now it was simply a matter of letting him develop alongside Durant and others before evaluating him further. He could easily replace Harris in a revamped starting lineup. Nash contemplated. He had been observing Zhou Mu for quite some time, but he noted that Zhou Mu's ball handling skills were rather poor, bordering on abysmal, with the ball often bouncing off his legs or backside, far beneath the standard expected of an NBA player. However, his shooting seemed to have improved significantly. Out of 50 to 60 attempts, he sank at least 43 pointers, a percentage that could rival Durant's in practice, albeit under no defensive pressure. Yet Nash understood that despite Zhou Mu's ability to hit crucial shots, there remained a considerable gap between him and the Nets' three superstars. One must never underestimate the power of time. It can alter everything. As the morning training concluded, Nash instructed everyone to warm up promptly as the afternoon session commenced. He was eager to witness Zhou Mu's current abilities. Soon, the warm-up ended, and Nash divided the teams. Harden was assigned to the substitutes, while Durant led the starters. The lineups were as follows. Starting lineup: Bruce Brown, Joe Harris, Kevin Durant, Jeff Green, Blake Griffin. Substitutes: James Harden, Landry Shamet, Zhou Mu, Nicholas Claxton, DeAndre Jordan. Nash initially intended to have a starting unit and a bench unit, but upon closer inspection, the substitutes, aside from Shamet, seemed devoid of offensive capabilities. Brown was still developing as a 3-and-D player and had even played center in previous games. Zhou Mu's inadequate ball handling skills, combined with the interior duo's limitations, made for a less appealing matchup. Only with Harden could the lineup achieve some semblance of balance, allowing Nash to observe how Zhou Mu would perform under Harden's influence. This presented a valuable opportunity for the two to develop chemistry. With the sound of the whistle signaling the start of the game, Jordan and Griffin jumped for possession at midcourt. Once the dynamic duo of the Lob City era, they had wandered among various teams since Chris Paul's departure, yet now reunited on the court. The youthful exuberance of days long past has faded away, leaving only an unwavering dedication and longing for the championship. All are dreamers who aspire to pluck stars from the heavens. Yet now, the pursuit of the ultimate title demands sacrifices. Point one is willing to collapse onto the court to save a ball, while another is prepared to remain on the bench, creating opportunities for others to shine. In Zhou Mu's eyes, the younger Jordan still has fuel in his tank. However, as the playoffs approach, he finds himself increasingly consigned to the bench, with Nash showing no inclination to unleash him. Even the grittiest tasks, such as rebounding and defending against Giannis, are well within the younger Jordan's capabilities. Surely, this is preferable to the constant wear on Durant. At times, Zhou Mu truly fails to comprehend Nash's decisions. He can only hope that the pick-and-roll collaboration between Harden and the younger Jordan will capture Nash's attention. The possession transitions to the younger Jordan, who deftly passes it to Zhou Mu, who then relays it to Harden before sprinting to position himself on the front line. As anticipated, on the first play, Harden signals for the younger Jordan to set a high pick. This was one of Harden's signature plays during his tenure with the Rockets. D'Antoni, observing from the sidelines, cannot help but feel a twinge of nostalgia, although the younger Jordan lacks independent scoring ability. The quality of his screens is beyond reproach. Harden utilizes the pick to evade Griffin's defense, charging toward the basket. Durant, matched up with Zhou Mu, attempt to step in to block Harden as a master of passing. Harden quickly discerns Durant's intentions and, without looking, delivers a pass to Zhou Mu. Zhou Mu is already poised to shoot as Durant relinquishes his defensive stance, trusting in Harden's vision. The three-point shot is executed flawlessly, finding its mark. Conversely, with the ball in his hands, Durant, facing Zhou Mu, unhesitatingly signals for isolation. The first play is set for a one-on-one. Generally, intra-squad scrimmages emphasize teamwork, but Durant seems intrigued by Zhou Mu. After all, no one has truly managed to contain him. Those taller lack his speed, and those faster lack his height. His delicate touch combined with incisive drives has rendered him nearly invincible in previous games. Zhou Mu, however, remains vigilant. Despite having elevated his defensive awareness to 91, he is up against the formidable Durant. With a deep breath, Zhou Mu assumes a defensive stance, bracing himself. Durant executes his signature double cross, and Zhou Mu stays glued to his every move, refraining from reaching for the ball, thus maintaining his position. Failing to shake Zhou Mu, Durant opts to lean in with his right hand, driving past. Zhou Mu spreads his arms wide. Should Durant attempt a shot, he may not block it, but he can certainly disrupt it. Unfortunately, his stealing prowess is not high. Noticing Zhou Mu's slightly slower speed, Durant creates half a step of separation before pulling up for a jumper. Zhou Mu leaps in response, attempting to contest the shot, but the ball glides past his fingertips, clanging off the rim. Zhou Mu successfully defends against this offensive attempt. The exchanges of offense and defense please Nash and the others on the sidelines. The possession shifts again. Harden calls for another pick and roll, but this time he faces the formidable Green. Unable to penetrate, Harden passes to Zhou Mu. Darn, I can't dribble. Aren't you putting me in a tough spot? Perhaps sensing Zhou Mu's dilemma, Shamet steps forward to offer support. Zhou Mu realizes that remaining stagnant will forever deny him shooting opportunities. Chances must be seized through initiative. He begins to frantically maneuver across the court. Shamet, dribbling, keenly observes the unfolding situation. Utilizing the younger Jordan's off-ball screen, Zhou Mu breaks free on the right corner as the ball arrives. He swiftly elevates for another three-pointer, 6-0. Next, Durant calls for the ball in the low post. His height and reach make him a terrifying presence in isolation. Zhou Mu, lighter in weight, initially struggles to hold his ground against Durant. With a smooth turn and fade, Durant effortlessly scores. He offers Zhou Mu a subtle smile, as if challenging him to bring forth his true prowess. When playing against the Bucks, one must be ruthless. Nevertheless, if expectations are set, Zhou Mu is determined to meet them. With Harden in possession, Zhou Mu proactively sets a screen. Though his weight is light, his strength is not to be underestimated. Harden accelerates toward the paint. Zhou Mu then retreats to the three-point line. Aware of Zhou Mu's hot hand, Harden passes once more. However, Brown, tasked with defending Zhou Mu, swiftly approaches to disrupt. Ignoring the looming defense, Zhou Mu unleashes a pull-up jumper reminiscent of McGrady style. In terms of height, wingspan, and vertical leap, Brown and Zhou Mu are worlds apart. Leaving Brown to merely watch in awe, swish. 9-2 at this time, Durant opts not to isolate but instead engages in a pick and roll, distributing to Harris, who confidently sinks a three-pointer. Harden, feeling the itch, attempts to step back but misses. Griffin secures the rebound and dishes it to Durant, who quickly transitions to an offensive counter. However, he fails to notice the lurking Zhou Mu. Although Zhou Mu's stealing ability is subpar, he is not incapable of snatching a ball that is within reach. Just as Green begins to call out a warning, Zhou Mu intercepts the ball from behind. Durant, bewildered, glances at his own hands before turning to Zhou Mu, who cheekily sticks out his tongue. Durant is tempted to laugh, but the sting of defeat fuels his determination. Shamet drives into the paint, but is thwarted by Griffin's defense. Durant signals for isolation once more, intent on avenging his earlier turnover. The others reluctantly position themselves along the baseline, clearly aware that Durant has taken a keen interest in this Chinese rookie. Meanwhile, Nash furrows his brow from the sidelines. Training scrimmages are intended to foster team cohesion, not showcase individual stars' isolation play. If Durant is itching to compete, he can wait for the session to conclude for a one-on-one showdown. However, as the team's star player, Nash refrains from overstepping. He is also eager to observe Zhou Mu's individual defensive capabilities, as Durant is undoubtedly the best litmus test. Should other teams catch wind of this, envy would surely ensue. With no alternative, Durant executes a between-the-legs dribble, followed by a swift change of direction. Zhou Mu chooses to defend Durant's right hand, creating space on his left. He believes that with his innate talent, he can contest Durant's layup. Youthful and unseasoned, Durant, without hesitation, drives into the lane for a reverse layup. Smack. Zhou Mu swats the ball hard against the backboard, which ricochets into Harden's hands. Harden swiftly orchestrates a counterattack, culminating in an alley-oop dunk from the younger Jordan. Beep. 11 to 5.5 minutes have elapsed. Nash calls for a timeout. Zhou Mu's defensive prowess has been tested, and now it is time to assess his awareness in help defense and other aspects. Nash also needs to soothe Durant's competitive spirit. After all, this is merely a practice game. The others are waiting for their chances to shine. Durant, you need to take a step back. That if you're really itching to play, save it for after training, when you can face off one-on-one intra-squad scrimmages aimed to develop teamwork. You must leverage your influence to create opportunities for your teammates. which will also alleviate your burdens during actual games. Upon hearing this, Durant nodded, indicating his understanding. As the elder statesman of the team, he naturally grasped Nash's intentions. However, Zhou Mu's previous actions had undeniably ignited his competitive spirit, or perhaps even stirred a sense of anger within him. Zhou Mu appeared youthful, yet when it came to playing, he exhibited a shrewdness that surpassed Durant's 14 years of experience in the league. Over the years, few had managed to outsmart him consistently, and Zhou Mu was one of those rare exceptions. This was also the reason behind his frequent requests for isolation plays. Noticing Durant's emotions gradually settling, Nash continued, "Kevin, moving forward, you should learn from Harden and engage more in pick and rolls to create opportunities for your teammates. Alternatively, allow others to handle the ball. In any case, you must provide them with chances to shine." Durant concurred. Nash intended to play for another 5 minutes, focusing on whether Zhou Mu could sustain his earlier performance. Beep. The starting five initiated their offense. Durant utilized Griffin's screen to create a mismatch. However, he refrained from isolating and instead surveyed the court. Harris jogged over, signaling for the ball. Among all players, the one under the most pressure due to Zhou Mu's recent performances was undoubtedly him. With a more accurate shooting touch and superior defense, Harris felt his starting position was under threat, compelling him to assert himself. The NBA is merciless. If you excel, you play. If not, you sit quietly. No1 will extend sympathy. Skill is the most potent form of communication. Harris maneuvered past Shamit's defense, leaving Zhou Mu to contend with both him and Griffin beneath the basket, as Zhao C and DeAndre Jordan were drawn to the three-point line by Durant and Jeff Green. Respectively, both posed a three-point threat, forcing Zhou Mu to defend against Harris and Griffin simultaneously. Griffin firmly positioned himself to deny Zhou Mu any chance at blocking, rather than engage in a contest with the veteran. Zhou Mu leaped directly over him, prompting Griffin to feel a push from behind. Turning back, he was astonished to see Zhou Mu soaring. His head surpassed the height of the rim, and with a powerful right-handed swat, he sent the basketball flying out of bounds. This moment lifted the atmosphere significantly that Durant's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Oh my God, is this the legendary talent? Irving's mouth hung open as if it could fit a duck egg. I've seen plenty of dunks over defenders, but this is my first time witnessing a block like that. How high did he jump? 1 meter? Or perhaps even more. I can't fathom that this feat was accomplished by a Chinese player. Aren't Chinese people supposed to be inherently weaker? Harden approached Zhou Mu, examining him like a curious child. After a prolonged gaze, he simply uttered, "Freak." Amidst the shock, Nash reminded everyone to continue the game. This time, Harris refrained from requesting the ball, still reeling from the earlier block. As a white guard, his technical skills were fundamental to his standing in the NBA. While he had encountered gifted players, he had never seen someone so extraordinary. Brown sped past Harden to complete a layup. 11-7. Turning back, he saw Durant passing, and Harden also entrusted the ball to Zhou Mu. From the sidelines, Irving shook his head slightly. He was acutely aware of Zhou Mu's ball-handling capabilities, which resembled the Chinese national team he had faced a few years prior. His defense could be categorized as mid to lower tier in the NBA. Even so, those Chinese players couldn't even dribble under his pressure. As Irving had anticipated, Zhou Mu merely stood still, repeatedly dribbling without attempting to drive or shoot. Shamet, receiving Zhou Mu's pass, attempted a mid-range jumper that failed to find the mark. Durant secured the rebound and passed it to Harris for a successful layup. 11-9. The score was tightening. Nash felt a twinge of disappointment. As a top-tier guard, he could easily discern Zhou Mu's ball-handling deficiencies. He was hesitant and timid with the ball. Certainly, part of this stemmed from Zhou Mu's lack of skill. But another part was his absence of experience as a primary scorer. Nash had hoped to cultivate another Durant, but found himself faced with a Thompson instead. However, upon reflection, he realized he was being overly ambitious. Zhou Mu had transformed from merely being a shooter to exhibiting a beautifully refined shot, a process only he understood the sweat and effort behind. Yet, as the head coach, he still felt somewhat dissatisfied, wishing for Zhou Mu to solidify his fundamentals as well. Wasn't he that asking too much? Moreover, he had no shortage of scores at his disposal. If Zhou Mu could simply make a few baskets and sweat a couple of shots, that would suffice for a blissful existence. His style of play and physical attributes aligned perfectly with the trio's dynamics. Nash glanced at Irving before shifting his attention back to the court. He could hardly fathom the impending return of Irving. Who among the Hawks or Western teams would dare to withstand his nets? "Hey, coach, what's wrong?" Irving inquired, his small eyes wide with curiosity. "Huh." Nash then realized he had been drooling. Quickly wiping his mouth, he asked, "Is something the matter, Kyrie?" Irving pointed toward the resting players. "Huh. Let's allow the players to practice freely from here on out. I have nothing else at the moment." Upon hearing this, Irving turned away and headed toward Durant, that he perceived that this head coach was becoming increasingly unreliable. While he may not have been meticulous with tactics in the past, he had at least shown diligence in training, promptly addressing any rookie issues. Now, he seemed oblivious to the practice match and appeared lost in thought, even drooling on the floor, that he needed to share this situation with Durant and Harden. Since his injury, the Nets had exposed numerous issues. Zhou Mu's arrival hadn't exacerbated these problems. Rather, his remarkable talent had merely concealed them. However, this was a ticking time bomb that required early preparation to prevent the Nets from crumbling under what seemed like insignificant issues. If that were to occur, he would regret it for a lifetime. "Hey, Zhou, how can you jump so high?" Durant asked, gesturing with his hand to indicate his height. "Honestly, I don't know that I was born this way. I might need to ask my parents for an answer, Kevin." Zhou Mu replied with a smile. "Isn't it just talent? Who doesn't have it? Apart from you and LeBron, I really don't regard anyone else in the league." Durant's words carried significant weight, indirectly conveying to Zhou Mu that, relying on his talent, his future achievements would undoubtedly be remarkable. Perhaps he could even stand alongside Durant or LeBron. Unbeknownst to Durant, this was the highest form of affirmation he could offer Zhou Mu, with only Zhou Mu receiving such praise across the league. Fortunately, this was a closed training session. Had reporters been present, it would have undoubtedly become sensational news the following day. The headline would likely read, "Shocking. Durant's endorsement. Will Zhou Mu surpass LeBron in the future? Farewell, Kevin, Kyrie, LeBron." After the conclusion of the training, Zhou Mu bid farewell to the three individuals. Earlier, Irving had informed them about Nash's situation, to which they all expressed their strong agreement. Particularly regarding Nash's tactics, Zhou Mu, who had only recently joined the rotation, possessed limited understanding of Nash's playing style that, in contrast, Durant, Irving, and Harden had been significantly impacted by it. Zhou Mu initially assumed that Nash's lack of strategy during critical moments stemmed from inexperience. But it turned out that there was indeed a genuine absence of tactics, relying solely on the trio's performances. After all, any team would consider these three as cornerstone players: Durant at the twilight of his prime, Harden at the height of his prowess, and Irving, gradually approaching his peak, led to Nash clinging to Durant after the downfall of two of the trio. There was no analytical response to the changing dynamics on the court, nor any targeted adjustments to the opposing coach's substitutions. The players who should have been sidelined were instead overused, while those who ought to have been utilized were neglected. Zhou Mu could confidently assert that, had it not been for the system's intervention, he would never have even made it to the bench, let alone the starting lineup. That it seemed that Harden's eventual departure would be closely linked to Nash's coaching decisions. Zhou Mu sighed softly, reassured that his presence in this life would inevitably alter many circumstances. As he lifted his gaze, the summer dusk settled in, with the sun dipping below the horizon, casting gentle golden rays that were no longer blinding, but rather soft and enchanting. Zhou Mu inhaled the fresh air of nature, feeling an unparalleled sense of clarity. Summer, sunset, basketball, a feeling he had not experienced since graduating middle school in his previous life. The pressures of academia and his own injuries had kept him away from basketball since his senior year of high school. By the time he reached university, he had transformed from the athletic heartthrob into a reclusive individual glued to his phone. The torment of injuries and the seamless transition of girlfriends led to a period of profound despondency before his rebirth. Fortunately, fate had not forsaken him, granting him an opportunity to live anew. Now, he stood as a handsome figure at 2 meters tall, on the verge of securing a starting position, with a lucrative salary of $1 million annually. Truly, he had become a quintessential affluent and handsome gentleman. As for relationships, he decided to enjoy a few years of freedom, contemplating genuine connections later. Upon returning home, Zhou Mu's first impulse was to assess the effectiveness of his training. System: open the attribute panel. Host: Zhou Mu. Age: 19. 2-point shooting: 70, 63, three-point shooting, 95, 21, blocking, 100 stealing, 64, 93, dribbling, 57, 82, stamina, 86, 12, jumping, 97 offensive rebounds, 63, 3 defensive rebounds, 69, 35 strength, 90, 42 offensive awareness, 72, 74 defensive awareness, 91, 85 speed, 82, 94. Zhou Mu beamed at the sight of all the increasing experience values. Without a doubt, the most significant improvement was in his dribbling, which had risen by 2 points due to his rigorous training that day. System, who possesses the highest dribbling attribute in the league. Kyrie Irving, 99.0. So, I only lack 42 points compared to him. A T1T take too long before I can possess such dribbling skills. Ding host, do not rejoice too early. Both practical experience and training are indispensable. While this system allows you to take certain shortcuts in training, experience and understanding must be explored and experienced by the host. Do not assume that possessing the system makes you invincible. Even if your fundamentals are solid, if you lack the courage to dribble on the court, it is as if you have not practiced at all. The system's words served as a timely reminder for the somewhat arrogant Zhou Mu. He could not help but feel the stark contrast. Just yesterday, he was an ordinary university student, while today he felt akin to a protagonist from the novels he often read in his previous life, a figure destined to reach the pinnacle of success. All right, system, I understand. Recognizing one's errors necessitates immediate correction. Zhou Mu revisited his attributes and noticed that only his jumping attribute remained unchanged. System, why hasn't my jumping attribute increased in experience points? Ding, the host's current jumping ability is already on par with the league's most athletic players. Continue improving. You must await the system to issue tasks that will reward you with attribute points. So what is the next task? Ding, win the series against the Hawks and the Nets. Understood, I will ensure the task is completed. After addressing matters with the system, Zhou Mu pulled out his smartphone. Old habits from his previous life lingered, and he found himself scrolling through videos before bed. This time, the content appeared significantly more normal, predominantly focusing on the Eastern Conference Finals between the Nets and the Hawks. The trio of superstars from the Nets already boasted a substantial following in China. Coupled with the Chinese owner and the athlete Zhou Mu, their popularity dwarfed that of other teams. Any suggestion that a championship would not go to the Nets would surely incite a fierce backlash from the legion of fans wielding their keyboards. In his previous life, Zhou Mu had an affinity for watching short video creators predict matches. Despite their well-articulated analyses before the games, the actual outcomes were often riddled with inaccuracies. The first video he stumbled upon was one he frequently viewed in his past life. Not for any particular reason, but simply for amusement, that a preview of the Eastern Conference Finals had arrived. Nets versus Hawks. Both teams excelled in offensive play. The Nets needed no introduction, with the combination of Harden, Irving, and Durant proving formidable in matches. Now, with the addition of defensive stalwart Zhou, and based on the semifinals, it appeared that Zhou's shooting was not as woeful as the internet had claimed. Indeed, since Zhou Mu's game-winning shot against the Bucks, all previous disparaging comments about him have been dismissed as mere rumors, malicious fabrications by detractors. Even professional media accounts had contributed to this narrative. But when they provided video evidence, fans and netizens unanimously deemed it manipulated. One comment in the video section stood out in Zhou Mu's memory. You claim your editing skills are so proficient that as a decade-long basketball fan, I can't spot any flaws. Why not edit your own face while you're at it? You look like a frog, and it's quite off-putting. Ironically, that account was named Prince Frog, which subsequently transformed into Princess Frog after the incident. It was a testament to the rich imagination of the Chinese populace. Zhou Mu found himself curious about what nickname fans would bestow upon him, but he quickly shook his head. Such concerns were irrelevant. As long as it wasn't derogatory, he would be content. He continued to click on pause videos. Zhou's shooting also posed a considerable threat while alleviating some defensive pressure from Durant, thereby enhancing the Nets' offensive prowess. However, he surmised that Zhou would likely come off the bench, as even with a game-winning shot, there remained many issues to address before being promoted to the starting lineup, especially under Nash's coaching. Yet, he believed that a spot in the rotation was feasible. His performance in overtime had already proven his worth, particularly with Irving still sidelined, necessitating someone to fill the void. If Zhou could seize this rare opportunity, he could undoubtedly take a significant step forward. There was no denying that talent played a crucial role for the Hawks, while their starting lineup might not rival that of the Nets. Their depth was formidable. Zhou Mu recalled Durant mentioning that the Hawks could effectively field two complete starting lineups. The primary challenge facing the Nets would be stamina. The Hawks could exploit their rotations to wear down Durant and Harden. This scenario also tested the Nets' role players. Once Irving returned, Zhou Mu believed the series would be secure. He predicted the Nets would eliminate the Hawks with a score of 4-2, while he was merely watching for enjoyment. Zhou Mu found himself agreeing with this assessment. The Nets' rotation was indeed a pressing concern, and their interior presence appeared relatively weak. However, compared to their star players, even the most significant issues paled in comparison. On June 24, 2021, the Eastern Conference Finals commenced as scheduled. Since LeBron James transitioned to the Lakers in 2018, the disparity between the Western and Eastern Conferences has become increasingly pronounced, coupled with the fact that a majority of the league's stars reside in the West. The attention garnered by Western teams consistently surpasses that of their Eastern counterparts. However, this year is markedly different. The Brooklyn Nets boast a substantial fan base, both in the United States and China. Not only have ticket prices for the Eastern Conference Finals skyrocketed, but viewership has also attained unprecedented heights, eclipsing even that of the Western Conference's Clippers. Upon learning of this, Adam Silver couldn't contain his delight. The Chinese market is undeniably alluring, prompting him to closely observe this Chinese player. Meanwhile, Zhou Mu and his team had already arrived at the Barclays Center for warm-ups. The Nets currently hold the second position in the Eastern Conference, thus enjoying home court advantage. After 3 days of rigorous training, Zhou Mu had made notable improvements in various aspects. His mid-range shooting had increased by 2 points, his dribbling skills had reached a passing mark, and his stamina had also seen a slight uptick. In these 3 days, Zhou Mu endeavored to enhance his capabilities in preparation for the Eastern Conference Finals. With a swift motion, Zhou Mu sank a three-pointer from the corner. Flicking his wrist in satisfaction, his shooting touch remained sharp. "Hey, Zhou, shall we have a little competition?" Durant inquired, clutching the ball beside him. Ever since Zhou Mu's game-winning shot against the Bucks, Durant had taken a keen interest in this Chinese prodigy. He noted that Zhou Mu's demeanor seemed somewhat introverted, as he was not particularly chatty. Durant hoped that Zhou Mu would acclimate to the team more swiftly, allowing him to perform at his best on the court. "Sure thing, Kevin. How shall we compete?" Zhou Mu replied, unable to refuse the invitation from the team leader, especially feeling a bit bored with the shooting practice that let's shoot three-pointers, 10 shots each, and the loser pays the winner too. 0-0-0. With that, Durant took the first shot, the ball swishing cleanly through the net. Zhou Mu's three-point shooting ability was now on par with Durant's. The competition hinged on their current form. By sheer coincidence, Zhou Mu was on fire today. Durant initially assumed that Zhou Mu had merely developed a decent shot, but he soon found himself astonished. He realized he had underestimated this Chinese talent once again. In the end, Zhou Mu made 9 out of 10 shots, narrowly defeating Durant by 1 basket, though Durant's performance was commendable as well. "Zhou, I didn't expect your three-point shooting to be this precise." Durant exclaimed, "It's just luck. It shows I haven't been slacking off these past few days. I've been training hard," Zhou Mu responded with a grin. Just then, a sudden exclamation in Chinese interrupted their conversation. Turning around, Zhou Mu saw a tall, beautiful woman accompanied by 2 elderly gentlemen, with a camera trailing behind them. Zhou Mu recognized them from frequently watching short videos. The woman appeared to be named Shui, a devoted fan of Durant. As for the 2 older gentlemen, Zhou Mu was well acquainted with Wang Meng and Yang. Being in a foreign land, Zhou Mu had not heard the Chinese language in a long time, and it felt refreshingly familiar. "Hello," Zhou Mu greeted in Chinese. "We are commentators from Tencent Sports. May we ask you a few questions?" "Of course," Zhou Mu replied, while he still felt somewhat unaccustomed to such interactions. He knew that such opportunities would only increase in the future, and early practice would be beneficial, especially as it was with a familiar media outlet. After the interview concluded, Zhou Mu intended to return to his warm-up routine as the game was about to commence. However, the tall woman called out to him, "Is there anything else?" She produced a Brooklyn Nets jersey belonging to Durant. Could you please get his autograph for me? She gazed at Zhou Mu with her large, captivating eyes. Sure, Zhou Mu thought she was asking for his autograph, only to realize she was requesting Durant's. Feeling a bit disappointed, as he preferred the company of his own kind, Zhou Mu returned to Durant's side. Kevin, could you sign this for a beautiful lady? Zhou Mu remarked, pointing out the woman. Durant merely glanced at her before signing the jersey and handing it back to Zhou Mu. A gut feeling told Zhou Mu that her bathwater wouldn't be appealing. So he quipped, "So you enjoy bathwater, huh? If I had known, I would have saved mine for you." As the Eastern Conference Finals approached, it was not just Chinese commentators in attendance. Shaquille O'Neal and Charles Barkley, regulars in NBA commentary, were also present. Shaq, what is your take on this suddenly emerging Chinese player? How do you think he compares to Yao Ming? Honestly, prior to the Game 7, I had no idea the Nets had such a player. However, after reviewing his physical metrics, I believe his future achievements will be significant. As for comparing him to Yao, we will need to observe a few more games before reaching a conclusion. Barkley concurred, noting that Zhou Mu's vertical leap was impressive, that if only his lateral speed were a bit quicker, his defense would be even more formidable than on the Nets bench. Nash deliberated and ultimately decided to keep Harris as a starter, granting him another opportunity. Zhou Mu had only participated in one game, and he surely had some shortcomings compared to Harris. However, if Harris continued to perform poorly as he had in the previous series, Nash could make adjustments later. Zhou Mu bore no grievances regarding the decision as the starting lineups were announced. Nets, James Harden, Bruce Brown, Joe Harris, Kevin Durant, Blake Griffin. Hawks, Trae Young, Bogdan Bogdanović, Hunter, Collins, Capella. Nash opted for a smaller lineup, which meant Griffin would bear the brunt of the workload once again. With the sound of the whistle, the first game of the Eastern Conference Finals officially began. Capella won the jump ball. Mayer Young, using a screen at the arc, launched a three-pointer that found its mark. Zhou Mu immediately sensed trouble. In his previous life, he had closely followed the Bucks' journey, particularly the Eastern Conference games that he recalled that in the first game. Trae Young had scored a staggering 48 points, leading his team to victory. From the first shot, it appeared that Young's shooting touch was exceptionally good, while it was manageable for Harden to guard a heavy-hitting player like Giannis. Young was a nimble player, making him a challenging opponent, as expected. Despite the firepower provided by Durant and Harden, the Nets found themselves trailing as Young's explosive performance and the issues with rebounding began to widen the score gap. Approximately 8 minutes into the first quarter, the score stood at 17-10, with the Nets trailing by 7 points. Of those 10 points, 6 had been scored by Durant. Furthermore, Durant was also engaged in battling Collins for rebounds in the paint. Harden was struggling with his shot, having made only 1 out of 3 attempts. Unable to bear it any longer, Nash called for a timeout. The score was widening, and he needed to make adjustments. Nash decided to substitute Zhou Mu for Harris, who had yet to make an impact, going 0 for 2 with a turnover. Bringing Zhou Mu in would allow him to showcase his talents and grab a few rebounds, as the Nets have been conceding far too many offensive boards. "Hey Zhou, get ready to go in," Nash instructed. The Nets were facing significant issues in the paint, having allowed 4 offensive rebounds in just 8 minutes, 3 of which had resulted in points. This accounted for the 6-point deficit. Moreover, Young's performance was noteworthy. He had made 4 out of 5 shots, efficiently scoring 10 points. In the broadcast booth, Wang Meng analyzed the data comparison between the two teams, noting that Nash had yet to put Zhou Mu on the court. I believe that with Xiao Zhou's exceptional talent, he could alleviate the rebounding issues faced by the Nets. Furthermore, Harris has been underperforming in this game, and it may be time to substitute him for Xiao Zhou. Following Nash's timeout, adjustments are undoubtedly anticipated. I wonder if he will grant Xiao Zhou an opportunity. Young remains hesitant, fully aware that a player's reputation cannot be altered overnight. Point 1 can only hope that Nash makes the right decision. Otherwise, starting off with a loss at home would carry significant repercussions. Beep. Upon returning from the timeout, both teams have made adjustments. The Nets have brought in Zhou Mu, while the Hawks have replaced Bogdanović with Herter and Collins with Gallinari. Zhou Mu cannot help but admire the depth of the Hawks bench. Let us not forget, they also have the formidable sixth man Lou Williams and the crafty Reddish waiting off the bench. In contrast, his own side appears somewhat lacking as the Nets initiate their offense. Zhou Mu approaches the frontcourt, requesting to play the power forward position. This would ease some of Durant's burden. Gallinari's slower movement makes it difficult for him to keep pace with Zhou Mu. Utilizing off-ball screens, Zhou Mu positions himself beyond the three-point line, receiving the ball seamlessly. Capella attempts to contest, but falls short. Swish! The three-pointer finds nothing but net, with the commentary echoing throughout Barclays Center. Turning back, the mayor isolates Harden, driving into the paint for a successful floater. Trae Young continues to showcase his scorching form. Durant, with the ball in hand, faces off against Hunter. After a series of crossovers, he creates space for a jump shot. Clang! Unfortunately, it rattles off the rim. Underneath, Capella and Gallinari have already established their positions, awaiting the rebound. Suddenly, a figure clad in black springs into the air, soaring to snatch the rebound from above Gallinari's head. He swiftly darts to the right corner and launches another three. Gallinari's slow recovery proves ineffective as Herter's help defense fails to disrupt the shot. Swish! Zhou Mu gestures for a three-point celebration. Exhilarated as he rushes back on defense. Having just drained 2 consecutive shots, Gallinari begins to feel the pressure. The Italian marksman, known for his shooting prowess, cannot allow a rookie to outshine him. He resorts to a series of shot fakes and triple threat moves. However, these tactics seem painfully slow against Zhou Mu's defensive awareness. Zhou Mu merely extends his long arms. Gallinari's snail-like speed renders any breakthrough attempts futile. Observing Zhou Mu's unyielding defense, Gallinari opts for a direct three-point attempt. His lack of vertical leap allows Zhou Mu ample opportunity to interfere. The sound of iron reverberates as Durant secures the rebound. Spotting Zhou Mu sprinting down the court, he delivers a long pass that lands perfectly in Zhou Mu's hands. Zhou Mu fakes to draw Hunter's defense, charging toward the basket. This moment, the Hawks' interior defense consists solely of the mayor. Zhou Mu has no intention of taking a two-point shot. Firstly, he doubts his success. And secondly, it wouldn't boost morale. Instead, he takes 2 giant steps forward and executes a thunderous dunk in the mayor's direction. Seeing Zhou Mu's towering stature, the mayor wisely retreats. Nonetheless, this dunk ignites the crowd. Oh, what did I just witness? A windmill dunk. Following his previous scorpion tail move, Zhou Mu showcases yet another acrobatic dunk in this match. Meanwhile, the Nets bench erupts in jubilation, with DeAndre Jordan enthusiastically waving his towel and dancing in place. Beep! Simultaneously, the Hawks call for a timeout. With the score now at 18-19, Zhou Mu has managed to close the gap to a single point in just a brief 2-minute span. It is evident that the Hawks had thoroughly analyzed the Nets' gameplay prior to the match and had some understanding of Zhou Mu. However, their knowledge was limited to a meager 6 minutes of playtime across 2 overtime periods. Zhou Mu left them with the impression of being an exceptional leaper with a hint of shooting ability. Despite having made a game-winning shot, many Americans still perceive it as luck rather than skill, leading to a lack of serious attention towards Zhou Mu. They merely cautioned to prevent him from shooting from beyond the arc. Only after Zhou Mu consistently outmaneuvered Gallinari did the Hawks realize the depth of the issue. With Durant drawing defenders, Zhou Mu's shooting opportunities became alarmingly easy. Thus, they must intensify their defensive efforts against him. This is a necessary strategy for the Hawks, as they cannot allow Gallinari to continue defending him. On the other side, Zhou Mu returns to high fives from his teammates, with Nash and Irving also taking note. Well done, Zhou. I knew I could count on you. Durant pats Zhou Mu on the head. Zhou Mu, feeling a bit indignant, instinctively reaches to return the gesture, but upon noticing Durant's receding hairline, he thinks better of it. Children should not engage with adults on such matters. I in the broadcasting studio. The commentator exclaims, "See, I told you about Xiao Zhou." The impact is immediate. 2 3-pointers and a windmill dunk have forced the Hawks to call timeout. Wang Meng beams with pride. Zhou Mu's shooting undoubtedly serves as a vital tool for the Nets' scoring efforts. Moreover, since his appearance, both rebounding and defense have undergone a significant transformation. Successfully defending Gallinari and executing a behind-the-back rebound has effectively erased a 5-point deficit. The combination of Durant and Zhou Mu from beyond the arc poses a formidable challenge for the Hawks' defense. If the Nets can maintain this momentum, I believe they have a considerable chance of clinching Game 1. Oh dear, Yang Yi's jinxing the Nets' chances in Game 1, remarks a commentator. Yang Yi articulates his thoughts logically, with impressive eloquence and clear-headedness. However, his understanding of basketball leaves much to be desired. Initially, I felt elated to see Zhou Mu narrow the gap to a single point, but his words instilled a sense of dread. Yang Yi's predictions have a peculiar knack for avoiding the correct outcome, leaving fans with lingering memories. Some mock him, while others genuinely worry about his supposed insights. As the timeout concludes, both teams make further roster adjustments. The Nets substitute Harden for Shamet, Griffin for Jeff Green, and the Hawks replace the Mayor with Lou Williams, Capella with Okongwu, and Hunter with Reddish. Okongwu, a rookie selected by the Hawks in 2020, possesses an impressive physique, remarkable jumping ability, comprehensive defensive skills, and a modicum of shooting touch that in a previous life, Zhou Mu had watched a video about Okongwu, who had already solidified his position as a sixth man, starting in over 20 games in a single season. Even now, in his rookie phase, Green may find it challenging to exploit any weaknesses in him. On the other side, Durant observed Zhou Mu, noting that Nash has opted to keep him on the court. Nevertheless, he has devised a potential strategy that he wishes to try. "Hey Zhou, let's run a pick and roll together." Zhou Mu nods in agreement. The threat posed by their pick and roll combination is indeed substantial, as he is capable of shooting from beyond the arc or rolling to the basket for an alley-oop dunk. As long as they avoid one-on-one isolation plays, they should be fine. The Hawks, now entirely composed of bench players, face off against the Nets team with only Durant remaining on the court. The Hawks initiate their offense, with Lou Williams isolating Shamet and easily stopping for a mid-range jumper to secure 2 points. One cannot help but acknowledge that Lou Williams, in this moment, remains the same player who once orchestrated a remarkable 30-point comeback in the playoffs. In a previous life, after Trae Young's injury, he stepped up to lead the team to victory against the Bucks. It is safe to say that Lou Williams serves as the second offensive initiator alongside the Mayor. As the Nets inbound the ball, Zhou Mu steps forward to set a screen. The defender assigned to Zhou Mu is now Reddish. Okongwu faced off against Durant, confronted with the specter of death. The Hawks coach was at his wits' end, short and unable to defend, tall, yet still ineffective. Deploying younger players, he could rely on their vigor to gradually wear down Durant. "You strike offensively, and I shall do the same. While Durant plays a full 48 minutes, my 10-man rotation will surely exhaust you." Down the first play, Zhou Mu opted to pass to the perimeter for a shot. Unfortunately, this attempt from beyond the arc did not find its mark. Gallinari secured the rebound. This marked Zhou Mu's first missed three-pointer in a game. Excluding regular season play, Zhou Mu had maintained a perfect three-point shooting record of 4 for 4. Teacher Wang seemed a bit anxious. Zhou Mu's current three-point shooting prowess was evident that he could not yet be compared to the three stars on his team, but I believe Zhou Mu could easily maintain a position within the upper echelon of the league. Those players hovered around 40, and it was natural for Zhou Mu to miss a few. Who can shoot perfectly all the time? Such players exist only in novels. He speculated that Wang Meng, having witnessed the men's basketball team's debacle in 2019, was eager to glimpse the future of the national team. As a Chinese fan, who wouldn't he want that? Jillian's Achilles injury left the team in disarray. Now, Zhou Mu's emergence could potentially uplift the men's basketball team during this low point. The expectations placed upon him, naturally, were quite high. The Hawks' subsequent offensive possession also failed to yield points. Zhou Mu grabbed the rebound. With just 21 seconds remaining in the first quarter, Durant meticulously drained the clock down to 10 seconds. Faced with Okongwu, he opted for a one-on-one play, executing a series of crossovers before hitting a contested jumper at the buzzer. The score stood at 19-20, with the Nets trailing by a single point at the end of the first quarter. Aside from the star players, the shooting percentages of other players from both teams were dismally low. Such a low score was a rarity in recent years that, as the second quarter commenced, Durant finally took a breather, leaving Harden to orchestrate the offense. Perhaps Nash was reluctant to overexert Durant, fearing injury would leave him without a card to play. The Nets employed a three-guard lineup featuring Harden, Shamet, and Brown, alongside Green and Zhou Mu. Zhou Mu's performance in the first quarter had successfully won Nash's favor, ensuring his continued presence on the court. In response, the Hawks planned to utilize a twin tower strategy to punish Nash, substituting in Capella and Collins, while the other three players remained unchanged. Surprisingly, Zhou Mu was positioned at center. There was no choice. His jumping ability warranted it. Surely, even old Green could not out-rebound him. Zhou Mu battled fiercely for position against Capella beneath the basket, internally cursing Nash. Damn it, Nash, did you send Jordan to steal your rice? Why not let him play? I intended to play shooting guard. You had me at small forward, and now I'm stuck battling as a center? I weigh less than 200 pounds, and you want me to contend with someone who weighs 240? No matter how strong I am, this is not how it should be. Zhou Mu gazed at the imposing figure before him, feeling a wave of powerlessness. The two exchanged positions for a few rebounds. Capella had to concede that the slender Chinese kid had some strength. However, he still needed to work on his game if he intended to compete with guards. Zhou Mu thought, are you praising me or mocking me? Previously, he had viewed Capella as diligent and taciturn, but upon speaking, the harm was palpable. Zhou Mu retorted without hesitation. All right, so this is how you want to play? Just wait for me. Capella, bewildered, watched Zhou Mu retreat on defense. Thinking, what did I just say? Of course a guard can't out-rebound a center. That's common sense, yet he soon realized what Zhou Mu was trying to convey. Following that, Zhou Mu feverishly ran for position and called for the ball. Leaving Capella thoroughly exhausted, swish, Zhou Mu received Harden's pass and sank a corner three-pointer. Zhou Mu approached Capella, who was resting with his hands on his knees, and whispered in his ear, Kai, just practice more. Capella replied, what the hell? Despite Zhou Mu's relentless exertion, the Hawks maintained their dominance through rebounding and the synergy between Lou Williams and Capella. Half a quarter into the game, the score stood at 38-45, with the Nets still trailing by 7 points. Zhou Mu gasped for air, glancing at Green, who appeared equally exhausted. He felt an urge to confront Nash. However, Nash was watching Zhou Mu with admiration. Good performance. Youth is an asset. You maintain your competitive edge even in the high intensity of the playoffs. I will ensure you get more playing time. Zhou Mu initially felt elated. Time was precisely what he needed. Suddenly, a drop of sweat trickled into his eye. Zhou Mu weakly inquired, Coach, should I play center from now on? You know I perform much better than Brown at that position. I'm taller and can jump higher. How did I not think of this sooner? What a waste of such a good resource. Zhou Mu sighed, feeling defeated. Fortunately, for the remainder of the time, Nash did not keep Zhou Mu on the court, instead substituting in Durant. With both Harden and Durant on the floor, Nash aimed to see if they could narrow the gap before halftime. Unfortunately, the mayor of New York seemed intent on becoming the mayor of Barclays Center. The duel between Trae Young and the Durant duo unfolded, trading baskets back and forth. The first half concluded with a score of 53-57, with the Nets trailing, a surprise to many prior to the game. Shaq, this isn't what you predicted. The Nets are not only behind, but they are down by 4 points, Barkley gleefully remarked. Ever since he had kissed a donkey's rear, O'Neal found every opportunity to tease him. Now, he relished seeing O'Neal face a setback. Barkley, you might be celebrating a bit prematurely. There's still 24 minutes left. You saw how that Chinese kid plays. He throws himself into the game recklessly. As if he's been shot that if he grows a bit taller, he would undoubtedly make an excellent center. The first half ended with the Nets trailing 53 to the Hawks 57. Back in the locker room. The atmosphere was surprisingly relaxed despite the deficit, with most players appearing at ease. Zhou Mu stood alongside Durant, Harden, and Irving, lamenting, Kevin, I finally understand how difficult it is for you that I played just half a quarter in the paint. And Capella's huge backside nearly knocked me to pieces. My lower back is still aching in his previous life. Zhou Mu stood at 175 centimeters, neither tall nor short. He had never engaged in such physical battles in the paint. Capella, however, was quite serious about it, declaring, as a sign of respect for your relentless rebounding efforts, I will give my all to AT that moment. Zhou Mu felt like kicking him back to the bench. He had attempted to appeal to Capella's sense of sportsmanship, hoping he would relent. Yet Capella had responded, I'm sorry, but my upbringing does not support that. Great, as if I needed to pay him off. Durant instinctively patted Zhou Mu on the head. Indeed, I was also quite exhausted. But thankfully you were there. The outcome is what matters. The coach's strategy may not be ideal, but all we can do is comply and offer suggestions. Whether he listens is up to him. What constitutes the epitome of a pure basketball player? This is the essence of a true basketball athlete. Zhou Mu anticipated that Durant would complain like he often does, but to his surprise, Durant merely mentioned it in passing. To him, The only focus lies in the outcome of the game. As someone without romantic entanglements, his days revolve around playing basketball and occasionally engaging in banter with online friends. Nothing more than that. Perhaps influenced by Durant's demeanor, Zhou Mu felt a sense of lightness in his heart. However, the sound of Nash's voice broke through. Zhou, continue playing center in the second half. Zhou Mu responded incredulously. What? After halftime, Nash made adjustments to the lineup, firmly placing Harris on the bench. The lineup consisted of Harden, Brown, Durant, Zhou Mu, and Griffin, while the Hawks maintained their original starters in the Chinese broadcast room at Barclays Center. The commentary noted, Nash seemed somewhat dissatisfied with Harris's performance, directly promoting young Zhou to the starting position. Harris had yet to find his rhythm this game, scoring merely 2 points on 1 of 5 shooting in the first half. Zhou Mu's contributions extended beyond mere scoring. He battled Capella for rebounds and provided defensive prowess. Handing these responsibilities to Harris, given his talent, would not yield the same results as Zhou Mu. Capella is indeed one of the league's premier rebounders. While Zhou Mu cannot guarantee he will secure every defensive rebound, he showcases an admirable attitude and an indomitable spirit, a fierce determination unique to youth, qualities that Harris lacks. Yang Yi's analysis was astute. Now, let us shift our focus to the game itself and see what surprises Zhou Mu can bring us. The Nets now held possession. Durant once again executed a pick and roll with Zhou Mu, albeit with less precision this time. Hunter switched on a Zhou Mu. With a probing right foot, Zhou Mu seized the moment before Hunter could react, launching a shot. From the sidelines, Nash displayed mild displeasure. This kid is getting ahead of himself. He hasn't even made the starting lineup yet, and he is already attempting contested shots. Swish! In a fleeting moment, the three-pointer found its mark, rippling through the net with a soft white splash. Zhou Mu made a three-point glasses gesture and exchanged a high-five with Durant while retreating on defense. Hey, nice shot. Nash promptly forgot his earlier concerns. What coach wouldn't he cherish a player who demonstrates both effort and talent? Nash would be the first to disagree. In this fiercely contested game, the Nets resembled a roaring lion awakened, showcasing astonishing prowess. Among them, Durant, Harden, and Zhou Mu undoubtedly shone as the team's brightest stars. Their individual brilliance and seamless cooperation formed an unstoppable offensive force. With the trio's formidable performance, the previously modest point deficit began to diminish. As time progressed, the Nets found their rhythm, surging forward with momentum. Following an exquisite team play, they successfully reclaimed the lead. As the Hawks found themselves in jeopardy, Mayor Young once again stepped up, delivering a long-range three-pointer, a floater, and an alley-oop, truly unstoppable. The contest once again tightened. At the end of the third quarter, the score stood at 76-75, with the Nets clinging to a single-point advantage. With the start of the fourth quarter, the tides shifted dramatically. This moment. Durant and Zhou Mu rested on the sidelines while Harden led the team solo, with Nash yet to deploy DeAndre Jordan. The Hawks fielded a luxurious offensive lineup featuring Lou Williams, Trae Young, Herter, and Gallinari. In a flurry, the score escalated to 96-104, with only 4 minutes remaining and the Nets trailing by 8 points. Durant had returned to the court, managing to keep the deficit within single digits. After resting, Zhou Mu saw Nash retain the same lineup from the beginning of the second half, intending to fight until the end. After all, it was their first game at home, and losing was not an option. The Hawks also played with their starting lineup. As the final 4 minutes commenced, the decisive battle began. Durant entered death mode. In the low post, he executed no unnecessary movements, simply taking the shot. The 2 points were scored with remarkable precision. Trae Young, after a pick, faced Zhou Mu in a mismatch. Although it was termed a mismatch, the Mayor was not easy to defend. Zhou Mu's current speed attribute was somewhat lacking, making it difficult to guard a nimble and quick player like Young. Zhou Mu extended his long arms to disrupt Young's shot at the earliest opportunity. After a series of dribbles, Trae Young stepped back for a jumper. Zhou Mu may have been slower, but his reactions were quick, providing ample disruption. Clang, Durant secured the rebound and swiftly passed to the fast-breaking Zhou Mu. In a 2-on-1 situation, Zhou Mu lofted the ball high. Brown, at 1.93 meters, slammed into the basket. The crowd erupted with cheers. What a dunk! This play ignited the arena. Zhou Mu's offensive and defensive contributions once again affirmed his value to the world. The alley-oop dunk significantly boosted morale, aiding the Nets' pursuit of points. Yet, a hint of regret lingered. Regret over what? It was not that Zhou Mu's dunk lacked flair. Rather, it could have been even more spectacular. Following that play, the previously tense duo felt considerably more at ease. The mayor, amidst resounding cheers, maneuvered past Capella's screen and deftly evaded Durant's block. With a crafty layup, 2 points scored. One cannot deny that the mayor has proven to be the greatest obstacle on the Nets' path to victory today. Turning back to Harden, who had been silent for too long, he faced Bogdanovich and executed his signature step-back three-pointer successfully. Capella scored 2 points in the paint, with only 48 seconds left in the game. The score stood at 114-113, with the Nets leading by just 1 point. The mayor held the ball at the top of the arc, while Brown prepared for defense, as the primary defender against the mayor. Brown's performance had not even been adequate so far. Young had made 17 of 28 attempts, amassing 42 points, 5 rebounds, and 13 assists, a veritable scoring machine. The mayor leisurely dribbled the basketball. Suddenly, he stepped back with his right foot, still a couple of steps from the three-point line. Unleashing a sudden shot, Brown leaped at the first opportunity, attempting to interfere. However, it proved inconsequential. The ball swished cleanly through the net. 114-116, the Hawks had become the leading team. This shot silenced the crowd with a pin drop audible. After sinking the three-pointer, the mayor strutted to the center of the court, placing his right hand over his heart and bowing deeply. What a provocative celebration. All the fans and players held their breath. With 42 seconds remaining, anything was possible. Durant took possession of the ball. At this point, Durant had made 13 of 20 shots, efficiently scoring 37 points, remaining the Nets' primary scorer. After a series of fakes, Durant drove into the paint. The Hawks players converged almost entirely inside. Collins displayed hesitation on his face, aware that Zhou Mu's shooting was equally formidable, 5 of 10 from three-point range. He too could not be left open. Yet the dynamics of the game shifted in an instant. In a moment of distraction, Zhou Mu darted to the arc, creating some distance from Collins. Durant, observing the court situation, wasted no time when he saw Zhou Mu emerge open. Zhou Mu received the pass, leaping high as Collins and the mayor, arriving late to contest. Watch Zhou Mu release the shot that swished through the net. 117-116. Thanks to Zhou Mu's three-pointer, the Nets regained a 1-point lead. Wow. Zhou Mu has just delivered a game-changing three-pointer. With 33 seconds remaining, pressure shifted back to the Hawks. Despite his youth, Zhou Mu's composure during critical moments is remarkable. It is uncertain whether other young players could have sunk that shot under such pressure. Wang Ming's words were unreserved in their praise. Sure, if you say it like that, then I have yet to witness myself entering the divisional finals at the age of 19. Even if there were, I would undoubtedly have been a mere peripheral figure, unknown and insignificant, lacking the standing of a team like Xiao Zhou's. If this match is successfully clinched, then Xiao Zhou's starting position would be as certain as fate. Yang Yi concurred. The commentary was drowned out by the jubilant roars of the fans, seemingly on the verge of overwhelming the players of the Hawks. The mayor orchestrated the offense. The momentum had thoroughly shifted in favor of the Nets. The home crowd erupted in boos, with some fans employing expletives learned from who knows where. Trey, I'm your father. Trey, F your Trey. It seemed the mayor of New York had transformed into the mayor of Barclays. Trey remained unfazed. His performance outshone Durant's this game, with 17 of 29 shots made, accumulating 46 points, 6 rebounds, and 14 assists. Quickly, with only 15 seconds left on the shot clock, Collins moved in for a screen. Zhou Mu showed no fear, signaling for Brown to switch defense. Trey dribbled between his legs, searching for rhythm, while Zhou Mu kept a close watch on his waist. The mayor clearly intended to take him on one-on-one, and Zhou Mu was prepared to meet him with utmost focus. Suddenly, the mayor surged forward. Zhou Mu extended his arms, adhering to his usual defensive strategy. For player Trey's stature, interference during a layup or shot could be immediate. Yet the mayor seemed uninterested in a two-point attempt, stepping just inside the three-point line. With a swift pullback, the inertia created a minuscule distance between Zhou Mu and the mayor. He retreated beyond the three-point arc. Zhou Mu desperately lunged to interfere. The mayor's release was remarkably quick. Before Zhou Mu could reach him, the ball soared towards the hoop. Swish! It went in again, point 116 to 118. Strictly speaking, this should have been a three-point play. But the referee did not call it. The mayor glanced at Zhou Mu, who lay on the floor, and mockingly remarked, "Hey, I admit your defense was commendable. You nearly had me." This was a classic case of psychological warfare. Zhou Mu stood up, ready to deliver a kick to this insufferable pest. Damn it. It was infuriating, especially with Trey's particularly irritating smirk. Coupled with that remark, Zhou Mu would not find peace until he retaliated. It was Durant who stepped in to restrain him. "Zhou, what's the matter? Don't stop me, Kevin. He actually said I couldn't guard him." Seeing Trey's smug demeanor, Durant sighed that you're still too young. "Zhou, can't you see this is what you Chinese refer to as goading? Besides, trash-talking in basketball is quite normal that if you lash out, you'll lose possession. What about the collective effort of the team? And remember, matters on the court should be settled on the court. Score the next basket and talk back then." Upon hearing Durant's words, Zhou Mu calmed down. He was an exceptionally emotional person, and the team's deficit had exacerbated his instability. Coupled with Trae Young's taunts, it had all boiled over. "Whew." Zhou Mu patted his chest, silently reminding himself, "Do not get angry. Do not get angry. Anger harms the body. If I fall ill, who will care for me? If I let my temper get the better of me, who will be at ease?" Moments later, he revealed his bright, white teeth. "Trash talk? Who can't do that?" Durant chuckled, ruffling Zhou Mu's hair. "Timeout." Nash called for a break that, of course, it was not to devise strategies, but purely to allow Durant a moment to catch his breath before the next play. Durant had already been on the court for 40 minutes. Rest was imperative. Harden had shown signs of revival this game, shooting 8 of 17 and scoring 21 points, along with 7 rebounds and 15 assists. Truly, the first of its kind in history, his assists remained stellar. In the broadcast room, TSK, Trae Young has already scored 49 points. This is an extraordinary performance, even in the regular season, let alone the playoffs. In truth, Zhou Mu had defended well on that last shot. However, there was nothing to be done. Trey's hand was scorching hot this game, and no matter who you put in to defend, if they couldn't block it, the likelihood of it going in was high. This is why the playoffs are seen as the true test of a star. If you can make shots that others cannot, then you are indeed a star. And this is precisely when stars are most needed. The Nets had 8 seconds left. Let us see how they would set up their final offensive play. Beep. The timeout concluded. The Nets had possession in the front court. The lineups remained unchanged, with Harden initiating the play, though everyone's surprise. Zhou Mu boldly approached to request the ball. Seeing that Durant was preoccupied, Harden passed the ball to Zhou Mu. Zhou Mu's defender was Hunter. After a brief cut, the ball was in his hands. Using his speed, he broke away from Hunter. Harden was perplexed, unsure of Zhou Mu's intentions. As a teammate, he was quite familiar with Zhou Mu's skills. Dribbling, it wouldn't be fair to say he had never done it. It was more that he had rarely practiced it. Zhou Mu's thought process was quite simple. If he found himself open, someone would inevitably come to guard him. Once they did, the opportunity would present itself, and he knew his fundamentals well that he didn't want to overreach, so he aimed to pass the ball quickly. Just as the moment was critical, Durant shot forward like an arrow, ready to receive Zhou Mu's pass. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Perhaps due to his eagerness, or perhaps the opponent's defense was too tight, Durant made a slight error while receiving the ball. In an instant, the sound of sharp pop echoed. Zhou Mu had inadvertently struck the ball against his own foot in a moment of panic. Along with that, both Zhou Mu and Durant fell. Wang Meng and Yang exclaimed in unison, "Oh no, a turnover!" Despite Zhou Mu's desperate attempt to salvage the situation while nearly on the ground, it was to no avail. The ball went out of bounds. Only 1.2 seconds remained. Zhou Mu lay on the floor, unable to rise for a while. This was the first critical error he had made since the series against the Bucks. The first time. And it was catastrophic, as Durant had said. He had squandered 48 minutes of his teammates' efforts. Zhou Mu felt a loss in front of his fellow teammates. With his hands clutching his head, his eyes were devoid of hope. This mistake from the Chinese player was utterly inexcusable at such a crucial moment. Losing the ball meant the Nets' entire effort had been in vain. Barkley spoke bluntly. Americans are not as reserved as the Chinese. They say what they mean without hesitation. Old Ba, this is where you are wrong. You only see this one mistake, but you overlook his entire performance. It was unexpected that someone bald would have such a limited perspective. After this, I don't want to commentate with you anymore. What a disgrace. O'Neill's retort left Barkley speechless. Indeed, as O'Neill pointed out, Zhou Mu's performance throughout the game was commendable. With 9 of 14 shooting, he scored 26 points, grabbed 13 rebounds, had 1 assist, 1 turnover, and 4 blocks. His efficiency was astounding. His shooting percentage was the highest among both teams. In the broadcast room, Zhou Mu's error was inexcusable. It is nearly impossible for the Nets to turn the tide now. Wang Ming expressed his concern. Indeed, who would have thought Harden would let Zhou Mu handle the ball? Did they not understand each other at all? Yet, one cannot blame Zhou Mu entirely. Without him, it remains uncertain whether the Nets would have reached this point. Just consider that three-pointer. How many times has he made such crucial shots without faltering, repeatedly pulling the team back from the brink? Of course, the turnover was closely related to Zhou Mu. Success and failure both stemmed from him. Keyboard warriors are indifferent to such matters, having pent up their frustrations for so long. They finally seized the opportunity, and they certainly will not let it slip away. It's utterly laughable to suggest that no other Nets players scored. Are we to believe that only Zhou Mu was responsible? An error is an error, and yet it must be defended at all costs. How utterly embarrassing. I'm in stitches. One can hardly dribble without the ball hitting their foot. As an ordinary college student, I've never made such a blunder, and he, a player in the NBA, commits such a mistake. You could grab any random elementary school player and ask if they dribble the ball off their feet. Even a child several years old would fare better. He ought to return home, soon out if he feels no shame. I certainly do. Your words lead me to believe I could make it to the NBA. It seems that the 2021 NBA season will welcome yet another Chinese player. However, I wonder how my skills would compare to Zhou Mu's. I believe you, my friend. Hold a slight edge. Your opinion aligns perfectly with mine. Therefore, I shall await your favorable news, Your Majesty. Durant, Harden, and Irving approached Zhou Mu. Due to Zhou Mu's lighter weight, he was easily pulled up. Alas, Durant couldn't help but feel regret and sadness, yet there was no anger. After years of battling in the NBA, he understood that everyone makes mistakes. It is always possible to falter. He did not blame Zhou Mu. Rather, he lamented his own failure to shake off the defense to receive the pass. Perhaps had he caught it, the outcome would have been different. But alas, there is no remedy for regret. Fortunately, this was merely the first game. They still had ample opportunities ahead, and one might say a strong probability of defeating the Hawks. After all, their paper strength was evident. When Irving returns, Durant mused, "Damn it, once Durant plays, then Harden, and after him, Irving. I shall see how the Hawks defend against us." Currently, Durant could only comfort Zhou Mu's emotions and prepare for the next match. Irving was expected to return only at the Hawks' home ground. The next game was a must-win. Unsurprisingly, the Nets had no time to commit fouls. The final buzzer sounded. The Nets lost the game with a score of 116 to 118. The Hawks mayor scored 49 points, Bogdanovich contributed 16 points, Lou Williams added 11 points, Herter 12 points, and Capella recorded 10 points with 17 rebounds, a truly multifaceted offensive display. The Nets, aside from Durant, Harden, and Zhou Mu, had Green with 17 points and Griffin with 13 points. The players performed admirably. It was merely the details that led to their downfall. Zhou Mu, dejected, walked towards the players' tunnel, passing by Trae Young. Seeing Zhou Mu's demeanor, Trae, filled with disdain, exclaimed, "Rubbish, Zhou Mu." Articulate and beautiful Chinese words flowed from his lips. Zhou Mu's eyes blazed with fury. Once was forgivable, but now, after losing such a crucial game, his mood was already at its nadir. For Trae to recklessly provoke him was utterly thoughtless. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Retreating further only felt like losing more. If Uncle can endure, Aunt can too. Zhou Mu surged forward. The mayor's wail echoed. Only then did the onlookers realize Zhou Mu had kicked the mayor to the ground, rushing to intervene. Zhou Mu, filled with pent-up frustration, desperately sought an outlet. Trae, caught off guard, stood there dazed, merely staring at Zhou Mu. Fortunately, the situation did not escalate as feared. The boiling anger gradually subsided. Yet there were always keen observers. Given the mayor's performance today, Many were following his every move with their cameras, capturing countless moments. Oh, what did I just witness? A martial arts display. Foreign fans exclaimed in shock. Zhou Mu already possessed remarkable leaping ability, and that kick was executed in a fit of rage, rivaling a flying kick by Tyron. Trey covered his face in disbelief. Just because he could not see it, didn't he mean others couldn't see a distinct shoe print marred his once fair complexion, resembling a tattoo. This was a result of Zhou Mu's well-worn shoes. Those wealthy individuals like Durant would leave no such mark. Ha! Capella could no longer contain his laughter. Trey shot him a fierce glare, prompting him to suppress his amusement, although many behind him continued to chuckle discreetly. Trey hesitated to face Zhou Mu, fearful of receiving another kick. Previously, he had merely heard tales and was quite curious about Chinese martial arts. Now, having experienced it firsthand, he dared not approach for lessons. What baffled him most was why Zhou Mu had kicked him. Wasn't he merely offering encouragement? That hardly constituted trash talk. The mayor had encountered far worse in high school and college without anyone kicking him. Oh well, if he couldn't confront it, he could certainly evade it. With that thought, Trey hurriedly dashed toward the locker room. The interrupted interview did not resume. Durant, noticing Trey's reluctance to approach, finally released Zhou Mu. You can spout all the trash talk you desire. The most I can do is issue a warning. But once it escalates to fighting, that's an entirely different matter. The league has always been stringent regarding altercations. The penalties can range from fines to suspensions. Fines are manageable, but games cannot be halted. The Nets were already trailing, and with Irving still sidelined, Zhou Mu's suspension would greatly hinder their upcoming matches. Nash quickly approached Zhou Mu. The prowess Zhou Mu displayed had garnered Nash's acknowledgement. A top-tier 3D player, perfectly complementing the trio. Nash intended to adopt a new starting lineup featuring Zhou Mu in the next game. Now, after this incident, whether that would be feasible remained uncertain. Come on, Zhou coach, Durant beckoned. After the game, reporters swiftly intercepted Nash and others. Zhou Mu, in a foul mood, brushed aside the reporters attempting to block him and made his way outside. Steve, what do you attribute today's loss to? Was it the young player's final blunder? I believe the team's loss cannot be solely attributed to one player. That would be unfair. Basketball is a team sport involving 5 players. And in reality, a game may include 10 or more rotations. Each carries different responsibilities, and the absence of any one player is detrimental. Falling behind is not the fault of a singular individual. You merely notice the most conspicuous one. Moreover, earlier, he made that crucial three-pointer, did he not? Nash replied with a smile, delivering an impeccable response. The reporters had no choice but to redirect their inquiries towards Durant. Kevin, what are your thoughts on Zhou's blunder today? A particularly observant reporter pressed on. And Kevin, why do you think Zhou just attempted to brawl with Trae Young? Upon hearing the mention of a brawl, all the journalists immediately perked up, eager to ascertain how Durant would respond. Upon encountering this inquiry, Durant's expression visibly darkened. He was fearful of a suspension. At this moment, the incident had yet to attract significant attention, and it would be preferable to keep it subdued. Should too many people become aware, the NBA might feel compelled to suspend Zhou Mu due to public pressure. Do you think the Hawks media is merely idling about? They would relish the opportunity to see your star players sidelined. Yet, right in front of a throng of reporters, this individual claimed that Zhou Mu was involved in a fight, which was clearly an attempt to prevent him from taking the court. First and foremost, I wish to clarify that Zhou did not engage in any brawl or altercation. It was merely a friendly interaction between him and Trae Young. As for the initial question, everyone is susceptible to making mistakes, myself included. I, too, have committed 3 errors in this game. For Zhou to maintain just one mistake over such an extended period is commendable, surpassing most of our team members. Undeniably, we lost the match due to Zhou's fleeting lapse in judgment. However, without him, we would never have attained a stalemate against the Hawks. That Durant's trust in Zhou Mu was surprising to many, as he repeatedly emphasized Zhou's significance to the team. Regarding the second question, I believe that a considerable number of Americans harbor a genuine interest in Chinese martial arts. To my knowledge, Trae Young was seeking to learn about martial arts. That it is well known that the Chinese are exceedingly hospitable. Since you are earnestly seeking knowledge, I must earnestly teach you that I suspect that Zhou was perhaps too enthusiastic in his desire to showcase Chinese martial arts to Trae Young and inadvertently kicked him. Unexpectedly, in a moment of carelessness, he struck Trae Young's face that Durant's grin appeared rather mischievous. However, one mustn't dismiss the fact that, after such a lengthy explanation, some journalists genuinely began to believe his words, with their objective achieved. Durant and the others departed from the press conference, but on the contrary, the Hawks and their associates had a starkly different attitude toward Zhou Mu, roundly condemning his despicable behavior. Accusations of being unable to accept defeat and resorting to WWE-style antics proliferated. When asked about the reason for Zhou Mu's attack, Young's response left his teammates in fits of laughter. "Why did he kick me? I have no idea. I was just standing there when he delivered a kick out of nowhere. I barely had time to react, and suddenly, there was a shoe print on my face. I merely wanted to encourage him." Trae Young sat there, resembling a disgruntled spouse. Yet, he was well aware of Zhou Mu's importance. Initially, he regarded Zhou as merely an occasional explosive role player, lacking true power, and even if he did possess it, it would not significantly influence the game's trajectory. However, following this match, his perception of Chinese players and innate talent underwent a profound transformation. Rebounding, three-point shooting, shot blocking, Zhou Mu seemed capable of it all. His vertical leap was so impressive that defending against his shots was futile. Positioning, Zhou Mu never relied on traditional positioning, instead utilizing sheer athleticism to secure rebounds. His long arms and legs were a source of admiration for Young. Especially after that kick, no matter how short he was, he must have stood at least 6 feet tall. Generally, one would only manage to kick at chest level, which is already formidable. Zhou Mu, however, struck him directly in the face, showcasing his extraordinary talent to the fullest. This incident only strengthened Young's resolve to see Zhou Mu suspended. Meanwhile, our protagonist Zhou Mu continued to practice his dribbling. The final error weighed heavily on his mind. Throughout various aspects, Zhou Mu had often been somewhat lackadaisical, content to go with the flow, but basketball was different. That it was not only his profession, but also his passion. He could not accept faltering at a critical moment. Having made a mistake, he resolved to practice harder instead of wallowing in despair. Thud, thud. Zhou Mu persistently repeated the motion of dribbling between his legs. Gradually, he grew more spirited, becoming increasingly jubilant, even dribbling while leaping. Remember this, he almost accidentally revealed a famous catchphrase from a renowned basketball superstar of the past. Just in time, he managed to restrain himself. He had not forgotten that the system could be quite unforgiving. What if it seized upon this slip to deny him an enhancement of his abilities? He would have nowhere to lament. Opening his mobile phone, Zhou Mu sought to view the footage of today's game. The first video, which had garnered the most attention online, was titled "Crucial Error. Nets lose by 2 points to Hawks." Given Zhou Mu's association with the trio of superstars, any Nets game would undoubtedly attract significant viewership. As he scrolled through the comments, most were directed at criticizing him. "Zhou Mu, don't embarrass China. Come back. We would have won this game without you." Had they given Zhou Mu any advantages? With their capabilities, they shouldn't need to be so thoroughly analyzed. He can't even handle the ball. What a disgrace to Chinese basketball players. Since the moment he traversed into this world, Zhou Mu had anticipated this day. Stars like Curry and James have their fair share of detractors, and the more famous one becomes, the more critics they attract, including many seeking to ride on their coattails. Zhou Mu remained indifferent to such trivialities. Unbeknownst to him, among the critics, a graceful young woman was fixated on her phone. This young lady, named Zhou Yubing, had only recently embarked on her new study abroad journey in an American university. Throughout her life, Zhou Yubing had shown no interest in the so-called pretty boys online and even felt a bit repulsed. In her eyes, such males appeared overly effeminate, lacking masculinity. One word to describe them would be feminine. The type she genuinely admired was someone like Zhou Mu, sunny, handsome, tall, and robust. Initially, when she heard the news that the Chinese men's basketball team had once again succeeded in entering the NBA, Zhou Yubing, who knew little of basketball, did not pay much attention. However, fate seems to revel in delightful coincidences. One day, she inadvertently caught sight of a photo of Zhou Mu in her younger brother's hands. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though the entire world had illuminated around her, akin to Snow White finally discovering her Prince Charming. "Hey, little brother, quickly tell me, what do boys like?" Zhou Yubing inquired earnestly, her big, sparkling eyes fixed on her younger brother, Zhou Dashin. Her eagerness stemmed from wanting to prepare a special gift for Zhou Mu during their first meeting, hoping to leave an unforgettable impression on him. Zhou Dashin scratched his head and, without a moment's hesitation, blurted out, "What do boys like? Obviously beautiful girls and flashy sports cars. What else could there be?" After saying this, he raised an eyebrow at Zhou Yubing, wearing a self-satisfied expression as if he were an expert on the matter. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yubing couldn't help but frown, lightly chiding him. "Oh, I think it's you who likes those things." Their extravagant father, flush with wealth, provided Zhou Dashin with a staggering allowance of 1 million a month. Beautiful girls and luxury cars were hardly in short supply. Just then, he seemed to have an epiphany and looked at Zhou Yubing with suspicion, asking, "Sister, why are you asking me about this? Could it be?" He deliberately elongated the last word, scrutinizing Zhou Yubing with a somewhat mischievous gaze. In an instant, a sly grin emerged on Zhou Dashin's face. However, upon witnessing Zhou Yubing's stern expression, that smile quickly froze on his lips. It was well known that his elder sister was not one to be trifled with. Do not be deceived by her sweet and charming appearance. When she unleashes her fury, she transforms into a truly terrifying force. Particularly striking is Zhou Yubing, who, with her towering height of 188 centimeters accentuated by her high heels, stands even taller than Zhou Dashin. From childhood through adolescence, Zhou Yubing has not hesitated to physically confront Zhou Dashin, instilling a conditioned reflex of fear within him whenever he sees his elder sister's stern countenance. Sensing Zhou Dashin's unease, Zhou Yubing's brows furrowed, her gaze sharpening with intensity. Zhou Dashin, upon noticing her reaction, hastily swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue, stammering in response. "Ah, it's nothing, nothing," he. Observing his demeanor, Zhou Yubing chose not to press further, simply stating, "All right then, since you plan to attend the NBA game. Take me along." "Sure thing." Zhou Dashin nodded vigorously, fearful that any hesitation might invite a physical reprimand. Upon picking up his phone, he discovered several urgent messages from Durant. A sense of foreboding washed over Zhou Mu. As a devoted basketball enthusiast, Durant's life revolves around the sport. While others indulge in nightlife, he is often seen practicing his shooting alone, leaving onlookers bewildered. The messages he sent must pertain to the team. And given their frequency, they likely convey something critical. Indeed, the trending news in the US and on social media revealed Zhou Mu fined $5,000 for intentional injury, suspended for 1 game. Intentional injury. It was clear that this stemmed from the powerful kick he delivered to the mayor yesterday. Upon reviewing the footage, it was evident. Zhou Mu's right leg was extended, his left bent, his body angled towards Trae Young, who was sent sprawling from the force of the blow. He lay motionless on the ground until a teammate helped him up. Zhou Mu hadn't anticipated that the aftermath of the game would haunt him in this manner. The league's explanation for the punishment was as follows. Zhou's action constitutes a serious violation, warranting a stern warning. However, due to the lack of significant injury and the situation not escalating further, especially during this critical playoff period, a 1-game suspension and a $5,000 fine are deemed appropriate. In truth, Zhou Mu had not given it much thought at the time. Faced with derogatory remarks, he felt compelled to respond. Otherwise, was he truly a man? While he had briefly contemplated the possibility of a suspension, it was a calculated risk, given that so many spectators and reporters remained present at the event. The footage was abundant, and his actions were undeniably captivating, making it impossible for the league to suppress the uproar. Sighing with dismay, Zhou Mu lamented his team's predicament. They were already trailing, and now he would be sidelined for the next game. With him out, Harris would take his place, a player who shies away from confrontation, utterly unfit to face the Hawks. The diminishing roster meant that Nash would stubbornly refuse to utilize DeAndre Jordan. Thus, Durant would be burdened with excessive playtime, and victory seemed unlikely. It would be wiser to forfeit Game 2, conserving energy for Game 3 when Irving would return, allowing Zhou Mu to rejoin the court. This would demonstrate to the world the formidable power of the fully realized Nets. Yes, surrendering the next game seemed prudent, preserving Durant's stamina and minimizing injury risk while addressing the team's current challenges. Elated by his own cleverness, Zhou Mu articulated his thoughts to Durant. After detailing his plan, Durant promptly agreed, offering to communicate the strategy to Nash. As a fervent basketball aficionado, Durant was no fool. He would not engage in fruitless endeavors. Should Nash disagree, Durant would merely take the court and coast through the game. Once the effects of the third game were evident, Nash would undoubtedly comprehend Durant's intent. With his spirits lifted, Zhou Mu was pleased by the swift consensus from Durant. His excitement compelled him to glance at his phone again, only to find the comments section as vibrant as ever. What a disgrace. Zhou Mu cannot handle defeat. Even after the game ended, he still resorted to violence. Trae Young was caught off guard. This is a classic case of taking advantage of the vulnerable. Where has the traditional virtue of China gone? Come back already. Every second spent in America is a loss of face for us Chinese. It was evident that Zhou Mu's actions stemmed from envy, having witnessed Young's impressive 49-point performance. After all, an ordinary water cooler attendant should not overshadow a core player. The critics remained oblivious, merely typing away on their keyboards. Zhou Mu found their responses tiresome. That it's hilarious. I discovered numerous Americans claiming Zhou Mu practices Chinese martial arts. What the heck is that? That was merely a flying kick from Yu Shuai. The resemblance is uncanny. I even shared the photos for you all to see as the Eastern Conference Finals approached. The atmosphere in the arena was thick with anticipation. Two figures captured the crowd's attention. Zhou Mu, clad in casual attire, appeared alongside Irving. Upon closer inspection, though Irving's ankle was still wrapped in a bandage, it was evident his injury had improved significantly. This sight ignited a thought within Zhou Mu, prompting him to stride confidently towards Durant and Harden. Upon reaching them, he lowered his voice and addressed Durant. Kevin, I believe we should strategically concede this game. With both Kyrie and myself unable to play, you and LeBron are left to bear the burden alone. Even if we exhaust ourselves to win, the toll will be great. It would be wiser to wait for Kyrie and me to recover. When we return, our combined strength will be insurmountable for the Hawks. Durant furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering Zhou Mu's suggestion. Moments later, he nodded slowly, indicating his agreement. Zhou, that is a sound idea. The series against the Bucks has indeed taken a toll. Just then, a familiar voice startled Zhou Mu from beside him, causing him to flinch. It was Nash, who approached with an approving nod before turning to outline strategies for the substitute players, clearly with the main players conserving their energy. The responsibility of scoring would now rest heavily on the shoulders of the bench. Irving patted the seat beside him and said, Zhou, I must say, your thoughts align perfectly with mine, that I'm eagerly anticipating our 5 All-Stars taking the court together. Just imagine how despondent our opponents will feel. It's been too long since I played. I'm aiming for 40 points next game. Kyrie, there are only 4 All-Stars on the court. I'm not one of them. Zhou Mu replied with a chuckle. Oh, come on, Zhou. You put up 20 points and 15 rebounds in the Eastern Conference Finals, showcasing talent I've never witnessed before. How can you claim you're not an All-Star? Even the heavens would disagree. In response, Zhou Mu chose silence, knowing full well he would undoubtedly secure an All-Star spot next season. This was merely the beginning. With the aid of his system, dominating the NBA was not an unattainable dream. The whistle blew, signaling the official commencement of Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals. The Hawks maintained their starting lineup, while the Nets replaced Zhou Mu with Harris. From the outset, Durant and Harden resolutely adhered to a strategy of disengagement, eschewing shots, avoiding isolation plays, and refraining from ball involvement, leaving Hunter, the defensive stalwart, somewhat disoriented. However, a discernible gap existed between the Nets bench and the Hawks starters. At the end of the first quarter, the Nets trailed by 9 points. With a score of 22-31, Harden managed only 1 basket out of 2 attempts, while Durant was a perfect 1-for-1. During the intermission, Nash admonished the duo, emphasizing the necessity of putting on a convincing performance. Even if they were riding the wave of their outside game, they could not afford to neglect taking shots. The league had clearly stipulated that teams must approach each game with utmost seriousness. Although such a situation had never occurred before, should the fans catch wind of it, it would spell trouble for them if the league were to intervene. Thus, in the second quarter, both players took to the court vigorously. Durant and Harden transformed into sharpshooters, unleashing a barrage of attempts from beyond the A or C.BY halftime. They had combined for 24 shots, making 10 of them a commendable shooting percentage. Nevertheless, due to the rotation, the Nets found themselves down by 18 points. With a score of 57-75 in the broadcasting room, Nash appeared suddenly enlightened, demonstrating a newfound willingness to utilize his players. However, Wang Ming expressed some hesitation, suggesting that Nash's approach was not one of courage, but rather an indication of his uncertainty regarding whom to deploy. Indeed, while Durant and Harden enjoyed considerable rest during the game, the toll of their efforts was evident. Harden limped into the locker room, while Durant struggled to even stand. Player stamina is not solely based on input, but also on output. The duo had effectively monopolized the Nets' offensive efforts in the second quarter. Even with extended rest, could one expect them not to be fatigued? Yang candidly analyzed the situation. Indeed, although Yang may not grasp the intricacies of the game, he possesses a keen sense of logic. His observations resonated with me, shedding light on my own confusions. After all, he is a professional commentator and certainly possesses some understanding that I could see that Harden and Durant were, as he described, utterly exhausted. Even the donkeys from the production team would not be subjected to such treatment. Were Zhou Mu to witness this, he would undoubtedly award them an Oscar for their convincing performance. Having successfully deceived fans and commentators alike, had Zhou Mu been privy to the underlying motives, he would have shared the sentiments of the fans. One word: impressive, excluding the three superstars, Zhou Mu and Nash. Everyone else was left in the dark, including the Nets bench players. Had the plan been disclosed to the substitutes, they might not have approached the game with due seriousness. Nash aimed to seize the opportunity to potentially unearth another gem, with Zhou Mu serving as a prime example. After 24 minutes of observation, it was unfortunate that Zhou Mu was a singular talent. DeAndre Jordan's performance was relatively stable, while the other players' abilities remained commensurate with their positions on the team. Upon returning to the locker room, the substitutes were downcast. Previously, they had often entered during garbage time, competing against players of similar caliber. Before this game, they had retained a measure of confidence. However, after facing off against the league's elite, they realized just how vast the chasm in skill truly was. The confidence they had painstakingly built shattered in an instant. That Nash's reaction was one of alarm. Oh no, he had hoped these players would fight for a strong second half. Despite Durant and Harden's continuous three-point shooting in the second quarter, they had expended considerable energy. Nash resolved to grant them the longest rest since he became head coach, yet before the game even resumed. His own players displayed signs of surrender. If they did not take the court, it would necessitate the return of Harden and Durant, and that simply would not do. Just then, Zhou Mu passed by Nash, prompting an idea. Nash swiftly pulled Zhou Mu closer. Zhou Mu, perplexed, looked at Nash, who gestured for him to remain silent and observe his performance. Subsequently, Nash gathered everyone around and used Zhou Mu as an example, narrating how hard he had worked and fought on the court to earn Nash's trust and secure his starting position. In simpler terms, it was a classic case of motivational speaking. Nevertheless, the players responded positively to his rhetoric. By the end of Nash's speech, the bench players were ready to charge onto the court and take on the Hawks. Even Harris, who had been substituted for Zhou Mu, felt a flicker of hope in his otherwise dim circumstances. In his previous life, Zhou Mu had been subjected to manipulation by his parents, teachers, and school administrators, and he could see through Nash's intentions with ease. That it must be said, while Nash's coaching abilities were somewhat lacking, his eloquence was undeniable. Zhou Mu mused that should Nash ever find himself unable to continue as head coach, he could easily transition to become a motivational speaker in China. After all, as long as one could speak well, it sufficed, promising monetary rewards to those who remain loyal and denouncing those who betray would surely garner applause. On the surface, such grandiloquence appeared impressive and visionary. Yet beneath it all, the players were embroiled in a heated dispute over a chicken leg in their box lunches. When Zhou Mu stumbled upon that video, he couldn't help but laugh uncontrollably. Even now, the memory of that greasy pompadour brought a smile to his face, in stark contrast to Zhou Mu's mirth. Many fans had not worn a smile since the moment the game commenced. Instead, their expressions were marred by sorrow, bitterness, and frustration. although they had mentally prepared themselves, witnessing the team trailing by nearly 20 points at halftime, coupled with the current state of the Nets players, rendered any hope of a comeback increasingly bleak. In the VIP section of the audience, Zhou Qing, Zhou Yubing, and the elder Zhou Shuai sat together, while Zhou father reminisced with Boss Kai in the box. What on earth is happening? Harris can't hit a shot and has been completely outmaneuvered by Trae Young. Who are these people? I don't recognize a single one of them. Nash, you truly are a character. Zhou Dashin's voice resonated with irritation. Beside him, Zhou Shuai, a 29-year-old fan of Harden, had been gradually taking over his father's business for 8 years. The years of experience had instilled in him a composed demeanor. Yet at this moment, deep furrows creased his brow. Zhou Yubing was no better off. She supported whichever team Zhou Mu played for, and with the Nets trailing, her spirits were undeniably low. What a pity it was that Zhou Mu was not on the court today. She longed to witness him pouring sweat on the playing field. If only Kyrie and Zhou Mu were here, she lamented. Just as Zhou Dashin voiced his thoughts, Zhou Yubing pinched his ear and inquired. Little Shanzi, I have a question for you. Sister, you can just ask your question. I'm more than willing to answer. Why are you pinching my ear? He protested, feeling a bit overwhelmed that you're being rather verbose. She retorted, tightening her grip. Ouch, sister, just ask away. I promise to answer all your inquiries without reservation. Why isn't Zhou Mu on the court? She pressed it. Sister, don't you check your phone? Zhou Mu is suspended for fighting. He replied, feeling a sense of injustice. Ouch! Why are you suddenly so forceful? Zhou Dashin felt incredibly wronged. While it had always hurt when she hit him, it had been justified. This time, without any warning, she had increased her grip. Why are you spreading falsehoods? Zhou Mu would never start a fight. If anything, it would be because someone else provoked him. What? Sister, I wouldn't have guessed. Zhou Yubing's heart raced with anxiety. Oh no, he wouldn't have figured out. Would he? If he discovers this, it would be a leverage against me. And where would my authority as an older sister go? Although Zhou Yubing appeared strong-willed, she was inexperienced in matters of the heart and wished to keep this incident under wraps. Perhaps it was time to eliminate the threat? Never mind. After all, he is my younger brother. He is so afraid of pain. A few good thrashings could silence him. Zhou Dashin was unaware that just a few seconds had passed. He exchanged a greeting with the King of Hell. I didn't realize, sister, that you have such a broad knowledge of sports. You even know about this kind of insider information. Oh, Zhou Yubing responded quickly. Although he was eager to know the specifics of the gossip Zhou Qinghe mentioned, he feared revealing too much and could only respond ambiguously. Zhou Dashin's remarks spared him from several harsh beatings and saved him from kneeling on the keyboard for a while. Zhou Yubing gazed at the empty substitute bench of the basketball court. Feeling an emptiness within himself, he wanted to approach and greet them, but lacked the courage to, in the midst of his thoughts. Zhou Yubing caught sight of Zhou Qinghe's Irving jersey that a glance later revealed Zhou Shuai donned in a Harden jersey. Hey, I see that the jerseys you and your brother are wearing look quite similar, but the numbers and names differ. You both admire different basketball stars. Indeed, it's no surprise that such a clever sister could discern that. Zhou Dashin would never miss any opportunity to flatter. A few more words now could save him a minute of kneeling in the future. You talk too much, but I noticed something earlier. I found that no one is wearing Zhou Mu's jersey. What's the reason for that? Oh, sister, Zhou Mu has only recently emerged on the scene and gained fame. Although he was slightly more handsome than I in the past, basketball is about skill. Perhaps it's due to the coach. Or some other reason. Lack of fame means no fans, and without fans, there are no jersey sales. When I go out, most people wear NBA star jerseys. The most common ones are those of Yao Ming. I've never seen any other Chinese players' jerseys that, if they aren't selling, there's no point in making them. Thus, prior to this, the Nets had not issued even a single Zhou Mu jersey. Without a jersey. What can you wear? Zhou Yubing nearly lost her composure and punched Zhou Qinghe in the face. How could this ugly creature from her own family say that Zhou Mu was less good-looking? You are courting death. However, upon hearing the latter part of his statement, an idea began to take shape in Zhou Yubing's mind. She felt too shy to approach Zhou Mu, but what if she could make him seek her out? Zhou Yubing planned to customize a Zhou Mu jersey right after the game that asked for whether it could be completed in 3 days. She could always pay extra. There was nothing in the world that money couldn't accomplish. If there were, it was simply a matter of insufficient funds. You could throw a bank card with $1 million in savings at someone, and instead of being angry, they would praise your skills and even beg you to play a few more times. However, Zhou Yubing was merely going to give a try. She didn't harbor overly grand hopes. They say that in front of someone you like, your intelligence tends to diminish, and feelings of inferiority arise. Zhou Yubing had never felt this acutely until now. For the first time in over 20 years, she felt anxious about her appearance, fearing she wouldn't capture Zhou Mu's attention. As halftime drew to a close. To the surprise of the spectators, the Nets players seemed unaffected by the score deficit. They appeared lively and spirited, especially the substitutes. The way they looked at the Hawks players was akin to wolves eyeing lambs. However, that was not the only unexpected development. Nash, at the beginning of the third quarter, surprisingly benched Harden and Durant to allow them to rest. He delivered an impassioned speech that not only engaged the substitutes, but also ignited their inner drive. In the second half, I will do my best to limit Durant and Harden's playing time. This is not an indication of conceding the game, but rather a way to provide you with more opportunities. Even if we are eliminated in this round, I believe your performance in this Eastern Conference will help you secure better contracts. Therefore, on the court, you must fight hard and strive for every ball. Remember, the better you perform, the harder you fight, the more money you will earn in the future. Nash had effectively set their spirits ablaze. After all, who would turn down money? Nonetheless, to everyone's perception, Nash seemed to have given up on the game. Many fans began to voice their discontent towards Nash's parents. Trailing by nearly 20 points. While the deficit was considerable, there were still 2 quarters left, and yet he chose to surrender. They had seen cowardice. But not in this form. Even the opposing Hawks players felt a deep sense of insult. That group of unheralded players matched against their starters and all-stars, was that not an affront? They needed to widen the gap. Pushing it to 30, 40, or even 50 points to alleviate their inner fury, as the game commenced. The atmosphere shifted, seemingly contrary to everyone's expectations. The Nets unexpectedly initiated a full-court press in the third quarter. Were they demons? Barkley exclaimed excitedly, claiming he had rarely seen such a strategy. Shaquille O'Neal, with a nonchalant demeanor, prepared to enlighten the short-sighted Barkley. Old Barkley, the reason I say you lack hair is because your insight is equally sparse. The Nets are facing significant rotation issues, and Nash has no choice but to rely on those inconspicuous players. What advantage do they have over all-stars? Just stamina. In my view, they will first exhaust the opponent, and then Harden and Durant will come in to finish the game. Upon hearing O'Neal's lecture, Barkley retorted, "Old Shaq, your idea of finishing assumes a slight lead or a minimal deficit. But look, the Nets are already down by 20 points. Do you think those players will still fight hard? Can they adequately defend against Trae Young? Or even Lou Williams? Finish? I suspect Durant's role will be to fill a pit, an endless abyss that cannot be filled." For a moment, O'Neal was left speechless and turned his attention back to the game. However, to Barkley's astonishment, the Nets players exhibited an intensity beyond imagination. They unleashed a relentless full-court press against their opponents, akin to a pack of hungry wolves. Every possession saw them diving to the floor in a desperate bid for possession. Such scenes were commonplace. The entire basketball court had transformed into a fiercely contested arena under the control of the Nets players. Among the most dramatic moments, when Trae Young attempted a three-point shot but missed, Brown and Capella quickly positioned themselves against each other. Astonishingly, Brown skillfully flicked the ball away from Capella's iron grip. Meanwhile, Harris, who had been waiting for the perfect moment, completely disregarded whether there was anyone obstructing him, and fearlessly leaped toward the ball still hanging in the air. Unfortunately, he collided forcefully with Collins mid-air. Just as the ball seemed poised to plummet to the ground, Griffin leaped forward like a fish out of water. With a resounding thud, he crashed onto the unforgiving floor. Yet despite the fall, he ultimately failed to secure that crucial ball. Just when it seemed the rebound would be claimed by the opposing team, Shamet dashed in like a bolt of lightning that he slid through Hunter's legs in a prone position and successfully seized the hard-fought rebound. Professional basketball commentators were not fazed. They had witnessed intense competition before, and the 2008 finals were no less vigorous than what unfolded now. Yet such fierce confrontations had long vanished from the scene. And their return delighted many fans. "Hey, little brother, are they practicing mixed martial arts?" Zhou Yubing asked in confusion. Huh. No, sister, they are playing basketball. Zhou Dashan had long succumbed to a state of stupor. The fervent youth found himself irresistibly drawn to the intensity of the competition. He had watched the finals of 2008 countless times, and now it seemed he had rediscovered that exhilarating feeling. Barkley, typically at odds with O'Neal, expressed, "This is basketball, true basketball." Such a style of play united Barkley and O'Neal in their support for the Nets, an unthinkable alliance in the past. They revered confrontation. Their prior disagreements were merely for the sake of entertainment. Now, their shared support for the Nets reflected an authentic allegiance to their inner convictions. Trae Young, faced with a relentless, Wolfpack-style defense, found himself in dire straits. Having spent years launching threes from the perimeter, he was unprepared for such an onslaught. His shooting percentage plummeted, and his turnovers began to mount. Yet the year 2021 was distinctly different from 2008. With stringent demands on player conduct, many Nets players faced the specter of fouls, as evidenced by the Hawks' 18 free throws in a single quarter. The introduction of Durant and another player rekindled hope among the fans. However, soon followed was a series of missed shots from both. Nash, in a moment of true audacity, kept the two on the bench for an entire quarter, allowing their bodies to cool and their shooting hands to stiffen. Observing this, fans could not help but voice their frustration towards Nash. Had it not been for him, the Nets might have leveled the score by now. Nash feigned ignorance, but in Zhou Mu's eyes, he embodied that very demeanor. The child is troubled, yet remains silent. Ultimately, as Griffin and Green were both ejected with 6 fouls, the Nets trailed by 15 points with just 4 minutes remaining that a comeback was possible. But deemed unnecessary, Nash waved a hand, sending a cadre of substitutes onto the court. The fans, witnessing the players' futile efforts to secure a victory, departed in disappointment. The Nets lost 104 to 123, falling behind in the series by a significant margin of 0-2, an outcome few had anticipated, especially given that they had lost both home games. The distinction between home and away is but a single word, yet the disparity between the two is as vast as heaven and earth. Encountering young or inexperienced players could significantly impact their performance and state of mind. In an instant, the dynamics of the Eastern Conference Finals grew increasingly convoluted. Meanwhile, in the Western Conference Finals, the Clippers also held a 2-0 lead over the Suns. However, to the fans, the Clippers' advantage seemed well-deserved. The Twin Stars were at their peak, and their bench depth was even more formidable than that of the Hawks. The Suns, led by the seasoned Paul, were unable to withstand the Clippers' onslaught. After the game, Zhou Yubing watched Zhou Mu disappear into the players' tunnel, reluctantly pulling her gaze away. "Sister, what are you watching?" In Zhou Yubing's eyes, Zhou Dashan had no redeeming qualities, merely a collection of flaws. With his incessant chatter being the most grating talkative, she remarked, playfully flicking his forehead with just the right amount of force to leave him bewildered but unharmed. "Ouch, sister, that was a mistake." Zhou Yubing had no time for her younger brother's antics. She had more pressing matters to attend to. Though wealth could move mountains, even the strongest would eventually tire. The sooner she accomplished her task, the better. "Come with me to Nike." "Sister, where are we going?" "Are you buying shoes?" "No, I need to make a piece of clothing." Zhou Dashan cast a skeptical glance at Zhou Yubing, questioning when her judgment had become so questionable. Even he, a rough-and-tumble sort, knew that Nike wasn't primarily a clothing manufacturer. Yet, he refrained from expressing his doubts so bluntly. "Sister, why are you going to Nike to make clothes? There are far better places for that I want to create a jersey, the one you see me wearing." "Sister, do you also like Irving?" Zhou Dashan was taken aback. If he and his sister shared admiration for the same star, perhaps it would afford him some leverage in avoiding a beating during critical moments. "No, I want to make Zhou Mu's number 9 jersey." "Huh. Sister, the jersey hasn't even been released yet. You won't be able to buy it." Zhou Yubing, growing impatient with Zhou Dashan's incessant prattling, snapped back, "I'm talking about having one made. I'll pay him to create one for me in advance if I offer him 100,000. Do you really think he would refuse? Besides, isn't Dad collaborating with Nike? Isn't it reasonable to request a custom jersey?" Seeing Zhou Yubing on the verge of losing her temper, Zhou Dashan promptly sealed his lips. The world of the affluent was indeed different. Spending 100,000 on a piece of clothing that was soon to be on sale was beyond his comprehension. His monthly allowance was a mere 1 million, and he couldn't fathom squandering 10,000 on a jersey. You might as well gift it to a female streamer who would at least dance for you. But a jersey, it would get worn out and need washing. Not worth it. Post-game, the media swiftly sought an interview with Nash. Two pressing questions emerged. Why didn't he play Durant and Harden? And what the team's next steps would be with a 0-2 deficit. Nash, unlike his usual verbose self, refrained from elaborate explanations, wary that excessive details might reveal too much. Not playing Durant was a precaution against injury. As for the deficit, time will reveal all. This left the reporters bewildered. While the rationale for benching the starters was somewhat plausible, the second statement, time will reveal all, was utterly confounding. Was Chinese culture so deeply entrenched? Many reporters took it literally. What would time reveal? Before they could pose further questions, Nash and Durant had already vacated their seats, leaving a gaggle of perplexed journalists in their wake. In contrast, the atmosphere on the Hawks side was vibrant and electrifying. The mayor and head coach, beaming with pride, stood before the media, eagerly fielding a barrage of questions from reporters. They maintained a cheerful demeanor, responding to each inquiry with unprecedented patience. This was hardly surprising, given that they had just led their team to triumph over the globally renowned Nets, boasting a formidable trio of superstars. And they had done so with a 2-0 lead. The glory of such a victory was beyond words. If they could continue their momentum and ultimately secure the championship trophy, it would undoubtedly become the crowning achievement of both the mayor's and the coach's careers. I could see this moment. The mayor was lost in dreams of a glorious future. Envisioning his city's name celebrated far and wide due to this championship team, while he naturally ascended to the throne of the league's top point guard. Meanwhile, the Hawks head coach was equally exhilarated. Acutely aware of the significance of this victory for his coaching career, perhaps this was the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity he had longed for to etch his name in history. Thus, the two grew increasingly animated, and the interview stretched on for over an hour, with the attendees reluctantly dispersing at last. In a villa in America, Zhou pondered, perplexed by his sister's recent behavior. She claimed to love watching basketball. Yet where was the basketball in this live stream? Grasping his hair in frustration, he mused, is my brain on summer vacation? Why is it so ineffective? Standing a height of 188 centimeters, Zhou Mu donned a sleek black trench coat, with azure locks cascading down to her waist. Adorning her left arm was a tattoo, complemented by her long legs clad in sheer black stockings, ultimately accentuated by thigh-high boots. Image, she epitomizes the fantasy of every man. A veritable goddess. Even those who typically eschew the goddess archetype found themselves enchanted by Zhou Mu. Consequently, in China, she has garnered another title, the Chinese Goddess Corrector. The following day, two news stories ignited widespread attention. Zhou Mu reveals that Irving will make his return in the third game. The suspense of the series deepens. Zhou Mu candidly states that the Hawks cannot withstand the offensive prowess of the Big Three. The Nets will sweep the Hawks in 4 straight games. The entirety of the content stemmed from yesterday's live broadcast, which swiftly made its way to American websites via Douyin. Early in the morning, Zhou Mu received a message from Irving. Zhou, I find myself increasingly fond of you. Although you prematurely disclosed my return, your words resonate deeply with me, so I shall overlook that matter, though. Is the news circulating so quickly? Zhou Mu inquired as he opened his phone. However, the general consensus was not in favor of the Nets. In America, there are countless NBA players. Unlike in China, where unwavering support is given regardless of the score, this Chinese individual displays audacity, failing to recognize the current deficit. To assert that they would undoubtedly advance is audacious, and to claim they would win 4 consecutive games is utterly premature. They ought to focus on avoiding a sweep. At the very least, they should strive to exit with dignity. One can only surmise that his Chinese identity instills such confidence, yet the disparity in basketball prowess between China and America is as vast as that between China and its neighboring island nations. No amount of rhetoric will suffice. When the score stands at 0-3, that Chinese individual will surely temper his bravado. If the Nets cannot secure a victory at home, the prospect of doing so away is even bleaker. Perhaps, as Nash suggested, surrender would be the most prudent course of action. Zhou Mu refrained from rebuttal. Unable to counter each claim made against him, but he entered his locker room and posted the following message. The Eastern Conference Finals will conclude within 6 games. On June 29, 2021, the Eastern Conference Finals commenced in Atlanta as scheduled. Zhou, it is remarkable how aligned our thoughts are, Durant remarked as he, Harden, Irving, and Zhou Mu stood together, seemingly unfazed by their 0-2 deficit, as if the opposing team were the ones trailing. Kevin, our consensus is not merely a matter of agreement. It is the stark reality. What else can we say in the face of facts? Durant chuckled, his bright white teeth contrasting sharply with his complexion. Kevin James, Zhou, I mentioned in the last game that I aim to score 40 points today. Be sure to pass me the ball, Irving declared, excitement evident in his eyes. Even before the game commenced, Zhou Mu could perceive the fierce determination radiating from Irving. Absolutely. I shall ensure that every ball is passed to you, guaranteeing your scoring will be effortless. With Irving's return and Zhou Mu's suspension lifted, Harden undoubtedly felt the most exhilarated as he sensed the championship beckoning him. Among the quartet, Zhou Mu was the youngest, while Irving and Durant each possessed championship rings. Harden had amassed numerous individual accolades, but was still yearning for that elusive championship, a longing that had become a source of anxiety for him. He had joined the Nets solely in pursuit of a ring. Who would willingly venture far from home for anything less than a dream? During a pre-game interview, the Hawks head coach was approached outside. What is your perspective on Zhou Mu's assertion that the series will conclude in 6 games? The Hawks coach smirked dismissively. I fully concur with his statement. He possesses a keen self-awareness. The series will undoubtedly conclude within 6 games, perhaps even 5 or 4. Such outcomes are inherently unpredictable. Astute reporters quickly grasped the implication. The Hawks were poised for a sweep of the Nets. And what is your take on Zhou Mu's claim that the Hawks cannot withstand the Nets' Big Three? Indeed, the Big Three of the Nets is arguably the strongest combination in the league. However, I believe that relying solely on their trio will not suffice against us, as we boast a 10-man rotation, which presents a significant endurance challenge for the Nets. They say Zhou Mu is now the 4th member of the Big Three. Do you believe he possesses such caliber? Zhou Mu's talent is undeniably formidable, yet I contend that he has a considerable way to go before achieving the status of the 4th member. In terms of experience, particularly emotional regulation, there are areas for growth. Old Shaq, did you see Zhou's post about his legs? O'Neal teased, playfully ruffling Barkley's hair, that I did. Barkley, accustomed to such antics, did not protest. Who do you think will win this series? Shall we place a wager? The usual stakes. Loser kisses a donkey's behind. O'Neal grinned mischievously. The mere mention of a donkey's behind. Unwelcome memories flooded Barkley's mind. Memories of the most humiliating moment of his life. Let that be. Can't we just eat the devilishly spicy chicken wings? The kind you can't drink water with afterward? Barkley was all too familiar with O'Neal's tendencies. The last time they indulged in those fiery wings. O'Neal's face turned beet red, yet he stubbornly insisted, not spicy. If it isn't, don't drink any water. After a brief moment of contemplation, O'Neal declared, all right, I support the Nets at O. Old Shaq, let me remind you that it is the Nets who are currently trailing. Regardless, O'Neal had made his choice, and there was no turning back. He merely wished to provoke O'Neal that I know that T.O. Barkley's surprise. O'Neal's response was unexpectedly calm to know, Old Shaq, you haven't been infected by that Chinese player. Have you? For heaven's sake. The Nets are the ones behind, not the Hawks. Why is everyone so composed? Barkley's voice escalated as he nearly shouted. He simply could not comprehend O'Neal's mindset. The comments were made because the speaker was a supporter of the Nets. And you? What are you implying? Are you considering making a comeback to join the Nets and seize the championship? O'Neal merely chuckled, opting not to elaborate. His discerning eye was unparalleled, far beyond Barkley's reach. Instinctively, he sensed that the Nets would emerge victorious in the end. When that moment arrived, he would amplify the spiciness of those devilishly hot wings several times over, turning Barkley's bald head a fiery red. Only to have Barkley mock him for it as the game was about to commence. The starting lineups were announced. The Hawks maintained their lineup, while the Nets featured Kyrie Irving, James Harden, Zhou Mu, Kevin Durant, and Blake Griffin. All key players were back in action. The starting lineup boasted 2 former number 1 picks, 1 number 2, and 1 number 3, along with an extraordinary talent in the form of a 3D player. This was the ultimate formation of the Nets. The Big Three reunited once more. In the broadcasting studio, today marked Zhou Mu's debut as a starter, a moment not witnessed since the era of Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian. At last, China had another player achieving this milestone. Wang Ming was overwhelmed with excitement, recognizing this as another historic moment for Chinese basketball. An NBA benchwarmer could significantly bolster the strength of the national team. If one were to start in the NBA, qualifying for the Olympics should be well within reach, right? Wang Ming was aware of the limitations of the national team's capabilities, thus he did not expect them to break into the top 8. The top 8, perhaps if another NBA player were added, that might be more feasible. Even Yao Ming never managed to achieve that, reaching only the conference finals. This implies that Zhou Mu could potentially become the first Chinese player in history to win an NBA championship as a starting player. As soon as Yang Yi's words fell, the comment section erupted into chaos. Wang Matzi, accompanied by his underlings, had long been waiting in the live stream room, eager to mock Zhou Mu at the earliest opportunity. Over the course of 2 days of relentless speculation, the fervor surrounding the incident reached unprecedented heights. Almost everyone in China who followed the NBA was aware of the bet Zhou Mu had made. During these 2 days, Matzi had been raking in profits hand over fist, even abandoning his rented accommodation to take up residence in an esports hotel for a monthly stay. Such extravagance. Yang, the coach, clearly lacked understanding of the game. How could Zhou Mu be compared to the great Yao Ming? When Yao was playing in the NBA, Zhou Mu had only just been born, right? Moreover, with the Nets trailing 0-2, avoiding a sweep was the best they could hope for. Championship? How could that be possible? As Matzi made his remarks, his entourage immediately chimed in. I suspect that after this game concludes, Zhou Mu will be able to return to China to go fishing. Haha, while others head home, he heads back to his country. Hurry back, will you? You're so skinny. Don't let Capella knock you to pieces. It's worth mentioning that the African mountain, Matambo, was also present to watch the game. Zhou Mu held a great fondness for this former backup of Yao during his time with the Rockets. During the Rockets' 22-game winning streak, it was Matambo who held up the team's interior defense after Yao was injured. Zhou Mu observed that Matambo appeared quite aged and wanted to greet him, but was unsure how to initiate the conversation. Just then, Matambo glanced his way and offered a smile. Zhou Mu returned the gesture. Beep! The whistle blew, and the game commenced. Capella and Zhou Mu leaped for the tip-off. Leveraging his height, which exceeded Capella's by nearly an entire forearm, the Nets effortlessly secured possession. Irving brought the ball up the court. 0-4, 0-4, 0-4. The home crowd of the Hawks was roaring with excitement. They had 1 foot in the finals already, that if they could win this game, advancing would be a mere formality. Thus, they exploited their home advantage from the outset, exerting immense pressure on the Nets. Irving, unfazed, suddenly accelerated, pulled back, and scored a 2-pointer. Trae Young sought to respond in kind. He attempted the same move, but was thwarted by Irving's defense. Zhou Mu stepped up to set a screen. Irving used the pick, rising just beyond the 3-point line to take a shot. 5-0. Zhou Mu instinctively exclaimed, "What the heck?" As Irving retreated on defense, he glanced back at Zhou Mu. "What did you say?" "Nothing, just that you're amazing." Zhou Mu noticed that today, Irving seemed to radiate an aura, a sort of unmatched charisma. Young, still unwilling to concede, leveraged Hunter's screen to drive into the lane for a layup. Zhou Mu seized the moment, delivering a massive block. Then, amidst the crowd, he leaped to secure the rebound. Instantly, he sought out Irving's position. Irving was already descending, preparing for a fast break. The Hawks coach shouted from the sidelines. Kyrie! Kyrie! Zhou Mu launched a long pass. Mayor Young assumed Irving would penetrate the lane. His short legs moved swiftly. Little did he know, Irving abruptly halted just beyond the 3-point line, a trailing 3-pointer. Young lost his balance and nearly slipped. Helplessly watching the ball swish through the net, that moment. Zhou Mu had yet to reach the mid-court line and was already ready to transition back on defense. Young was flustered. Irving had scored while he had not. Wasn't this a slap in the face in front of their home crowd? In a moment of panic, he shot a 3-pointer, which also failed to hit its mark. The Hawks coach was already contemplating a timeout. Turning back, Durant initiated an offensive play, driving into the lane and passing to Zhou Mu. Zhou Mu, eager to dish it to the open Harden, turned only to see Irving at a 45 angle. Requesting the ball. The pass he was about to make halted in his hands. Though Hunter was young, his defense was remarkably sharp. Seizing on Zhou Mu's momentary distraction, he advanced to apply pressure. Zhou Mu, left with no choice, executed a crossover dribble. Alas, one dribble was all it took, and he accidentally struck his own leg. Fortunately, he was far from the sideline. Zhou Mu fell to the ground, securing the ball and passing it to the approaching Irving. At that moment, only 3 seconds remained on the shot clock. Irving, 2 steps outside the three-point line, faced the defense of Hunter and Young. He took a contested shot. Swish! It went in cleanly. 11-0. Young was practically on Irving's back, but still couldn't stop the scorching hot Irving. Zhou Mu, lying on the ground, stared in disbelief at Irving. Hold on, dude. Are you some kind of deity? 11 points in 2 minutes. What's your plan for the entire game? You say you'll score 40. And you just do it. Huh. Harden and Durant bounced over, each grabbing him up. Durant attempted to high-five Irving, but Irving raised his hand, signaling him to hold still. He raised a finger to his lips, gesturing towards the crowd, should he had truly silenced them. The Hawks fans had been clamoring for a 4-0 sweep, and Irving's actions had effectively muted them. In the broadcast booth, the announcer exclaimed, 11-0, 11-0. Irving single-handedly unleashed an 11-0 run against the Hawks. Reluctantly, the Hawks coach called for a timeout. Down 0-2, Wang Ming claimed not to be worried, but that was hardly believable. Even if the Nets appeared formidable, many teams had faced elimination after trailing by a wide margin. The Nets were no exception. Witnessing the recently returned Irving in such fiery form undoubtedly eased his concerns. He adjusted his black-rimmed glasses, presenting a composed demeanor. Everyone knew the Nets were offensively potent. But basketball transcends mere scoring that if one only focused on offense, the Nets could never have achieved an 11-0 run. Defense was equally crucial in those few possessions. Zhou Mu's defense was also indispensable. His block on Trae Young and the rebound snatch from the crowd were vital components of that scoring spree. One must admit, he was quite eloquent. While others fixated on who was making the baskets, he praised Zhou Mu from a different angle. If Zhou Mu were present, he would certainly have said to Old Young, if you're going to speak, might as well say a bit more. Old Ba, what do you think? O'Neal remarked, raising an eyebrow at Barkley, exuding confidence. Humph. Old O, don't celebrate too soon. The game has only just begun. Even if they lose this match, there's still several others to play. That said, Barkley's inner turmoil was palpable. Though he scored the three-point shot, how could anyone compete against that? Shooting in your face, chasing you down, and when that wasn't enough, stepping back for a two-man defense and still sinking it. Barkley found himself at a loss for words to describe Irving's state today. Irving is incredible, he declared. Yes, just like that. Keep slapping those fans in the face. Irving, look over here. I'm right here. Joe Dashin, in the front row, waved frantically, hoping Irving might notice him. Unfortunately, Irving was too engrossed in celebrating with his teammates to pay him any mind. Zhou Fu observed his son's antics and couldn't help but shake his head that a swift smack to the head was in order. You little rascal, stop shouting. They're in the middle of a game. What makes you think they can pay attention to you? Whatever you want to say, wait until after the game. You're nothing like your father. Can't you be a bit more composed? Zhou Dashin cradled his head in pain. Just because he feared Zhou Yubing didn't mean he was intimidated by everyone in the family. Just like the old dang in front of him. Dad, look! Durant. Huh. Where? Zhou Fu, who had been holding his phone just a moment ago, dropped it in a flurry of excitement. Realizing nothing was there, he understood he had been tricked. Zhou Dashin sheepishly replied, Dad, I must have seen things. I stayed up late last night, and, haha, just right, I'll give my dear son a gentle massage. Never mind, I can see clearly now. Beside them, Zhou Yubing had not cast a glance at the father and son duo throughout. Her gaze remained transfixed on the tall figure on the court. It is often said that women online are merely photoshopped illusions, yet I find him to be a similar deception in reality. He is strikingly handsome, but in photographs, he resembles an elderly man. However, that fall must have been quite painful. Glancing at the jersey adorning his own frame, he pondered whether it might catch the attention of the player. Soon, they would undoubtedly intensify their defense on Irving, and it was time to pass the ball to Durant and Harden. Nash, with a serious demeanor, was earnestly laying out the strategy on the tactical board. Zhou Mu exchanged glances with Irving, and the four of them nodded in agreement. Truly, a strategy. Although it seemed Nash had said nothing, the Hawks indeed fortified their defense against Irving, double-teaming him at every opportunity. The Hawks coach even substituted the somewhat unstable Trae Young for the seasoned veteran Lou Williams, who boasted a remarkable playoff record of orchestrating a 30-point comeback. The Hawks' advantage began to emerge at that moment, as the score gradually narrowed. Yet, while the Hawks had their strengths, the Nets possessed theirs as well. If Irving was to be denied, then Durant would take the reins. Reluctantly, the Hawks coach directed his players to defend Durant, inadvertently freeing Harden. A jump shot here. A step-back three there. Once more, the gap widened to 13 points. As the rotation commenced, Nash opted for a strategy of alternating leadership among the trio of superstars. With Irving's return, the Nets lineup became significantly more diverse. Following the previous game, DeAndre Jordan also re-entered Nash's considerations. The pick-and-roll collaboration between Harden and Jordan left the Hawks in utter dismay, with a blend of jump shots, alley-oops, and three-pointers. Zhou Mu even took the liberty of positioning himself for open shots, leaving the Hawks defenders bewildered. Swish. With Irving's buzzer-beater three-pointer, the first half concluded. The Nets led the Hawks 76-58, a comfortable 18-point margin. Back in the locker room, Nash shook off the gloom of recent days, appearing as spirited as Zhou Mu. His gaze swept across the team, nodding with a smile. Well done, everyone. Leading by 18 at halftime. It has been a long time since we played like this. Indeed, due to various circumstances, the team had been plagued by injuries. This period had not been easy for anyone. Each game required sheer effort. Thankfully, they had endured this challenging phase. Durant expressed his heartfelt sentiments, finally feeling less fatigued today. Not only was he unburdened, but he also felt a sense of ease. The offensive responsibilities were no longer his sole concern. And Zhou Mu handled the defense with fervor. Today, Zhou Mu seemed invigorated, guarding anyone in sight, restricting Young to a mere 2 out of 7 with 4 turnovers, had it not been for Lou Williams. The deficit would have swelled to 30 points. It had been ages since he felt this way, nearly forgetting that basketball was a 5-person sport. Noticing Durant's contemplative demeanor, Zhou Mu approached and patted his shoulder, revealing his bright smile. Durant, upon seeing Zhou Mu's expression, could not help but smile back, showcasing teeth that appeared even whiter than Zhou Mu's. Suddenly, Harden bumped into Zhou Mu, his big eyes blinking animatedly. "James, what are you doing?" "Ouch, you nearly knocked me out." Zhou Mu feigned great pain, clutching his chest. Before he could continue, Irving leaped onto Durant. "Kyrie, you too. I'm already 30, my back cannot bear this," upon hearing Durant mention his back. Zhou Mu jested. "Kevin, I recall you don't have a girlfriend, right? What is going on with your back?" Durant shot Zhou Mu a fierce glare, while Harden and Irving erupted in laughter before the game commenced. The team gathered together, hands overlapping. 1, 2, 3. Nets. As the third quarter began, the Hawks coach wore a frown, having underestimated the prowess of the Nets trio. 3 players. It was simply impossible to contain them. When one player struggled with their shooting, another would step up. Even if 2 players were having an off night, the third would likely shine. 1 could hardly hope for all 3 to falter simultaneously. The odds of that were exceedingly slim. Although zone defense posed considerable risks, it was the only path available to contain one-on-one matchups. Initially, the sudden shift in the Hawks' tactics left the 3 superstars somewhat disoriented. They only managed to close the gap by 5 points. Nash promptly made adjustments, bringing in the sharpshooter Jeff Green. The Hawks coach was taken aback. The Nets had assembled a small ball lineup featuring Green, Zhou Mu, and the 3 superstars. Although labeled as small, they were anything but. Both Durant and Zhou Mu possessed exceptional wingspans. With Green standing an impressive 6'10", they were only at a disadvantage against Capella in terms of size. Observing the Hawks' own defense, Zhou Mu felt elated. He had scored 8 points on 3 of 5 shooting in the first half, largely due to his limited ball handling skills and inability to maneuver like elite 3D players. With few opportunities to shoot, the zone defense was akin to inviting wolves into a den. "Hee, since you're so graciously offering me this chance, I shall mercifully bury you in 3s. Hee." The Hawks coach shivered, his gaze instinctively drawn to Zhou Mu, who had a mischievous grin that seemed both amusing and eerily unsettling. After both teams adjusted their lineups, Irving received the ball. All five Nets players stood beyond the three-point line, forcing Capella to the perimeter as well. Zhou Mu squatted in the left corner, hands on his hips, exuding a relaxed demeanor. Collins, tasked with guarding him, was infuriated. "You Chinese, I acknowledge your country has strength, but this is the NBA. You can't be so arrogant, not even making the most basic cuts, just standing there like a statue, while others play basketball. You're just taking a leisurely stroll?" Zhou Mu, undeterred, responded mysteriously, "Zach, do you believe that by standing here motionless, I can still create an open opportunity?" Collins felt as though he had just heard the greatest joke. Did he think this was the CBA? Opportunities don't arise without movement. Initially, their coach had advised Collins to keep an eye on this Chinese player. But now he saw him as merely a young man relying on luck and connections. Noticing Collins' disbelief, Zhou Mu pointed behind him. When Collins turned, he saw Irving execute a crossover to slip past Young, charging toward the basket. "What the hell?" Collins exclaimed, instinctively resorting to a Chinese expletive as he rushed to provide help. While a layup was acceptable, allowing an open dunk was out of the question. If the coach caught wind of their interior defense faltering, he would surely be stripped of his skin. The moment Collins vacated, Zhou Mu readied himself for the shot, knees slightly bent, as Irving's pass arrived. Collins, only just reaching the basket, found himself frozen in place. There was no hope of defending against the three-point line from such a distance. The score swelled to 86-65, extending the lead to 21 points. "Damn," Collins muttered under his breath as he landed. Zhou Mu, hearing his remark, flashed his signature bright smile. "Zach, don't be angry. Anger is detrimental to your health. Just take it easy. We got time to catch up." Zhou Mu imparted a profound truth, and Collins felt a significant alleviation of his frustration. "Yes, take it slow. There's no need to rush. We're trailing, so how can we win the game at this pace?" Collins belatedly grasped the situation, only to discover that Zhou Mu had already vanished from his side, but a glance towards their own basket revealed Zhou Mu receiving a pass from Harden and executing an electrifying alley-oop dunk. This spectacle instantly surged the morale of the Nets. DeAndre Jordan plopped down onto the court, while Griffin waved his towel with fervor, spinning like a top. Beep! The Hawks head coach promptly called for a timeout. Upon returning, Collins couldn't bear to cast a glance at him. After painstakingly clawing back points from a strategic adjustment, 2 consecutive plays had been effortlessly dismantled by this young prodigy. Were it not for the pressing score, he would have relished the opportunity to berate Collins soundly. Good grief. Zhou Mu's leap was astonishingly high. His head nearly cleared the rim, and that windmill dunk, with arms long and swinging in perfect arcs. If Zhou Mu were to compete in the dunk contest next year, I would undoubtedly be there to witness it live. Even Zhou Qinghe, a devoted fan of Irving, found himself captivated by Zhou Mu's dunk. One must ask which boy with a basketball dream hasn't he yearned to soar through the air with a dunk? Zhou Yubing remained silent, her entire focus fixated on Zhou Mu since the game's inception. She noticed that he was increasingly drawing her in, especially with that dunk, far more appealing than the affluent young men she often encountered. The Hawks head coach made another adjustment, substituting Capella and Collins for Lou Williams and Herter, thereby forming a formidable small ball lineup alongside Trae Young, Bogdanovich, and Hunter, with just a quarter and a half remaining and a 23-point deficit. It was the perfect opportunity to test this lineup's efficacy. If all else failed, he could afford to disregard this game, considering the Hawks still held a substantial lead. Zhou Mu glanced at the Hawks' new formation with surprise. Were they truly intending to engage in a shootout? What a preposterous notion. Trading blows with the Nets. Were they genuinely concerned about losing, excluding him from the starters, which of their 3 stars could effectively defend? Even combining Trae Young and Lou Williams wouldn't team measure up to a single Durant, not to mention the presence of Irving and Harden. Yet, what could Zhou Mu do if they were intent on self-sabotage? He would gladly watch. Unsurprisingly, the Hawks managed to keep pace initially. Lou Williams was still the same Lou Williams, leaving Harden momentarily dazed. With 8 minutes left in the fourth quarter, the Nets led 101-85. A 16-point margin. At this juncture, Irving, who had yet to score in the third quarter, began to assert himself. He had already shot 12 for 22, amassing 33 points, 4 rebounds, and 6 assists that he first executed a step-back three-pointer, rendering Trae Young's defense utterly ineffective. Reluctantly, Hunter switched to defend Zhou Mu, who couldn't help but smirk. Was the weaker defender being assigned to him a sign of disdain? A cursory glance around confirmed that he was indeed the least formidable among them. Save for the center position, facing Hunter's defense, Irving opted not to pass. He had declared his intention to score 40 points, and he was far from finished. Moreover, while Hunter might be a defensive stalwart for others, he simply lacked the necessary prowess against Irving. The Warriors' famed quartet had failed to contain him, dismantling a rookie newly entering the league with child's play. Utilizing Griffin's screen, Irving stopped on a dime and sunk a two-pointer. 38 points. Zhou Mu kept tally for Irving on the sidelines. Trae Young received a pass from Lou Williams and hit his second three-pointer of the night, a dismal 2 for 11 from beyond the arc, hardly a display befitting a sharpshooter. As Irving received the inbounds pass, he swiftly advanced, executing a crossover to slip past Bogdanovich. Under the basket, he held the ball in his left hand, soared into the air, and switched to his right hand for a layup. Elegantly finishing with a scoop shot, oh yeah! Zhou Mu leapt up in excitement, feeling that Irving's play rivaled the beauty of his own dunk. Turning back, Trae Young shot a three-pointer before his teammates could establish their positions. Zhou Mu snatched the rebound and immediately passed it to Irving, who unleashed his signature, trailing three-pointer point 109-88, with 4 minutes remaining. The Hawks began substituting in their bench players, prompting the Nets to respond in kind. The entrance of the substitutes signaled the inevitable conclusion of the game. The Nets ultimately triumphed with a resounding 125-103 victory, a 22-point margin. The final statistics revealed, Irving scored 43 points. Durant contributed 28 points and 12 rebounds. Harden recorded 21 points and 13 assists, while Zhou Mu added 18 points and 9 rebounds on the Hawks side. Lou Williams scored 31 points. Trae Young managed a paltry 13 points on 5 of 24 shooting. And Capella contributed 15 points and 16 rebounds. Yes, Zhou Mu exuberantly pumped his fists in the air. This marked his first genuine victory in a complete game. Previously, he had either played only partway or faced losses. Even being suspended for a match, though weary, the outcome was gratifying. Meanwhile, as the game concluded, Zhou Qinghe and the others prepared to depart, while Zhou Yubing stood vacantly, watching Zhou Mu leave. "Sister, what are you staring at?" Zhou Qinghe waved his hand in front of her, then turned to look in the same direction. Aside from the Nets players, there was nothing of interest. "Mind your own business," she replied, and only after Zhou Mu had disappeared into the player tunnel did she follow her father. "Every day, I feel like I can't know anything." Zhou Qinghe pouted, feeling somewhat disgruntled. He had recently noticed his sister becoming increasingly strange and inscrutable. Although he had never fully understood her actions, there had at least been a general direction to her behavior. In recent days, however, he couldn't even discern that. Ever since their arrival in America, she had begun to act unusually. What could possibly be the reason? Zhou Qinghe pondered deeply and, upon looking up, realized he was now alone. The others had already drifted far away. "Hey, sister, Dad, wait for me. Hey, wait for me." After the game, reporters thrived on sensationalism. The bigger the story, the better for their earnings. They recounted the Hawks head coach's pre-game statements, which echoed once more. Steve, the Hawks head coach, stated before the game that he wholeheartedly agreed with Zhou's assertion that the series would conclude in 6 games, that he even suggested that it could end in 5 or 4. "What are your thoughts on this?" "Ah, I saw that too. Like the other party, I also strongly concur with that statement. However, in my view, for games is out of the question. 5 games is also implausible. 6 games appears to be the most reasonable outcome as for 7. I believe this series won't reach that point." Nash, now brimming with confidence, boldly declared this. This was precisely what the reporters yearned to hear. And their pens and cameras hardly paused. Undoubtedly, tomorrow, or perhaps soon, this would become another blockbuster story. The conversation then shifted to Zhou Mu. "Zhou, the Hawks head coach mentioned before the game that he believes you are too young and lack experience, suggesting that you currently do not possess the capability to be considered the 4-star. You feel you have such strength now." Zhou Mu, standing on stage, appeared utterly bewildered. "What 4-star? Who said that? Why am I?" The person in question, unaware. Durant and the other 2 players indicated that they had not heard of this matter at the time of the interview. If Zhou Mu were to embarrass himself, it would undoubtedly be broadcast online. leading to significant repercussions. Zhou Mu, steeling himself, responded, "They're all my seniors, and I have always strived to emulate them. I believe that through my own efforts, I can become what you refer to as the fourth giant. It is merely a matter of time." Not only the reporters, but also Nash and the others found Zhou Mu's answer to be quite satisfactory. In America, a character like Zhou Mu is essential. If you are taciturn and introverted, and your skills are not exceptionally strong, gradually, you will be eliminated. The Hawks head coach was also asked the same question, despite suffering a significant defeat and having his earlier statements contradicted within mere hours. He remained obstinate. Today's loss was due to Irving's unexpected return. "We were unprepared before the match, which caught us off guard. After this, I believe we will not repeat the same mistakes. As I always say, the series will conclude in 6 games. The reporters, witnessing his demeanor, felt as though the next match was once again in jeopardy. Today was a fine day. Zhou Mu hummed a tune while perusing his phone. Whom did he intend to watch? Naturally, it was his gambling friend, Ma Zi. The Nets had won, and he was eager to see Ma Zi's commentary on their performance. These naysayers always manage to provide fresh perspectives. "Really, brother Ma Zi, you're not deceiving us, are you? How could the ice goddess overlook someone as wealthy as Wang Deshao and have eyes for you?" Observing the barrage of comments in the live stream, Zhou Mu felt somewhat bewildered. What was this discussion about? Were they not talking about basketball? Zhou Mu's arrival swiftly captured everyone's attention. "Zhou Mu is here. Everyone, pay attention. Zhou Mu is here." "What? Huang Jordan has arrived." "Where? Huang Jordan? What on earth is that?" Indeed, watching a live stream is akin to reading a novel. One cannot simply start midway and grasp the context. "Brothers, what does Huang Jordan mean?" Zhou Mu inquired. "Huang Jordan refers to you." "Brother Mu? Who else could it be?" "Exactly, Brother Mu. Haven't you seen that white Jordan's dunks in America? Though he cannot compare to you, he is still 175 centimeters tall, and his talent is quite impressive." With this reminder, Zhou Mu recalled such a figure. He too had executed the scorpion dunk. However, while others viewed him and White Jordan as comparable, only he understood that White Jordan had deliberately performed that move. Whereas he had done so out of necessity, he had already soared past the basket and could only place the ball into the hoop in that manner. The difficulty of their respective feats was not on the same level. Nonetheless, as netizens remarked, their talents were also distinct, resulting in different executions, and no wonder they referred to him as Huang Jordan. It all made sense now. "Hey, Brother Mu, that windmill dunk of yours is so cool. When you have the time, teach me." Before Zhou Mu could respond, someone interjected, "Brother, is this a matter of teaching and learning? Even if Brother Mu jumps higher and performs the windmill better, how does that relate to teaching you? If you had arms as long as Brother Mu's and his leaping ability, you wouldn't need teaching. You'd soar in the sky and do whatever you wished. Forget dunks. If you can jump high enough, you could eat in midair." The commenter was left speechless that on July 1, 2021, the Eastern Conference Finals Game 4 commenced. Before the game, the Hawks head coach repeatedly instructed, "Do not let Irving receive the ball. Guard him closely." The Hawks players nodded. They could not afford to lose this match again. Should they falter, they would find themselves back at the starting line with the Nets, which would be highly disadvantageous. The game began. The Hawks secured possession, and with Capella's screen, they successfully executed a jump shot. Possession shifted. Prior to the match, the Hawks head coach had devised a specialized defensive strategy, employing a zone defense, given their inability to contain the opposing team. They would suppress the 3 giants from the outset, preventing them from scoring and disrupting their rhythm, thus simplifying their defensive task. Hunter was tasked with guarding Irving, while the weakest defender, Trae Young, was assigned to Zhou Mu. As the head coach perceived him to be the least formidable, that Irving's shooting touch was not as sharp as it had been in the previous game, resulting in a missed mid-range shot. Capella's screen failed to provide Griffin with timely support, allowing Trae Young to sink a 3-pointer with astonishing speed. Easy. In the next possession, Harden passed to Zhou Mu on the perimeter, but his 3-pointer clanged off the rim. Meanwhile, Trae Young again drove to the basket for a layup. 7-0. 2.5 minutes had passed as Trae Young retreated on defense. He glanced at Irving. In the last game, Trae Young had delivered what could only be deemed the worst performance of his career. While Irving had scored 43 points, the contrast was stark, making it intolerable for Trae Young, who aspired to be the league's strongest point guard. Thus, at the outset, he was determined to reclaim his honor and prove to his elder counterpart that he was not inferior. Nash wanted to call a timeout, but Durant raised his hand to halt him. This was the first time in 2 games that Durant had actively sought the ball. Collins, tasked with defending Durant. Since trouble that as expected, Durant executed a double crossover, leaving Collins utterly bewildered. Durant's open mid-range shot felt more secure than ever to Zhou Mu. This time, however, Trae Young was unable to maintain his hot hand. Missing a 3-pointer that in the subsequent play, Bogdanović was assigned to defend Durant. Without even a glance at the white-skinned player before him, Durant stepped beyond the 3-point line and shot 0.7 to 5, that with experience from the previous game. Trae Young refrained from attempting to do it all himself and allowed Capella to finish the play. Now, Hunter was tasked with guarding Durant. He had no choice. His strength lay in defense, and the coach dictated who he must guard. On the sidelines, the Hawks head coach felt a sense of foreboding. While he had seemingly contained Irving, Durant appeared to be gaining momentum. He was determined not to repeat the previous game's mistakes and decisively deployed his strongest defender. Hunter, nevertheless, Durant refused to relent. What did it matter that Hunter was shorter? He simply shot the ball 0.9 to 8. Bogdanović missed a 3-pointer, and Zhou Mu grabbed the rebound. With no opportunity to fast break with Irving, he understood it was crucial to feed the hot-handed Durant. Capella advanced to defend, aiming to force Durant to drive. Allowing Durant to maintain his rhythm was a nightmare for all teams in the league. However, the side of death had been drawn. Who could possibly stop Durant? With a simple drag step, he swiftly elevated for a jump shot. Swish! The ball swished through the net. 9-11, the Nets had surged ahead by 2 points. Capella had fallen victim to his slow footwork, but it was Durant's fiery form that had made the shot possible. Timeout! Timeout! The Hawks head coach bellowed. The very scenario he had dreaded had unfolded. Another explosion. Immediate defensive adjustments were necessary to contain Durant. They could not allow a repeat of the previous game that in the 10-cent live stream. Hey, the king of jump shots and the efficiency king of this season, Kevin Durant, has in a mere 3 minutes sunk 3 3-pointers and a mid-range shot, leading the Nets to a 2-point advantage over the Hawks. Wang Meng remarked that in the previous match, it had been Irving. This time, it was Durant. One could only suspect that in the next match, it would be Harden that if the 3 of them stayed healthy and together, they would undoubtedly have a legitimate shot at the championship. Not to mention the addition of our young talent, Zhou Mu, who would complete the final crucial defensive piece for the Nets that in the present day. The Brooklyn Nets truly exemplify the prowess of a championship-caliber team. Falling behind is inconsequential, as they can swiftly reclaim the lead in mere moments. The caliber of their stars is what renders the Nets most formidable. Yang continued the thread of Wang Meng's discourse. Old Ba, what did I tell you? It has barely been a few minutes, and the Nets have already turned the score around. Shaquille O'Neal flashed his charming white smile. Just wait, this is only the beginning. The Hawks will undoubtedly secure the victory. As Barkley spoke, he himself felt a lack of conviction. The preceding match evoked a sense of disbelief. One moment the score stood at 9-2, and in the next it transformed to 9-11. A glance at the stats revealed Durant had sunk 3 3-pointers. The crucial point is that, like Irving before him, he was utterly unyielding. If I can shoot over a shorter defender, I will. Should I encounter a taller one, I will still shoot. Ultimately, if I must face the center, I shall continue to shoot that I will shoot, and if you cannot defend it, what can be done? Barkley recalled the last time he witnessed such 3-point shooting prowess. It was from Irving, who, notably, was still on the same team. Not only did Barkley worry for the Hawks, but he also empathized with their plight. How on earth should we defend against this? This was a shared concern between Barkley and the Hawks fans present. Hunter, just focus on shadowing Durant without concern for anything else. Collins and the others, whenever an opportunity arises, double-team him. I refuse to believe they can maintain such stellar shooting form in every game. The Hawks coach gritted his teeth in frustration. In stark contrast, Nash appeared unperturbed. Initially, Irving's poor shooting had made him anxious, but it lasted only a fleeting moment. Once Durant took charge of the offense, he felt entirely at ease. As long as someone can create a one-on-one opportunity, it can lead to open shots. Once there are open shots, scoring becomes significantly easier. Indeed, this proved to be the case. Durant found his rhythm. The Nets' offense flowed seamlessly, Open shots and cuts shattered the Hawks' defense into disarray. Particularly, the defensive ace Hunter bore the brunt of the defensive duties. Naturally, he was tasked with guarding the most potent adversary. Whether it was Irving previously or Durant in this game, he was unable to contain either. Irving breezed past him as if crossing a tranquil morning street. Fortunately, his success stemmed from skill. However, Durant operated differently. He scarcely glanced in Hunter's direction before rising to shoot. He utilized every tactic at his disposal to evade defense, save for stepping on his toes. Hunter began to doubt whether others perceive his offensive capabilities as lacking, believing the label of defensive ace was merely a consolation. Just as in the previous game, Zhou Mu casually stood with his hands on his hips at the baseline, savoring Durant's isolation plays. At times, he pondered what kind of alternate reality he had stumbled into. Others traversed worlds as heroic figures, single-handedly propelling their teams forward. Yet, what of him? Ever since the Triumvirate's return, his games mostly consisted of lurking in the corner and playing defense, occasionally sneaking in for a block. He had once thought that the NBA was an insurmountable challenge, that he could not even make the cut in China. Now, it appeared that simply having hands was sufficient. Collins, who was matched up against Zhou Mu, was gasping for breath. Today had utterly exhausted him, but he was constantly helping on defense, grabbing rebounds, and contributing offensively. The primary issue was that Hunter's defense was woefully inadequate. He either allowed opponents to breeze past him or was easily faked out. As a stretch big, he was perpetually sprinting from the perimeter to the paint to provide help. Playing basketball felt akin to a track and field event. Casting a glance at Zhou Mu, he noticed not a single bead of sweat on his face. Collins curiously inquired, "Hey, Chinese guy, aren't you tired?" "Tired? Why would I be tired?" Zhou Mu responded, puzzled. "What's exhausting about it? All I need to do is defend, grab the rebounds, and pass to those three. To how simple, how effortless." Faced with Zhou Mu's seemingly unthinking reply, Collins was left speechless, just as Zhou Mu had surmised, within the nets. Bolstered by the 3 stars, his experience was indeed far more relaxed. At the very least, he need not concern himself with the offense. He merely had to stand in place or engage in simple movement to create opportunities. Glancing at his teammate Trae Young, his attention shifted to the trio on the nets. Collins could not help but sigh, recognizing that regardless of location, the disparity between individuals was stark. The Chinese player he faced, in his rookie year, may very well secure the coveted championship title, aided by 3 formidable allies. Meanwhile, the seasoned veterans who had battled for years in the league lacked such fortune. Although young, it would be disingenuous to claim he felt no envy. Under Durant's leadership, the Nets unleashed a fierce offensive onslaught. Fortunately, today both Trae Young and Lou Williams were in fine form, preventing the score from spiraling out of control. As the halftime whistle blew, the Nets led 76-73, merely 3 points ahead. Durant had impressively scored 28 points on 10 of 17 shooting, while Harden contributed 11 points and 7 assists. Trae Young amassed 16 points and 9 assists, with Lou Williams tallying 18 points. The star players from both teams were in a fierce standoff in the broadcasting studio. The tension of the match was palpable. The Nets could not afford to win as easily as they had in Game 3. Even with Durant's 28 points in the first half, the Nets held only a slim 3-point lead that reached this stage. No team was a pushover. Each possessed their own strengths and advantages. During the halftime break, he advised the trio of stars, Kevin, Kyrie, LeBron, make sure to pass the ball more. It shouldn't just be the 3 of you passing among yourselves, but also to Zhou and Green, especially to Zhou, whose shooting prowess speaks for itself. I trust you are all aware of it. The Hawks are executing tight defense on the 3 of you. If it were any other players in the league, we would likely be trailing. While Nash offered his suggestions, he also took the opportunity to commend them. As for reprimands, impossible. The trio of stars could hardly err. Should the team fall behind, it would merely be due to insufficient minutes for the 3. Simply playing longer would suffice. Beep. The third quarter commenced. Trae Young passed to Bogdanovich on the perimeter, who sank a 3-pointer. The score was now tied at 76, as the Hawks quickly equalized at the start of the third quarter. Roar, roar. The cheers from the Hawks fans surged like a wave that to them. This shot had completely shifted the momentum. Leading was simply a matter of time. Durant held the ball, and Nash's words brought him back to composure. The excitement from his three early three-pointers in the first half had thrown him off balance, making him reluctant to pass. After laboring for over 20 minutes, they only held a three-point lead. Cooperation was evidently more effective. Zhou Mu stepped up to set a screen before rolling out to the perimeter. Collins, without a second thought, rushed to double-team Durant. Durant's previous reluctance to pass had led Collins to instinctively react. But to his surprise, Durant executed a quick pass back. Zhou Mu, wide open, launched a three-pointer, which effortlessly found its mark. Ironically, the most anxious individual upon Zhou Mu's successful three-pointer was not the Hawks players or the fans in attendance, but rather the viewer thousands of miles away, Ma Zi. How did he manage to sink a three-pointer right off the bat? He didn't even take one in the first half, just as I thought he was useless. He opens the second half with a three-pointer. Can he hear my thoughts? Ma Zi, a seasoned recluse of 30 years, had read countless novels, and his imagination was boundless. In the following possession, Lou Williams isolated against Harden, using his speed to penetrate the lane, aiming for a layup. Lurking beyond the three-point line was Zhou Mu, much like a ravenous wolf, stealthily appearing in the air. Smack! The basketball was forcefully swatted out of bounds by Zhou Mu. A spectacular block. After landing, Zhou Mu pointed his finger at Lu Wei. Ever since he had seen Uncle Mu during the last match, this thought had taken root in his mind. However, he lamented the lack of opportunity until now. In his view, this action belonged to the master of blocks, Uncle Mu. Anything less would hardly do it justice. Previous blocks either lacked flair or failed to leave a striking impression. Yet that last one was not only powerful, but also significantly boosted the team's morale. Thus, he executed this move. In the broadcast room, the excitement echoed. A spectacular block. Another remarkable block. Young Zhou's athleticism is truly rare in this world. Just how high did he jump? I recall every one of his blocks, with his head towering above the backboard. Such feats are seldom seen by others. For him, it appears so effortless, a regular occurrence. Every game showcasing a new block. Even the legendary Sun Yu, a skilled shot blocker for the Chinese national team, pales in comparison to Zhou Mu's prowess. Wang Meng, did you not notice? After Zhou Mu blocked the shot, he made that finger-wagging gesture at Lu Wei. This was once the signature move of Uncle Mu. If anyone else were to attempt it, they would surely receive a technical foul. Jordan included a S if on cue. As Yang Yi's words faded, the referee's whistle pierced the air, issuing Zhou Mu his very first technical foul. Zhou Mu had anticipated this. After all, it was merely a technical foul, not a free throw. He resolved not to replicate that action for the remainder of this game, leaving the next one to fate. Zhou Mu's vertical leap was truly astonishing. The previous windmill dunk, and now this block, having his head above the rim, seemed to him just an effortless task. Zhou Dashin's mouth hung agape. Unable to close as he watched Zhou Mu, he had often heard of the innate talent of NBA players, but his admiration had been solely for Irving, leaving him without a clear understanding of what true talent entailed. However, after witnessing Zhou Mu, he finally grasped the essence of genuine talent. Lu Wei's high bank shot was met with Zhou Mu's effortless elevation. He launched from a standstill, like a rocket, sending the ball flying. Is Zhou Mu really Chinese? Zhou Dashin muttered, feeling it encapsulated the essence of Zhou Mu's extraordinary talent. Whether it be running, jumping, or arm length, he seemed so unlike the typical Chinese athlete. While China had produced its share of gifted players, Yao Ming, Yi Jianlian, and the Monkey King, Zhou Mu appeared to be an extraordinary amalgamation of their talents, seamlessly unified. Looking down at his own body, with its short arms and legs, he pondered in bewilderment. How can there be such a vast difference between him and me? Both males, both surnamed Zhou, both Chinese? At that moment, Zhou's father overheard Zhou Dashin's remarks and reprimanded him. Nonsense! Though you share the same surname, you are fundamentally different individuals. Yes, there is a disparity in innate talent. But is he wealthier than you? Certainly, Zhou Dashin began, but paused, sensing a shift in tone. Zhou's father, still with a raised fist, counted on his fingers several times, realizing that despite Zhou Mu playing in the NBA, he indeed might not be as wealthy as he had presumed. Initially thinking his monthly allowance of $1 million was already quite meager, he now recognized that even after a year, it paled in comparison to Zhou Mu's 2-year salary in the NBA. So, Do you still envy Zhou Mu? Zhou's father confidently inquired, believing that as long as one was not foolish, no one would reject money. Did I envy him? Although he may have less, at least he gets to play basketball. Zhou Dashan replied, causing his father's smile to falter. Oblivious to his father's darkening expression, Zhou Dashan indulged in his own fantasies. If heaven granted me a choice, I would certainly choose to play in the NBA rather than squander my wealth aimlessly. Is that so? Zhou's father retorted. Really? Zhou Dashan finally noticed the predatory glare from his father. Had I known you were such an ungrateful wretch, I should have thrown you against the wall long ago. Dad, you really shouldn't say such things. Mom is right here. Zhou Dashan realized he could not escape his impending punishment and thought that having someone else to share the blame would be advantageous. Ah, please don't hit me, Dad. Not the kidneys, Mom. Soon, the sounds of two men's lamentations echoed. Chinese people, you truly jumped so high, Collins remarked to Zhou Mu. Although Collins found Zhou Mu's chatter excessive and occasionally disrespectful, he could not deny that his talent was enviable. The height he reached was something Collins believed he could never achieve, hence his sincere admiration for Zhou Mu that you're not too shabby yourself. Zach, Zhou Mu responded from the baseline. Really? Collins's eyes sparkled. Zhou Mu nodded, bemused by the response. He had merely offered a polite compliment. However, in America, such niceties were often taken at face value. Collins believed he had received affirmation from a gifted player. Feeling a swell of pride as he thought, so, I too must be a player of talent. As the Nets initiated their offense, Irving held the ball. Zhou Mu stepped forward once again to set a screen. This time, Collins did not provide help defense, but lunged toward Zhou Mu on the perimeter, summoning all his strength. He leapt high, hoping to replicate Zhou Mu's spectacular block, in his zeal to prove himself before the athletic prodigy. Collins left nothing to chance. Yet, even Zhou Mu, with his modest offensive instincts, recognized Collins's intent to block. He didn't bother with a pump fake, pivoting on his left foot while launching off his right toe. Initiating a drive, confronted by Capella's defensive rotation, Zhou Mu chose to engage directly. The relatively diminutive Zhou Mu collided with the robust Capella. Utilizing his incredible leap and core strength, Zhou Mu maneuvered his hand in midair and deftly placed the ball into the hoop. Beep! The referee's whistle signaled the basket was good. And one, Zhou Mu roared. Capella shrugged helplessly. He had indeed aimed to pin Zhou Mu down, but alas, Zhou Mu evaded him and incurred a foul in the process. Meanwhile, Collins remained flustered beyond the three-point line. Zach, what are you doing? The Hawks head coach raised his hands in confusion from the sidelines, utterly perplexed by Collins' actions, initially letting Zhou Mu take the shot. He now seemed to have learned his lesson, but was left wondering why Collins was leaping when Zhou Mu hadn't even made a move to as an NBA player. How could one possibly lack defensive judgment? The head coach of the Hawks could no longer contain his frustration that he substituted Collins for Herter. Collins was acutely aware he had just been outplayed by Zhou Mu, that he realized that engaging in conversation with Zhou Mu was detrimental. Every time he spoke, it led to unfavorable outcomes. This was not the first instance. The previous occasion had also seen him benched. Over time, Collins began to believe he might lose his starting position. He resolved to remain focused during games and refrain from conversing with others. Before the next match, Zhou Mu saw Collins approach him. Recalling the recent play, he couldn't help but chuckle. Zach, you jumped so high. Damn. The mere mention of it infuriated Collins. Time and again, he was mocked. Did they truly consider him easy to bully? He swung a fist directly at Zhou Mu's face. Zhou Mu, still smiling, barely had time to react before the punch landed squarely on his nose, causing blood to spill. Zhou Mu collapsed as the incident unfolded unexpectedly, leaving everyone stunned. Zhou Mu! Zhou Mu! Zhou! Voices erupted simultaneously, a mix of Americans and Chinese present. How dare this foreigner strike a Chinese person in front of me? Did he think we were as easily bullied as we were a century ago? Although Zhou Dashan held no particular fondness for Zhou Mu, they were both descendants of Yin and Huang. While away from home, they were akin to brothers. With one of their own assaulted, he, self-proclaimed as the elder brother, felt compelled to intervene. Not to mention, their shared surname hinted at a possible common ancestry. Zhou Dashan usually appeared humble, yet he understood the ways of the wealthy well. Frequent visits to hospitals and even jail were nothing out of the ordinary. Standing at 2 meters tall, Collins, with adrenaline surging. Even Shaquille O'Neal would think twice before crossing him. Zhou Dashin rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Collins. Zhou Fu, however, grabbed his arm, halting him. Zhou Dashin was incensed. This old man had previously restricted him from engaging in various activities. But now, when it was time to showcase the bravery of a Chinese man, he refused to let him go. It seemed he needed a lesson in ideological education. Hands on his hips, he looked down at Zhou Fu. Dad, I'm not trying to disrespect you, but why are you so cowardly? A henpecked husband, a daughter-esque slave. Do I need to enumerate all your shortcomings? Zhou Dashin pointed accusingly at the various figures his father feared. Look at the situation. Zhou Mu is bleeding. You want to let me help him? Regardless of nationality, he shares our name, Zhou. What if your grandfather's grandfather and his grandfather's grandfather were brothers? Do you not fear retribution for your inaction? The more he spoke, the more impassioned he became, not caring where his tirade led. After all, opportunities to chastise his father thus were rare. Zhou Fu was not inclined to indulge his son's bravado. Delivering a sharp knock to his forehead. You little rascal, turn around and see why I'm stopping you. Cowardly. When I was your age, you were still a twinkle in my eye. Zhou Dashin was taken aback, unaware of how thick-skinned his father could be, making such audacious claims. Nonetheless, he complied and turned around, curious about what could have caused his father's sudden restraint. What he saw left him dumbfounded. Sister, to his astonishment, the first to rush forward was not Durant, nor Irving, and certainly not Harden, but Zhou Yubing, clad in a black trench coat, accompanied by her towering bodyguard. Tyson, before Collins could utter a word. He found himself thrown to the ground with a shoulder throw. Zhou Yubing pushed aside the Nets players and embraced the bloody Zhou Mu. Irving, on the verge of anger, paused, realizing this woman stood slightly taller than him. Her commanding presence dissuading him from advancing. Most importantly, she and Zhou Mu appeared to hail from the same country, leaving him uncertain of their relationship and hesitant to act. Zhou Mu, are you all right? The strength of NBA players is not to be underestimated. At his peak, James's sprint could rival a motorcycle traveling at 30 kilometers per hour. Finally, Zhou Mu, regaining his senses, beheld a stunning visage before him. Even in his dazed state, the innate beauty was undeniable. Before he could further contemplate, the medical staff from the Nets arrived, compelling Zhou Yubing to reluctantly release Zhou Mu into their care. Meanwhile, Zhou Dashin's mouth hung agape, wider than ever. Even the revelation that Zhou Yubing had declined a billion-dollar inheritance did not astonish him as much. He gazed incredulously at Zhou Fu, who met his gaze with a slight nod. Affirming his son's suspicions, Zhou Dashin, though somewhat foolish, recognized the gravity of the situation. His sister had developed feelings for Zhou Mu. The thought alone was daunting. Zhou Fu, however, remained considerably calmer than Zhou Qing. His wealth of life experience allowed him to quickly identify his daughter's unusual behavior, though he dared not confirm it. Previously, any man who came within a meter of Zhou Yubing faced dire consequences. He never anticipated her affection for Zhou Mu that he would wager. No, he was certain that had it been any other man, even if he collapsed before her, she would not have batted an eyelid. Yet, this was preferable. The more Zhou Yubing cherished Zhou Mu, the more she would desire him, hastening the day he could cradle grandchildren. His lifelong embarrassment, subjected to the jests of old friends, would finally be dispelled as the Nets medical staff carried the injured Zhou Mu away. They noticed Collins sprawled on the floor, motionless. As players like Blowing Young approached, Collins stared vacantly at the arena ceiling. Had he not experienced it firsthand, he would never have believed such a scenario could occur. After all, he was a 2-meter NBA center. Even Capella, who outweighed him, would struggle to take him down. Yet, that Chinese woman-esque bodyguard, he recalled throwing a punch at Zhou Mu, feeling unsatisfied and reaching for another. His right hand had barely risen before it was seized, and then he was out cold. The only explanation lay in the prowess of that Chinese woman-esque protector. Was this the reason for China's strength? Collins pondered, initially dismissing Blowing Yang's tales as mere propaganda. He found himself compelled to believe after this incident. How else could a girl shorter than him toss him around? Dad, you knew about this so early? Why didn't you tell me? Am I still your son? Oh, what son nonsense. This is my daughter's secret. Only I, as her father, must know. Mid-sentence, Zhou Fu sensed Zhou Mu's mother's penetrating glare. Only his beautiful and beloved wife could be privy to such matters. No one else could. How petty. Ever since Zhou Dashan learned of his sister's romantic interest, he had been incessantly pestering Zhou Fu. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. What did you just witness? Who else could it be if not Zhou Yubing? Zhou Dashan and Zhou Fu immediately shifted their demeanor. Zhou Dashan scratched his head, scattering flakes of dandruff. As he glanced around aimlessly, his hands groping in all directions. Huh, what did I see? Just now, for some reason, I experienced a momentary blindness and amnesia. What did I see? The next one. What did I see? The next one. Zhou Dashan's eyes widened, his words tumbling out chaotically. Although he was acutely aware that he might be facing dire consequences, his instinctual will to survive compelled him to struggle. Zhou Yubing remained impassive. I believe you're not experiencing mere momentary amnesia and blindness. Then what is it? It is selective amnesia and blindness. Yes, selective amnesia and blindness. Zhou Dashan was puzzled as to why his sister had said that. Nevertheless, he couldn't concern himself with it. Whatever his sister said was law. After all, what if her good mood spared him a blow? No, I choose to render you blind and forgetful. Zhou Yubing uttered the most chilling words in the most mundane tone. Sister, don't just slap my face. What will happen to the millions of girls in China if you ruin my looks? The man in front of the phone with acne scars was on the verge of grinding his teeth. It's Zhou Mu again. Why is it him again? The man knocked over the unfinished instant noodles and milk tea on the table, spilling it everywhere. The NBA is a true commercial league. No opportunity to make money can be overlooked. The previous heroic rescue was broadcasted without fail at this point. The last glimmer of hope for the man was utterly extinguished. However, it wasn't all bad news. Collins had taken down Zhou Mu. Collins, did you skip a meal? Why only make his nose bleed? Why not break his nose? Why not incapacitate him entirely? Collins' punch landed squarely in Zhou Mu's heart, akin to the relief of finally being able to relieve oneself after a long wait. Although Zhou Mu started strong with 6 consecutive points, he was now out of the game. How could he score from the sidelines? The man's only concern of being humiliated was now irrelevant. Zhou Mu had indeed taken a solid punch. It seemed that the matter of women was no longer of great importance. Beep. The referee reviewed the footage repeatedly before ultimately issuing a penalty. Since Collins had initiated the altercation, he was ejected from the game. Zhou Yubing and her bodyguard were also expelled for their interference with the order of the match. Expelled merely meant they were moved to a more exclusive, albeit less populated, luxury box. Zhou Fu still had some connections to leverage. He couldn't let the opportunity slip away now that his daughter had finally taken a liking to a man. Furthermore, he needed to do everything possible to facilitate their union. Should he offer him $10 million to marry Yubing? No, given his current capabilities, earning $10 million was merely a matter of time. But he was so young, just 19 at his age, he should be focused on college entrance exams. Likely with little comprehension of money. Should it be $200 million? Or perhaps a different sum? Once a titan in the business world, Zhou Fu now found himself in a quandary in the broadcasting room. Collins showed no mercy. Zhou Mu's blood was everywhere. Despite Wang Meng's seemingly gentle demeanor, his brow was furrowed in anger. It was well known that a similar incident had occurred during the Eastern Conference semifinals, when the Bucks struggled against the Nets' relentless offense, leading to Irving accidentally stepping on Giannis's foot. The game dragged into a decisive 7th match, enduring 2 overtimes before being won with great difficulty. One must say, the power forward position is indeed fiercely contested. Next time, a warning should be given to Zhou Mu that, if it can't be won, then don't fight. Yang Yi expressed his dissatisfaction with Collins' actions in his professional manner. After this brief interlude, the game resumed. The Hawks replaced Collins with Herter, while Hunter stepped up to match up against Durant. Nash watched helplessly as his prize find was carried away, his heart aching. Surveying the surroundings, Nash decided to reintroduce his former favorite, Joe Harris. Upon hearing Nash's call, Harris immediately sprang to his feet. Ever since Zhou Mu gained Nash's favor, Harris's status had plummeted, nearly ready to take over Zhou Mu's previous managerial role. Now, the opportunity for a comeback lay before him, and he had to seize it. With a gentle flick of his parted hair, he appeared rejuvenated. Nash keenly observed Harris's eager demeanor. This was precisely the effect he desired. Having been overshadowed by Zhou Mu for so long, Harris must have been holding back a great deal of frustration. This moment was perfect for his grand debut. Harris, shedding his previous reticence, pounded his chest. "Leave it to me, coach." The Hawks committed a foul, granting the Nets possession. Durant, noticing Harris's exuberance, knew as the team leader, he had to nurture the morale of every player. He immediately passed the basketball to Harris, who was brimming with confidence. He imitated Zhou Mu and Durant, rising to take a shot. Yet, how could his physique compare to Zhou Mu's? Herter easily disrupted his attempt. Young, opting to use a pick and roll with Herter, effortlessly maneuvered past Harris for a layup. In the next play, Harris received a pass from Irving, who had broken through, and chose to take a shot again, but it too failed to find the net. Meanwhile, Bogdanovich utilized Capella's off-ball screen to shake off Harris and nailed a three-pointer. Nash observed the score. "No, this isn't what I envisioned. Shouldn't Harris's presence lead to a decisive scoring spree, widening the lead? Why has it shrunk to just a 1-point difference?" Durant, too, felt a tinge of dissatisfaction that it wasn't merely Harris's inability to score. His choices were fundamentally flawed. That if you lack the skills, don't overreach. That if you can't jump high, don't attempt contested shots. Does he think being white means he can play like Zhou Mu? This time, Durant opted for isolation. After being outscored 5-0, it was time for the star player to step up. Dribbling between his legs, he accelerated and drove into the paint. Capella, along with Herter and Hunter, surrounded him. Durant spread his arms. Spotting Harris wide open, he made a decisive pass. Harris was already poised to shoot. A graceful arc followed. Clang. Another miss. Capella snatched the rebound and swiftly passed it to Young. In transition, Young, Irving, and Hunter executed a 2-on-1. Young lobbed the ball over Irving's fingertips. Hunter caught the pass and slammed it home. "Bong!" the commentator exclaimed. "Roar, roar!" This play reignited the long silent Hawks home crowd. 7-0. In less than 2 minutes, the Hawks surged ahead. Throughout this time, Harris had missed all 3 of his 3-point attempts, including that last wide-open shot. Without Zhou Mu, the Nets' offense faltered and their defensive quality plummeted. It seems Harris and Zhou Mu are not even in the same league. Alas, the Nets found themselves in a predicament. Next chapter preview. I pondered this title for quite some time. What do you think? The long night approaches, and the torches burn. Alas, the Nets are in a quandary. Yanni could not help but sigh, although his evaluation of Zhou Mu was interspersed with considerable personal sentiment. The score was indisputable. As soon as Zhou Mu entered the game, the Nets surged ahead with a 6-0 run, only to be countered by a 7-0 run against them shortly after. A 13-point deficit is no trivial matter. Whether among the Hawks fans present or the Chinese spectators across the ocean, the noticeable shift in the Nets' dynamics following Zhou Mu's departure was abundantly clear. Initially, the Hawks felt a twinge of regret over the exchange of Collins for Zhou Mu. In their eyes, Collins had already established himself as the undeniable core of the team, making far more appearances as a starter than Zhou Mu, who was merely a fledgling stepping into the starting lineup. What good was talent if the roles they played within the team were fundamentally different? They believed the Nets could survive without Zhou Mu, but the Hawks could not afford to lose Collins. This encapsulated the disparity between the two. Yet now, it seemed their assumptions were misguided. The Hawks swiftly turned the tide, reclaiming the lead in mere moments. Who stepped off the court became irrelevant. What mattered was securing the victory. If they clinched this game and transformed the series into a 3-1 lead, the Hawks would possess a 99% chance of sinking the Nets' metaphorical aircraft carrier and seizing the championship. Such a feat would be undeniably prestigious. While some rejoiced, others wallowed in despair. Numerous Nets fans unleashed their ire upon Harris. "Harris," they lamented, "not only is your defense lacking, but your offense leaves much to be desired as well. I fail to comprehend why you insist on taking contested shots. Has your time alongside Durant dulled your judgment? Shooting over defenders only to miss is one thing, but to pass up open opportunities and still not score is utterly baffling. I seriously suspect you have grown complacent." That makes sense. Zhou Mu's absence rendered the game increasingly challenging for the Nets. Maz, observing the ever-changing barrage of comments, felt an immense sense of joy. He had not forgotten his wager with Zhou Mu. As a relatively obscure figure, his lack of integrity bore little consequence. But Zhou Mu was different. Should he dare to renege, Ma Zi would ensure his reputation lay in ruins. Zhou Mu, oh Zhou Mu. Without you, I eagerly anticipate how you will manage to win this game. Ma Zi sneered, continuing to watch the live stream on the Nets bench. It was now Nash's turn to throw up his hands in exasperation at Harris. His catastrophic performance made it challenging for Nash to reconcile the man before him with that of an NBA player. What more can I say? You'd best sit out, bringing Griffin to A.T. this. Harris nodded despondently. His current state indeed warranted his removal from the game. Nash observed the trio of tall, stout, and short players standing together, and it felt reminiscent of the early days of the Big Three's formation. Yes, they had the potential to win games, but each match required them to fight until the end to determine a victor, which often left them utterly exhausted. Dominant victories were exceedingly rare, and they lacked the semblance of a true superteam. With a blank strategic board in hand, Nash picked it up and set it down again, his gaze shifting to Durant. The two locked eyes, and Durant said nothing more than a nod of acknowledgement. Fortunately, all three members of the Big Three were present, allowing them to share the burden with Durant. Beep, the timeout concluded. The Hawks substituted in Lou Williams and rookie Okongwu, seeking to widen the gap and deny the Nets any opportunity to catch their breath. With the ball in his hands, Irving passed to Harden, who executed a series of between-the-leg dribbles before pulling back for a shot, only to clang off the rim. Lou Williams secured the rebound and swiftly passed to Trae Young, who sank a three-pointer. Irving's layup was thwarted by Capella. The Hawks successfully completed another offensive play, extending their lead to 6 points. How could it be that even the Big Three were struggling with their shooting? Were the Nets truly destined to return home trailing 1-3? The fans watching the live stream felt a wave of despair wash over them. Their 1-3 deficit was a terrifying prospect, one they wished to avoid at all costs. Durant held the ball in his right hand, signaling with his left to slow down the pace. Harden and Irving had been far too hasty in their previous plays, and he had barely touched the ball in 2 consecutive possessions. His defender was the rookie Okongwu, far too inexperienced, dribbling to find his rhythm. Durant suddenly executed a step back, leaving Okongwu off balance, but a quick stop and a 2-point jumper found its mark that Durant's timely basket steadied Nets, who were on the brink of collapse. Wang Ming exhaled deeply. Had the game continued in that manner, Nash would have likely called another timeout. Yet Trae Young was determined to take down the Nets. With a step-back three, he further extended the lead. Turning back, Durant leaned against Hunter, executing a high-bank shot for 2 points. Capella stretched out his arms, nearly grazing the basketball in a one-on-one against Hunter. Durant charged towards the rim. Bogdanovich's three-pointer missed its mark. Durant launched a fast break. This time, Capella attempted a block, but he underestimated Durant's wingspan, making solid contact with Durant's arm. Beep. Durant accelerated, attacking the basket, 2+1. My goodness, he still managed to score. After 32 minutes of play, Williams' layup failed to find the net. Durant passed to Green, briefly transitioning the ball. Durant then received a screen from Green, sinking a mid-range jumper. 37 points. The Hawks continued to miss shots. Durant sought out Bogdanovich, launching a three-pointer. Good. 40 points. Continuing with the screen, Durant found Trae Young calling for him. Another three-point attempt. Wow, 43 points. Goodness gracious, Durant. In a one-on-one matchup, Durant shot again. Another make. 45 points. With 6 seconds left, Harden passed to Durant. In a moment of urgency, Durant stopped sharply, launching a three-pointer. Wow, 48 points. Durant. Beep. As Durant's shot found the net, the sound marking the end of the third quarter echoed. The Nets stood at 88, tied with their opponents. Durant had scored an astonishing 20 points in the final 8 minutes of the third quarter. Dad, I must concede, Durant truly is exceptional, sometimes even surpassing Irving. Zhou Dashin remarked to his father while witnessing Durant's scoring frenzy firsthand. Zhou's father was at a loss for words in response to Zhou Dashin's statement, still immersed in the awe of Durant's performance. 48 points, 48 points. In just 3 quarters, Durant had amassed 48 points that it appeared he was on course to achieve a staggering 60 points, potentially breaking the playoff scoring record. Wang Ming's voice trembled slightly as he spoke. The last time he witnessed such a scoring spectacle was during Durant's previous performance in the Eastern Conference semifinals. He seemed to be a player born solely to score, that a thought crossed Wang Ming's mind. When the Nets needed someone to step up, Durant once again answered the call, single-handedly leveling the score with 20 points in a single quarter. As darkness loomed over the nets, the torch in Durant's hands remained unextinguished. Young, he recalled the famous words of the commentators following Durant's game-tying shot in the seventh match. Inspired by the moment, "Old Ba, you're not far from enjoying chicken wings." That O'Neal patted Barkley's shoulder, reveling in the misfortune. Oh, really? In the past, whenever a player from the Nets would shine, Barkley would become exceedingly anxious. However, through Durant's recent performance, he has come to realize an essential truth. While individual prowess holds significance, the strength of one person is ultimately limited. Durant chose to exhaust his energy, scoring 20 points in a single quarter, merely to equalize the score. But what about the remaining quarter? Durant's most significant flaw lies in his stamina. One cannot expect someone already lacking endurance to engage in two consecutive high-intensity quarters. The Game 7 against the Bucks illustrates this point clearly. In overtime, Durant missed all 6 of his attempts. Thus, at this moment, Barkley remains full of confidence. "What, old Bark, do you think the Nets will lose?" Impossible. Durant has scored 48 points. How could they lose? Shaquille expressed his astonishment at Barkley's reaction, inquiring curiously. "Humph, I won't tell you. Just wait and see," Barkley retorted, turning his head away. Ultimately, the truth would come back to haunt him. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Hawks coach opted to continue utilizing Young alongside Lou Williams and Capella. Remarkably, this lineup successfully thwarted Durant's frenzied assaults, something he had not anticipated. Just as Barkley expected, Durant's stamina faltered. Nash refrained from sending him back onto the court. Unfortunately, Irving was having an off night, and the Net Stars struggled to create opportunities. With no strategy in place, their offense was rendered completely ineffective, relying solely on Harden's vision to barely keep the score from widening. The commentator's voice echoed loudly, wary that the Nets players might not hear. With the score at 96-107, the Nets trailed by 11 points with only 9 minutes remaining. Reluctantly, Nash had no choice but to reintroduce a breathless Durant back onto the court. This game was crucial. A victory would mean a pivotal advantage, while a loss would leave them at 1-3. A dire circumstance indeed. As the Hawks players sought Durant with the ball, they seemed to act with premeditated intention. Promptly double-teaming him on the offensive end, their focus was solely on Durant. Whether he could score was secondary. Wearing him down was sufficient. Durant, panting heavily, leaned on his knees, sweat dripping from his arms onto the floor. The areas he had occupied required constant cleaning by the staff, lest a player slip. Where were Irving and Harden? They needed to step up. Look at how exhausted Durant was. It was a tee that they were unwilling. They simply couldn't defend against the Hawks' relentless offense. The Hawks were particularly on point tonight, sinking threes with ease. "If only Zhou Mu were here," someone lamented. "With him, I wouldn't believe Trae Young would be so audacious." "As if anyone doesn't know that," another replied. "But his nose is all crooked. Can he even return? Am I missing Zhou Mu that much? I actually saw him in the player tunnel." "Me too. Is it true that when you miss someone intensely, they really appear?" "No way. That's Zhou Mu. He's back. He's returned wearing a black mask." At that moment, Zhou Mu carefully adjusted the mask on his face. The punch from Collins had left him dazed, and he nearly forgot the significance of this match. However, players are not permitted to take the court while bleeding, and his nose had only just been reset. Thus, he had no choice but to don a mask that obscured his vision. He needed to return to witness the Hawks' current form. If he was needed, he would not shy away from responsibility. That little Zhou. He actually came back. What a relief, just when we needed him. Zhou Mu's return stirred a considerable commotion. After the earlier segment, everyone grasped the significance of the Chinese player before them. Nash even called a timeout specifically to substitute him in. The Nets' deadly small ball lineup was back in action. Zhou Mu approached Durant, offering his shoulder for support, playfully saying, "Kevin, I'm back. Did you miss me?" Durant smiled knowingly. "Of course I did. Just as I managed to keep the score close. The rest is up to you. All right, together, let's bring the series back to Brooklyn." Zhou Mu's return invigorated both Harden and Irving. With Zhou Mu's defense, they could devote more energy to offense. The score stood at 102-109, with the Nets trailing by 7 points. Zhou Mu took on the responsibility of guarding Young across the court. "Little Young, did you miss me?" Zhou Mu teased, occasionally nudging him. "Don't think I won't recognize you just because you're wearing a mask. You just want to block me, right? Why all the chatter? Zhou Mu felt a bit awkward. He had merely noticed that Collins was unable to play while he was, and the sight of Young's grim expression brought him a sense of satisfaction. It was nothing more than that. Why should Young overthink it? Nevertheless, since he had such expectations, Zhou Mu felt obliged to meet them. Zhou Mu chased Young across the court, utilizing his agile physique as Young maneuvered through Zhou Mu and Harden's defenses. Driving towards the basket, Zhou Mu smirked. Did he really think playoff defense would be so easily breached? Inside, Durant's long arms awaited, prompting Young to attempt a high shot to evade Durant. Yet he could not escape Zhou Mu. Having rested for considerable time, he was brimming with energy. With a powerful push off his right foot, he reached the upper rim of the backboard. A resounding bang echoed as the ball soared away. With Zhou Mu leaping over Young's head, note, over his head, perhaps it could also be perceived as Young slipping through Zhou Mu's legs. Was this a block by Zhou Mu? If it was a block, why could he soar over Trae Young's head? Wang Ming glanced at Yang Yi, who promptly turned his head away, feigning ignorance. Dad, did I see that correctly? Zhou Mu actually flew past. Zhou Dashin could hardly find words to describe Zhou Mu's extraordinary talent. You saw right, son. This time, your vision is impeccable, Zhou's father replied, albeit with a tinge of dishonesty. Durant looked around, observing Kevin. What are you staring at? No matter how you look, my jersey is the same as yours. Zhou Mu maintained an air of calm. Who cares what you wear? I'm observing what kind of physique possesses a talent I've never heard of before. Kevin, this isn't talent, is it? Durant fervently shook his head, extending his long arm. If this isn't talent, then what do you call mine? Zhou Mu straightened his arm, and the lengths of their arms were nearly indistinguishable. Sharp observers would notice that Zhou Mu had a slight advantage. The game continued. Trae Young, hesitant to engage in a one-on-one, called for Hunter to set a screen. Upon seeing Young's signal, Zhou Mu had no choice but to give a thumbs up to this determined young man. Ignoring the opponent entirely, his screen was akin to having Zhou Mu defend him instead. As Durant stepped onto the court, Zhou Mu made a decisive choice. He intended to mirror the strategy employed by Durant and James during the 2018 All-Star Game. Where they had effectively double-teamed Curry, he opted to relinquish Hunter. Zhou Mu and Durant positioned themselves on either side, directly cornering Trae Young at the baseline. The two moved in unison, raising their arms high to envelop Young's shot. When Young glanced up, even the arena's lights seemed to dim slightly. He sought to pass, but his vision was utterly obstructed. Zhou Mu and Durant were resolutely closing in on Trae Young, that I must say. I sent to Zhou Mu, making things quite difficult for Mayor Young. With the pressure applied, not only could he not see Young's silhouette, but I, from my vantage point outside, could scarcely discern him either. In my opinion, Young had been performing commendably in this game, that if you look closely, this play remarkably similar to one executed by Curry, although Zhou Mu still trails behind James in certain aspects. His defensive prowess is certainly commendable. This play would challenge even Jordan. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a 24-second violation. Only then did Young rise, handing the ball to the official. Throughout the ordeal, Young had been left to sit quietly, ensconced in the embrace of Zhou Mu and Durant, helplessly watching the 24-second countdown expire. Zhou Mu and Durant exchanged knowing smiles. They both instinctively refrained from reaching for the ball. After all, when the two of them extended their arms in tandem, scoring was an unattainable feat for anyone. This was also why, following a turnover by the Hawks, the coach refrained from reprimanding his players, a rare occurrence indeed. As the Nets took possession, a fatigued Durant, having just endured that intense defensive effort, settled into the corner to create space for his teammates. Zhou Mu set a screen for Harden, momentarily delaying the play. Zhou Mu moved to the three-point line. However, the seasoned Bogdanovich had already deciphered Zhou Mu's offensive patterns, recognizing that he relied solely on shooting. The ball was not forthcoming, that he immediately closed in on Zhou Mu. Denying him any opportunity to shoot, the ball transitioned to Griffin's hands. Utilizing Griffin's screen, Zhou Mu seized a fleeting chance as Bogdanovich momentarily faltered. He decisively pulled up for a shot, leaving Bogdanovich standing in bewilderment. Unable to contest effectively such moments, all one can do is pray that the opponent misses. Yet Zhou Mu was not one to squander such opportunities. The three-pointer swished through the net without touching the rim. Instantaneously, this was the epitome of effectiveness. Zhou Mu had just orchestrated a sequence that transformed the nets, both offensively and defensively, as if they had switched teams. First, they forced Trae Young into a turnover, followed by a successful three-pointer. This single possession epitomized Zhou Mu's value. Lou Williams, with the ball, aimed to lob it to the cutting Capella after navigating a screen. Suddenly, a player adorned in a black mask soared into the air. Intercepting the ball, "So high," Williams exclaimed in disbelief as he cast a glance at Zhou Mu. Having witnessed Zhou Mu's dunks and blocks firsthand, he had already lofted the ball significantly. Yet Zhou Mu still managed to snatch it from the air. Now, it was Zhou Mu's turn to collaborate with Durant. The two resembled agile spiders entwined, leaving Hunter in awe. The combined reach of their arms likely exceeded that of four of his. If one were to assess the potency of the current Nets duo, it would undoubtedly be attributed to Durant and Zhou Mu. Durant had already amassed 48 points. Who would dare to leave him open? Zhou Mu, having made 3 out of 4 three-point attempts, was equally formidable. Reluctantly, Okongwu opted to switch defenders. Durant accelerated, creating a half-step advantage. Before Hunter could regain his footing, he was compelled to assist in defending Durant. Okongwu, now wiser, immediately spotted Zhou Mu in an open position and lunged towards him. Zhou Mu, undeterred, leaped, using his momentum to launch the ball. The referee raised 3 fingers. Coincidentally, Okongwu's palm struck Zhou Mu's hand, sending him tumbling to the ground. Whistle, a clenched fist, signified a foul. The whistle blew as the basketball gracefully fell into the net. With both hands raised to signify 3 points, the referee confirmed the shot's validity. 3 + 1. Zhou Mu's first three-point play. Good heavens, how did he evolve from merely bearing the brunt to achieving such prowess? His three-point shot emanated an undeniable confidence of success the moment it left his hands. Consistency. He was simply too reliable. Kyrie and Harden promptly approached, each grasping one of Zhou Mu's arms to help him up. Durant arrived a moment later, helpless, for Zhou Mu could not conjure a third hand. He could only stand behind Zhou Mu, gently massaging his shoulders to help him relax. "Zhou, good ball. Your shooting is remarkably precise. I feel my step-back three-pointer pales in comparison. Perhaps I should learn to shoot like the three of you?" Harden remarked to the trio. Observing Harden's serious demeanor, Zhou Mu initially believed he was earnest. "James, your step-back is also quite accurate. However, everyone possesses their own preferred scoring method. Their individualized methods." Durant immediately thought of his mid-range shooting. Suddenly, he recalled something. He had yet to witness Zhou Mu's mid-range game. "Zhou, why have I never seen you shoot inside the three-point line?" In response to Durant's inquiry, Zhou Mu's mind raced. What to say? He couldn't possibly divulge that his three-point attributes were superior. Kevin, three-point shooting and layup efficiency are both vital. You could ask LeBron. The concept of Moneyball they employed back in the day was based on that very principle. Upon hearing this, Harden nodded and shifted his gaze to the coaching staff, particularly D'Antoni. It was he who had guided peak Harden and Paul in their near overthrow of Durant and Curry's Warriors. Now, these three found themselves on the same team. Back then, they had battled fiercely against one another. Little did they know that they would one day unite in pursuit of the elusive championship. The difference now was that Durant had already secured 2 championships. For him, any additional titles would merely be the icing on the cake. Conversely, Harden, driven by his dreams, had forsaken the city that had nurtured him for 8 years to join forces with his former greatest rival. All for that coveted championship. How unpredictable life can be. Harden gazed at the quartet before him, filled with nostalgia. Zhou Mu, perceptive in nature, immediately sensed Harden's emotional shift and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Big white tooth, James, do not worry. The championship is within our grasp this year. The championship is within our grasp this year." The determination in Zhou Mu's words momentarily stunned even the seasoned Durant. In that fleeting moment, he caught a glimpse of his former self from over a decade ago, full of vigor and ambition. Back then, he and Zhou Mu shared a striking resemblance, both brimming with youthful zeal. Fearless and unyielding, he had battled the formidable trio of the Heat for 5 games. The disparity in skills had not diminished his fighting spirit. However, Zhou Mu was far luckier than he had been back then. Lost in thought, Zhou Mu sank his free throw, narrowing the gap to just 1 point. Lou Williams gradually dribbled past half-court. In such moments, the significance of seasoned veterans within a team becomes evident. Their experience is an indispensable asset for any championship contender. Capella set a screen, and Irving fought valiantly to squeeze through. Yet Zhou Mu remained steadfastly positioned between Williams and Capella, caught in a precarious limbo. Observing this, Williams resolved within himself. Youthful naivety still lingered in the realm of basketball. Indecisiveness is the gravest sin. One must possess unwavering determination. Take Zhou Mu, for instance. At the critical moment, he finds himself unable to guard even a solitary opponent. Lou Williams lofts the ball into the air. Zhou Mu, in a desperate attempt, elevates the arc of the ball even further. Yet, it is evident that he cannot reach it. He sprints along the ball's trajectory, only to discover Capella leaping beneath the basket. As Capella jumps, so does Zhou Mu. Could it be that this Chinese player is capable of blocking this alley-oop? Lou Williams, fixated on Zhou Mu, eagerly anticipates the outcome. Thud! A resounding sound reverberates as Zhou Mu forcefully slams the ball against the backboard. Lou Williams, an alley-oop, thwarted by a resounding block. Little Zhou, returning from the three-point line, astonishingly denies the alley-oop. He firmly pins the basketball against the backboard. Zhou Mu's leaping ability is truly extraordinary. Hey, Barkley, what do you think? No need to say anything else, just this defense, can you match it? O'Neal teased, No, I can't. Barkley, having observed only once, quickly discerned the immense difficulty of this defensive maneuver with his keen eye. The most ridiculous part, Zhou Mu leapt from just inside the free throw line that he truly flew over. His jump was significant, especially compared to others. But is Zhou Mu even comparable to a mere human? This is a question many are undoubtedly curious about. Griffin secures the rebound. Irving handles the ball. Zhou Mu realizes that his defender has transformed into the mayor. Reflecting on Durant's words, Zhou Mu accesses the system to review his attributes and finds his two-point shooting has reached 80. It seems rather low. Regardless, Zhou Mu positions himself at the right corner, extending his hand for the ball. Irving, noticing the long arms reaching for the ball, throws it without a glance. Only then does he realize that the one demanding the ball is Zhou Mu. He initially thought it was Durant, feeling a bit restless, who sought the ball for a spontaneous play. How should one put it? This marks Zhou Mu's first proactive request for a one-on-one. Previously, he either shot or executed a simple three-threat drive to the basket, devoid of any dribbling finesse. This was precisely why Zhou Mu opted for such an approach. His foundational skills were lacking. Face the basket, there was no need for the opponent to shoot. With a single dribble, possession would slip into the hands of the adversary. Durant watched this scene with great interest. He had contemplated a similar strategy earlier. With those long arms and legs, it would be a shame not to back down. You might say someone like Hunter couldn't compete, but surely Trae Young could. However, the Hawks fans present held a different perspective. This Chinese player has soared. After all, he merely hit a three-point play. Laughable, a player whose dribbling is so poor that he can barely control the ball at his feet. With Durant and Harden on the team, why wouldn't he pass to them? Instead, he insists on taking it himself, attempting to back down as if he were Jordan. Jordan, I reckon he is a fool. Ha. Just wait. Having just reclaimed a score, he is about to squander it himself. Our opportunity has arrived. What are we waiting for? Defense. 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 Zhou Mu cradles the ball in one hand, fearful that Trae Young might snatch it away. Trae Young, facing Zhou Mu, is left speechless. This Chinese player truly seems intimidated by the prospect of a steal, letting the ball dangle far from him. Zhou Mu stretches his arm fully, making it impossible for Young to even graze the ball, let alone touch his elbow. Zhou Mu meticulously recalls Durant's moves. Down the ball. Once, twice. Wait, this Chinese player is surprisingly strong. With a single push, he sends Trae Young flying. He pivots and shoots. Nothing but net. Little Zhou, demanding a one-on-one in the low post, scores. It seems Little Zhou has truly integrated into the Nets family, absorbing the nuances of Durant's signature skills. Indeed, this marks Zhou Mu's inaugural proactive one-on-one that I recall the last time. He seemed to dribble the ball into his own feet. Hawks fans gawk, incredulous at the spectacle before them. Their concern isn't merely whether Zhou Mu can sink this shot. It's the realization that if even Zhou Mu can score on a one-on-one, what hope remains for them? Nash gazes at Zhou Mu with profound affection, akin to that of a proud father. He has witnessed Zhou Mu's growth firsthand, albeit at an astonishingly rapid pace, with Zhou Mu mastering the one-on-one. The net's future appears considerably brighter. Hey, Barkley, you have nothing to say now, do you? He has even developed low-post skills. Humph. Is that truly low-post technique? Old O. Do you believe your own words? As Barkley aptly noted, Zhou Mu's movements are exceedingly stiff. Only the final shot is aesthetically pleasing. Had it not been for Trae Young, Zhou Mu's attempt might have ended in failure. The Hawks head coach calls for a timeout that if Zhou Mu can execute one-on-ones, then the game is turned perilous for them. Under Zhou Mu's influence, the trio of stars unleash their prowess. Durant, with Zhou Mu setting the screen, nets a two-pointer, scoring 50 points. Durant once again shatters his playoff scoring record. 50 points, Durant's performance in this game will undoubtedly be etched in the annals of NBA history. Zhou Mu, facing Hunter's defense, launches a three-pointer. Another three-pointer sinks. With only 1 minute remaining, Zhou Mu's shot extends the lead to 10 points. Both teams substitute their stars, signaling the Nets' impending victory. Zhou Mu can score on one-on-ones now. I must be hearing things. He merely dribbled a few times. Anyone could do that. Zhou Mu has never been a dribbler. Today, he merely has a good shooting touch, coupled with subpar defense that are you all blind? Did you not see Zhou Mu score 16 points in the fourth quarter? Exactly. In today's match, the Nets had two critically pivotal moments, one from Durant and the other from Zhou Mu. It was their steadying influence on the score that secured the final victory. Just as Yanni stated, Durant is the beacon in the Nets' darkest hours, that I believe Zhou Mu fits that description too. Are you sure he is just a beacon? In less than a quarter, he recorded 5 blocks, with an efficiency rate exceeding 80. You tell me he is just a beacon? That is not a beacon. That is like my family LED headlights. With or without Zhou Mu, the Nets are entirely different teams at a perfect blend of offense and defense. Zhou Mu possesses the makings of a superstar. As the final whistle blew, the Nets triumphed over the Atlanta Hawks with a score of 136-128, leveling the series at 2-2 individual statistics. Durant with 50 points and 12 rebounds. A substantial double-double. Harden with 21 points and 13 assists. Irving with 28 points and 7 assists. Zhou Mu with 26 points and 11 rebounds. Young with 31 points. And Lou Williams with 27 points and 10 assists. Thanks to Durant's explosive performance, the Nets successfully reclaimed home court advantage in this match. Durant achieved his playoff career high of 50 points, just days after scoring 49 in a Game 7 of the Eastern Conference semifinals. Meanwhile, our young talent Zhou Mu also notched 26 points and 11 rebounds, boasting an efficiency rate exceeding 80. This is indeed formidable. Moreover, I have a piece of data here. Since Game 3, when Irving and Zhou Mu returned, the Nets starting 5, excluding the center position, averaged around 120 points. What does this signify? The Nets, relying solely on the firepower of these 4 players, can hold their own against any team. And with Durant, Irving, Harden, and Zhou Mu, they either hit the 180 mark or come remarkably close. Such a terrifying scoring efficiency. Even if the Nets' defensive efficiency ranks among the lower tiers of the league, them, winning seems to be a matter of course. Yang analyzed the data in his hands. Old Ba, another loss. Alas, just the thought of missing out on those spicy chicken wings feels quite regrettable. After all, indulging in chicken wings is truly a delightful affair. O'Neal sported a mischievous expression, prompting Barkley to suppress the urge to land a punch on the big, dark egghead. Old AO, it's still the same advice. Don't rejoice too soon, there's an old saying in China. What was it again? Oh yes, 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. The Hawks are that youth, seemingly at a disadvantage. But when it comes to the decisive game, the Hawks will undoubtedly prevail. Observing Barkley's fervent conviction, O'Neal recognized that they were still live on air. His heart, both dark and mischievous, conjured an idea. Old Ba, it seems you have great faith in the Hawks. If they fail to seize the decisive game, your spicy chicken wings will need to be doubled. Upon hearing this, Barkley visibly panicked. Although he had never tasted those wings, even a tough guy like O'Neal could be brought to tears by their spiciness. For him, they were worse than a donkey's backside. Moreover, Weren't he and O'Neal supposed to be collaborating on the show? There was no need to put each other in such a predicament. Was this, perhaps, the legendary vendetta disguised as a light-hearted jest? Old A.O. Barkley's voice trembled slightly. What do you mean by that? As a man, words once spoken are like water poured out. They cannot be casually taken back. Sensing Barkley's wavering resolve, O'Neal quickly interjected, cutting off Barkley's final escape route. Ahem, that's true. But what if the Hawks actually win? At this, the audience erupted into laughter. They all professed their support for the Hawks, claiming victory was certain, yet none of their statements held any substance. Simultaneously, they recognized that O'Neal was intentionally teasing Barkley. They all began recording, just in case Barkley later tried to deny his words. If the Hawks win, then I too shall taste the donkey's backside. Barkley felt that O'Neal was deliberately mocking him, their conversation consistently circling back to those 4 words. However, at this point, he found himself with no alternative. In front of millions, uttering a single no carried the risk of tarnishing his reputation. Fine. Let it be as you say. O'Neal's expression radiated triumph. As he looked at the grinning O'Neal, Barkley wondered if it was time to find a new partner. The score was tied. The Nets players were elated, wearing smiles throughout the interviews. Steve, after trailing 2 games, you've managed to equalize, and all of it on the road. This is exceedingly rare in the history of the NBA. What do you think is the most significant factor behind the Nets' transformation? Nash remained silent, glancing at Zhou Mu, who was whispering to Durant. Kevin, let me tell you, scarlet bathwater isn't worth drinking. You should switch to someone else. There are plenty of fish in the sea, so why obsess over one flower? Durant retorted, you're talking nonsense. Nash didn't interrupt, as harmonious relations among players were what every coach desired. Zhou's return undoubtedly elevated their defensive capabilities, allowing Durant to expend more energy on offense and shooting. That, indeed, was the Nets' greatest transformation. The reporters gaped, unsure of what to say next. They had anticipated Nash to emphasize Durant, perhaps even Irving or Harden. Zhou Mu had considered this, but in their eyes, he was merely an unremarkable role player beside the 3 superstars. At best, he was a competent starter. Yet it was now evident that Zhou Mu's role surpassed their expectations significantly. So much so that it warranted Nash, the head coach, to lavish such praise in front of the media, even overshadowing Durant at that moment. The reporter stood up. Zhou, what do you think of Nash's remarks? Upon being asked about himself, Zhou Mu's mind raced, drawing on his background as a liberal arts student, that I believe the players are important, but the coach is even more crucial. That IT is the head coach who devises our defensive system, enhancing our defensive efficiency, thereby creating more opportunities. Beside him, Durant looked at Zhou Mu in astonishment at a defensive system crafted by Nash. How was he unaware of this? Zhou Mu had only played a few games, yet Nash was already showing such favoritism. Furthermore, a single person's defensive system. Durant had never heard of such a thing. Besides, if they had a defensive system, how is it that they barely managed to win by a few points? Why did Zhou Mu's words seem so incredulous to him? Nash, meanwhile, gazed at Zhou Mu with satisfaction. It was indeed said that Chinese people could articulate well, and this was certainly true with that statement. Nash immediately resolved to increase Zhou Mu's playing time in the upcoming match. In stark contrast to the Nets, the atmosphere among the Hawks grew increasingly somber. Will the series truly conclude within 6 games? A persistent reporter, undeterred, posed this question in front of the Hawks head coach. Upon hearing those words, the coach's expression darkened further. When I say 6 games, I mean 6 games. There are still 2 games left. Well, his tongue remained as obstinate as ever. In the face of the Hawks coach's outburst, several reporters began to retreat. Thus, the Hawks press conference ended on a sour note. Once outside the arena, after bidding farewell to Durant and the others, Zhou Mu prepared to head home. That a tall, slender youth stood before him, seemingly of a similar age, followed by 4 others. Who are you? Zhou Mu initiated the conversation. The youth beside him remained silent, instead performing the Iron Mountain lean gesture in front of everyone. Instinctively, Zhou Mu responded, Little Heisey. The youth shook his head. Suddenly, Zhou Mu recalled the person he had chatted with a few days prior. Because you are too beautiful. Exactly. Seeing the youth's affirmation, Zhou Mu was flooded with unwelcome memories. Zhou Dashin observed Zhou Mu's timid demeanor, puzzled as to whether he truly appeared that intimidating. Nevertheless, he had a mission to fulfill. "Hello, Zhou Mu. May I request your autograph?" "Ah, sure." Zhou Mu exhaled, relieved that matters were not as he had feared. As long as it wasn't a romantic advance, he was fine. Zhou Mu took the pen. "Where should I sign?" The youth immediately shifted aside, allowing Zhou Mu to finally see the person behind him. Clad in a sleek black trench coat, its hem billowed in the wind, exuding an air of mystery and coolness. Her legs, accentuated by black stockings, appeared long and slender, adding a touch of allure and grace. On her feet were striking red-soled high heels, their vivid hue contrasting sharply with her dark attire, highlighting her distinctive taste and charismatic personality. Most eye-catching was her long, sapphire blue hair cascading down to her waist, gently brushing against her fair skin, radiating a captivating sheen akin to the twinkling stars in the night sky. Her left arm bore a clear tattoo, and she held a black Nets jersey with the number 9. With a beaming smile, she gazed at Zhou Mu. Amit ba, Amit ba, Amit ba. Zhou Mu silently contemplated. Damn it. Only now does he comprehend the truth. What is love at first sight but mere infatuation upon encountering beauty? Yet, though she is indeed lovely, he is not one to be swayed by mere physical allure. Resolutely, he approached her, only to realize she was nearly the same height as Owen. For reasons unknown, Zhou Mu felt an oddly familiar scent emanating from her. However, he dared not delve into such matters. "Here you go," Zhou Mu said as he handed over the jersey. To his surprise, the woman, upon receiving it, produced her phone. "What is this?" Zhou Mu inquired, perplexed. "Have you forgotten me?" "Handsome Zhou," she teased, stepping closer to it. Was then he noticed her striking resemblance to the person who had once assisted him on the court. "Recognized me, have you?" Zhou Yubing said, enlarging the QR code in her hand. "Since you have, let us exchange contact information." "Wait a moment," Zhou Mu replied, still grappling with some uncertainties. It is said that the more beautiful a woman, the more perilous she can be, despite his desire to connect. He felt it prudent to maintain some decorum. "Why did you help me?" "Why? Because I couldn't stand to see a Chinese person being bullied by foreigners." Zhou Mu felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment upon hearing this. Once Zhou Yubing had saved his contact, Zhou Dashan approached him, also brandishing a phone. "What is it? You want to add me too?" Zhou Mu remarked, although Zhou Dashan shared a special connection with Zhou Yubing. It seemed odd for a man to seek his contact. "No. Zhou Mu, could you do me a favor?" Zhou Dashan pulled out 3 jerseys from the Nets big 3. Zhou Mu furrowed his brow slightly. He had no qualms about signing his own, but asking him to run errands for 3 people was a bit much. That he didn't want to appear arrogant, but it was unreasonable to command him like that. Thus, Zhou Mu politely declined. "I'm not particularly close with them. You should ask them yourselves. Rest assured, they are quite approachable." Zhou Dashan remained silent, extending a finger. "What do you mean? 100,000 cough." Zhou Mu nearly choked. What kind of family demands such a sum for a signature? It seemed Zhou Dashan had heard his thoughts. Not a total of 100,000, but 100,000 per person. Ugh. Zhou Mu found himself in a moral quandary. 300,000 was no small amount for him at that moment, especially since he had yet to secure any endorsements beyond his meager annual salary. Finally, Zhou Mu said, "But those are my dear friends and brothers." He paused. "That means I need to increase the price. 50,000 each. Deal." Zhou Mu's face lit up, radiating joy like a blooming chrysanthemum. 50,000 each amounted to 150,000 in total. Not only could he procure signatures, but he could even source their original game socks. The amount of money mattered little. What truly excited him was encountering compatriots in a foreign land. Helping his fellow countrymen with such a small favor was no trouble at all. Zhou Mu graciously revealed his payment code. In an era of rapid technological advancement in China, large transfers were no longer fraught with complications. After bidding farewell to Zhou Yubing and her companions, Zhou Mu returned to his residence, discovering a heated online discussion surrounding Collins' punch. The central question was whether he should face suspension. Meanwhile, in the NBA Commissioner's office, Commissioner regarding the brawl involving Collins in Game 4 of the Eastern Conference Finals. "How shall we proceed? Of course, we must act impartially. I need to spell it out. Are you suggesting we handle it like the last incident with that Chinese player?" a staff member asked. aware of the many perplexing decisions made since Silver took office. Not the same. A fine will suffice. No need for suspension. But the fans in China, the staff member voiced his concerns. Chinese fans represent a formidable force, not to be underestimated by any corporation or nation worldwide, that I am aiming to deliver a more thrilling and competitive game. This is for their benefit. Without Collins, the Hawks can hardly withstand the Nets' offense. Do you truly believe they can compete against the Nets post-suspension? Silver slowly extended his hand, gently grasping the cup of fragrant coffee at the edge of the table. He raised the cup slightly, bringing his lips to the rim, savoring a delicate sip. The rich, bitter flavor spread through his mouth, invigorating him. His bald head gleamed. Understood, the staff member recognized Silver's decision and refrained from further commentary. That evening, the news exploded across major networks. What? Collins isn't suspended? How is that possible? What are they thinking? Is this not ground for suspension? Zhou Mu felt a surge of indignation. Why was it that he faced suspension for a fight? Yet Collins did not. What did Silver mean by this? Was he looking down on Chinese people? Zhou Mu had anticipated this outcome. Silver would never allow the series to conclude without further drama, and he would welcome whatever came his way. After all, it was merely one Collins in the blink of an eye. 3 days passed. At T. Barclays Center, cheers erupted like waves, from a 0-2 deficit to a 2-2 tie. Nets fans truly experienced the thrill of a roller coaster ride. Nets. Amidst the cheers, Nets players entered one by one. Zhou Mu, James Harden, Kyrie Irving, Kevin Durant. The announcer elongated their names. Among them, Durant was undoubtedly the favorite. However, Zhou Mu's popularity today rivaled even that of Durant. Upon closer inspection, the arena was packed with fans, a sea of Chinese supporters filling every seat. As the announcer called out Zhou Mu's name, the crowd erupted, chanting, "Zhou Mu, Zhou Mu." The sound reverberated throughout Barclays Center. Looks like today's Nets home game is quite the spectacle. Indeed, little Zhou has reached heights never before attained by Chinese basketball players. Just this achievement alone is immensely captivating, not to mention his gameplay. The blocks, the dunks, words fail to encapsulate them. Most importantly, today's match is crucial. It's a pivotal game, one that could determine the series' trajectory. Such contests are the most thrilling and heart-stopping. Simultaneously, they're the most aesthetically pleasing and exhilarating. The Nets' Big Three, or should I say the Big Four, as is now trending online. Upon contemplating this, a profound sense of pride welled up within Wang Ming. Although these remarks were made by Chinese individuals, they pertain to Durant, Irving, and Harden, players who are undeniably the cornerstone of any team. It is astonishing to think that one day, Chinese players could be compared to them. In the past, it was not just a matter of comparison. Even entering the NBA was a distant dream. To be frank, I believe that the young Zhou Mu has the potential to become the fourth pillar of the Nets. However, in terms of accolades and statistics, he has yet to deliver a standout performance. Thus, it may still be premature to make such assertions. Young E, with a composed demeanor, adjusted his glasses and acknowledged the point. Indeed, it is somewhat premature. However, I wish to highlight the trio of Durant. In the first 2 games, Irving scored 43 points, and in the second, Durant netted an impressive 50 points, both with shooting percentages exceeding 50. Their contributions were indispensable to the Nets' victories. Now, in this third game, will it be Harden's turn to shine? If what you say holds true, I am genuinely eager to see what Harden will bring to the table. This match could very well determine the hierarchy among the 3 superstars. Yang E remarked. As soon as this was said, some fans could hardly contain themselves. Wait, does Yang even understand basketball? When it comes to rankings, Durant should undoubtedly be first. As for the second and third places, that will be determined by this very game. Great minds think alike, my friend. I agree completely. On the Hawks bench, the coach rallied the players. Children, we have reached a critical juncture for the team. I know you have endured immense pressure, transitioning from a 2-0 lead to the current situation. However, we must exhibit unwavering spirit now. Let them witness our aggression and resilience. Even if we cannot secure a victory, we must ensure that they feel the impact. Understood, coach? Collins responded most enthusiastically. After being outmaneuvered by Zhou Mu on 2 occasions, Zhou Mu had become the person Collins was determined to overcome on the court. This individual not only humiliated him, but also caused his coach to reduce his playing time. For a young player just entering the league, this was undoubtedly the worst possible news. With a referee's whistle, the game commenced. During the jump ball, Zhou Mu emerged victorious, granting the Nets the initial possession. Harden advanced the ball, crossing half-court before passing to Durant. Upon receiving the ball, Durant faced tight defense, executed a swift cross dribble to shake off Hunter. And with a jump shot, the basketball swished through the net, scoring the first 2 points for the Nets. Durant remained as composed as ever. I need not even watch his mid-range shot to know the outcome. Why bother? On the Hawks side, Collins sought to take on Zhou Mu one-on-one. After receiving the ball, he attempted to use his physical advantage to back Zhou Mu down. Although he wasn't particularly adept at playing this way, Zhou Mu's slender frame suggested he would be an easy target. However, as Collins pushed, he soon realized that despite Zhou Mu's seemingly frail appearance, his strength was formidable. Otherwise, why would he find himself unable to make any progress? Zhou Mu chuckled softly behind him. After all that pushing, you still can't budge me. Isn't that infuriating? Are you even capable, skinny dog? Zhou Mu remarked nonchalantly, wearing a teasing expression that only fueled Collins' anger, with a determined shove of his right shoulder. Collins leapt backward for a shot. However, at the moment he released the ball, an enormous hand appeared above him. Smack! Collins' eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed Zhou Mu's astonishing leaping ability, blocking his shot at the very moment of release. Zhou Mu! Zhou Mu! Zhou Mu! Chinese fans frantically waved their Zhou Mu posters. Amidst the cheers, Zhou Mu appeared solemn as he regarded Collins, slowly shaking his head. Zach, did you forget to eat today? Zhou Mu inquired with a puzzled expression. Before Collins could respond, Zhou Mu added, or is it that you simply can't compete? Can't compete. In any circumstance, there is no greater insult to a man than these 2 words. One may comment on his looks, height, or skin tone, but to imply a man is incapable crosses a fundamental line. Zhou Mu, who typically engaged in banter without uttering a curse, delivered a far more cutting remark than any profane statement. Collins, who had raised his fist in anger, suddenly recalled the pre-game advice from the Hawks head coach to avoid acting on impulse. Manipulating one's mindset is common on the court, a crucial part of the game. If he were to be ejected at the onset, it would undoubtedly be a devastating blow to the already disadvantaged Hawks. The Hawks reorganized their offense. Young, using Capella's screen, stepped back to evade Griffin's defense and sank a three-pointer. Harden held the ball, with Zhou Mu setting a screen. As Harden's pass arrived in succession, Collins appeared poised to pounce. Instead of attempting a shot, Zhou Mu chose to drive through, exploiting a slight timing difference. In his effort to guard Zhou Mu, Collins desperately shifted his weight, inadvertently grabbing Zhou Mu's arm with his right hand, pulling him down forcefully. Beep! The whistle blew just as Zhou Mu sent the ball through the hoop. Under the basket, Zhou Mu raised his right hand, first signaling a 2, then a 1, and finally a 3, a 2+1. Zhou Mu effortlessly tore through the Hawks' defense, finishing against Capella's late help that, in my opinion, Collins also bears some responsibility for that play. If you're going to commit a foul, it should be a decisive one, bringing your opponent down entirely to prevent a 2+1 opportunity. Otherwise, let them score the 2 points without a foul. Instead, Collins chose a conspicuous approach, seemingly afraid the referee would miss it, and merely tugged on Zhou Mu's shoulder. This was a classic case of losing more than he gained. He continued with his analysis, just as Yang stated. The Hawks coach paced angrily, gesturing widely as he shouted at his players. Zach, can you toughen up a bit? Have you forgotten my game plan for you? If this continues, I don't care who you are. You sit on the bench for the remainder of the game. The coach's somewhat threatening words serve as a wake-up call for the Hawks. They did not want to squander such a valuable opportunity in the playoffs. Collins, however, glared darkly at Zhou Mu, contemplating whether to increase the intensity against him, a task he was well-equipped to handle. Zhou Mu sank the free throw. As he retreated on defense, he pondered the coach's recent remarks. However, he was not a member of the Hawks, so he could not know their strategies. The only certainty was that the Hawks had their own secret weapons prepared to counter them. Nevertheless, he resolved to face whatever challenges lay ahead, whether it be schemes or tactics. His singular focus remained on putting that wretched ball through the hoop. This time, Young opted for a one-on-one. He passed to Bogdanovich, but Harden maintained his position, ensuring Bogdanovich's shot was likely to miss. Zhou Mu stood firm, preparing to establish position. Suddenly, a large hand pushed against his face, shoving him aside. Zhou Mu. As one focuses intently, Collins snatches the offensive rebound. Faced with an open basket, he unleashes a two-handed slam dunk. The rim creaks and sways as Collins shakes it a few times, letting out a roar of triumph. He has finally managed to release some of the pent-up frustration from the previous games. Unfortunately for Zhou Mu, he was caught off guard. He casts a glance at the referee, who signals for the game to continue. Zhou Mu is compelled to reassess the physicality of the match. When others engage with force, one cannot afford to hold back and expect to avoid the consequences. The Nets press forward with their offense. Zhou Mu continues to set screens for Durant. After 2 games of adjustment, it has become evident that Zhou Mu's choices and efficiency in setting picks surpass those of Griffin significantly. In terms of shooting, Griffin pales in comparison to Zhou Mu. After his injuries, Griffin has lost the youthful explosiveness he once possessed. However, neither Durant nor Zhou Mu anticipated the unexpectedly aggressive play of Collins and Hunter. Hunter, eager to maneuver around the screen, employs both hands and feet. His elbow digs into Zhou Mu's chest, while his hands aggressively swipe at Zhou Mu's neck. Their knees collide repeatedly. After all, no one is entirely immune to pain. Collins, standing nearby, is no better, and in fact his actions are even more excessive. He holds a grudge against Zhou Mu. Unlike Hunter, his hands relentlessly tug at Zhou Mu's jersey, his feet never ceasing their movements. Durant, fortunately, is relatively unbothered, while Zhou Mu, as a newcomer to the league, appears somewhat out of his depth. Nonetheless, he is determined to execute his screens effectively. Due to the Hawks' underhanded tactics, the screens yield little benefit. Durant's shot clangs off the rim. Capella seizes the rebound and passes to the fast-breaking Bogdan. Bogdan finds Collins cutting in. Zhou Mu stays close to Collins, but as he obstructs Collins' layup attempt, Collins drives an elbow into Zhou Mu's chest. This was all part of Collins' plan that a blatant face shot would be too obvious. A blow to the chest is far more discreet. After all, it is Zhou Mu who feels the pain, not Collins. Damn it, Zhou Mu exclaims, staggering back from the impact to his chest. Collins easily converts the open layup. Zhou Mu cannot help but feel a surge of frustration, raising his hands towards the referee. The referee remains unperturbed, signaling for Zhou Mu to inbound the ball. Prior to the game, Silver had specifically instructed that many Chinese spectators would be in attendance, and the match should be intense and visually captivating in order to further expand the Chinese market. Moreover, Zhou Mu, being a mere novice, knows little of the game. That if only he had leaned back slightly just then, a foul would surely have been called. Seeing Zhou Mu's emotional response, Durant steps forward to offer reassurance. Zhou, it's all right. They hit you. Just hit back. You're much stronger than they are. In the end, it will be them who beg for mercy. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mu nods, feeling aligned with the sentiment. After all, it is merely a contest of strength. Excluding the likes of LeBron, he truly does not regard anyone else as a threat. In the broadcasting room, the commentators exclaim, "Wow." The game has begun with extraordinary intensity. The level of physicality has significantly escalated, and the referees are allowing a greater degree of contact, overlooking some minor fouls. They continue. Collins is practically ripping Zhou's jersey off. The intensity is off the charts. In the grand tapestry of Chinese civilization, each phrase seems to bear profound implications. That it can be good, or it may not be. In the subtly nuanced broadcasting room, Yang, he showcases the allure of the Chinese language. The numerous Chinese spectators at Barclays Center display expressions of displeasure as the game proceeds. This time, Zhou Mu's actions have also become considerably more aggressive. After all, isn't it just a matter of playing rough while holding the ball? As Collins approaches to set a screen, Zhou Mu emulates a previous play. His elbows and knees come into play, striking Collins with force. This is the NBA, not WWE. Collins grimaces in pain, clutching his side. No one understands men better than men. What is my weakness is undoubtedly Collins' weakness. Zhou Mu's earlier strike had precisely targeted Collins' vulnerable spot, ensuring it would go unnoticed by the referee while imparting a lesson to Collins. A look of realization spreads across Zhou Mu's face. Oh, I didn't expect you to know you were playing in the NBA. His tone carries a hint of surprise, as if he is taken aback by Collins' awareness of the league. Collins recognizes that familiar, infuriating expression once more. The true power of Zhou Mu's trash talk lies not in the words themselves, but in the accompanying expressions. Collins grits his teeth, muttering "good job" 3 times. His gaze dark and fixed upon Zhou Mu, as if he intends to devour him whole. He must make Zhou Mu pay a price. In the ensuing game, both sides escalate their physicality. The collision of muscles and aggressive defense elicits exhilaration from the crowd. There is a distinct difference between playing hard and playing dirty. Even as their own players fall, fans express no complaints as long as no serious injuries occur. However, Collins holds a different perspective. Like a hunting cheetah, he fixates on Zhou Mu, searching for an opportunity, a chance for a decisive blow. Though he harbors disdain for Zhou Mu, he cannot deny Zhou Mu's contributions on the court. With long arms and impressive verticality, Collins finds it difficult to gain an advantage. Only a heavyweight center like Capella can effectively contain Zhou Mu. Without Zhou Mu, their inside dominance will be considerably amplified. When the time comes, he can feign innocence, claiming it was an accident. This tactic was imparted to him by a seasoned power forward. Finally, the opportunity arises. Zhou Mu executes a shot fake on Hunter and charges towards the basket. Collins swiftly darts into the paint. Zhou Mu catches a glimpse of Collins barreling towards him, mentally bracing himself, knowing that if this collision doesn't break his arm, he will consider himself fortunate. He is acutely aware of how much trouble he has stirred. After all, anyone in his position would feel aggrieved that he leaps for the layup. However, instead of landing on his arm, Collins chooses to place both hands on Zhou Mu's shoulders. Yanking him downwards with force, a dull thud reverberates as Zhou Mu feels a dizzying jolt, losing control of his body before crashing heavily to the floor. Zhou, Kyrie, and Harden rush over to check on him, while Durant confronts Collins. "Zach, what's the meaning of this?" "Nothing at all. I simply committed a normal foul and accidentally took him down," Collins replies nonchalantly. Hearing this, Durant's anger ignites. As the saying goes, a gentleman speaks, but does not resort to violence. The two stand face to face, exchanging heated words. Griffin and Hunter promptly step in to separate them. Collins' actions have clearly crossed the line. This is not how basketball should be played, and it borders on intentional harm. Wang Ming furrows his brow tightly, his expression betraying deep concern. After all, China has finally produced such a talented player. To have him subjected to malicious fouls so soon into his career is worrisome. Should an injury occur, it would not only impact the Chinese national team, but also have significant ramifications for Zhou Mu personally. The crowd of Chinese fans can no longer contain their outrage, erupting with shouts of "Collins, you bastard! Are you playing basketball? If Zhou Mu gets injured, you could just watch how I handle it." Zhou Mu's fall tugged at the heartstrings of everyone present. Nash looked on with a worried expression directed at Zhou Mu. Fortunately, Zhou Mu slowly rose to his feet, rubbing his shoulder. "I'm fine. I can still play." Nash's anxious heart finally found some solace. Since Harden's arrival, the Nets have been plagued by injuries, particularly affecting key players. This made Nash extremely sensitive to the situation. Had it not been for Zhou Mu's insistence that he was unscathed, Nash would have considered substituting him for a breather. After all, in the realm of sports, a player's health surpasses all else, of course. This is contingent upon all 3 stars being in good health. Meanwhile, the referees were diligently reviewing the recent footage. They had to deliver a ruling that would satisfy the crowd, especially in the Nets' home arena. The enforcement of rules couldn't be overly lenient. The wrestling moves had already surfaced. After a prolonged discussion, the referees gestured, assigning Collins a flagrant foul. This was the best outcome to maintain the balance of the game while providing an explanation to the fans. Throughout the ordeal, Zhou Mu remained silent, swiftly returning to defense after the free throw. Collins' actions demanded a response. From that moment on, whether in defense or rebounding, Zhou Mu seemed to have locked horns with Collins. Their movements were incessant, a constant tussle. For a single rebound, he exerted every ounce of strength he possessed. "You won get this rebound, I assure you." Noticing Collins trying to box him out, Zhou Mu smirked. With a powerful push off the ground, and right before Collins' eyes, he snatched the rebound from his grasp. Collins barely managed to touch Zhou Mu's forearm. Zhou Mu passed to Harden, initiating a fast break. Durant and Irving sprang into action. Meanwhile, Trae Young, Having reviewed the play, found himself at a loss as to whom to defend. Harden moved to the left, delivering a deft bounce pass. Zhou Mu, seizing the opportunity, went for the layup. Collins once again clutched Zhou Mu's shoulder, but this time, Zhou Mu was prepared. With all his strength, he dragged Collins along for the layup. Beep! The referee blew the whistle. The ball kissed the backboard before smoothly entering the hoop. Roar! Zhou Mu thumped his chest, letting out a triumphant shout that he approached Collins, showcasing the muscles on his arms, playfully tapping his triceps. Zach, what can you do by holding me back? Am I someone you can restrain? The ball went in anyway, and you even picked up a foul. Quite the bargain. I sent it. Zhou Mu relished the moment, enjoying the sight of Collins' frustration and inability to defend against him. A smirk playing on his lips, Zhou Mu pointed at Collins, then at himself. You can't stop me. Yes, your old rival. I sincerely suggest you consider switching defenders if you wish to continue as a starter. What do you mean? Collins asked in a low voice. The literal meaning is, I keep scoring and you can't defend me. Your coach will think you aren't putting in the effort and might just bench you. Zhou Mu patiently explained. Though his tone remained calm, it sounded painfully sharp to Collins. Humph, you Chinese, I don't get too cocky. The score difference is still single digits. Besides, winning today won't be so easy for you. In response, Zhou Mu chose silence. That it is often said that playing basketball is inseparable from trash talking to a SA model student. He had never believed it until now. It truly is exhilarating. Under the referee's encouragement of physical play, both teams' shooting percentages began to decline. Zhou Mu held the ball at the top of the arc, while Durant and Hunter grappled in the low post. Hunter used his body to block Durant from receiving the pass. Throw it high, Zhou. Durant pointed toward the sky. After being tussled for so long, it's only natural that anyone would feel a bit riled up, especially after more than a quarter of the game with Hunter glued to him like a piece of gum. All right, Kevin. Zhou Mu executed a precise lob. Both Hunter and Durant jumped simultaneously. Under normal circumstances, Hunter wouldn't stand a chance in a battle for the ball, but with the game's intensity heightened, the Hawks coach showed no fear of fouls. They took turns wearing down Durant, with minor fouls like slapping hands, hitting arms, and shoving becoming commonplace. With less than 2 quarters played, Durant was already showing signs of fatigue. Once, twice, thrice, Durant and Hunter continued to tap the ball mid-air. Suddenly, a shadow swooped in, crashing into Durant and sending him sprawling to the ground. The ball was snatched and passed to Lou Williams, who converted the fast break. From the sidelines, Nash exclaimed, Hey, why wasn't that a foul? Didn't you see him knock the guy down? The referees feigned ignorance. Not only now, but even in ordinary circumstances, such incidents rarely warranted a foul. Capella neither reached out nor charged at Durant. He merely collided with him inadvertently while going for the ball, but if scrutinized closely, it was actually Durant who collided with Capella after he had already secured the ball, potentially resulting in a foul against Durant instead. In the broadcast booth, it was only the second quarter, and Durant was already showing signs of fatigue, having not even scored against Hunter, but you'll have to ask Nash about that. Since the game began, Irving, Harden, and Zhou have all had their breaks, but Durant hasn't. How could he not be exhausted? As soon as Young's words fell, Nash substituted Durant out. The Nets led by only 5 points. Seizing the opportunity while Durant was off the court, the Hawks began their counterattack. First, Trae Young sank a three-pointer, then Capella caught Lou Williams' pass for an alley-oop dunk, leveling the score on the bench. Durant grew restless. He'd been off the court for less than a minute, and the lead had evaporated. Nash restrained Durant, signaling him to remain seated. The promise of the 3 stars, with the other 2 already established, would surely shine through. It was just that Durant's presence made their contributions appear less pronounced. Harden steadily advanced past half-court, establishing the tempo. With Durant absent, he became the core of the team. Zhou Mu set a screen and cut to the basket. Collins directly struck Zhou Mu's arm mid-air, causing the ball to slip from his grasp. Zhou Mu glanced at the red welts on his arm, so vivid that the original color of his skin was nearly obscured. As the half concluded, the score stood at 65-67 in favor of the Hawks. After Durant's exit, the Nets found themselves trailing by 2 points within 3 minutes. Why do I feel like once Durant went out, the Nets fell apart? Chuckled a critic. I told you. When the intensity rises, the Nets will show their true colors. Basketball isn't merely about stacking stars to win, Relying too heavily on Durant's individual plays means they can't function without him. If the Nets lose, how can they talk about the championship? They won't even escape the East, the critic continued to mock. This was the first time since Irving's return that the Nets have fallen behind. Old AO, don't forget our bet, another chimed in. The tide has turned, and now it's Barkley's turn to gloat. And oh rush, let the dust settle. Someone will step up, O'Neal replied confidently. Step up? Uri's still counting on Durant? He was nearly overwhelmed by the players of the Eagles, almost as if he were on the verge of being struck down. Perhaps it was simply his dark complexion that rendered him less visible. Did you not observe that Chinese player? His yellow skin turned crimson, but he is merely a 3D player. Barkley spoke without a hint of politeness. Who said I was relying on Durant? Are there not still two others? After a brief moment of bewilderment, Barkley recalled both Irving and Harden. There was no denying it. Durant's playoff performance this year has been nothing short of dazzling in the Eastern Conference semifinals during a Game 7. He scored 48 points, grabbed 9 rebounds, and dished out 6 assists, playing a full 58 minutes without a moment's rest. Remarkably, this was merely the least impressive data amidst Durant's astonishing display. The decisive Game 5 was even more outrageous. 49 points. 17 rebounds, 10 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks that he played the entirety of the game, achieving an astounding shooting efficiency of 16 out of 23 attempts. Beneath this terrifying efficiency lay a comprehensive performance, filling the stat sheet all on his own. His individual statistics eclipsed those of the 5 players from the Bucks. In the fourth quarter, he alone scored 20 points. The Grim Reaper had arrived, fully unleashed. Durant was comparable to the unstoppable LeBron of yesteryears. Though yet to reach the age of 50, the hour was indeed upon him. Just as this thought began to take root, Durant, in Game 4 of the Eastern Conference Finals, the very last match, tallied 50 points and 12 rebounds, shooting an equally fearsome 20 out of 29. It stands as one of the greatest scoring performances in playoff history, casting Irving's 43 points into the shadows. Sometimes, it is not about one's own excellence, but rather the brilliance of those around you that obscures your own light. I don't think they can do it. After a moment of contemplation, Barkley uttered this statement, let us hope you are correct, O'Neal replied, turning his gaze towards the court. Zhou Mu, using ice packs to support his legs, scrutinized Durant intently. Indeed, the severity of his injury surpassed what he had anticipated. Kevin, is your arm all right? Durant shook his head, signaling Zhou Mu to disregard it. Irving approached them, having struggled with the shooting in the first half, relying solely on drives to score, and had also taken a beating, requiring ice to alleviate his muscle soreness. Meanwhile, Harden observed quietly, his gaze flickering as he looked up at the ceiling of the locker room. That it had been a long time since he freely unleashed his skills. Since joining the Nets, in pursuit of a championship and team harmony, he made significant sacrifices, transforming from scorer into a facilitator. Although this transition proved successful, who does not relish scoring? As Durant's stamina waned, the Nets found themselves once again in a scoring quagmire. Perhaps it was time for the former Rockets Harden to make his return. As halftime concluded, the game resumed. Lou Williams and Capella executed a pick and roll, momentarily delaying as Griffin and Irving double-teamed Lou underneath the basket. Only Durant remained. Lou tossed the ball into the air, and Capella leaped to catch it. Durant attempted to interfere, but Capella's assist held him down by the shoulder, denying him any jumping space. With a thunderous alley-oop dunk, the rim shook violently. Durant, like a kite severed from its string, lost his balance in midair, plummeting to the ground. With a resounding crash, his body slammed against the floor, causing the entire arena to tremble. To make matters worse, his shoulders struck the ground first, and the violent impact raised concerns about his well-being. A sharp pain surged through him, spreading swiftly like a tide throughout his body. Despite the excruciating agony, Durant gritted his teeth and attempted to rise, but his body betrayed him, leaving him helplessly sprawled on the ground, emitting pained groans. Zhou Mu and the others rushed forward. Ever since Durant's devastating Achilles injury, he had rarely engaged in such fervent defense. This scene filled the fans in attendance with unease. Durant was the linchpin of the Nets. If he were injured, winning this game would be nearly impossible given the current state of the others. Kevin, are you all right? Zhou Mu leaned down, anxiously inquiring. However, Durant's response was delayed. After a considerable pause, his voice finally emerged that I'm fine. It was just a fall. Let us continue. With that, he extended his hands, and Zhou Mu and Irving helped him to his feet. Even standing, Durant continued to clutch his right shoulder, the pain evident on his face. Ouch! Be careful, Durant. That was quite a fall. You can barely walk. The Nets were in a precarious position. It would take more than a few minutes for Durant to recover. The severity of his fall left his right arm trembling slightly. Next, it would be crucial to see if anyone on the Nets could step up. Otherwise, the game would truly be at stake. As the Nets attacked, Durant positioned himself in the left corner, creating space for his teammates. Irving made a change of direction and drove, but upon facing the defense, he attempted to pass, only to find that aside from Griffin, the other four were entangled. Collins was particularly close to Zhou Mu, sweat from his body splattering on Zhou Mu. Griffin's wide-open three-point attempt failed to find the net, seizing the moment while the Nets were still reeling. Lou Williams hit a mid-range jumper, narrowing the gap to 6 points. That a glimmer of joy appeared on the face of the Eagles head coach, that it seemed that the strategy devised before the game was indeed correct. How could the trio of stars prevail if they fell victim to his tactics? This moment was not meant for passing. It was a time to showcase star power. Yet he chose to pass. Such statements cannot be made lightly. Irving had already created opportunities for his teammates. The failure to convert lay with Griffin. Even Griffin was forced to shoot. And where was Harden? Since Irving's return, he had yet to shine in any game. Was he not part of the trio? Why had he vanished at such a critical moment? Numerous fans began to voice their complaints. Harden exhaled deeply, regaining his composure as he crossed half-court. Zhou Mu moved forward to set a screen. Harden raised his hand, signaling, no need, no screen. This left Zhou Mu, accustomed to working with Harden, somewhat bewildered. Since arriving in this world, he had seldom witnessed Harden play without a pick and roll, if one were to consider which jersey he wore while excelling in isolation. It would undoubtedly be the Rockets. Zhou Mu quickly stepped back. Harden eyed his defender, Bogdanovich, with a sense of nostalgia. Once upon a time, those who defended him were the league's defensive elite. Now, this slower, less agile white player appeared brimming with confidence, as if he believed he could successfully defend against him. With no hesitation, Harden stepped forward with his left foot, his right foot trailing behind. He executed a series of dribbles between his legs, while Bogdanovich regarded Harden as ball handling with indifference, perceiving it as mere child's play. Suddenly, Harden made a leftward step, prompting Bogdanovich to rush to the right. Little did he know, Harden swiftly shifted to the right, using his left foot to push off and retreat beyond the three-point line. Bogdanovich was left with a significant gap between them, a wide-open three-point shot, effortlessly made. The Nets finally had someone scoring. A sigh of relief washed over the fans. They could not afford to fall behind by double digits. This shot temporarily eased the tension among the Nets supporters. Bogdan, focus, or I'll substitute you out. The Eagles' head coach bellowed. They had promised to ramp up their intensity, yet with just one retreat, their player was left in the dust. It was a matter of attitude. At this moment, he remained unfazed. Scoring the goal was quite ordinary. Trae Young's three-point attempt missed. Zhou Mu secured the rebound and swiftly passed it to Harden. Harden's fast break, in contrast to mere speed, relied heavily on rhythm. Consequently, Collins easily caught up. Just a step inside the three-point line, the ball was passed. Taking a small step to the left, Collins anticipated that Harden would drive for a layup on the left side and hurriedly advanced. However, Harden elevated the ball above his head and took a significant step to the right. Collins, being a power forward, had considerable inertia and was still in a state of high-speed motion, rendering him unable to defend effectively. Realizing that Harden was not breaking left, he quickly turned back, only to find Harden on the right, arms outstretched, while the basketball had already soared over the rim, effortlessly entering the hoop. The Euro step? Oh, how long it has been. It has been ages since we witnessed Harden's Euro step. In his prime, it was one of his signature moves. Since joining the Nets, it had become a rare sight. After such a long absence, it remained as sharp as ever. On this play, Collins twisted his head left and right like a bearing, yet still failed to guard Harden. Young passed to Capella under the basket for a layup. The deficit was reduced to 3 points. The Nets launched their offense. Durant isolated, drawing the defense. Due to his shoulder, he could not create an opportunity and passed to Harden. Bogdanovich, wary, maintained an arm's length distance in defense. Logically, this was the most scientifically sound defensive approach. But that was applicable to an average player. Defending against the current Harden in this manner was akin to gift-wrapping points. With a lowered shoulder, he executed a probing step to the left. Bogdanovich slightly shifted his weight. The explosion, a step back, and a three-point shot. Harden's shot was executed with unwavering conviction, stemming from his confidence in his shooting ability. Beep, sensing a surge from the Nets, the Hawks coach promptly called a timeout. Harden, with a step-back three, continued to score. What a fantastic shot. Thanks to that three-pointer, the Nets leveled the score, forcing the Hawks to take a breather. It had been a long time since Harden showcased such a seamless scoring streak. The step back, the Euro step, all had returned. These were Harden's signature moves from yesteryears. Such a Harden evokes memories of the unstoppable force he was in Houston, scoring with effortless ease, a nostalgic return to Houston. The Nets' version of Harden reignited their faltering momentum. While it may be premature to declare a resurgence, at the very least, Harden's performance could stabilize the Nets for a while. That'd be why the time Durant regained his rhythm. The game might have shifted significantly. Young evidently harbored doubts about Harden's current capabilities. Just observe, old buddy. This is the Nets' 0.6 points. In the blink of an eye, it is hardly a concern that I advise you to reconsider how to enhance your tolerance for pressure. Otherwise, you might find yourself lamenting later. TCH, as I always say, do not rejoice too soon. This is Harden, not Durant. Just because he is in form and makes a few shots does not mean he can replicate Durant's 20-point quarter from the previous game. That is simply implausible that I end this year's playoffs. Durant has captivated numerous NBA veterans. To them. The Nets trio is not on the same level. Durant occupies one tier, while Irving and Harden belong to another. The three cannot be compared equally. Hunter switched onto Bogdanovich. Harden is feeling it. You go defend him, commanded the Hawks coach. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, Hunter wished to retort, if you're so capable, why don't you step up and do it yourself instead of directing others? The trio had played together in 3 games, and he had defended in all 3, yet it was always one-on-one. Equal treatment, no special privileges. Unfortunately, in the first 2 games, he failed to contain any of them. Irving left him bewildered, while Durant merely overpowered his defense with jump shots. Without physical contact, the shots still found their mark. Infuriating, isn't it? However, Harden should be significantly easier to defend than Durant and Irving, right? Hunter believed Harden was quite adept at orchestrating plays, but there remained a gap in scoring prowess compared to Durant. Following the timeout, Lou Williams, utilizing a screen, made a layup. The Nets continued to place the ball in Harden's hands, opting for isolation once more. Even with Hunter now defending, Harden showed no trepidation. Between the legs, in front, between the legs again. Harden continuously shifted directions, manipulating Hunter's balance. Suddenly, he executed a step back. Hunter had anticipated this move and promptly closed in, his large hand directly obstructing Harden's face. In the instant Harden shot, his body involuntarily leaned backward, and his arm was somewhat altered by Hunter's interference. Zhou Mu thought to himself that Harden's shot likely wouldn't go in. Though young, Hunter's defense was commendable, particularly against a rhythm-based guard like Harden. Everyone's surprise. The basketball circled the rim before dropping through the net. Harden's step-back three-pointer found its mark. Hunter's defense was impeccable, applying significant pressure. Yet, Harden scored. What a challenging shot that was. Hunter had executed his best defense possible. Any further advance would have resulted in a 3-point foul. One cannot claim that Hunter's defense was inadequate. Rather, it was Harden's unanswerable skill that prevailed. Zhou Mu was equally astonished by Harden's shooting touch. It is essential to note that Harden's shooting technique differed from his top shot. He jumped high, free of interference from above. While the disturbances were all beneath him, the Harden's shot did not ascend high. It was genuinely made amidst interference. The Hawks launched their offense. Lou Williams signaled for Collins to set a screen, accelerating past Zhou Mu's defense. The lane was unguarded, and he leaped for a layup. Bang! Zhou Mu's large hand swatted the ball against the backboard. Griffin secured the rebound and passed it to Harden, who, using Zhou Mu's screen, penetrated the paint. However, Harden executed an inexplicably audacious move. He extended his arm, exposing the basketball. Trae Young would not let such an opportunity slip away. Standing at 1.9 meters, He was incapable of blocking, but was a specialist in steals. With a swift motion, smack, he accurately struck Harden's arm, not touching the ball at all. Beep! The referee at the corner immediately called a foul due to Young's swipe, as Harden's basketball slipped from his grasp and soared into the air. He swiftly regained control, tossing it toward the hoop, gliding past Capella's outstretched fingers, and hitting the backboard for a score. And one. Harden grinned, revealing a confident yet slightly provocative smile. He slowly turned to face the audience, raising his arms high, showcasing his muscular physique for all to see. A2-1. My goodness, how did that shot even go in? It appeared as though he had thrown himself an alley-oop and then converted it. This was a maneuver Harden often employed in the past, drawing fouls. With his arms extended, he clamped the ball like a vice, inviting contact. Just look at Harden's powerful arms, far bulkier than Durant's or Zhou Mu's. Everything was a foul. Although Harden was not particularly fast, his rhythm was undeniable. The free throw was successful. Trae Young, with a deft breakthrough, passed the ball to Bogdanović on the perimeter, who sank a three-pointer. The Nets regained possession. Kyrie Irving drove forward and passed to Blake Griffin. Capella spread his arms wide. Realizing there were no opportunities, he passed to Durant. Durant continued to pass to Zhou Mu. Bogdanović immediately closed in, leaving Zhou Mu with no space to maneuver. Suddenly, he thought of Harden. With only 6 seconds left on the shot clock, Zhou Mu passed to Harden at the left 45-degree angle. Harden, with his back to Hunter, found himself without a dribble opportunity. Time was running out. 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Harden decisively pivoted to his left and released a three-pointer. Beep! Swish! The ball went in just as the shot clock expired. Good heavens, it went in! Can Harden really make that shot? To be honest, Zhou Mu might have some blame here, having passed the burden on to Harden. Yet despite this heavy load, Harden managed to catch it with ease. What can you do? At this point, nothing seems to faze Harden. The Hawks could only hope he wouldn't T-score. The camera panned to the Hawks head coach, whose face was as dark as the bottom of a pan. He widened his eyes and glared at his players on the court, bellowing, "Defense! What on earth are you doing? Guard them!" His thunderous shout echoed throughout the arena, drawing the attention of everyone present. The Hawks players, startled by his sudden outburst, looked at him in confusion. Just when they were about to extend their lead, one player managed to pull it back, leaving them 5 points down. What infuriated him the most was that it had become a pattern. In every game, someone from the Nets emerged to score. The trio of the Nets was ever present. When would it end? Hunter, appearing like a scorned wife, looked at the Hawks head coach with an innocent expression. It wasn't that he wasn't defending. He had forced Harden into a position where he couldn't dribble, but Harden was still able to score. What could he do? Harden's offense was impenetrable. His defense, however, was not that Harden's current offensive prowess was unparalleled. He had utilized everything he had learned throughout his career. What more could he do? Hunter nearly voiced this sentiment aloud. The Hawks head coach slapped his gleaming forehead with a resounding pop. Frowning, he intently focused on the game, pondering. What expression is Hunter wearing? Is it truly the player's fault for failing to contain Harden? Must I, as the head coach, take the blame? After a long pause, he resolved to switch to his zone defense. Upon hearing this decision, Hunter finally breathed a sigh of relief. 3 games had nearly driven him to despair. Yet, as he glanced at Harden, a wave of concern washed over him. Could his zone defense really contain Harden? The Hawks initiated their offense. Lou Williams isolated Harden and made a floating shot. Fortunately, the Hawks' offense was quite effective today, keeping pace with the Nets. Harden held the ball while Zhou Mu set a screen. As Harden maneuvered around it, Bogdanović, Hunter, and Trae Young converged on him, sandwiching him in. Trae Young, quick as lightning, intercepted the ball and initiated a fast break, narrowing the deficit to 1 point. Harden found his rhythm, prompting the Hawks head coach to decisively switch to his zone defense, clearly not wishing to follow the same path as in the previous 2 games. This adjustment indeed bore fruit. However, Harden was no slouch. Dismantling his zone defense was his forte. Young clearly had immense confidence in Harden in the next possession. Harden refrained from demanding the ball, having played several consecutive rounds that he needed a moment to catch his breath, while also assessing the evolving dynamics on the court to make the most informed decision during his offensive play. The teams traded baskets, with the point differential remaining within 5. With 3 minutes left in the third quarter, Harden took possession. The Hawks swiftly positioned themselves in a zone defense. Griffin stood firm, feigning a screen to deceive the opponents. Seeing this, Capella and Hunter rushed to double-team Harden. Although pressured by the two, Harden remained calm and collected as he retreated, keenly observing the developing situation on the court. When he reached a suitable position, he suddenly slammed his left hand down onto the court. The basketball shot through Capella's legs like a cannonball. Griffin, already prepared, caught the ball and soared into the air. Bong! With a thunderous sound, Griffin emphatically dunked the ball into the hoop, completing an effortless slam. What a play! Harden's pass had traversed through Capella's legs. Such imagination, truly deserving of the title of this season's assist king. Herder's three-point attempt missed the mark. Durant leaped high to snatch the rebound and immediately passed the ball to Harden. After receiving the ball, Harden didn't rush to advance. Instead, he moved forward at a measured pace, his gaze sharp, keenly tracking the shifts in the game. Meanwhile, Hunter had swiftly launched himself at Harden, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Hunter extended his arm, attempting to snatch the ball from Harden's grasp. Once, twice, thrice, Hunter's hands moved with the grace of a snake, incessantly hovering around Harden, persistently harassing him. Moreover, Hunter stayed close to Harden, forming a double team with his teammate Herder, progressively cornering Harden toward the left corner. Just inside the three-point line at that moment, both players raised their arms, aiming to obstruct Harden's passing lane, preventing him from distributing the ball. Faced with such tight defense, Harden exhibited no signs of panic. He suddenly made a hook pass motion, sending the basketball soaring into the air. The speed of the pass was astonishing. Hunter and Herder had no time to react, and thus could not intercept it. However, to Hunter and Herder, this seemed like a desperate, reckless choice born from a lack of options. They followed the trajectory of the basketball, only to be astonished to find Zhou Mu standing in the right corner. It dawned on them that Harden had not thrown the ball carelessly after all. However, they felt utterly powerless, as the distance was simply too great. Receiving the ball, leaping, and shooting, everything happened in seamless succession. Even Trae Young could only watch in amazement at a shot that even Capella couldn't block. What could a 1.9-meter guard do? Swish! The ball went through the net cleanly as he retreated on defense. Zhou Mu smiled and gave Harden a thumbs up. James, you are undoubtedly a masterful passer. Many Nets fans were equally astonished at my goodness. How on earth did Harden make that pass? It's simply unbelievable. His vision seems to encompass the entire court. It's as if he can perceive every teammate's position and movement, delivering the ball into their hands at the most opportune moment. Hunter received Trae Young's pass and successfully sank a three-pointer, marking a response of sorts. Harden continued to orchestrate the offensive play, his dribbling a mesmerizing display of agility that kept Hunter off balance. Suddenly, Harden exploded in emotion, his speed akin to lightning, effortlessly bypassing the defender Hunter. However, upon entering the paint, he unexpectedly slowed down, as if waiting for something that moment. Harden's gaze darted left and right, revealing a cunning glint that was distinctly different from his usual demeanor. All of his opponents, including Hunter, instinctively rushed towards the perimeter, clearly intimidated by Harden's elusive passing abilities, fearing he would once again dish the ball to an open teammate. Yet, while everyone fixated on the outside, a sly grin spread across Harden's face as he accelerated once more, darting towards the basket like an arrow released from a bow in open layup, one that even a child could convert with ease in that moment. Everyone assumed Harden would pass, and thus they had all vacated the area, only for him to score unassisted, a gift of 2 points. Witnessing this sequence, Wang Meng and Yang, he couldn't suppress their amusement. One man had deftly outmaneuvered five. Such a feat could only be accomplished by someone like Harden, a player capable of both scoring and playmaking. Truly, the first of his kind in history. At that instant, the head coach of the Hawks was both exasperated and amused, if one were to describe his players as foolish. They at least demonstrated an awareness of defensive priorities. Yet, if one labeled them as clever, it was evident they had been thoroughly outwitted by a single opponent, as all five were led astray. Chasing the ball, the Hawks coach spread his hands in resignation, his face a mask of feigned amusement. He sighed. What can I say? The Hawks players exchanged nervous glances at their coach's bemused expression. Not only did the coach seem amused, But they themselves found humor in the earlier incident. That it was as if they had forgotten to keep an eye on the players while focusing solely on the game. The coach's gaze flitted anxiously among his players. He pondered that if this continued, they might very well lose the match. They needed to stifle the Nets' offensive momentum. Neither man-to-man nor zone defense seemed effective. The Hawks coach raked his fingers through his hair in frustration. Unfortunately, his team was simply too young, lacking the experience and capability to match the Nets. Even though the coach acknowledged he had his shortcomings, the quality of the players could certainly compensate. However, a skilled cook cannot conjure a feast without ingredients. Suddenly, the coach had a revelation about the youth aspect. He clapped his hands in realization. Yes, youth. How could I have overlooked this? Harden's performance in the third quarter was nothing short of astounding, coupled with his players' notable efforts. It nearly drove him to his wits' end, as he had momentarily forgotten his team's greatest asset. The draft picks accumulated over the years were not without purpose. Yet, even with the advantage of youth, there remained just over a quarter left in the game. Conventional strategies would not suffice. A change was necessary. Lou Williams and Cam Reddish were prepped to enter. The Hawks coach called out 5 names in quick succession. The chosen players looked bewildered. 5 in, 5 out? When did our coach become so foolish, playing this way in the playoffs? The Hawks coach paid no mind to their reactions, his expression serious as he instructed. Lou, when you go in, focus on scoring. The rest of you, ensure you take them down. The players exchanged confused glances. The most experienced among them, Lou, inquired, Coach, what do you mean? I mean exactly what I said. Remember my words. Take them down. If you fail, I'll make sure you regret it. At these words, a shiver ran down the spines of the Hawks players. They were all too aware of their coach's methods, with a roster predominantly composed of youngsters. Training was intensely rigorous, where even a moment's lapse could result in exhausting drills. Thus, each player understood the directive. Take them down. Zhou Mu and the others were equally perplexed by the Hawks' approach. Surely, this coach's mind had been rattled. They once believed no coach in the league could rival Nash in foolishness, but it seemed their perspective had been myopic, just as Zhou Mu relished the thought of victory. Reddish struck him with an elbow. Zhou Mu protested. Hey, what was that for? The game hasn't even started. Why ramp up the intensity? And what's with your face pressed against my chest? Let me tell you, I'm not into that. Reddish, however, paid no heed to Zhou Mu's words, focused solely on neutralizing him to prevent an easy game. Zhou Mu sensed an unsettling premonition as he observed Reddish's silent demeanor. The Hawks players seemed even more ferocious than before. His instincts proved correct. The Hawks substitutes entered the fray, disregarding all else in their pursuit of aggression. They needn't fear fouls. If one player went down, another would step up. Their sole objective was to wear down the Nets. The Hawks coach constantly reminded his players of this. He had no other options left. This was his last gambit. In response, Nash opted to bench Harden, saving him as a final weapon. The Hawks' aggressive style of play quickly bore fruit as they steadily narrowed the score gap. With several seasoned veterans on the Nets, Griffin, Green, Durant, stamina became an issue. The Hawks players were relentless in their approach. Zhou Mu was a testament to that. Did they not fear being penalized? It seemed that every time a Nets player attempted a layup, they were invariably yanked down. Not a single shot was taken lightly. Wang Meng and Yang furrowed their brows, distinctly dissatisfied with the Hawks' competitive attitude. Meanwhile, the referees on the court were drenched in sweat, having received strict orders to loosen their calling. Yet, this did not justify the blatant disregard for rules. The home crowd erupted in outrage, chanting, "Fools, referees! Fools, referees!" The Chinese fans echoed this sentiment repeatedly. The referees were increasingly anxious about exiting the arena after the game. They continually reminded the Hawks players, "Keep it clean." Yet they all responded in unison, understood. They acknowledged their wrongdoing, but showed no signs of reform. This was the current state of the Hawks players if the three-point shot was attempted. Bang, the commentator exclaimed. Meanwhile, Zhou Mu, who had just made the three-pointer, found himself pinned under Collins. Seemingly deliberate, Collins rolled over Zhou Mu before rising. Ouch! Zhou Mu grimaced, clutching his thigh as he limped away. The previous impact had Collins' knee directly pressing against his thigh, but thankfully, it was merely painful, and he could continue with the game. With just 3 minutes left in the fourth quarter, Zhou Mu's three-pointer had tied the game at 128. The Hawks moved on offense. Young weaved around a screen, driving to the basket for a floater. Zhou Mu leapt into the air, barely grazing the basketball with his fingertips. The ball plummeted like a kite severed from its string. Durant immediately leaped to snatch the ball, but he wasn't alone. Capella and Collins were also in pursuit. Thud! Durant fell to the ground, an expression of anguish unmistakably etched upon his face. Yet at that moment, all eyes were fixated on the ball, which continued its descent. Zhou Mu immediately extended his arms, striving to regain possession, but Hunter swiftly approached, delivering an elbow to Zhou Mu's ribs. Trae Young clutched his shoulder, preventing him from leaping. Neither Irving nor Bogdan managed to secure the ball that IT continued to roll away. Just then, Griffin leaped like a fish, diving for the basketball. He skidded for a distance before finally obtaining this hard-fought possession, threading the ball through the crowd. Indeed, it was no easy feat for the Nets to gain possession. Each player on the team had to exert every ounce of effort. Griffin, once a star plucking stars from the sky, now trudged through this quagmire, evoking a sense of sympathy. Witnessing this scene, many spectators sighed deeply, repeatedly rising and falling, all in pursuit of that elusive championship. The moment for the stars had arrived once more. Previously, crucial plays for the Nets were predominantly orchestrated by Durant, yet this game also saw Harden's commendable performance, amassing a double-double with 38 points and 15 assists. Was a Harden step back or Durant's pull-up? With less than 3 minutes remaining, the question lingered: Harden or Durant? The tension was palpable among both commentators and fans. The remaining minutes were of utmost importance. Durant, cradling the ball with both hands, fixed his sharp gaze ahead as his teammates swiftly created space. Crafting an opportunity for isolation, he swayed his body, slicing through the defense like a gust of wind. Undeterred by the opponent's tight guarding, he leaped high, taking a shot. Clang! The basketball struck the rim and ricocheted away, failing to find its mark. Capella, quick to react, snatched the rebound and dished it to Trae Young. Utilizing Collins' screen, he retreated swiftly beyond the three-point line. Observing this, Zhou Mu sprinted forth, positioning his large hand like an iron gate before Trae Young, exerting every effort to disrupt his shot. Trae Young's attempt, affected by the interference, fell short, allowing Griffin to seize the rebound and promptly pass it to Irving. Zhou Mu rushed to shield Irving from defenders. Upon receiving the ball, Irving made a slight adjustment and soared for a three-pointer. The crowd craned their necks, eyes glued to the basketball, silently praying for its success. Alas, fate was unkind, as the ball circled the rim before ultimately bouncing out. Realizing his offensive efforts bore no fruit, Trae Young altered his strategy, passing the ball to Lou Williams after receiving the pass. Lou executed a series of swift crossovers, effortlessly evading Harden, then faced Durant's long reach, attempting a contested shot, but still failing to score. Griffin emerged from the throng to secure the rebound. Durant crossed half-court, signaling Zhou Mu to set a screen at this juncture. They had no choice but to resort to their tried-and-true offensive strategy. The two, like agile spiders, executed their coordination with precision. Zhou Mu positioned himself to the right of Durant, who hesitated momentarily, his right foot probing slightly to the right. Collins, believing Durant would drive from the right, quickly stepped up. Yet, Durant's motion was not complete. With an Iverson-esque cross, he decisively shook Collins off and broke through from the left. With Hunter blocking Zhou Mu's path behind him, an opening emerged that Durant's timely pass found its mark. Their synergy honed through practice. They leaped and released the shot. Even as Collins lost his position, he lunged desperately. Zhou Mu, filled with anticipation, watched the basketball soar toward the hoop. Clang! Yet the familiar sound of iron echoed once more. Damn! Zhou Mu could not suppress his frustration, with such high attributes for three-point shooting. It was unacceptable to miss an open shot. Little Zhou, an opportunity has arisen. An open three, but it too failed to find the net. The Nets squandered 3 consecutive offensive opportunities, each taken by a different player: Durant, Irving, and Zhou Mu. This was particularly disheartening. If one player was off their game, it could be tolerated, but if none found their rhythm, the game's outcome became uncertain. Fortunately, the Hawks also struggled with their shooting, failing to score in several attempts within 2 minutes. Both teams were now in a battle for pride. With just a minute left, the team that could score first would seize control, altering the psychological dynamics of both sides. Thus, even if they did not score, the Nets had to fortify their defense. The Hawks' offense relied on the playoff-savvy Lou Williams, who called for Collins to set screen. Zhou Mu shadowed Collins closely, unwilling to relent. Using the screen, Lou penetrated the paint. Zhou Mu and Harden combined to form a double team, aiming to halt Lou's advance. However, Lou executed a clever bounce pass to Collins, who tapped the ball lightly with his left hand. At that moment, Irving, with remarkable reflexes, dashed in from behind to disrupt the pass. Collins, flustered, attempted to regain control of the ball, but Zhou Mu would not allow him to succeed easily. He surged forward, engaging in a fierce struggle with Collins, both vying for possession as they raced from the free throw line to the baseline. Though it was a contest, Zhou Mu was keenly aware that he had not touched the ball before crossing the baseline. Thus, when he saw Collins step out of bounds, he refrained from advancing, positioning himself to ensure the referee could clearly see who had gone out. As Collins stumbled out of bounds, he was too focused on regaining possession to consider the implications of his actions. Leaning forward, he snagged the basketball with his left hand and hurled it back onto the court, losing his balance and collapsing. Within the arena, Trae Young received the ball, faking a three-point shot, easily drawing Griffin, Indiana. He then entered the paint, stopped abruptly, and sank a long two-pointer, altering the score to 132-130 in favor of the Hawks. Out of bounds. How can that count? Zhou Mu raised his arms, his face flushed, vociferously protesting to the referee at the sidelines that he gestured emphatically towards the baseline. Filled with indignation, he had intentionally cleared a path for the referee, fearing his oversight. How could this count as a valid play when Collins had clearly stepped out of bounds? In football, such a situation would certainly be ruled out. Durant, Harden, and Irving immediately joined Zhou Mu by the referee's side. Though they were not adjacent to Collins, their eyes were keenly observant if the officials wished to allow for a more lenient interpretation of the game. That was acceptable. Physicality was commonplace. However, this transcended mere leniency. It concerned adherence to the rules. How could a player and the ball both be out of bounds simultaneously and not be called? Previously, they had chosen not to contest the referee's calls. But at this critical juncture, such erratic officiating was unacceptable. In the broadcasting booth, the commentators queried, "Wasn't that ball out of bounds?" Collins was clearly outside the line when he made that play. This call raises serious concerns about the officiating. The referee stood right there, yet failed to acknowledge the out-of-bounds situation, and the game should have been halted immediately. Now that the Hawks had scored, how could the referee justify that decision? This was indeed a pivotal moment that could dictate the trajectory of the entire game, perhaps even the series itself. Following this play, the psychological and performance dynamics of both teams would undergo seismic shifts, necessitating that the officials deliberate carefully before rendering a decision. A.S. Young aptly stated, "The referee dared not hastily reach conclusion." Approaching the technical area, he scrutinized the replay. In the arena, tens of thousands awaited the final verdict with bated breath. "Ha ha!" Zhou Mu gasped for air, seizing the moment to contemplate resting for a while. As he passed by Collins, a deep and provocatively charged voice suddenly pierced his ears. "Chinese, you are destined to lose. Chinese, you are destined to lose." At these words, Zhou Mu furrowed his brow, not out of anger at Collins' taunt, but rather the sheer foolishness of it. There was no doubt that the ball had gone out of bounds. Would the referee truly rule it a valid basket? Impossible. Even a fool wouldn't believe that. Zhou Mu let out a cold chuckle and returned to the bench, unwilling to engage further. The opposing team would naturally fall silent after scoring. After a considerable time had elapsed, many fans grew impatient. The referee remained fixated on the replay, making no decision. Wang Meng, perplexed, questioned, "Does this play really require such prolonged scrutiny? Isn't it clearly out of bounds? What on earth is the head referee examining?" "Perhaps it was a matter of diligence done on the Nets bench," James said, after the ball possession exchange. "You take the final shot." A.S. the leader who had previously posed the greatest challenge to the Warriors. Harden's abilities were beyond doubt, especially in the eyes of his rival Durant. There is a saying that the ones who know you best are not always your friends or family, but often your enemies. Coupled with his current fiery form, Durant felt entirely assured. Harden nodded in agreement. Beep. At long last, the whistle blew. Zhou Mu immediately took the court, ready to inbound the ball. However, to everyone's astonishment, the original call stood. The crowd erupted in disbelief, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. I could see that moment. The referee stepped forward, signifying the Hawks basket is valid. The decision detonated like a bombshell, plunging the entire arena into shock. Each individual stared at the referee. As if time had frozen, Zhou Mu was the first to regain his composure, exclaiming, "I swear, referee, are your eyes blind? If you won't call that out of bounds, may I then run around with the ball on the court? Is this what we call an NBA-level referee? I dare say Chinese referees would do a better job. If you can't officiate, perhaps you should return home for a warm bottle." Harden, Irving, and Griffin quickly gathered around, hands raised in confusion, incessantly questioning. Even the commentators O'Neal and Barkley were baffled. "Old Bob, back in our day, was that play considered out of bounds?" "Absolutely. Then why is this basket not counted? Has the NBA begun to align its rules with FIBA? In such moments, that basket must stand. It is the rule." "Rules?" O'Neal's large hand scratched his bald head, utterly bewildered by the call. "Referee, perhaps you should consider having eye surgery, lest you find yourself in peril on the road." Zhou Mu continued his tirade. Although the head referee could not understand Chinese, he noticed Zhou Mu's incessant chatter and likely assumed it was not anything pleasant. Thus, he approached to issue a warning. "Chinese, please maintain order on the court. If you do not quiet down, I shall have no choice but to eject you." Upon hearing the word eject, Zhou Mu instantly calmed down. With 30 seconds left in the game, there was still a chance to tee that moment. Durant approached, gathering Harden and the others for a moment of reassurance. Beep. The Nets regained possession. Hunter applied full court pressure on Harden, denying him a comfortable advance past half court. "Chinese, you are not capable. What of the three superstars? They too will fall at our feet." Collins incessantly provoked Zhou Mu. The basket counted, evoking visions of glory for Collins as he imagined standing atop the Nets championship podium. Zhou Mu disregarded Collins' taunts. Seeing Harden cross the half-court line with the ball, he swiftly moved forward to set a screen. Harden weaved through the crowd with the grace of an eel, effortlessly slipping past the opponent's defense. Simultaneously, Hunter, sensing Harden's intent, abandoned his original assignment and closed in on him. A whistle blew as Hunter fouled Harden's arm, causing the basketball to slip from his grasp. Collins fell to the ground, seizing the ball. At that moment, the whistle blew. It's a foul, almost a blunder. The Hawks' defense on Harden was exceptionally tight. Executing this offensive play would not be easy. With only 5 seconds remaining on the shot clock and less than 20 seconds left in the game, the Nets trailed by 2 points. Time was not on their side. Zhou Mu, bracing himself on his knees, surveyed the court. The final play. Succeed, and they claim victory. Fail, and all their efforts would dissolve into nothingness. Beep. Zhou Mu spread his arms wide, lifting the ball above his head. Durant and Irving positioned themselves in the corners, creating space for Harden. Harden forcefully shoved Hunter aside, receiving Zhou Mu's pass. The timer began to tick down. 5, 4, 3. Harden dribbled the ball down with his left hand, switching to his right as he stood 2 meters beyond the three-point line. He launched the shot. Collins and Hunter leaped simultaneously. Collins approached from the front, while Hunter came from the side. The basketball grazed Collins' fingertips, yet his arm collided with Harden's. The referee raised his hand, signaling a 3-point foul. This meant that even if the shot did not go in, Harden would still have 3 free throw opportunities. Yet, even with the foul, nothing could impede Harden's current prowess. Hunter, Collins, and Harden all tumbled to the ground as the crowd's gaze followed the basketball soaring through the air. Swish! It swished cleanly through the net. Ah, roar, roar! The arena erupted into endless cheers. Xiao Zhou handed to Harden. "Just take the deep shot. A 3-point foul, oh my! And one. What a miraculous shot! Heavens, is this truly something achievable by human effort?" In the grand scheme, destiny reigned supreme. How could fatigue hinder him? What a tight defense! What are the out of bounds against 2 defenders, Collins and Hunter? And even with a foul, he managed to sink that shot. What can you do about it? The pinnacle of achievement. Zhou Mu stepped forward, lifting Harden up. Boom! The two collided in celebration. Harden shouted at the referee in anger, veins bulging on his arm. Durant clenched his right fist, exuding an air of assured victory. This scene did not escape the commentator's keen observation. Look at Durant's expression. Look at Harden's expression. This may very well be the most astonishing and riveting game I've witnessed all season. James Harden, 41 points. In a game where Durant, Irving, and Zhou struggled with their shooting and fatigue, Harden rose heroically to the occasion, reclaiming the initiative for the Nets. When it comes to heroes, who truly is a hero? On this night, James Harden is that hero. James Harden is that hero. Yang Yi's impassioned voice resonated. Many fans in the live stream were moved that a hero, at last, Yang Yi spoke a truth. Indeed, Irving, Durant, and today's Harden. The Brooklyn Nets' 3 victories are profoundly intertwined with their efforts. Alas, I cannot contain my emotions any longer. Previously, I often heard others claim that Harden falters in the playoffs while racking up points in the regular season. That I am eager to witness who will dare to utter such words after this match. I shall throw the statistics in their faces, delivering a resounding slap to their egos at T. Barclays Center. All the Nets players gathered around Harden to celebrate. However, Harden remained grounded, unclouded by the euphoria of victory. He was acutely aware that the game was not yet concluded and that it was premature to rejoice. Thus, he urged everyone to maintain their composure. His voice rang out amidst the cacophony of the arena. The game is still in progress. We have one final critical defense to execute, that we cannot afford to be complacent. We must give our all. Upon hearing Harden's words, the excitement within the team gradually subsided. They understood that he was correct. True victory had yet to be secured, and they could not let a fleeting moment of joy lead them to lower their guard. The referee observed the beaming fans with a sigh of relief. He was certain that if Harden missed this shot or if they failed to call a foul, exiting Barclays Center would be the least of their worries. Ensuring a safe return to the hotel was another matter entirely. No one dared to question the fighting spirit of Americans. With truth in hand, even a child could lead you to meet your maker. Harden's free throw found its mark with unwavering precision. The Hawks coach called for a timeout. With a score of 134 to 132 and only 7 seconds remaining, their chances of a comeback remained significant. As he departed, Zhou Mu seized the moment to taunt Collins. "Zach, who was it that claimed defeat was certain? My hearing isn't what it used to be. Could you speak a little louder and repeat that?" With this, Zhou Mu playfully poked at his ear. "Ew." Collins's chest heaved with a tempestuous fury, a tumult as fierce as the raging sea, brimming with suppressed rage. "Humph, Chinese, don't celebrate too soon. Time still remains. That don't let your premature jubilation lead to your own demise." Zhou Mu couldn't help but chuckle at this. Wasn't he simply describing Collins himself? "You." Collins felt as if his head might explode. Every word from Zhou Mu inflicted immense wounds upon his tender psyche. "Chinese, do you think everyone is like you, merely adept at verbal sparring? You have a good teammate, that much is true, but today I, Zach, need no ally. I shall personally deliver the fatal blow to your Nets and seize this victory." Zhou Mu regarded Collins as though he were a fool. Could my words be so venomous as to provoke such ire? Nightfall had indeed ushered in flights of fancy, setting aside whether Collins possessed such capability. Even if he did, it was hardly his place as an interior player. Did he truly believe that Trae Young and Lou Williams were mere decorations? With this thought, Zhou Mu hastily departed, fearing that another word might provoke an assault. "Trae Lou, whoever faces Harden, you shall take the shot," the Hawks coach instructed the team. Over the course of 3 games, this moment represented their closest proximity to triumph. Yet it was this time that Harden thwarted their efforts. The Hawks coach seethed with frustration at Harden's presence. Moreover, among the starting 5 of the Nets, Harden was undoubtedly the most vulnerable to attack, particularly for someone as agile as Trae Young. Upon resuming play after the timeout, Lou Williams stood at the sideline, ready to inbound the ball to Trae Young. Ironically, the defender against Young was none other than Harden. Observing this, the other Hawks players quickly dispersed, creating ample space for Young. Facing Harden's defense, Young executed a swift crossover dribble, abruptly accelerating past Harden's line of defense like a bolt of lightning that he surged toward the basket, while the Nets players scrambled to reposition their defense. Yet, Young was already airborne, the basketball soaring toward the hoop like an arrow released from its bow. In this moment, Young brimmed with confidence, certain that this shot would find its mark. However, just as the ball was about to enter the hoop, a shadow materialized in mid-air. It was Zhou Mu. He extended his arm, lightly grazing the ball with his fingertips at its apex. Though this touch seemed inconsequential, it altered the trajectory of the basketball. The ball clanged off the rim, falling short. Collins, who had been waiting beneath the basket, seized the ball and leaped for the layup. Such a simple task. Even a dog could manage it. Alas, he could not deliver the decisive blow to the nets. Collins reveled in his thoughts as he took the shot. The ball hit the backboard, then grazed the rim. Bang! Bang! The sound of the ball colliding with the hoop echoed in the arena as the anticipation of the Hawks players. Coach and fans hung in the air. Ultimately, the ball ricocheted off the back of the rim and failed to go through. The referee's whistle pierced the silence, signaling the end of the game. Collins stood bewildered beneath the basket. As if time itself had come to a standstill, he widened his eyes at the hoop, incredulous that he had failed to convert an unguarded layup from such close range. Meanwhile, the Hawks coach, in a fit of anger, struck his forehead with a resounding slap. He could not comprehend how such a blunder could occur. This was supposed to be a guaranteed basket. Was it a result of overly lenient training? The coach began to doubt his methods, that if you can't make an open layup, do you even deserve to be called a basketball player? He bellowed in exasperation. Zhou Mu approached Collins with a grin, not one to smile easily unless unable to contain himself. Zhou Mu was genuinely surprised that Collins had indeed been correct. He had truly been afforded a chance for the equalizer. An equalizer would open the door to endless possibilities. In that moment of panic, how could Collins have failed to capitalize? The ball rolled around the rim before spilling out. Zach, I confess in this regard, I am indeed inferior to you. Your resolve commands my admiration. However, that cannot serve as an excuse for you to deliver a fatal blow to your own team. In the broadcast booth, Collins retrieved an offensive rebound and took a wide-open shot. Oh dear. Collins missed an open layup? Now, that is a rarity. As an NBA player, such a miss is utterly unacceptable. Haha. Coach Wong, I believe it aligns perfectly with your adage. Fate has its own design. Oh, Coach Young, what do you mean? Collins' save ball and this layup cancel each other out, that a debt incurred must eventually be repaid. Who would have thought that the next opportunity would be the repayment? It appears that fate is indeed fair. The final whistle blew. The Brooklyn Nets triumphed over the Atlanta Hawks with a score of 134-132, claiming the pivotal Game 5 and shifting the series to 3-2 in their favor. The Nets, Harden with 42 points and 15 assists, Durant with 29 points and 11 rebounds, Irving with 24 points, and Zhou Mu with 14 points and 13 rebounds. The Hawks, Young with 31 points and 14 assists, Lou Williams with 27 points, and Capella with 16 points and 15 rebounds. Zach, see you in Atlanta in a few days. Zhou Mu bid farewell to Collins with a radiant smile, their facial expressions starkly contrasting. Observing Collins as he walked back to the locker room, head bowed and silent, Zhou Mu felt a sudden sense of disinterest. He had hoped for a more engaging conversation. He was immensely curious about the sensation of being publicly embarrassed. Moreover, he felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Collins that, if not for Collins securing the ball, they might still be battling it out in overtime, expending considerable energy with an unpredictable outcome. That Collins' performance could be aptly described as being physically present yet emotionally detached. At the post-match press conference, there was no doubt that Harden was the centerpiece of attention. LeBron, how did you feel after making that game-winning shot? What did I feel? Harden pondered, shrugging slightly to be honest. It wasn't a significant feeling. I've done this sort of thing many times before, that I'm quite accustomed to. My only thought was to ensure my teammates executed their defense effectively and to clinch the game. That was it. The reporter nodded in agreement, echoing Harden's sentiments that, in the past, Harden's scoring was categorized as follows. 30 points indicated a poor performance, 40 points represented a standard display, and 50 points signified an exceptional shooting touch. For Harden, scoring 40 points was commonplace. However, the fans had endured considerable hardship. Ever since his hamstring injury, his performance had steadily declined, even to the point where he contributed less than Old Green against the Bucks. Today's match was a proving ground for Harden, as well as a moment of resurgence. The reporter turned to Nash, pressing on with the inquiry. Steve, regarding today's officiating. Here, the reporter emphasized his tone, particularly concerning the call on Collins' save. What are your thoughts? Well, I believe our referees were quite fair. They presented us with an intense, thrilling game today as for the call on Collins. I must say, basketball fundamentally revolves around the players themselves. The referees play a merely supportive role. Even when faced with unjust calls, if you are strong enough, like LeBron and Harden today, the outcome remains unaffected. Upon hearing Nash's words, the reporter felt somewhat embarrassed. Although Nash's remarks were faultless, it seemed as if he was implying that his role as a coach was of considerable significance. Who in the world did not know that Nash's role was akin to that of a mere mascot? Strategies and tactical substitutions were evidently lacking. Particularly since Zhou Mu's return, Nash's mascot-like attributes had become even more pronounced. Throughout the game, aside from a few crucial baskets and exhilarating dunks, Nash stood motionless, his face stern, as if he were asleep, save for his eyes scanning the court. In stark contrast, the Hawks head coach was deeply invested in this series. He had utilized nearly all his options, watching as his players trudged about with dejection, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The Hawks coach understood that after today's match, their hopes of turning the tide were nearly extinguished. Not to mention, allowing the Nets a third consecutive victory to secure match point, today's defeat was a devastating blow. He had explicitly instructed them to overpower the Nets, and the players had followed through. The Hawks coach appeared stern, yet he was acutely aware of what his players had done and how they had performed. Every punch and knee strike was executed perfectly, leaving only the possibility of stepping on toes unutilized. The Nets may have been fatigued, but his players, who had been running the entire match, were even more exhausted. To make matters worse, they could not secure a win. Harden's shot effectively snuffed out their last breath. The downside of having numerous young players was their mindset, which was significantly affected. Otherwise, why would Collins miss a wide-open basket? Surely it could not merely be a matter of skill. With a heavy sigh, the Hawks coach disregarded the reporters and exited the press conference. Meanwhile, Zhou Mu, clutching 3 signed jerseys, left the arena. It is worth mentioning that he had specifically requested the originals from Durant and the others. After that night, Zhou Mu felt as if he had seen that group of individuals somewhere before, and their extravagant demeanor suggested they hail from a wealthy background. With a sense of curiosity, he decided to search online, only to discover the formidable connections of Zhou Dashin and his companions. To them, one could say he was a player in the NBA. Conversely, one could say he was merely an employee. In their eyes, there was little distinction. Regardless of his prowess, he still fell short compared to the Zhou group. Thus, he felt compelled to forge connections. After all, more friends could lead to more opportunities, especially given the significant influence of the individuals involved. Otherwise, acquiring a signed jersey worn by Durant for $500,000 would be nearly impossible without some connections. Zhou Mu. Over here, Zhou Dashin raised his arm high with excitement. What basketball enthusiast wouldn't desire a jersey from their idol? Zhou Mu turned at the sound to see a beautiful and enigmatic figure. The woman, clad in a flowing black dress that danced with the breeze, exuded elegance and mystery. Her striking red-soled heels accentuated her tall and alluring silhouette. At that moment, Zhou Yubing wore a radiant smile as she gazed at him. Zhou Mu was momentarily captivated. Zhou Mu, what are you doing? Zhou Dashin, noticing Zhou Mu's reaction, pointed out that while it was fine to look, one should not be so engrossed in the jersey. I'm coming. Zhou Mu snapped back to reality and approached. This is the jersey just taken off by Irving. It has signatures on the back. As he spoke, Zhou Mu handed the jersey to Zhou Dashin. Zhou Dashin took the jersey and brought it to his nose, inhaling deeply. It smells so good. This is the scent. Zhou Mu looked at Zhou Dashin in bewilderment. He could not fathom what was so appealing about a jersey freshly removed and reeking of sweat, especially as Zhou Dashin wore an expression of infatuation. Could it truly be that the wealthy indulged in such eccentricities? Unable to bear his son's behavior any longer, Zhou's father interjected, "Son, are you truly enamored, or have you simply lost your senses? What kind of decorum is this in broad daylight?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Dashin snapped back to awareness. Placing the jersey down and stepping aside, that he nearly forgot that the individual before him might well become his brother-in-law, given his sister's attitude towards relationships. If he maintained a good rapport with the person in front of him, wouldn't his pocket money effortlessly double each month? Zhou Yubing stepped forward, her heels clicking rhythmically on the floor, With a gentle flick of her cerulean locks, a refreshing and subtle fragrance wafted through the air. This pure-hearted young man, Zhou Mu, was utterly unprepared for such an advance. "Hello, Miss Zhou. Yes, there's something you need." The surrounding Zhou family members felt a mix of tension and anticipation. After all, it was the first time they had witnessed Zhou Yubing actively inviting a man over the years. And they were curious about her approach. "I really enjoy watching you play basketball. May I take you out for a meal?" Zhou Yubing's hands were clasped tightly, revealing her slight nervousness. Zhou Dashan looked incredulously between the two, realizing something remarkable. His eternally aloof sister was blushing ever so slightly. Was she actually shy? "Ah, yes, of course," he exclaimed, bursting into laughter. Zhou's father could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter, covering his mouth. From his perspective, the two seemed like toddlers who had just learned to speak sweetly, fidgeting awkwardly. This was a stark contrast to his own youth. Zhou's mother cast an unkind glance in his direction. Today marked their precious daughter's first initiative to invite her boyfriend out. They were there to foster their relationship, and yet he had the audacity to laugh in their presence. How could they possibly connect now? As expected, the atmosphere between the two quickly turned frosty. Ahem, I just remembered that I haven't finished my math homework. Right? You can't even calculate addition and subtraction within 100 today, your father. It's my duty to tutor you. After exchanging those words, they swiftly dashed away. Zhou's mother wore a gentle smile, examining Zhou Mu from head to toe before gradually departing. "Shall we go?" With no onlookers around. Zhou Mu felt her tension ease. "Okay." Zhou Yubing followed closely behind Zhou Mu. "Aren't you driving?" Zhou Mu turned to the ever-present Zhou Yubing and inquired to know. "What's wrong?" Zhou Yubing had already decided beforehand not to drive. With only the two of them in the car, sitting in the passenger seat would provide a splendid opportunity to enhance their bond. This Zhou Mu's expression turned troubled. Although Zhou Yubing felt shy standing before the person she admired, she was still perceptive. "It's fine. We can call a cab." Zhou Yubing was indifferent to the type of vehicle. What mattered was being with Zhou Mu. She had ridden in all sorts of cars throughout her life. "No, I have one right over there." Zhou Mu awkwardly scratched his head, pointing to a nearby lavender and white motorcycle. Zhou Yubing was taken aback. She had anticipated Zhou Mu's fondness for such a vehicle. In an instant, she felt she had discovered a way to draw closer to him, that he plays in the NBA. Yet he doesn't even own a four-wheeled car. What can he possibly do with a motorcycle? It offers no protection from wind or rain, and at high speeds, it could be quite perilous. That moment. Zhou's father seemed to foresee the scenario unfolding. Zhou Mu grinned at him. "Hey, Lao, dang, is it safe to park my bike at your doorstep?" If Zhou Mu were to dye his hair blonde, Zhou's father would undoubtedly rush out. Zhou Yubing looked at the flustered Zhou Mu and smiled slightly. "What's wrong?" "Aren't we eating?" "We are." Zhou Mu was surprised that Zhou Yubing, a pampered young lady, didn't mind his mode of transportation, his fondness for her sword. After all, throughout his previous life to this moment, nearly everyone around him failed to understand his choice. Virum! The roar of the engine filled the air. Zhou Yubing cautiously wrapped her arms around Zhou Mu, causing his face to flush. He almost lost his grip on the handlebars, with a twist of his right hand. They gradually vanished into the night. Meanwhile, Nash cheerfully returned home. Today's game had been a resounding success. Initially, the Nets appointed him as the head coach, and he was incredibly nervous. Now, however, it seemed as easy as pie. In his first year of coaching, he had led the team to the finals. Nash felt compelled to ask, who else? He believed it was time to assess his Western Conference adversaries. The Clippers led the Suns 3-2. Nash furrowed his brow. He still harbored a glimmer of hope that the Suns would triumph over the Clippers. That on paper, the fully realized Clippers were significantly stronger than the Suns. The duo of stars was rightly hailed as the league's most formidable forward combination. Alas, winning the championship was no easy feat. Simultaneously, Zhou Mu, having returned home, received this information. He sat up abruptly, rubbing his eyes, unsure if he was mistaken. After confirming several times, it was indeed the Clippers leading 3-2. Odd. I recall the Suns having the lead in my previous life. Zhou Mu clicked on the video titled Paul George 41 points, 13 rebounds, and 6 assists. Clippers dominate Suns in Game 5, claiming the pivotal battle. Is that Kawhi? Is that Ibaka? Zhou Mu smacked his forehead in disbelief that he seriously suspected that he had stayed up too late and was slightly delirious. Hadn't those two been injured? How are they still out there? Lively and active? System, is this your doing? Zhou Mu had only one suspect for the anomalies. He hadn't revealed his time travel to anyone. Heaven knows, Earth knows, the system knows, and he knows. Ding! Host, this system is responsible for your transition to a parallel world. As for what occurs, this system has not intervened. Until any event transpires, you must not jump to conclusions. Injury is not an inevitable occurrence. The memories of your previous life can only serve as a reference. Due to your arrival, there will undoubtedly be deviations between this world and yours. Hearing this, Zhou Mu fell silent. During his time here, he hadn't truly considered these matters. However, his concern was not about discrepancies, but rather the heightened possibility of the Clippers advancing. In his previous life, before Kawhi got injured, he was often compared to Durant, known as East Durant, West Kawhi. Just from the fans' nicknames, it was clear their performances were neck and neck in terms of scoring efficiency and defensive pressure. Kawhi was, without a doubt, a top contender in the playoffs. Moreover, during Kawhi's injury, General Paul George had risen to the occasion, demonstrating strength comparable to Kawhi's recent performance in the pivotal battle. Achieving 41 points and 13 rebounds served as ample proof. Coupled with Ibaka, Batum, Morris, Reggie, and Zubac, Zhou Mu meticulously counted the Clippers' strength on his fingers. This was several times stronger than the Hawks, especially their formidable forward lineup. It was uncertain whether they could contain Durant, who had been exceptionally formidable this year. Although they could wear him down, for someone like him who was adept at moving off the ball, it would be quite a challenge. Zhou Mu couldn't help but feel anxious that if he couldn't perform at his best, would the Nets stand a chance against the Clippers? Then again, Zhou Mu reassured himself that he had been somewhat naive. In the past, the impact that players like Durant had on him through a screen was perhaps not as profound. It was only after becoming a starter that he comprehended what it truly meant to be a superstar. From an observer standpoint, scoring 20 points seemed effortless. Yet once he stepped onto the court, defense and rebounding required immense stamina. In the NBA, open shots were virtually non-existent. Even when opportunities arose, defenders would exert themselves to close out. Scoring was far from simple. Durant could score 49 points while also excelling in rebounding and defense. As for Zhou Mu, he couldn't even dare to imagine it. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Mu resolved to take action that he couldn't solely focus on defense and rebounding without contributing offensively. Otherwise, he'd merely be playing as a center. System, what action can my dribbling attribute support? Ding! It is advisable for the host to first learn back to the basket post moves that not dwell on dribbling. Unless the host is not interested in winning a championship, disregard what I just said. Zhou Mu. Fine, he felt somewhat offended. The system, with its lack of empathy, could inadvertently cause harm back to the basket moves. Zhou Mu pondered whom he should learn from. Yao Ming? No, that wouldn't work. It was too far by the time he learned. The Nets would already have claimed the championship. Shaquille O'Neal? No, that wouldn't work either. He had a good relationship with Yao Ming. It is not the case that I maintain amicable relations with all Chinese individuals. Due to the inertia of my thoughts, whenever the topic of back shots or mid-range jumpers arises, I am immediately reminded of predecessors like O'Neal. However, as a mere novice, unfamiliar with my surroundings and lacking financial resources, I cannot afford to invite anyone. Speaking of which, system, did you not mention that my dribbling attributes would rapidly increase by learning from Irving? If I were to learn low-post isolation techniques from Durant, might I also master them swiftly? Ding, indeed. However, executing the movements is one thing. Whether or not they result in successful shots is another matter entirely. Zhou Mu nodded. This made things manageable. That it would not be unreasonable for him to seek advice from his teammates during practice. Thus, he promptly obtained Durant's contact information. Kevin, I challenge you to a one-on-one tomorrow. On the other end, Durant was enjoying a video of Scarlett when he noticed Zhou Mu's message. Without a second thought, he replied, "Okay," and returned to watching Scarlett. He is a basketball enthusiast, but he is also AMANT times. What can compare to the allure of a beautiful woman? The following afternoon, Durant, Harden, Irving, and Zhou Mu arrived punctually at the gym. Nash did not organize a team practice, providing Zhou Mu with the perfect opportunity. "Kevin, I am ready," Zhou Mu said eagerly, anticipating a one-on-one against the first seed of this year's playoffs. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not nervous. Yet the prevailing emotion was excitement that he was eager to ascertain, bolstered by the system's defensive awareness and his innate talent, the limits of his defensive capabilities. Harden and Irving observed the two like intrigued spiders. Despite knowing Durant had a significant advantage, they were curious about the source of Zhou Mu's audacity to challenge Durant. To assert that Durant is the best one-on-one player in the league is by no means an exaggeration. Thus, Harden took the initiative to serve the ball to the 2.0. "Would you like to go first?" As the team's leader and a senior, Durant felt it necessary to give way to Zhou Mu. "You go ahead," Kevin. To Durant's surprise, Zhou Mu declined, and "I'll go first. I know nothing and am not ready at all," Zhou Mu lamented. Upon hearing this, Durant moved to the right side. 45 degrees, he adjusted his shorts with both hands and slightly crouched. With his right hand, he shielded Zhou Mu while reaching for the ball with his left. Harden tossed the ball into the air. Durant caught it with his left hand, smoothly turning to the left to shoot. The entire sequence was executed seamlessly. Zhou Mu had never faced a top-tier isolation player like Durant and had not anticipated that Durant would not dribble at all before taking a shot. Even with an arm span comparable to Durant's, his interference proved ineffective. Swish! The ball went through the hoop effortlessly. Durant flashed a wide grin, displaying his gleaming teeth as he looked at Zhou Mu. "How was that, Zhou? Was it not easy?" Zhou Mu did not respond. Instead, he smirked. Thanks to the system, he had already committed Durant's movements to memory. This meant that Zhou Mu was on the verge of experiencing a genuine realization while lying in bed. His basketball skills were flourishing in his mind that he could hardly contain his eagerness to try out Durant's moves. "Kevin, watch closely." With that, Zhou Mu emulated Durant's actions, even mirroring the adjustment of his shorts and crouching stance. "Zhou, you possess quite a bit of strength," Durant remarked, surprised that Zhou Mu, despite his similar physique, was not on the same level in terms of power. Zhou Mu reminded him of a less physically capable Giannis before entering the league. In a prior media interview regarding his inability to bench press, Durant had suggested not to focus on his bench press, but rather to observe his performance in games. However, possessing strength is certainly better than lacking it. Harden passed the ball. Zhou Mu replicated the move that he turned, shot, and scored. Durant gazed at Zhou Mu in astonishment. He remembered how clumsy Zhou Mu had appeared when facing Trae Young just days prior. How had his movements become so fluid in such a short time? Moreover, he was able to score even under Durant's defense, though there were hints of Durant allowing some leeway. "Kevin, you were right. It truly is quite simple, though." Durant was taken aback, not expecting Zhou Mu to be so audacious. "James, the ball." Durant turned to face Zhou Mu. With a tentative step, Zhou Mu's foot shifted slightly, which Durant keenly noticed. Durant executed a jump shot, scoring effortlessly. Zhou Mu gazed at his extended arm. Compelled to acknowledge Durant's prowess, he recognized that he lacked experience. However, he believed that with his innate talent, he could at least make it less easy for Durant to score. Yet, it seemed that had little impact. "Never mind. I'm here to learn techniques." After reassuring himself, Zhou Mu continued to imitate Durant's movements. Unfortunately, Durant did not bite on the feint, resulting in Zhou Mu missing the shot. Durant initiated his offense, skillfully dribbling with his left hand. Suddenly, he exerted force through his shoulder, and Zhou Mu, possessing decent strength, managed to withstand the impact without yielding ground. Observing this, Durant quickly feigned a pivot to the left. Zhou Mu instinctively moved forward to defend, but did not anticipate that Durant had not completed his motion. In an instant, Durant changed direction, spinning to the right and leaping while releasing the ball high into the air. The basketball traced a graceful arc before swishing through the net, a flawless execution. Zhou Mu is indeed challenging to guard. Zhou Mu is indeed challenging to guard, Irving remarked, clapping his hand around the basketball with a leisurely tone. Initially, he believed Zhou Mu's offense could not match Durant's. However, he thought that defensively, Zhou Mu might be able to impose some limitations. After all, since Zhou Mu had replaced Harris, the Nets' defensive efficiency had significantly improved. Moreover, Zhou Mu could be considered the only player in the league capable of matching Durant in height, wingspan, and speed. In other words, No one was better suited to defend against Durant than him. It now appeared that Zhou Mu's defense was commendable, but only against teams like the Hawks that lacked top-tier superstars. Once faced with a player of Durant's caliber, he would still be unable to contain him. While talent is admirable, experience and awareness are the most critical factors that differentiate Zhou Mu from elite players. Zhou, there is still much for you to learn. Defense is not merely about blocking shots. More often than not, you cannot contest an opponent's shot. Interference is the essence of defense. You cannot flail about the court like a jester. Even if you jump high, you cannot leap from one end of the court to the other to block a shot. Durant quickly identified Zhou Mu's defensive shortcomings and generously imparted his wisdom. Zhou Mu nodded, realizing that he had indeed been somewhat impulsive. After being scored on twice in a row, he was eager to block Durant's shots to prove himself. Alas, with a simple half-turn, he found himself completely out of position. "Kevin, I understand now," Zhou Mu remarked, extending his hand once more to request the ball. This time, he intended to replicate Durant's earlier moves. He dribbled with his left hand, yet almost lost control on his first dribble. Had it not been for his long arms, Durant might have successfully stolen the ball. Zhou Mu then engaged his shoulder, bracing himself against Durant, since suffering a significant Achilles injury. Durant had shed some weight. Coupled with his natural strength being inferior to Zhou Mu's, he was pushed back 2 steps that in such a scenario, the real Durant would have opted to lean back and take the shot. However, Zhou Mu failed to observe the defender's positioning and movements, foolishly executing a fake spin instead. This undoubtedly provided Durant with an excellent opportunity to defend. Consequently, Durant swiftly raised his hand to interfere. Ultimately, Zhou Mu's attempt culminated in failure, the basketball ricocheting off the rim. "Zhou, you executed the moves perfectly," Durant began, yet was at a loss for words. The actions were commendable, almost as if he were cast from the same mold. Yet, basketball is not merely about performing the right moves. Without the ability to read the defense, what distinguishes him from a robot playing the game? Speaking of robots, Durant instantly thought of Kawhi, in this regard. Zhou Mu could hardly be categorized as a robot. Perhaps a mere parrot would be more fitting. Zhou Mu smiled awkwardly. Without Durant's prompting, he was already aware of his misstep. Others perform moves to evade defense, while he seemed to seek it out instead. Wasn't he the epitome of Dong Shi's imitation? "It's fine, Zhou. Recognizing your issues is far better than making mistakes on the court," Durant reassured him. Upon regaining possession of the basketball, he resolved to test whether Zhou Mu had absorbed his earlier advice, that he initiated a feint with his right foot, but Zhou Mu remained unfazed. Suddenly, Durant exerted force with his left hand, explosively launching the ball before leaping into a jump shot. However, Zhou Mu did not fall for the ruse this time. He accurately deciphered Durant's intent, leaping high and extending his arm to provide adequate interference, successfully thwarting the offensive attempt. "Well defended," Durant exclaimed. This was not mere flattery. Given Zhou Mu's talent, as long as he avoided being faked out, defending against shots was a trivial task. Over the years, few had managed to defend against him in such a manner. Next came the offensive phase. Remember, read the defense. Not merely execute moves, but respond to the defender's reactions, Durant reiterated. Zhou Mu positioned himself at the right corner to receive the ball, after leveraging his shoulder to push past Durant. He executed a fadeaway jumper that found its mark. Durant applauded, his face radiating admiration. "Yes, that's how to play. Keep it up." Observing Zhou Mu's rapid improvement, Irving and Harden felt increasingly confident about this year's championship. Under Durant's tutelage, Zhou Mu was becoming a lower-tier version of Durant himself. With 2 Durants alongside their own talents, the chances of overcoming the soon-to-be eliminated Hawks or the Clippers' twin stars seemed promising. Upon returning home that night, Zhou Mu discovered a trending topic online, particularly concerning himself. Is Zhou Mu truly the 4-star of the Nets? Many believe that Zhou Mu undoubtedly was. Take, for instance, the series against the Bucks. Without Zhou Mu, the Nets might have faltered in the second round. Would they have awaited Irving's return? Would Harden have regained his form? The game-winning shot still sent shivers down their spines. Zhou Mu was merely 19, a high school graduate, having just entered the league for a year. Yet he had already delivered a clutch shot in a Game 7, propelling his team into the conference finals. One must ask, in the annals of NBA history, which 19-year-old player has accomplished such feats? Zhou Mu's prowess was incongruous with his age, a sentiment echoed by many of his supporters. Conversely, skeptics dismissed his clutch shot as mere luck. With Harden, Durant, and Irving on the team, who would bother defending an unknown player? Would you defend him? If not, wouldn't that lead to an open shot? Open shots? I could make those too. And regarding reaching the conference finals, what relevance does that have to him? I would bet that before Game 7, most Americans were unaware that the Nets even had a Chinese player in the first round against the Celtics. The trio averaged 83 points in the second round. Even after Harden's injury, Irving and Durant continued to dominate the Bucks. What connection did Zhou Mu have to that? Had it not been for Giannis's intervention and Irving's injury, Zhou Mu would likely still be managing the water cooler. He was merely fortunate. Who in the league enters with such a lineup? Forget Zhou Mu. Even if Zhou Qi had joined a few years ago, he would have made it to the conference finals. It would have been a free ride for anyone in the Eastern Conference Finals. Once Irving returned, he scored 43 points in the first game, Durant 50 in the second, and Harden 42 points with 15 assists in the third. With performances like these, who wouldn't be overwhelmed? The Big Three. It was not mere talk. Their abilities were recognized throughout the league. You claim Zhou Mu is the fourth star of the Nets. Let him score 40 points in the next game then. If Zhou Mu is indeed the fourth star of the Nets, he should be able to score 40 points in the next game. 40 points? Yes, the Big Three each have their explosive moments, akin to a relay race, with someone scoring over 40 in each of the 3 games. If all goes as expected, the next match would be the final game of the Eastern Conference Finals. Wouldn't Zhou Mu need to score 40 points to celebrate his first trip to the finals? Remarkably, with the Big Three drawing attention away, given Zhou Mu's shooting accuracy, 40 points was certainly within reach. 4 stars for games, each scoring 40 points in their respective games. Isn't that a testament to player synergy? Bravo! Bring forth rewards for the one who proposed this. While they continue to chatter, I'll just go and tag Zhou Mu in his social media post. I'm joining me as well. The naysayers, rather than diminishing Zhou Mu, inadvertently drew the attention of the Big Three's fans towards him. The Nets secured 3 consecutive victories, much to the delight of many fans. Most had overlooked the statistics. Had it not been for the naysayer highlighting the details, they might not have noticed. The Big Three appeared to have reached a consensus, sharing the load, with each taking turns to shine in the final game. Someone had to step up to keep the momentum going. Green and Griffin lacked the necessary prowess a Big Three that would hardly adhere to the rules. In this light, Zhou Mu emerged as the most suitable candidate. He possessed the skill, yet was not part of the Big Three. Furthermore, should Zhou Mu indeed score 40 points, he would be able to stand alongside the Big Three. Of course, as it stands. Should he assume that position, he would no longer be the fourth. Goodness, these netizens truly know how to stir things up, Zhou Mu thought, bemused that he merely wished to see how the critics would disparage him. In his past life, as an inconspicuous college student, he had never experienced firsthand the sting of criticism. The way they lambasted him only motivated him to score 40 points in the next game, which seemed unfair. Yet, there was an undeniable logic to their assertions. Zhou Mu was equally stirred. Despite having only participated in a handful of matches, he found himself elevated by his home fans to a status akin to that of the league's triumvirate. In the United States, he was merely deemed a competent starter, and just barely at that. Such high praise was unparalleled in the American context. Moreover, the most criticized aspect of his game was his tendency to rely on the star players. Everyone desires to prove their worth, and Zhou Mu was no exception. Scoring 40 points cannot genuinely place him on the same pedestal as the 3 giants, but it certainly reflected his burgeoning value. With this thought, Zhou Mu smiled faintly. Indeed, there are advantages to perusing one's phone. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the day of the Eastern Conference Finals Game 6. The Grand Arena was filled to capacity. Most notably, the Barclays Center was a constellation of stars that day. The Zhou father and son were present, of course. George and Kawhi, having triumphantly dispatched the Suns with a 4-2 victory, also graced the event as spectators. Although they had faced the Nets during the regular season, it was only once that they encountered the fully assembled trio. Their understanding of the Nets was scant, especially with Zhou Mu stepping in for Harris as a starter, a significant variable for them. Apart from Yao Ming, few Chinese players had made a remarkable impact, leading to a certain bias against Chinese athletes among American players. This prejudice extended even to referees. during their time in the NBA. Jillian and Jeremy Lin frequently contended with unjust officiating. They might harbor disdain, but even disregarding Zhou Mu's three-point shooting, his long arms and effortless vertical leap were impossible to overlook. Zhou Mu merely needed to extend his arms, refraining from jumping, and if Kawhi and George struggled with their shooting, it would pose considerable challenges for them. Coupled with a three-point shot comparable to that of the triumvirate, he was essentially a pro-max version of Harris. Zhou Mu's presence greatly bolstered the Nets' forward line, diminishing the effectiveness of the Clippers' pride, their forward core. George was baffled as to why such a useful player was overlooked by Nash, especially given the Nets' substantial injury woes during the regular season. Was Nash's mind truly muddled? Kawhi maintained his stoic demeanor, yet his gaze was intensely fixed on Zhou Mu, who was warming up on the court. Clearly, he did not dare to underestimate this Chinese player with whom he had never competed. Beyond these two, Zhou Mu also observed an intriguing figure, Scarlett. Upon spotting her, he dribbled the basketball quietly to Durant's side. "Kevin, who would have thought? You're quietly amassing wealth," Zhou Mu inquired, brimming with curiosity. "Huh, Zhou, what are you talking about?" Durant feigned ignorance, but his evasive eyes betrayed him. "What do you mean? Kevin, look over there. Who is she?" Zhou Mu pointed toward Scarlett, hoping to elicit a candid response from Durant. He found Durant's reticence reminiscent of a friend who had found a partner, but chose to remain tight-lipped. It was quite exasperating. After all, they had fought side by side in several matches, yet here he was, silent as a tomb. Her? What of it? Zhou Mu sighed, unsure how to articulate his thoughts. Durant, typically straightforward, seemed curiously coy in this regard. At 32, he was acting no differently than Zhou Mu at 19, unbeknownst to Zhou Mu. Durant occasionally cast furtive glances in Scarlett's direction. After the game that day, when Durant spotted Zhou Mu and Zhou Yubing, it would be disingenuous to claim he felt no envy. At T32, he had no girlfriend to speak of, while LeBron had become a father at 20. In just 3 years, he might find himself competing alongside LeBron's eldest son. Furthermore, as an NBA player who didn't have rumors of romantic entanglements, unlike him, who, aside from once jokingly mentioning wanting to drink Scarlett's bathwater, had no interactions with women, that he spent his nights in the gym, honing his shooting form, that he wasn't in a hurry, but his mother was anxious. Durant had once proclaimed that his mother was the real MVP. Underscoring his devotion to her, he felt compelled to heed her words. Thus, he reminisced about his former idol. Approaching her with a tentative mindset, to his surprise, her demeanor was markedly different from years prior. Consequently, Durant took the initiative and invited her to watch him play. And she actually came. This thrilled him immensely. His anticipation was palpable. Little did the Hawks know, they were about to face the combined might of Durant and Zhou Mu, a formidable duo, in the broadcast booth. The commentators greeted the audience. "Hello, everyone. Welcome to Game 6 of the Eastern Conference Finals, featuring the Brooklyn Nets against the Atlanta Hawks. I'm commentator Wang Meng, and I'm commentator Yang Wai in the previous match. Thanks to Harden's explosive performance, the Nets narrowly secured victory in the pivotal Game 5, that historically, teams winning Game 5 have an 82% chance of advancing. Indeed, Wang, those statistics are compelling. However, I believe the Nets' chances of advancing are far greater than what the numbers suggest. Firstly, when it comes to roster strength, not only the Hawks, but also the formidable five, comprising Zhou Mu, Old Green, and the Triumvirate are unparalleled in the league that I find it hard to identify any worthy opponents. Additionally, the mindset and momentum are crucial. While the Hawks claim to be fighting for their lives in the last game, they ultimately fell short, which undoubtedly rattled their confidence that, on the other hand, the Nets have won 3 consecutive games. Brimming with confidence, that it's not an exaggeration to say that their chances of victory exceed 90. Yang Yi's points were well taken. Yet, despite his words, Wang Meng harbored a palpable sense of anticipation. Today might witness a historic moment. The emergence of the first Chinese player to start in the NBA. How could they not feel exhilarated? The focal point of the match was undoubtedly the young talent Zhou Mu. The 3 Giants had each scored over 40 points in the first 3 games. The question of who would step up in the 4th game had most fans unanimously pointing to Zhou Mu. Those who remained silent believed that the impressive performances of the Nets players would inevitably taper off. Similarly, for Zhou Mu to carve a path further into the NBA and gain broader recognition, Today's game presented a tremendous opportunity. Yet, one couldn't help but wonder if he would seize it. Yang expressed his concerns, not out of a lack of faith in their player, but grounded in reality. The highest score achieved by a Chinese player in the NBA was Yao Ming's 41 points, during a game that extended into double overtime, where he was the unequivocal leader of his team. In contrast, Zhou Mu was the fourth option, and his opportunities to shoot paled in comparison to Yao's. With three offensive maestros on his team, his primary responsibility was to defend, an ample task in itself. Most critically, Zhou Mu himself was uncertain of the true extent of his capabilities at this juncture. The more he pondered, the more he harbored lofty hopes for Zhou Mu. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that the future of Chinese basketball rested heavily on Zhou Mu's shoulders. If Zhou Mu thrived, so too would China. Zhou Mu, a name synonymous with weakness in China, was once revered as a singular force, known as the Yao. Presently, although Zhou Mu has yet to embark on a journey with the national team, he alone embodies this esteemed title. Very well. Let us await the unfolding of events. As we return our gaze to the court, Zhou Mu effortlessly secures the jump ball with his explosive vertical leap. Approaching Collins, today, Zhou Mu notices a marked difference in Collins. The once formidable aura has dissipated, replaced by an unsettling silence, akin to a sullen gourd. Durant seizes the basketball, signaling his teammates to create space. He intends to initiate a one-on-one play right from the outset. As he dribbles slowly, he keenly observes the defender's movements. Suddenly, he executes a feint, causing Hunter to tense up. In quick succession, Durant unleashes his signature maneuver, the double cross. The defender loses all sense of balance, rendered helpless as Durant glides past him with ease, but he leaps high, gently releasing the ball, which arcs beautifully through the air before flawlessly nestling into the net. The entire sequence flows seamlessly, and Durant effortlessly scores 2 points. As he jogs back to defend, Durant casts a glance towards the sidelines at Scarlett. Zhou Mu finds it amusing, so that's why Durant opted for isolation plays right from the start. Typically, Durant resorts to such tactics only when his teammates are unable to perform. Following Irving's return, Durant has fully embraced his leadership role, but he allows his capable teammates to shine, stepping up only when they falter. This is the true essence of leadership, and today marks a first of its kind. In this light, my endeavors as a 19-year-old youth attempting to impress the fairer sex seem rather trivial. After all, Durant, at 32, is not so different from me, is he? The ancients were not mistaken when they said that a man remains a youth until death. Zhou Mu mused internally. The Nets lineup has seen slight modifications. Old Green has replaced Griffin as a starter. In terms of shooting, Old Green far surpasses Griffin. As Griffin is aged, he struggles to contend with Capella in the paint. If one lacks advantages, it is better to exhaust Capella with three-pointers. The Hawks initiate their offense. Trae Young glances around, seemingly at a loss. None of the options appear favorable. He resorts to having Bogdan set a screen. Harden, moving at a slower pace, finds himself unable to keep up. Young accelerates, penetrating the paint. Zhou Mu immediately steps up to provide support. Irving and Harden also locate their respective assignments. Young, leading Zhou Mu on a merry chase, fails to find an opening and passes to Bogdan. Meanwhile, Zhou Mu and Irving successfully switch back to their original matchups. Young calls for another screen, but Durant remains steadfast, unperturbed by any feint. He simply spreads his arms wide, obstructing Young's line of sight. Young retreats to the perimeter, hurriedly passing to Bogdan. With less than a second remaining on the shot clock, Bogdan releases the ball. The referee's whistle pierces the air, signaling an invalid attempt, as the shot never even grazed the rim. What an impressive display of defense. The Nets, often criticized for their defensive shortcomings, have surprised us with such a robust showing right from the onset. The intensity and pressure of their defense, previously unimaginable for this team, is astounding. After all, the Nets are typically perceived as a team that excels in offense but falters in defense. Harden brings the ball past half-court, while Zhou Mu positions himself in the corner. After a series of between-the-legs dribbles, Harden bypasses Bogdan, who retreats to defend the paint. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Mu raises his arms, calling for the ball. Upon receiving it, he notices a gap in the opposing defense and accelerates towards the basket. The defender trails closely behind, but Zhou Mu's speed is blinding. He darts to the hoop, soaring high, ready for a layup. Just then, another defender rushes in, attempting to block Zhou Mu's shot in midair. Zhou Mu adjusts his form, deftly sending the ball through the opponent's armpit, banking it off the backboard and into the net. The crowd erupts in astonishment. Wang Ming and Yang exclaim excitedly. What a play! Zhou Mu's drive is simply electrifying. What a play! Little Zhou's breakthrough is razor-sharp. The layup is a masterpiece. With Zhou's leaping ability, executing this move is a breeze. Hey, you can't deny it. This play from Zhou Mu carries a hint of Jordan's finesse. Though Zhou Yubing appears aloof from the sidelines, her applause never wavers, her beautiful gaze transfixed on Zhou Mu. Zhou Dashin can't help but marvel. Goodness, Zhou Mu's waist strength is truly impressive. As a fan of Irving, he holds a particular affection for the layup, yet his execution is often premeditated. Unlike Zhou Mu, who improvises mid-air. With no defenders, he dunks. When challenged, he resorts to a layup. His innate talent simply does not permit him such liberties. Zhou Dashin glances at Zhou Yubing, whose eyes are filled with affection, suddenly pondering. If Zhou Mu's remarkable physique were to lead to a relationship, wouldn't his sister be in for quite a challenge? The Hawks advance again. Young possesses the ball, with Capella moving in to set a screen. The Nets maintain a steadfast principle in their defensive strategy. Switch on all screens, even if mismatches occur. They switch, moreover. The starting five's defensive capabilities are commendable. The only potential weakness lies in the center position. Old Green defends against Young. The Hawks players immediately spread out, granting Mayor Young ample space that he carefully dribbles. Observing the court for an opportune moment to strike, suddenly he executes a hesitation dribble, then accelerates, leaving Green momentarily behind, gaining half a step. Without hesitation, Young drives into the paint, but Zhou Mu is already there, blocking his path. Realizing the predicament, Young swiftly dishes the ball to the open Collins as the ball reaches him. Old Green arrives in a flash, giving Collins rather one-dimensional offensive approach, primarily relying on easy baskets or outside shooting. He finds it difficult to carve out opportunities against Green. In that moment, Bogdan rushes in from the side, receiving the basketball. Although Harden's footwork appears sluggish, he is far from an easy target to breach. Bogdan employs a series of between-the-legs dribbles and direction changes, attempting to shake off Harden's defense. After a dazzling display of footwork, Bogdan ultimately fails to find a shooting opportunity and, under pressure from Harden, forces a shot. Unsurprisingly, it does not find its mark. Durant secures the rebound and passes to Harden. The Hawks respond with remarkable speed on defense. In an instant, Bogdan finds himself face-to-face with Harden, mimicking Bogdan's previous movements. Harden executes a series of between-the-legs dribbles, showcasing impeccable rhythm. However, Harden's execution differs significantly from Bogdan's. As he dribbles, he feigns an attack towards Bogdan's leading foot. Unbeknownst to Bogdan, he has unwittingly entered Harden's rhythm. With a sudden burst, Bogdan's weight shifts, and Harden, using his left foot to pivot, creates space before launching a three-pointer. Swish! The basketball finds nothing but net. Scoring effortlessly to Harden's step-back three-pointer is a signature move, while Bogdan's shot was born out of necessity. Harden effortlessly generates space, sinking the three. If you lack the skill for such a move, or can't shake off your defender, well then, here's Harden himself providing a one-on-one tutorial, free of charge. Do not speak. But rather, the man known as Deng is surprisingly commendable. Trae Young, with the ball in his possession, has yet to score after 2 possessions. The Nets' incessant defensive switches have indeed posed some challenges for them. After a brief contemplation, Trae Young resolved to adopt a different approach. Since you are switching defenses, let us see how you handle it when your guard is matched against my center. Capella continued to set screens, and upon driving toward the basket, he called for the ball in the low post. The play was delivered to the hefty Harden, who perhaps still had some defensive leverage. Yet, it was Irving who received it instead. Capella, not lacking in intelligence, realized that despite his limited skills, he could dominate against an opponent who was a full 20 centimeters shorter. Bang! Bang! Capella strode purposefully, penetrating the key with 2 decisive moves that he elevated the basketball in his hands, poised to execute a powerful slam dunk. This lofty and forceful approach left Irving with no opportunity to intercept. However, at that moment, Capella suddenly heard a warning. "Clint, watch out behind you." It was the voice of Collins. The Hawks power forward, Capella was taken aback. Just then, a colossal hand reached out from behind. Slap. The sharp sound resonated like a drumbeat. That large hand firmly struck the basketball, sending it crashing against the backboard. Capella's eyes widened as he beheld the man who had thwarted his attempt. Zhou Mu. Zhou Mu had arrived at the last moment, utilizing his remarkable wingspan and leaping ability to successfully block Capella's offensive maneuver. Capella stared in astonishment at Zhou Mu, internally marveling. Where on earth did he come from? Capella, down low, was matched against Irving, who was clearly struggling to hold his ground. With a push, he took a shot. What a fantastic play by little Zhou. A spectacular block. Little Zhou, like a phantom, soared in from the three-point line to execute a magnificent defensive play. But that was not the end of it. Green leapt high and successfully snagged the rebound. Without hesitation, he passed the ball to the rapidly sprinting Irving. Upon receiving the pass, Irving darted forward like a bolt of lightning. Although Collins and Capella exerted every effort to catch up, they could not match Irving's astonishing speed. Meanwhile, Hunter retreated with small, measured steps, stationed just inside the three-point line, awaiting Irving's advance. As Irving approached the three-point line, he paused momentarily before suddenly elevating and releasing a shot. Hunter leaped forward, but given the distance, his efforts were futile. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air, landing flawlessly in the hoop. Beep! Upon the successful shot, the Hawks head coach immediately called for a timeout. 10-0. If a timeout was not called soon, the first quarter would likely be a disaster. Irving stood in place, striking a pose with his hands on his hips. Harden, Durant, and Zhou Mu bounded over to Irving. Unable to contain their smiles, the four celebrated with a high five. Green secured the rebound and handed it over to Irving for a fast break. A trailing three-pointer, and it goes in. Timeout. Timeout. The Hawks absolutely must call a timeout. Hunter's retreat was far too generous, granting Irving ample space to shoot. I believe it was not his retreat that was too generous, but rather his failure to anticipate that Irving would opt for such a finishing move. In a fast break, or when outnumbered, who plays for a three-pointer? Only the Nets dared to do so in the entire league. 10-0. The Nets came out swinging, delivering a staggering blow to the home team Hawks. Zhou Mu and the three superstars each contributed a basket. Who can withstand such an assault? Moreover, the Nets today showcased not just offensive prowess, but also stellar defense that Nash's lineup, with its infinite defensive switches, seems to have been inspired by D'Antoni. They're echoes of the former Rockets and Warriors teams. Overall, at this juncture, the competitive state demonstrated by the Nets is on an entirely different level than that of the Hawks. It will be a formidable challenge for the Hawks to drag the series into a decisive Game 7 from the outset. Young, he had not held out much hope for the Hawks. Following the series of plays, Young even began to voice doubts about the Hawks' prospects. Defense, what on earth are you doing? The Hawks head coach bellowed, his face flushed with anger. Before the game, he had contemplated the difficulty of winning. Being behind was acceptable. As long as morale remained high, there was hope. However, it was utterly unacceptable for them to be struck by a 10-0 blitz right from the start. They had home court advantage. Yet the tables had turned completely. The Nets were riding high on confidence, while the Hawks were visibly deflated. Get your act together. Has it only been a few minutes, and you've already succumbed to this state? Focus on your defense and run your routes. Winning this game is not an impossibility. The Hawks head coach urged, employing his motivational skills to rally the spirits of his team. Upon returning from the timeout, Zhou Mu noticed that Collins' previously glum expression had brightened considerably. Having not engaged Collins in meaningful conversation for quite some time, Zhou Mu could not resist teasing him. Zach, have you encountered some delightful news? Your team is trailing, and while others were frowns, you seem to be grinning like a toad. Humph, what do you know? Your lead is merely temporary. Even if you lead the entire game, what of it? We need only to be ahead at the final moment. Victory will be ours, Collins replied with smug satisfaction. Since the last game concluded, he had noticed that whenever Zhou Mu spoke to him, he would react with exaggerated gestures that he was certain that Zhou Mu was trying to provoke him into a response that would lead to his ejection, thus leaving the Hawks short-handed and favoring the Nets. Therefore, he resolved not to fall for Zhou Mu's antics again. Zhou Mu, upon hearing Collins' words, became even more perplexed. Who had instilled such confidence in Collins? Was it truly possible for the Nets to maintain a lead throughout the game and then turn the tide at the end? If so, Zhou Mu mused he might as well collide with the rim and end it all. Haha. Just as you wish, the Nets will undoubtedly lead throughout the game. You can rest assured. Zhou Mu patted Collins on the shoulder, seemingly offering encouragement. With the timeout concluded, bolstered by the coach's words, Trae Young felt his feet grow lighter. The game resumed, and upon receiving the ball, he skillfully utilized his agility and speed to successfully breach Irving's defense. He leapt high, releasing the ball with precision, and it found its mark in the hoop. Old Green attempted a three-pointer from the perimeter, but missed a tee that moment. Trae Young seized the opportunity to initiate a fast break. He sped down the court at an astonishing pace, with his fellow Hawks teammates trailing closely behind. Spotting Bogdan outside the arc, he promptly passed the ball to him. Without a moment's hesitation, Bogdan leaped and executed a three-pointer that swished through the net. This basket invigorated the Hawks, and Trae Young was elated. Trae Young, executing a fast break, dished the ball to Bogdan on the perimeter, who nailed the three-pointer. One must admit, this timeout was indeed effective, not to mention the defense. At the very least, the Hawks' offense no longer seemed as stagnant as before. Durant received the ball, steadying his rhythm. Zhou Mu stepped forward to set a screen. The Nets unleashed their most potent weapon, Durant and Zhou Mu's pick and roll. Zhou Mu set the screen, and Durant drove. Zhou Mu rolled off, leaving Collins stranded at the three-point line, caught between two worlds. Damn it, should I defend Durant or that Chinese guy? Collins was momentarily dazed. An opportunity presented itself. Zhou Mu popped out to the three-point line and released a shot. Zach, are you frozen there? Why are you just standing around? The Hawks head coach roared from the sidelines. Once again, it was Collins. Oh, Collins. The head coach of the Hawks felt as though his head might explode. The last time the momentum shifted, it was due to Collins faltering. Now, at such a critical moment of the game, he stood there, motionless once again. What's the matter? Are you afraid of your team taking the lead? The Hawks initiated another offensive possession. Trae Young advanced with the ball, accelerating to break through to the paint. Faced with two defenders, he opted not to force a shot, but instead passed the ball to Bogdanovich on the perimeter. After receiving the pass, Bogdanovich feigned a shooting motion. However, it was merely a decoy, as he then dribbled towards the basket. Not good. Zhou Mu immediately sensed the impending danger and rushed to provide defensive support. Great opportunity. Seeing Zhou Mu tricked into vacating his position, a smile crept across Bogdanovich's face as he swiftly passed the ball to John Collins on the perimeter. With Zhou Mu drawn towards the paint, Collins found himself completely unmarked, with nothing but open space before him. The moment Bogdanovich delivered the pass, Zhou Mu realized the gravity of the situation and hurriedly turned to sprint towards the perimeter. Yet it was all too late. Collins caught the ball, squatted, and leaped, preparing to shoot. Smack! Just then, a figure surged from the side, leaping high to swat the basketball away. It was Zhou Mu. Despite his rapid defensive recovery, he was still too late to prevent the shot. But who is Zhou Mu? A player of prodigious talent. When awareness falls short, talent compensates. His remarkable wingspan and explosive jumping ability enabled him to complete the block. What a play! Another block, a veritable volleyball spike. Look at the height Zhou Mu achieved on this one. How on earth did that happen? Wang Ming scratched his bald head in bewilderment. Zach, did you expect this? I'm still here. Zhou Mu grinned at Collins. Collins suppressed his rising anger and ignored Zhou Mu. The Hawks retained possession. Young executed a pick and roll with Collins. Collins rolled down, receiving a pass from Young, and leaped for a dunk. But that man, he back once more. Zhou Mu soared high, delivering Collins a solid rejection. Upon landing, Zhou Mu glanced at Collins and pointed to himself. Zach, did you expect this? It's me again. The Nets launched a counterattack, with Irving bringing the ball past half court, passing to Durant. After receiving the ball, Durant disregarded the defenders, rising for a jumper and sinking the two-pointer. The lead was once again a 10-point margin. Once again, the gap was 10 points. Durant with a quick stop and mid-range shot, smoothly executed. Defense, always defense. Just as the Hawks appeared to gain a hint of momentum, Zhou Mu's two blocks extinguished it. Defense wins championships. The ancients do not deceive me. On the sidelines, the Hawks head coach remained silent, yet his brow had furrowed into a deep frown. This game was proving more challenging than he had anticipated. The Nets, once weak in defense, had undergone a remarkable transformation in truth, the overall defense of the Nets was not weak. The deficiency lay with their leader, Nash. Tactics were entirely absent, leading to a chaotic defensive structure. Communication and interaction among the players had become woefully scarce due to frequent injuries. The team experiencing communication breakdowns during a game is a frightening prospect. Yet, the change could be attributed to the trio of Nets superstars. Their immense talent could mask most issues. Moreover, the camaraderie among Harden, Irving, and Durant spoke volumes. They were always seen enjoying each other as company. Zhou Mu had only witnessed their dynamic in videos, assuming it was all for show. It was only when he stepped into their line of sight that he realized genuine relationships cannot be feigned out on the court. Whenever one of them fell, the other two would swiftly rush to lift him up. On the bench, the trio remained tightly clustered together. Even when the coach called for them to enter the game, their movements were perfectly synchronized. Such a strong bond, whether in communication or cooperation, naturally fostered chemistry. Zhou Mu's rapport with the three was equally solid. Thus, entrusting the remaining player's position to either Green or Griffin was of little consequence, as for the head coach, to put it kindly. He was referred to as Coach T, put it less kindly. He was merely an unadorned mascot. The game continued. Young penetrated the paint, passing to Capella. Utilizing his height and weight advantage, Capella overpowered Green for the score. Turning back, Irving received a screen from Zhou Mu and responded with a 2-pointer. It appeared that all three superstars were on fire today. Just a few minutes into the game, each had already scored. One couldn't help but wonder what measures the Hawks would adopt to stifle the trio. Furthermore, with all three superstars on the floor, it signified that Zhou Mu would encounter more opportunities. The question remained whether he could seize them. As Wang Ming pointed out, the trio, already a source of anxiety for everyone, immediately intensified their defense after a few successful shots. Harden held the ball, and Bogdanovich, the primary defender, was already prepared. However, in addition to him, Hunter and Young were also poised to make a move. Harden, with a sudden change of direction, smoothly bypassed Bogdanovich. Seeing Harden breach the defense, both Hunter, who had been guarding Irving, and Young, who had been on Durant, quickly collapsed towards the paint to thwart Harden's drive to the basket. Consequently, Irving and Durant found themselves unguarded at that moment. Bogdanovich, originally assigned to defend Harden, rushed to help on Irving, while Collins was tasked with covering Durant. This shift in dynamics left Zhou Mu, stationed in the corner, with an unexpected opportunity. Harden instantly recognized the situation on the court and promptly passed the ball to Zhou Mu. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Mu launched a three-pointer, and the ball sailed through the air in a beautiful arc before swishing through the net. 3 points scored. Next, it was the Hawks' turn to attack as Hunter attempted a layup. Yet his shot was contested by Zhou Mu, ultimately failing to find the mark. Immediately following, the Nets countered with Irving in possession. After a screen from Durant, the Hawks' defense faltered once more, leaving Zhou Mu open in the corner again. Faced with such a prime opportunity, Zhou Mu would not let it slip by. He rose for another three-pointer, the ball finding its way securely into the basket. Another three-pointer made. Zhou Mu once again capitalized on the wide-open three from the corner. What a shot! It seems that not only the three superstars, but Zhou Mu's shooting touch was exceptionally hot today. 0.3 attempts, 3 successful shots. With the first quarter not yet concluded, he had already amassed 9 points. To be honest, at this juncture in the game, the standout performer was not the trio, but Zhou Mu. 0.9 points and 2 blocks. His contributions on both ends were indisputable. Unbelievable. How did this Chinese player explode again? The Hawks head coach covered his eyes, rubbing his aching temples. 0.3 of them are impossible to defend against. If another one comes, we might as well surrender. During a substitution phase, the Hawks head coach brought in the experienced Lou Williams to address the offensive issues. In an unexpected turn, Nash substituted 3 of the starting 5 at Zhou Mu. Harden and Durant all took a seat. Harris, Jordan, and Shamet replaced them. Such a lead changes everything in previous games. Nash would never have dared to make such bold substitutions. The 3 superstars being benched? Don't even mention Nash. If I had a 14-point lead after 7 minutes, I would also let the starters rest in his first year as a coach, encountering such a roster. One must admit, Nash was indeed fortunate. Even though the Eagles showcased their proud depth in the roster, the Nets bench performed remarkably well today. Under the leadership of Irving, the first quarter concluded with the Nets maintaining a 12-point advantage. 4 minutes into the second quarter, Nash finally brought Durant, Zhou Mu, and Harden onto the court, yet the Nets still led by 13 points. Upon their entry, Durant and Zhou Mu immediately engaged in their signature two-man game. This time, Collins had learned his lesson, closing in without hesitation. Zhou Mu swiftly reacted with a nimble step-back maneuver, instantly altering his direction. Collins, already struggling to keep pace with Zhou Mu, found himself unable to adjust in time. In that fleeting moment, Zhou Mu successfully left him behind. Spotting Capella, who was braced for an impending challenge in the paint, Zhou Mu deviated from the expected play, executing a sudden stop to sink a two-pointer. Young's three-pointer missed the mark, and Harden positioned himself at the top of the arc to orchestrate play. Zhou Mu was resolute in testing his mettle against the Hawks, constantly moving around the court. Griffin set a screen along the baseline, obstructing Collins' pursuit. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Mu connected on a three-pointer. Lou Williams, utilizing Collins' screen, penetrated the lane for a layup. Following a failed isolation attempt, Durant passed to Zhou Mu, although Collins remained steadfast in his defense. Zhou Mu had already found his shooting rhythm. His current state could aptly be described as seeing the hoop as vast as the ocean. With Collins in close proximity, Zhou Mu elevated and released his shot. Despite Collins' fervent attempts to disrupt him, he could not prevent Zhou Mu from launching the ball. Swish! Even with Collins giving his all, Zhou Mu succeeded in making the shot. How can you still score like that? No, my friend, are you really aiming for 40 points? I mean, are you genuinely trying to achieve 40 points? The livestream's comments flooded with these words. Not only American fans, but even many Chinese fans were astonished by Zhou Mu's performance. With half of the second quarter remaining, Zhou Mu had already amassed 17 points. Even Durant would need to be in peak form to deliver such a performance, AS for the CBA in China. The last time someone exhibited such prowess was a few years back with Marbury, AS for domestic players. Regardless of the game's caliber, there's been no one in the NBA with Zhou Mu's explosive scoring ability for decades. Even Yao Ming couldn't compare, let alone the current Chinese national team, which is woefully inadequate. Missing an open layup is akin to crossing a bridge made of rice noodles. They may flaunt their dominance in the CBA, but on the international stage, they appear soft and frail, utterly unreliable. Zhou Mu launched another three-pointer, and it was a shot that defied all reason. When you're feeling it, that's precisely how you should shoot. Wang Meng began to speak, but then held back. Regardless of how one plays, if it goes in, it's a good shot. To label it unreasonable would be self-defeating. Up until now, Zhou Mu had made all 5 of his three-point attempts and all 6 of his shots, boasting a perfect shooting percentage of 100 with 17 points. And the game had only just begun. A Chinese player scoring 40 points in the playoffs. This historic moment could very well occur today. Yang Yi, wearing black-rimmed glasses, could hardly conceal his excitement. Zach, where's the defense? What happened to your defense? Look for yourself. Who is the highest scorer on the opposing team? Don't you have any self-awareness? The Hawks head coach bellowed, his voice resonating throughout the arena. Zach stood on the sidelines, head bowed, his expression dark and brooding. He had not anticipated that Zhou Mu's last shot would go in. Such a high-difficulty shot was something only Zhou Mu's 3 teammates could make in his eyes. No, they could lose the game, but they absolutely could not allow that Chinese player to continue scoring. Enduring the scorn of thousands of Hawks fans was a significant blow to the young Collins. He chose to prioritize his pride over the game's outcome. With the game now seeing the Hawks trailing by 19 points, time was plentiful, yet the thoughts of each player were beyond the coach's control. Herter finally steadied the faltering Hawks with a perimeter shot. Durant, fully aware of Zhou Mu's hot streak, actively sought to position him, rather than relying on the usual protocol of passing to whoever had the best opportunity. In this match, Zhou Mu had become Durant's primary option. Griffin was also diligently working to create scoring opportunities for Zhou Mu. Collins, like a rabid dog, ferociously tracked Zhou Mu's every move to that moment. The score, the game, and everything else became irrelevant to him. He, like Durant, could only see Zhou Mu. Bang! Just as Zhou Mu prepared to take a jump shot, Collins collided with Griffin, and both fell to the floor. However, Capella would not allow Zhou Mu an easy shot. His teeth clenched as he glared at Zhou Mu, before leaping with all his might to contest the shot. At the same time, Collins sprang back to his feet after brushing aside Griffin and lunged toward Zhou Mu. Under the duress of both players, Zhou Mu's shot fell short, the ball ricocheting off the front of the rim. It was clear that reckless shooting would not suffice. Zhou Mu mused. He had believed that even if Capella's entire hand were in his face, it would not affect him. Yet it had indeed made a subtle difference. That slight impact led to a miss. The Hawks' offense also faltered. Griffin secured the rebound and passed to Harden, who immediately sought Zhou Mu's position. Yet Zhou Mu, entangled by the relentless Collins, found no opportunity to shoot. After several possessions, players required respite, causing the Nets' offense to bypass Zhou Mu on multiple occasions. Zhou Mu looked on helplessly at Collins, who was glued to his back, sweat soaking through the fabric of Zhou Mu's shirt. "Zach, no. Big guy. Are you not going to make a move? Is it entertaining to just follow me around so closely? I'm not your wife. Chinese, your words are excessive. What I do is none of your business." Collins retorted bluntly. Feeling unsatisfied, he continued, "Or are you saying that aside from three-pointers, you can't do anything else? Because you can't do that either." Seizing the opportunity to mock Zhou Mu, Collins mimicked his tone, a tactic of returning the favor. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mu realized that a few minutes without a hit had caused Collins to become cocky and start taunting him. Coincidentally, having just learned some techniques from Durant, Zhou Mu decided to test them on Collins, whose size was just right. Whether it works would be revealed in practice. Collins paused, taken aback as old rivals. He was well aware of Zhou Mu's skills. Yet now, hearing Zhou Mu's challenge, he questioned whether Zhou Mu had any other tricks up his sleeve. Why hadn't he used them earlier? Collins thought Zhou Mu was merely posturing for pride. However, in the next play, Zhou Mu positioned himself in the low post on the right, signaling for the ball. Collins, unable to contain his laughter, exclaimed, "Chinese, I am not a defensive sieve like Trae Young. With your weak low post skills, you think you can take me on? Who do you think you are, Jordan?" Zhou Mu calmly replied with 4 words. "I am your father." After receiving the ball with his left hand, he smoothly pivoted, his body slightly leaning back, and then leapt to take a shot. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air, effortlessly sinking into the hoop. The entire motion flowed seamlessly, devoid of any hesitation. "What do you think, Zach? Am I doing well?" Zhou Mu's words carried a hint of teasing and mockery, although Collins was astonished by Zhou Mu's performance. He could never admit to Zhou Mu's excellence. Stubbornly, he retorted, "Humph, just a lucky shot, like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse that, oh." Still unconvinced, "Then I shall make you submit," Zhou Mu replied, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. As if everything was under his control, Yang missed a three-pointer, and Zhou Mu returned to the low post. Durant, ever the facilitator, passed the ball to Zhou Mu. This time, Collins focused intently, observing Zhou Mu's movements. After a brief test, Zhou Mu suddenly dropped the ball. Faced with the towering Collins, he exhibited no fear whatsoever. With a sudden burst of strength, he pushed Collins aside, knowing full well that his physical prowess was exceptional. Angered and humiliated by being shoved aside, Collins was determined not to let Zhou Mu score so easily. He immediately adjusted his stance and lunged at Zhou Mu. However, at that moment, something unexpected occurred. Zhou Mu's left turn was merely a feint. This left Collins grasping at air, helplessly watching as Zhou Mu made a clean shot unopposed. Zhou Mu smirked at Collins. "Hey, I call you Dad." He taunted, as if walking a dog. "Didn't T you say I could only shoot threes? What do you think I just did? And someone here was completely faked out by my simple feint. Who was it? I one T say." Collins remained silent throughout, but anyone could see the ferocity in his gaze. Little Zhou requests the ball in the low post. Engage, pivot, and shoot. What a great shot. The rapid improvement of Little Zhou was indeed astonishing that in just a few days his back-to-the-basket technique had shown remarkable progress. Previously, he could only manage against smaller players like Yang, with movements that lacked elegance. Now he was scoring against someone of Collins' caliber. After just 2 exchanges, he found success. While his earlier success against smaller players may have involved a degree of luck, these 2 shots were purely a demonstration of skill. Furthermore, Coach Yang, have you noticed? Zhou Mu's shooting form closely resembles that of McGrady, yet his leaning back bears a striking resemblance to Durant's style. Clearly, it is Durant who has been mentoring Zhou Mu. Otherwise, how could their movements be so alike? Yang, he was eager to counter Wang Meng's assertion. What does it mean to learn from Durant? and have movements that resemble his. Kobe, Yao Ming, and LeBron have all studied Olajuwon's footwork, yet each player's style retains its unique character. However, after repeatedly watching the footage, he realized Wang Ming was indeed correct. The two were remarkably similar in both physique and form. Even the final shooting motion. If you were to cover Zhou Mu's face, one might truly struggle to distinguish between the two. Thus, Zhou Mu is the genuine homegrown Durant. Wang Ming added, back in 2018. The Rockets selected a Chinese player with the surname Zhou as well to AT that time. Countless Chinese people placed immense hopes on him. Though his dynamic talent did not match Zhou Mu's, his wingspan exceeded Zhou Mu's by 10 centimeters. Coupled with his slender frame, it was easy for people to associate him with Durant. Moreover, had it not been for Durant's influence, his selection would have been questionable. The intensity of competition in the NBA is unparalleled by any other basketball league in the world. The question of whether a seemingly frail player like Durant could adapt to the NBA was once a matter of debate. Durant paved the way for the slender player archetype to thrive in the league, possessing the skills of a guard and the height of a center. This positional versatility rendered him a formidable weapon on the court. Following this, the slender player gradually entered the scouts' line of sight. Many fantasized about discovering the next Durant, from Zhou to Holmgren, Wembanyama, and even Bamba and Bol Bol, who have been in the league for years. Their ability to break into the NBA has, to some extent, been influenced by Durant. As the second quarter approached its final 4 minutes, Little Zhou had already amassed 21 points, setting a new record for a Chinese player in the NBA for first-half scoring. Furthermore, based on Nash's rotations, it seemed unlikely that Little Zhou would leave the court before halftime, suggesting the potential for him to further shatter this record. The only uncertainty remained whether he would retain his previous shooting touch. 21 points in a half for a Chinese player. If one had not witnessed it firsthand, who would dare to believe such an occurrence? The shock was no less significant than that of the national football team qualifying for the World Cup. In the Hawks' home arena, the Nets fans were scattered throughout the stands, akin to droplets submerged in a vast ocean, nearly invisible to the majority. Yet beneath this seemingly tranquil scene lay a potent force, the unity of the Chinese community. Despite the fervent enthusiasm of the Hawks fans, Atlanta boasted a considerable population of Chinese residents. Moreover, many had traveled from distant China specifically for this occasion. Much like the previous game, they carved out a space exclusively for the Chinese community. At this moment, they waved their flags vigorously, their synchronized and resounding chants reverberating throughout the arena. Zhou Mu's performance silenced the Hawks fans while igniting the spirits of the Chinese supporters that eye in this foreign land. The vivid red of their banners stood out remarkably. The spectators were captivated by this magnificent spectacle, casting curious and envious glances as Zhou Mu heard the cheers from his compatriots. A warm wave surged through him. Excitedly, he turned his gaze toward that direction, his blood racing. His performance was far from over. After several rounds of conserving energy, Zhou Mu's stamina began to recover. With 2 minutes remaining in the second quarter, each basket he scored would inch him closer to setting a new personal record. Durant held the ball, signaling Zhou Mu to set a screen. Tonight was Zhou Mu's night, and, as his elder, Durant felt compelled to assist him. They executed a pick and roll, and Collins dared not be complacent, fully aware of the challenge before him, that a moment's neglect could lead to an effortless score for the opponent. He extended a hand, attempting to disrupt Durant's offensive play. As Durant dribbled, he suddenly changed direction, successfully shaking off Collins. Hunter, witnessing this, felt a pang of anxiety, realizing Durant was on the verge of breaking through. Consequently, he abandoned his original defensive assignment on Zhou Mu and turned to provide help against Durant. However, this was precisely what Durant had anticipated, as a subtle smile crept across his lips, for he knew this would create an excellent shooting opportunity for Zhou Mu. Without hesitation, Durant passed the ball, landing it perfectly in Zhou Mu's hands. Upon receiving it, Zhou Mu swiftly adjusted his stance, preparing to take a three-pointer. Though Hunter's reaction was swift, it could not hinder Zhou Mu's shooting motion. With a swish, the ball found its mark point. 3 points scored. 24 points, 24, 24. The Chinese fans in the arena echoed this number repeatedly. Zach, are you a fool? Can't you see that the majority of the Nets plays are going through that Chinese player? And you still want to switch defenses? Do you not want your starting position next season? The head coach of the Hawks roared at Collins, who was tasked with defending Zhou Mu. The Hawks' offense faltered, and Griffin secured the rebound. This time, Collins did nothing but closely shadow Zhou Mu, resolutely denying him any opportunity to shoot. Should that ball find the net, it would surely etch his name into the annals of NBA history. He certainly did not wish to share the same fate as Paul George, whose highlights were a showcase of scoring, while he would be relegated to mere background footage. Chinese man, I shall inform you that your record ends here. Collins remarked as he trailed Zhou Mu. Zach, your words have begun to wear on my ears. Zhou Mu replied leisurely, leaning against Collins, exuding an air of utter ease. The word "you" lingered on Collins' lips. Yet he found himself at a loss for a retort. He had been slapped in the face too many times to know how to respond. Observing the look on Collins' face, akin to one who had consumed something vile, Zhou Mu added, Zach, you claim my record ends here, yet I currently have 24 points. Surely, by halftime, I must reach 30. He delivered this audacious proclamation in the most nonchalant tone. 30 points. Why not aim for the heavens? Chinese man, even if I disregard everyone else, you cannot possibly score 6 points in the next minute. Collins felt increasingly belittled by Zhou Mu's confidence. How audacious to suggest such a feat, scoring 6 points in under a minute. Did Zhou Mu truly envision himself as Durant? Setting aside questions of Zhou Mu's capabilities, achieving such a goal would require at least 2 possessions, as a team generally has no more than 2 offensive opportunities in a single minute. The challenge before Zhou Mu was formidable. I hope your performance later lives up to your words, Collins muttered. Young soared for a layup, and Harden received the ball, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Zhou Mu. Wherever Zhou Mu moved, Harden's eyes followed. LeBron. If you can't find an opening, take it yourself, Durant urged, though both were acutely aware that their individual attempts were merely to create opportunities for Zhou Mu. Harden quickly initiated his dribble, weaving past defender Herter, and charged towards the basket. In response to this ferocious advance, the Hawks defenders sprang into action. Hunter swiftly collapsed into the paint, attempting to thwart Harden's scoring. However, at the critical moment, Harden passed the ball to Durant, stationed beyond the arc, tension mounted on the court. After receiving the pass, Durant did not rush his shot, but instead calmly surveyed the unfolding situation. It was then that Zhou Mu, leveraging Griffin's screen, found a rare opportunity. Recognizing this, Durant decisively delivered the ball into Zhou Mu's hands. Upon receiving the pass, Zhou Mu wasted no time in executing a feint to deceive the opposing player. Collins, the Hawks center, leaped with all his might, attempting to block Zhou Mu's shot. Yet Zhou Mu had anticipated Collins' move. As Collins lunged at him, he too elevated. Their bodies collided mid-air with a resounding thud. Simultaneously, the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling that Collins had committed a 3-point foul against Zhou Mu. Although Zhou Mu lost his balance in the collision, he clung tenaciously to the basketball and launched it toward the hoop. The shot's trajectory appeared perilously low, seemingly veering off course. However, just as everyone expected it to clang off the rim, a miracle transpired. Swish, the ball sailed through the net with a crisp sound. Zhou, that off-balance 3, oh my, and one. Can you believe it? Zhou Mu had completely lost his equilibrium mid-air. One could hardly expect him to even locate the hoop, that he relied solely on his extraordinary core strength and remarkable touch to sink that 3-pointer. As Collins watched the ball glide effortlessly through the hoop, he raised his right hand in acknowledgement of his foul. The camera focused on Collins, who helplessly shrugged, acknowledging that he had done everything within his power. He had truly been on Zhou Mu's back, and today, Zhou Mu's shooting touch was nothing short of frightening. The ensuing free throw was confidently converted. 28 points. 28 points. 28 points. The Chinese fans in attendance chanted. Zach, look, this is what it means to follow through. After one possession, we're just 2 points away, Zhou Mu kindly reminded Collins. Collins found himself utterly speechless. He had anticipated Zhou Mu's scoring to come from 2 possessions, perhaps a 3-pointer and a 2-pointer, or from 3 possessions. 1 2-pointer each. Yet he had never imagined Zhou Mu would fool him into jumping and then convert an and one from the right 45-degree angle. Could it be that he truly was the son of McGrady? Collins suddenly recalled a recent online discussion that suggested their shooting forms bore an uncanny resemblance. I could tee the time. He had dismissed it, thinking, how could 2 Americans possibly produce a Chinese child? Yet now, his conviction wavered. The shot Zhou Mu made was strikingly similar to McGrady's legendary shot over Duncan. How could one explain this? Zach, why are you just standing there? Set a screen. Young's shout jolted Collins back to reality. Reluctantly, he had to admit that Zhou Mu had gotten into his head, causing him to overthink the situation. Young utilized Collins' screen to easily maneuver past Irving. Seeing this, Zhou Mu immediately stepped forward to obstruct Young's path. Irving rushed in from behind to apply pressure, yet Young remained unfazed. Seizing the moment, he executed a bounce pass, delivering it precisely to Collins, who was positioned at the free throw line, with only Griffin in the paint. Attacking the basket seemed the most favorable option. However, for reasons unknown, Collins opted for a jumper from the free throw line. Surprise! At that moment, Zhou Mu leaped from behind, soaring like a majestic eagle, and emphatically swatted Collins' shot away. Upon landing, Zhou Mu swiftly retrieved the basketball and took off on a fast break. Collins, unwilling to concede defeat, pursued Zhou Mu closely, determined to reclaim the ball. Having just been denied by Zhou Mu, he was hell-bent on delivering a block of his OWN. As Zhou Mu approached the free throw line, he launched himself upward, soaring toward the basket under the watchful eyes of Collins and the entire audience. Boom! The sound echoed as Zhou Mu executed a breathtaking dunk from the free throw line. Zhou Mu had blocked Collins' shot, reclaimed the ball, initiated a fast break, leaped, and executed a gliding dunk. The Great Eagle takes flight. That dunk from the free throw line was nothing short of sensational. Zhou Mu had now amassed 30 points. With just 13 seconds remaining in the second quarter, he had set a new record for the highest points scored by a Chinese player in an NBA halftime. 30 points. Zhou Mu had once again shattered the record for the most points scored by a Chinese player in the NBA. This dunk was enough to challenge the world's perceptions of those with yellow skin. Who claims that individuals of Asian descent possess inferior athleticism compared to their black counterparts? Not only did Zhou Mu accomplish a dunk from the free throw line, but he had also executed a move that would have seemed implausible in the past. Were anyone to have suggested that a Chinese person could execute such a feat, I would have doubted their sanity. Yet now, a person of Asian descent had indeed achieved this, before the eyes of tens of thousands of fans in attendance and over 1 billion viewers online. Zhou Mu completed this astonishing dunk. The comment section of the Tencent live broadcast has turned tumultuous. The phrase practical free throw line resonates profoundly. Do you comprehend the significance of those 5 words? You must have missed Collins. After Zhou Mu's audacious move over him, he resembled a rabid dog, trailing Zhou Mu in fervent pursuit, undoubtedly intent on exacting a block in return. Little did he anticipate that Zhou Mu would soar effortlessly from the free throw line. Collins stood there, bewildered. Zhou Mu possesses the ability to fly. What recourse does he have? They say Zhou Mu's talent is sufficient to rival the likes of Tracy McGrady and to outshine the old guard of the Bulls. I initially thought it was mere exaggeration from our media. Jordan, a man of godlike prowess. How could Zhou Mu ever be compared to him? But upon reflection, Jordan seems insignificant. Zhou Mu can execute feats from the free throw line. Can Jordan? Do not regale me with tales of Jordan's capabilities. The fact remains he has never accomplished it. Setting aside technique, the notion of kicking the old guard holds true. Shaquille O'Neal gaped, his eyes wide as saucers. Old buck, the free throw line. Am I seeing this correctly? You are not mistaken, for I too have witnessed it. I am now gravely questioning whether Zhou Mu's nationality on his player report is accurate. Is this truly the leaping ability of a Chinese individual? Are you certain he is not? Like Curry and Thompson, a light-skinned African-American, O'Neal posed a soul-searching inquiry. Barkley scratched his gleaming head. Absolutely no doubt. I have watched it several times. The two, having been commentary partners for an extended period, share remarkably aligned thoughts on certain matters. This, O'Neal fell silent. Physical prowess has long been a source of pride for their race, not merely in basketball, but in soccer, athletics, and all domains connected to physicality, where technicality does not reign supreme. Which African American has not claimed the top spot? Caucasians and Asians perpetually trail behind them. That if Lu Xiang is the progenitor who shattered this narrative, then Zhou Mu has decisively cemented it. Barkley observed the reticent O'Neal, noting it was the first time he had seen this lively character wear such an expression. The Chinese men's basketball team is poised for ascendance. Perhaps, I say perhaps, Zhou Mu will elevate the Chinese national team to heights that even Yao Ming never reached. This is O'Neill's heartfelt sentiment, devoid of flattery or falsehood. Talent dictates potential. This is not mere rhetoric. As long as Zhou Mu remains unscathed by significant injuries, being a starter is merely the beginning, not the culmination. The next basketball deity is not beyond the realm of possibility, just as O'Neill reflected. Barkley splashed cold water on his thoughts. Zhou will never lead China into the world's top 8. He might serve as China's Durant, or even Jordan, but he lacks the support of Irving, Harden, and certainly not Pippen. At that point, it wouldn't be surprising if he faced 5 or even 9 opponents alone. Barkley, having watched numerous videos of the Chinese national team, could only sigh. How to articulate it is hard to convey. Chinese players consistently manage to execute astonishing maneuvers. Returning to the court, wow, Zach, did you see how high I flew? After completing a dunk, Zhou Mu eagerly approached Collins, his face brimming with anticipation. High. Indeed, very high. I have never seen a non-African American player possess such talent, Collins replied with a rueful smile. Zhou, you're impressive. Moreover, your talent is unprecedented in a century. Losing to you, I'm truly convinced. Collins stood close to Zhou Mu. Articulating each word carefully, Zhou Mu was taken aback. Has Collins come to terms with this? To be honest, Zhou Mu, had it not been for your skin color, I might have been swayed by your prowess in the earlier games. But you're neither African American nor Caucasian, but rather Asian. Among Asians, only one great Yao has emerged, and it took him no less than 2 years. You were even younger than he was at the time. Yet you have achieved so much in a shorter span. In less than a month, you have excelled in both offense and defense. How others perceive it, I cannot say. But as your first longtime rival, I can affirm that you are far superior to what the statistics suggest. Zhou Mu smiled faintly. This must be the first player he has conquered in the NBA. However, being praised so openly by an NBA player made him feel somewhat bashful. His smile almost reaching his ears. Ahem, Zach, you are quite remarkable as well. Upon hearing Zhou Mu's somewhat perfunctory response, Collins pursed his lips. The Hawks' offense unfolded. After Young exhausted the clock, a three-point attempt fell short. Halftime concluded with the Nets leading 86-56, a full 30-point advantage. The largest margin since the series commenced. In the Hawks' locker room, an atmosphere of gloom pervaded. The head coach, gazing at his blank tactical board, found himself at a loss. There were too many issues. The trio's stable performance, Zhou Mu's explosive emergence, and most critically, Nash's seemingly limitless defensive switches, all executed with remarkable efficacy. Previously, they could contend with the Nets offensively, not allowing such a significant deficit to arise. Now, their offense seemed ensnared in a quagmire. Young had not matured as anticipated, Lou Williams lacked the star power, and the others were merely 3-and-D types or utility players with minimal offensive capability. What to do in the second half? The Hawks coach could not conceive a single solution. Zhou, that gliding dunk of yours is truly spectacular, Irving said, casting an envious glance at Zhou Mu's elongated Achilles tendon. It is manageable for him to perform a layup from the free throw line, but a dunk? Aside from 2016's Levine and Giannis, who else can accomplish that? Moreover, Zhou has already tallied 30 points. When I was his age, I certainly did not possess such ferocious scoring ability. Durant patted Zhou Mu's shoulder, his words laced with admiration. Indeed, if not for Zhou, how could we possibly lead the Hawks by 30 points at halftime? I haven't played such an effortless game in ages. Each of the trio offered praise, leaving Zhou Mu feeling dizzy. In his past life, he could never have envisioned standing shoulder to shoulder with his idols. Earning their recognition, there is no greater happiness in life. Hey, Kevin, LeBron, Kyrie, have you ever clocked out after 3 quarters? Faced with Zhou Mu's sudden inquiry, the three were somewhat puzzled. Clocking out is a term unique to Chinese enterprises to prevent tardiness. Zhou, what do you mean? I mean ending the battle after 3 quarters. 3 quarters, huh? Upon hearing this, Durant sank into contemplation. He had not expected that Zhou Mu would propose something he, as the leader, dared not even entertain. After all, this is the NBA, where comebacks are commonplace. There remains a whole half to play, and a 30-point lead is hardly secure. Should they experience a cold shooting night, narrowing the gap by 10 or 20 points in a single quarter is entirely plausible. Zhou, it's hard to say. The NBA isn't as simple as you imagine. What to do needs to be assessed based on actual circumstances. Zhou Mu nodded. He had indeed become somewhat carried away with his 30-point performance. A 30-point margin still affords the Hawks a sliver of hope, albeit a slim one. However, I can assert with confidence that victory will undoubtedly belong to us tonight. Durant's resolute words invigorated the somewhat despondent Zhou Mu. The paramount objective is to secure victory. Why indulge in unnecessary embellishments? As the halftime intermission concluded, Nash made strategic adjustments to the lineup. Shamet replaced Harden, Harris took the place of Zhou Mu, and Griffin substituted for Durant. Zhou Mu had played with such intensity in the first half that claiming he wasn't fatigued would be a falsehood. With a 30-point lead, it was an opportune moment for him to rest. The strongest Nets lineup could be deployed later to secure the win. The Hawks also brought in Lou Williams, hoping to narrow the gap during this period, although the Nets weren't fielding their strongest lineup. Shamet and Harris were in commendable form. With 4 minutes remaining in the third quarter, the score stood at 102-71, with the Nets maintaining a 31-point advantage. Kevin, Joe, James, prepare to enter, Nash instructed the trio. All right. Zhou Mu sprang from his seat, deftly removing his buttoned trousers, and he and Harden approached the scores table, awaiting their turn. Today, the Nets boasted not only the 3 superstars, but also impressive performances from a bench. Irving led the reserves against the Hawks starters for 8 minutes, managing to secure a 1-point lead. Look, Durant, Zhou Mu, and Harden are shedding their jerseys. They're gearing up to close out the game, the anxious Hawks coach observed. Why had he opted to start his reserves? Wasn't it to close the gap? Yet, after a few minutes, they hadn't made any progress and were down by 1 now that the Nets were substituting their starters. What was he to do? If things continued this way, the suspense of the game might vanish before the end of the third quarter. Griffin committed a foul, leading to the reintroduction of Zhou Mu and the others. The small ball lineup was reformed. Defense, ensure the opposition cannot score, the Hawks coach bellowed. Durant effortlessly secured the ball. Hunter positioned himself before Durant, leaning slightly forward with arms extended, ready to challenge Durant's advance. Slowly, Durant drifted to the right 45-degree angle before coming to a halt. He executed a drag step and then leapt suddenly, preparing for a shot. Hunter reacted swiftly, leaping forward in an attempt to disrupt Durant's rhythm. But it failed to alter Durant's intentions. After adjusting his posture midair, Durant released the ball without hesitation. Swish, the basketball traced a beautiful arc, landing flawlessly in the net. Durant, the king of jump shots, a 3-pointer effortlessly over Hunter. The Hawks initiated their offensive play. Trae Young, utilizing Capella's screen, swiftly penetrated the defense, darting into the paint like a bolt of lightning. However, Zhou Mu quickly sensed the threat and moved forward to create a double-team scenario. Simultaneously, Irving swooped in from the other side, closing the distance between the 3 players at that moment. Irving showcased remarkable reflexes and keen insight. With lightning speed, he reached out, cleanly intercepting the basketball. Fortuitously, Durant recovered the deflected ball and decisively launched a fast break. Irving trailed closely behind, both racing toward the opposing basket that instant. Only Lou Williams from the Hawks managed to return in time. Yet, faced with the onslaught of both players, he appeared overwhelmed. This situation presented the Nets with a rare 2-on-1 opportunity. As they entered the paint, Durant, rather than opting for a conventional strong attack, unexpectedly altered his strategy and passed the ball to the trailing Irving. Without hesitation, Irving caught the pass and abruptly halted just beyond the 3-point arc. He then soared into the air, the basketball spinning elegantly, aimed at the hoop. The ball swished cleanly through the net, a 3-pointer in transition. Another misstep from the Hawks, as the Nets countered with a swift 3-point response. Beautiful. Though it was a 2-on-1 situation, Durant chose not to leverage his height advantage in the paint, but instead entrusted the shot to Irving beyond the arc. His confidence in his teammates' shooting was palpable. Lou Williams made a mid-range jumper, yet it bore no significance for the struggling Hawks. Green inbound to Harden, who leisurely dribbled the ball across the court. Arriving at the right 45-degree angle, he faced Bogdanovich, a confident smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Harden initiated a series of powerful and rhythmic crossovers, completely captivating Bogdanovich's attention. Suddenly, he accelerated, executing rapid directional changes that disrupted Bogdanovich's defensive rhythm and threw off his balance. Seizing the moment, Harden pushed off with his left foot, stepping back from 2 paces beyond the three-point line, that he then decisively released the ball, his fingers gently flicking as it soared toward the hoop. Bogdanović attempted to contest the shot, but was rendered powerless, helplessly watching as the basketball sailed through the net. Harden's step-back three-pointer. What an incredible shot! The Hawks' subsequent offensive effort faltered once more. Durant dribbled past half-court, and Zhou Mu, lurking in the corner, suddenly sprang into action, using Griffin's screen to evade Collins and reach the right 45-degree angled. Durant's pass arrived promptly, landing perfectly in Zhou Mu's hands. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Mu launched into the air, executing a clean and decisive shot. The basketball spun gracefully through the air, heading straight for the hoop. Swish! The crisp sound of the net echoed as the ball sailed through. A perfect shot. Little Zhou, catching and shooting a three-pointer, one for each of them. Who could withstand such a display? This posed a significant challenge, particularly from the same area, the right 45-degree angle. Indeed, each of the 4 brothers had their moment. It was a showcase of imitation. With a score of 12-2, the Nets unleashed a torrential offensive onslaught. The Hawks were powerless to resist. If any team could secure a championship through sheer offensive prowess, it would undoubtedly be the Nets. I have witnessed individual players ignite an offensive surge and teams collaborating to achieve the same, but I have never seen 4 players from the same team, each executing their own offensive plays simultaneously. Perhaps I have spoken too soon. I did witness something akin to this during the first round against the Celtics that I in the 5th game. With mere moments remaining in the 4th quarter, the Celtics narrowed the gap to 9 points. At that juncture, the 3 superstars, all positioned at the right 45-degree angle, each sank a three-pointer, extinguishing the Celtics' newly ignited hopes of a comeback. That series was definitively concluded. This script seems quite similar, except for the addition of Little Zhou. Indeed, with the contributions of 4 players, the Nets orchestrated a 12-2 run. With less than a minute remaining in the 3rd quarter, the lead had swelled to 40 points. While one cannot declare the outcome with absolute certainty, the Nets' chances of victory are at least 9-9. As the 3rd quarter drew to a close, the score stood at 116-76, with the Nets holding a commanding 40-point lead. Many Hawks fans in attendance contemplated leaving early. As home supporters, they certainly did not pay to witness their team being thoroughly outclassed. Prior to the game, they may have considered the possibility that the Hawks would falter in their forward momentum. The Nets' dominance was undeniable. Losing was something they could accept, but a one-sided massacre was intolerable. Trailing by 14 points at the end of the 1st quarter, 30 points at halftime, and 40 points by the end of the 3rd. What would the final quarter entail? Like a 50-point deficit? Or perhaps even more? They dared not imagine that, in stark contrast to the somber atmosphere. The Nets bench was jubilant. Zhou Mu and his companions departed the court, and all the Nets players stood, exchanging high-fives with the quartet. With 1 quarter remaining, they had already begun to celebrate their impending journey to the finals. Hooray! Hooray! Zhou Mu sat in his chair, unable to contain the excitement stirring within him. Only 12 minutes remained until the finals. Since his arrival in this unfamiliar world, Zhou Mu felt as though he were trapped in a dream. Awakening from slumber, he found himself in this strange realm. Confused yet determined, he stepped onto the court and delivered a game-winning shot against the Bucks, advancing past the 2nd round. The finals unfolded under the shadow of Irving's injury and his own suspension, as they faced a daunting 0-2 deficit. Yet upon their return to the lineup, they secured 3 consecutive victories, clinching the pivotal Game 7. Game 6 was marked by a one-sided slaughter. Reflecting on his past life, each encounter with the Nets now felt akin to spotting an old flame that, in truth, he could scarcely recall what his former girlfriend looked like, yet he could name every player from that fateful year with precision. During the decisive Game 7 against the Bucks, Durant, exhausted, missed all 6 of his overtime attempts. His final shot in overtime transitioned hope into despair, leaving countless Nets fans in tears. Thus, the iron hose of the Bucks crushed the shattered aspirations of the Nets. Despite Durant's remarkable performance, logging 53 minutes and scoring 48 points, the glimmer of hope for the Nets' advancement extinguished. That night, not only did Durant's flame flicker out, but so too did the dreams of the Nets triumvirate claiming a championship. Merely 2 years had passed, and all 3 had departed, their shared regrets forever buried in the early summer of 2021. Zhou, what are you thinking? Durant, who had just settled down with a smile, immediately spotted Zhou Mu hiding in the corner. All the Nets players were reveling in jubilation, especially Griffin and Harden. One was tirelessly laboring, while the other willingly took on all the dirty work. Wasn't it all for the coveted trophy and ring? Why did Zhou Mu appear so glum? Kevin, have you ever pondered what would happen if we faltered in the second round this year? Zhou Mu managed to squeeze out a smile as he posed a question that had long perplexed him in his previous life. Why the Nets disbanded within 2 years? Upon hearing Zhou Mu's inquiry, Durant visibly paused, perplexed. The match against the Bucks had occurred many days prior. Why was he suddenly bringing this up? Yet, as the leader of the team, he felt compelled to respond. Well, I can't say for certain what would happen. The core lineup, which comprises us, shouldn't change. We all have at least a year left on our contracts, and the management wouldn't be foolish enough to trade us. Would they? So, what else could happen? We could make another push with this roster. Durant wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel, sharing the analysis based on his experience, which he believed to be the most reasonable answer. So you think that too? Zhou Mu couldn't help but smile bitterly. His regrets extended beyond the first year. There was also the second year, marked by Harden's departure. Aldridge returned in the second year. Had Harden stayed, the Nets could have assembled an ultimate lineup featuring Irving, Harden, Durant, Griffin, and Aldridge, 2 number 1 picks, 2 number 2s, and a number 3. The combined draft positions of the starting 5 would not exceed 10. How terrifying that would have been. Alas, there are no what-ifs. Fortunately, the regrets of his past life will be mended by his own hands in this one, in the broadcasting room, as the third quarter concluded. The Nets held a staggering 40-point lead. The 3 superstars and Zhou Mu combined to score 96 points. Truth be told, one couldn't entirely blame the Hawks, with a total of 116 points. These 4 players accounted for 96, all shooting over 5-0. It wasn't just the Hawks. The entire league would be troubled by such a performance. He suddenly recalled his earlier statements and felt the need to amend them. I must concede, I truly must. Previously, I claimed that offense wins games while defense secures championships, which was utter nonsense that IT lacked rigor. Why can't offense win championships? It's simply a matter of firepower. Let the 3 superstars and Zhou Mu take the court together, and they annihilate you in a heartbeat. That one-on-one defense. Can you really guard Harden? Or contain Irving? Don't even get me started on Durant. If you try a switch defense, Zhou Mu and Green crouching in the corners would just be handing points to those 2. Therefore, when facing the Nets, unless all 4 players have an off night, there is simply no way to defend them in no way at all. Wang Meng watched Yang Yi with a bemused expression. It was the first time he had seen Yang Yi willingly admit to being wrong on camera. Of the 96 points, Zhou Mu contributed 33, accounting for a third of the total. This marked the highest score by a Chinese player in NBA playoff history. Given the circumstances, it was uncertain whether Nash would continue to field Zhou Mu, as he seemed poised to challenge his own record. Before the game, numerous Chinese fans speculated that Zhou Mu must score at least 40 points, with each of the 3 superstars netting 40 in their respective games. Wouldn't the soon-to-be 4th superstar need to take the baton and match that? It now appeared quite possible. With Zhou Mu's current shooting touch, amassing 7 points in a single quarter was entirely feasible, provided Nash granted him the opportunity. As the intermission concluded, the 4th quarter commenced. The Hawks head coach deliberated for a lengthy period before deciding to send his starters back onto the court. He understood that the hope for a comeback was nearly non-existent. Yet they were so close to the finals. With 1 quarter left, he was loath to concede that a full year of effort, over 360 days, had culminated in this moment. What if all the Nets players suddenly lost their rhythm? Wouldn't that open the door for him? On the other side, Nash had initially planned to let the bench players take over. A 40-point lead seemed insurmountable, but upon witnessing the Hawks fielding their starters, he chose to keep Irving and Zhou Mu in the game. As for why those 2, Nash was not concerned about stamina, but rather the aesthetics of the statistics. Irving's scoring was a bit low that day, while Zhou Mu still had room to improve. As a considerate coach, Nash believed he must take care of his players' feelings. Statistics were the best means to ensure a player's happiness. The Hawks fielded their strongest lineup: Young, Lou Williams, Hunter, Collins, and Capella. The Nets countered with Irving, Zhou Mu, Harris, Green, and Jordan. You read that correctly. Zhou Mu played as a shooting guard in truth, since entering the league, he had envisioned himself as a swingman, akin to McGrady. Yet, throughout his time on the court, he had never experienced playing as a guard due to the presence of Irving and Harden. More often than not, he found himself oscillating between small forward and power forward. Little did Zhou Mu expect that the dream of playing as a guard would transform him from swingman into a fixed position. However, what could he do about the coach's orders? Having finally been granted the chance to experience the role of a guard, he certainly wouldn't let it slip away. He immediately communicated this to Nash, who agreed. Returning to the court, the Nets seized possession. Collins glanced at Green beside him, then shifted his gaze to Zhou Mu, who was matched up against Lou Williams not far away. Internally, he mused, how strange, isn't that Chinese player usually positioned as a power forward. How did he end up matched against Lou Williams? Does he truly understand the intricacies of playing outside as a big man? What Collins failed to recognize was that he had grown accustomed to matching up with Zhou Mu. Engaging in friendly cultural exchanges, the sudden substitution left him uncertain about Zhou Mu's adaptability. Meanwhile, Collins himself felt an overwhelming discomfort, an impulse to step in and defend against Lou Williams on the opposite side. Irving addressed Zhou Mu, who was searching for opportunities, assuring him that he would deliver the ball promptly. Although Irving's performance today was somewhat lacking compared to his usual standards, the impact of a dominating playoff game on his career was minimal. In contrast, for the 19-year-old Zhou Mu, participating in the playoff for the first time, the statistics held far greater significance. Zhou Mu nodded, preparing to make his move, only to suddenly realize that his defender was Lou Williams. He smacked his forehead, thinking, why should I even bother running? I can just sit on him. Indeed, the abrupt change from Collins left him feeling rather out of sorts. Without hesitation, Zhou Mu positioned himself in the low post. Extending his long arms, Irving, quick to perceive Zhou Mu's intent, passed the ball without a moment's hesitation. However, Lou Williams was no slouch. He swiftly maneuvered to obstruct Zhou Mu's reception. Yet, with a gentle tap, Zhou Mu effortlessly secured the basketball. Lou Williams immediately returned behind Zhou Mu, preparing to cause him further trouble. But Zhou Mu, with a powerful thrust, produced a resounding bang. Lou Williams, unable to withstand Zhou Mu's formidable strength, lost his balance and fell to the ground. While Capella, due to his bulk, was too late to provide support, merely watching as Zhou Mu effortlessly scored with a layup. Xiao Zhou, call for the ball in the low post. Give it to him. It's a sure thing, exclaimed Irving, praising Zhou Mu's physical prowess as he executed a successful under-the-basket play. Meanwhile, Lou Williams, sprawled on the floor, looked bewilderedly at the referee, signaling a foul against Zhou Mu. However, the referee remained silent, signaling for the game to continue. Not every fall warranted a foul call, and the referee deemed Lou Williams' theatrics overly exaggerated. After all, it was Zhou Mu, not LeBron James, although both players were of similar height. There was a nearly 20-kilogram weight difference. Zhou Mu, with his slender limbs, was not known for his physicality. Seeing that the referee was unresponsive, Lou Williams had no choice but to clutch his chest in pain and rise to his feet. He had previously observed Beverly, who was of similar stature, struggle against Durant without such a dramatic outcome. Yet here he was, toppled by a single confrontation with Zhou Mu. S. Young missed a three-pointer. Jordan secured the rebound and swiftly passed it back to Irving, who darted to the left side at a 45-degree angle. Zhou Mu, still positioned in the low post, continued to call for the ball. After receiving the pass from Irving, Collins immediately rushed to double-team him. However, in that moment, Zhou Mu quickly returned the ball to Green. Observing this, Collins hurriedly attempted to impede Green's shot, but Green seized the moment and once again executed a bounce pass to Zhou Mu. Upon receiving the ball, Zhou Mu smoothly pivoted to the left, successfully evading Collins' defensive effort. That moment, the diminutive Lou Williams could only watch helplessly as Zhou Mu released his shot, with no means of interference. With a crisp swish, the basketball settled into the net. Zach, switch defense. You know that Chinese player best. It's your turn. The Hawks head coach immediately altered the strategy, having witnessed Zhou Mu score consecutively in the low post. Lou Williams executed a layup successfully, then turned back to see Zhou Mu at the top of the arc, ball in hand. Zach, you're too late. Right now, my shooting touch is exceptionally hot. You cannot stop me. Recognizing an old acquaintance, Zhou Mu couldn't help but speak first. Humph. You once said that whether you can or cannot is not determined by mere words. Action speaks volumes. Well said, as Collins finished his statement. Zhou Mu sprang into action with lightning speed, launching a three-pointer. Collins leaped to contest, but could only graze Zhou Mu's wrist. The shot had a lower arc, yet it still found its mark. Xiao Zhou. The three-pointer from the top of the arc, a clean pull-up? What a shot. That's 40 points. With the successful three-pointer, Zhou Mu's single-game playoff scoring record reached an impressive 40 points in the annals of Chinese basketball history. This record is unparalleled and unmatched. Not even the league's former top center, Yao Ming, achieved such a feat, as the NBA broadcast displayed a comparison between Yao Ming and Zhou Mu on the large screen. It revealed that Yao Ming's high score was 41 points, while Zhou Mu's was 40. The distinction was that Yao Ming accomplished this during the regular season, whereas Zhou Mu did so in the Eastern Conference Finals. Collins, feeling helpless, waved his hand in resignation, unwilling to be a mere backdrop. After having faced Zhou Mu for an extended period, he had already anticipated Zhou Mu's movements. Dribbling was out of the question. Zhou Mu's fundamentals were inferior to his as a power forward. It was clear that he would either shoot or pass. Collins clung tightly to Zhou Mu, determined to deny him any opportunity to shoot. Yet Zhou Mu, with a subtle push, created a sliver of space before leaping into the sky. Indeed, it was the sky, far beyond Collins' reach, and in his effort to defend against Zhou Mu, Collins had even studied video footage of Badier to learn the art of blind defense. While this technique had its advantages, allowing for easy interference with a simple lift of the hand, it also had its drawbacks, as Zhou Mu demonstrated today, when one shooting touch was on fire. Such tactics were utterly futile, effectively handing points to the opposition. That ESPN had once invited Thompson to participate in a test where the lights were turned off, plunging the environment into complete darkness. Many believed that in such conditions, making a shot that merely touched the rim would be a remarkable feat, let alone achieving a decent shooting percentage. However, the reality was that Thompson, relying solely on muscle memory and feel, managed to achieve an astounding shooting percentage of 80 in complete darkness. Now, Zhou Mu's three-point shooting ability was on par with peak Thompson. Thus, Collins' attempt at blind defense proved ineffective, and instead, by maintaining a deliberate distance, he inadvertently provided Zhou Mu with opportunities to. As the fourth quarter unfolded, Zhou Mu, buoyed by his hot shooting, found Collins' blind defense no different from facing no defense at all. Perhaps fate sought to punish Collins for his irresponsible defense, as Zhou Mu's milestone of 40 points rendered Collins the most dazzling of background figures. Congratulations, my fellow Chinese player, whether in the playoffs or the regular season, in my 2 years in the league. I have yet to witness such a frenzied performance as yours. Collins spoke these words with heartfelt sincerity. If the earlier shot was merely a testament to Zhou Mu's extraordinary talent, now he found himself genuinely awed by Zhou Mu's own prowess. 40 points at the tender age of 19. These two figures were beyond Collins' imagination, an inconceivable feat for a single individual. What was most difficult for him to accept was that Zhou Mu was neither the first pick nor the second, nor even the third in the draft. He hadn't even made it into the first round. In Collins' eyes, Zhou Mu was merely a rookie, fortunate enough to be associated with China, barely entering the second round. The ingrained prejudice against Chinese players in the NBA had long been established. From Yao Ming to Jeremy Lin to Yi Jianlian, hadn't they all been targets for opposing teams at the outset? The traditional American perception of Chinese basketball players was that they simply could not compete. Aside from Yao Ming, they couldn't bring themselves to acknowledge anyone else. Even their own coaches, unless absolutely necessary, would be reluctant to utilize a Chinese player on their roster. Wasn't Jeremy Lin a prime example of this? Moreover, when it came to age, Yao Ming entered the NBA as the first overall pick at the age of 21. While Yi Jianlian was also reported to be 21 when he entered the league in 2007, however, American media later questioned the authenticity of this age. Upon investigation, it was revealed that Yi Jianlian was likely born in 1984, making him 23 when he joined the NBA. This revelation had a significant impact on Yi Jianlian at the time, with general manager Harris even stating that they felt deceived by Yi Jianlian. Yet Zhou Mu's age had been thoroughly scrutinized prior to the draft. After all, At 2 meters tall with a wingspan of 2.25 meters and a near 120-centimeter vertical leap, who would believe such prodigious physical attributes could belong to a 19-year-old? At this age, many basketball players have yet to fully develop, still in their growth phase. Zhou Mu, however, possessed such extraordinary physical gifts. With each Jinlian's experience as a cautionary tale, Zhou Mu's age naturally faced skepticism from countless observers. Some American media outlets even stated that if Zhou Mu was indeed 19, they would promote him free of charge. After extensive inquiries for both Americans and Chinese alike, it was confirmed that Zhou Mu was indeed 19. Given that he had scarcely participated in formal competitions, relying solely on a single piece of data, his omission from the draft seemed inevitable. Yet upon realizing Zhou Mu's actual age, opinions shifted dramatically, propelling him from a likely undrafted player to a second-round pick, and even a relatively high one at that. If not for racial bias, Zhou Mu's draft position could have been even higher. Thus, Zhou Mu's age was a result of meticulous investigation, a truth that could not be denied. A Chinese player, a second-round pick, a playoff contender, at 19, scoring 40 points. This was the shock Zhou Mu brought to the world. Haha. Thank you, John. Speaking of those points, your contribution cannot be overlooked, Zhou Mu joked. Ew. Colin sometimes truly wished to give Zhou Mu a piece of his mind. After attempting to compliment him, Zhou Mu inevitably brought up his own shortcomings. Zhou Mu's high score was merely a reflection of his opponent's defensive failures. He quipped, "Hey, just joking, John. The game isn't over yet. Any comments can wait until after the match." The Hawks initiated their offense. Upon receiving the ball, Trae Young appeared to have lost his spirit, lacking the competitive drive he usually displayed. At that moment, they trailed by a staggering 47 points, and the outcome of the game seemed all but decided. For young players, their emotions are often influenced by the surrounding environment. However, faced with such a vast disparity, even seasoned players would find it challenging to alter the course of the game. Trae Young, utilizing a screen from Clint Capella, hastily attempted a three-pointer, but failed to elicit any excitement, bouncing off the rim. Zhou Mu effortlessly secured the rebound and swiftly passed the ball to Irving. Irving, upon receiving the pass, maneuvered to the right corner, slowing his dribble. Trae Young approached him defensively, yet Irving suddenly stepped back to the right and decisively launched a three-pointer. Young made only a token effort to contest, merely raising his arms slightly. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air before settling securely into the net. Irving advanced to the front court, facing Trae Young, and executed a step-back three-pointer, which found its mark. With that, the point differential swelled to 50 with 9 minutes remaining. Was there even a need to continue playing? What were the thoughts of the coaches from both teams? Timeout! Timeout! The Hawks head coach called to the referee. Observing the situation on the court, even the commentators shook their heads in dismay. Oh, this game lacks any suspense. As the head coach, he could not idly watch his players expend energy in vain. Upon seeing the timeout called, the Hawks players understood its implication. They had lost that in that moment. They were filled with disappointment and despair, heads bowed, trudging back to the bench. Guys, I completely understand how you feel right now. I am equally disheartened. However, I want to emphasize that losses in games are commonplace, and the primary responsibility lies with me. The IT is I who failed to devise an effective strategy, which hindered your offense and allowed the opposing team to dominate defensively. We have plenty of time ahead of us. Next year, we will certainly come back stronger. Collins found his coach's words to be painfully awkward. IT seemed all the blame rested on the coach's shoulders. Yet the undertone was one of reproach towards the players. Nonetheless, he knew there was some truth to it. He was aware of the disparity between his coach and Nash on the opposing side. Nash resembled a player more than a coach, lacking understanding of strategy. The gap in player abilities was the sole reason for their defeat. To put it bluntly, the outcome of the game had little to do with coaching. Otherwise, in the first and second games, with Durant and Harden, the Nets could have contended with the Hawks. Yet, the Nets lost both matches. The turning point lay in the return of Irving and Zhou Mu, who, leveraging their star power, decisively turned the tide. What good were tactics when raw talent prevailed? The phrase "one force can overcome 1,000 methods" was particularly apt here. We've secured the Eastern Conference Championship. Kevin, the timeout buzzer sounded, and Zhou Mu leaped with excitement. Racing to the bench to embrace his teammates in celebration, he tightly hugged Durant, both of them flushed with exhilaration. That we did it, Kevin. Zhou Mu exclaimed. Durant responded with a smile. Indeed, we did. The two then broke into a unique and intricate celebratory dance, their movements brimming with rhythm and vigor, dazzling to behold. Soon, Harden and Irving joined the celebration, and the four embraced tightly, congratulating one another as if oblivious to everything around them. Harden patted Zhou Mu on the shoulder, giving him a thumbs-up filled with admiration, while Irving playfully thumped Zhou Mu's chest in affirmation and support. Steady now, Zhou. The game isn't over yet, Durant reminded, observing Zhou Mu's exuberance. The match isn't concluded. Once it's over, you can do whatever you like. We see that the Hawks head coach has called a timeout, substituting all the starters for the bench players. The Nets followed suit with their own substitutions. Thus, with 9 minutes remaining, we can already announce the Nets' victory. Old Bah, you can't escape this time, can you? Ha ha ha. O'Neal cast a mischievous grin towards Barkley, having awaited this moment for an extended period. Finally, he could witness Barkley's discomfort, which brought him unparalleled satisfaction. Ha! Eat if you must. Who's afraid of whom? Even if he lost the wager, at the very least, Barkley could not afford to lose face in terms of bravado. His words remained as defiant as ever. Of course, you're unafraid. You've even consumed a donkey's rear end. What else could possibly intimidate you? O'Neal couldn't help but taunt as Barkley, despite his defeat, maintained his swagger. The Nets were undeniably riding a wave of momentum, with a host of nameless players on the court continuously widening the score gap. Had it not been for Nash's quiet reminders from the sidelines, the margin might have ballooned even further. Nevertheless, when the final whistle blew, the exuberance of Zhou Mu on the bench could no longer be contained. He clenched his fists and let out an excited shout. He was the first to rush onto the court, embracing his teammates in celebration of their victory. Following closely were Durant, Irving, and Harden along with other bench players, their faces aglow with joy as they surged onto the court. Yet, amidst this jubilant atmosphere, Zhou Mu remained oblivious to what was about to unfold. Suddenly, taking advantage of Zhou Mu's unawareness, Durant, Irving, and Harden brought him down to the ground. Laughing, they seized his arms and legs, hoisting him up, tossing him into the air, and then catching him again. Zhou Mu was taken aback by this unexpected gesture, but soon realized it was his teammates' way of acknowledging and celebrating his outstanding performance. He smiled, relishing the moment and feeling the warmth and unity of the team. In this match, Zhou Mu scored an impressive 40 points, becoming the pivotal figure in the team's triumph. His remarkable display undoubtedly lifted the spirits of the entire squad, and this celebration served as the highest form of recognition for him. The game concluded with the Brooklyn Nets decisively defeating the Atlanta Hawks 145-93, advancing to the finals with a commanding 4-2 series victory. In the finals, they would face the formidable Clippers, led by the powerhouse duo of Leonard and George. An even greater challenge lay ahead. They needed to maintain their stellar form as they pursued the championship title. Back on the podium, all members of the Nets stood proudly. Nash occupied the center stage, flanked by Durant and Harden on one side, and Irving and Zhou Mu on the other. Who could have imagined that in his very first year in the league, Zhou Mu would stand alongside the trio of superstars while receiving accolades? Yet, no one questioned it, for Zhou Mu's exceptional performance warranted such recognition. It is my honor to announce the MVP of the Eastern Conference Finals. The recipient of the Larry Bird Trophy is Kevin Durant. As the announcer's voice faded, thunderous applause and cheers erupted throughout the arena. Durant raised the trophy high above his head, showcasing this accolade to the audience. Zhou Mu and his teammates applauded fervently, extending their congratulations to Durant. Their applause, unyielding, was filled with respect and support for the team's core player. Subsequently, Nash, as the head coach, stepped forward to accept the Eastern Conference trophy. Symbolizing their hard-earned victory, this trophy represented the collective effort and dedication of the entire Nets team and marked a significant step in their pursuit of the championship dream. Nash lifted the trophy above his head, allowing the entire audience to witness this glorious moment belonging to the Nets. All the players gathered around, placing their hands upon the trophy. Each hand bore the weight of their desire for victory. With everyone serving as a testament to this achievement, they touched the trophy, feeling its warmth and heft. This trophy was not merely an honor. It was a testament to their unwavering unity and relentless perseverance. The players of the Nets exchanged smiles, their eyes brimming with joy and pride. The story of the Nets was far from over. They were advancing toward a grander stage. Regardless of the obstacles that lay ahead, they would march forward together, undaunted. For they understood that as long as they stood united, they could conquer any challenges and create even greater glories. In the broadcasting booth, we observed that the MVP of the Eastern Conference Finals was, as expected, awarded to Durant. Throughout the series, Durant averaged 32 points per game, leading both teams in scoring, accompanied by nearly 10 rebounds, approximately 5 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block. Such comprehensive statistics and terrifying efficiency, even with Irving and Harden on the roster, could not overshadow Durant's brilliance. This postseason, Durant truly proved himself. Previously, people often remarked that Durant relied on a star-studded team. However, when Harden was injured, who guided the team to consecutive victories? When Irving was sidelined, who bore the burden and led the team through the most challenging period? We must acknowledge that basketball is a 5-player sport. Each player brings unexpected surprises to the court. Yet, without a player of Durant's caliber to provide steady contributions, others would not even have the opportunity to shine. After suffering a torn Achilles tendon, many speculated that Durant's performance would plummet. After all, countless examples in NBA history support this notion. Looking back, Kobe Bryant and more recently, Durant's former teammate, Klay Thompson, are prime examples. Injuries like a ruptured Achilles tendon typically do not allow for a complete recovery, leading to a decline in athletic ability, speed, and vertical leap compared to pre-injury levels. However, this year, Durant seems unscathed by his injury. Just by examining the statistics, one can deduce that Durant has been able to traverse the court seamlessly while logging nearly 40 minutes per game. Moreover, Durant's contributions extend beyond offense. He is also tasked with guarding elite players like Giannis Antetokounmpo. I find it hard to fathom how Durant can sustain such a dominant performance on both ends of the court while enduring the rigors of nearly 40 minutes of playtime. Did he truly rupture his Achilles? It is no exaggeration to say that this year, Durant, despite the injury, performs at a level that rivals, if not surpasses, his form during the Warriors' back-to-back championship seasons. Indeed, he appears stronger, as those 2 playoff years featured healthy teammates in Curry and Thompson. Of course, opinions may vary on such matters. I merely express my own perspective. While Yang enthusiastically praised Durant, Wang Ming nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. They were Chinese commentators and ought to analyze their domestic players as well. Ahem, what Yang said is quite reasonable. Durant is indeed dazzling, but our young talent Zhou Mu is equally impressive. Scoring 40 points is a remarkable feat, even in the CBA, let alone in the NBA during the crucial Eastern Conference Finals, the significance of which is self-evident. Young Zhou possesses a rare and extraordinary talent, yet he remains grounded. Remarkably, upon entering the NBA, he developed a 3-point shooting ability on par with that of NBA stars in just 1 season. That I'm unsure how Zhou achieved this, but I believe many of us have dabbled in basketball. Shooting seems easy off the court. However, once in the game, the shooting percentage can plummet by at least 50, that excluding a few regular season games. Zhou has managed to shoot 20 out of 39 from beyond the arc in the playoffs, surpassing a 50 success rate, averaging 3.4 three-pointers per game. Highly productive yet efficient. Just when we thought Zhou was merely a gifted version of Thompson, he showcased a newly acquired skill: post-up play. Zhou adeptly avoids his weaknesses while maximizing his strengths. With basic skills not being his forte, he leverages his physical advantages and exceptional shooting ability, utilizing his extraordinary wingspan and remarkable vertical leap. Zhou's fadeaway jumper is akin to a Durant plus version. Few players in the current NBA, let alone throughout its history, can contest such a shot. The last time we saw Zhou's post-up game, his movements were incredibly stiff. Even the likes of Trae Young, a player notorious for his defensive shortcomings, have been vanquished. At IT has only been a matter of days. Zhou has undergone a remarkable transformation, both in terms of practicality and aesthetics. That IT is difficult to fathom the immense sweat he must have shed off the court to achieve such brilliance on IT. As the Nets' revelry finally draws to a close, a significant portion of the Hawks fans has departed the venue. Yet the Chinese supporters remain steadfastly in their seats, collectively basking in the joy of advancement. In the past, Chinese players entered the playoffs in the capacity of mere water cooler attendants. And fans would rejoice for days. Should they progress further to the finals, Chinese fans would eagerly anticipate every moment, yearning for a glimpse of their compatriots gracing the NBA Finals stage. Regrettably, reality often fell short of these aspirations. Sheng and Bataille, one aligned with the storied Lakers and the other with the Spurs, found themselves overlooked during the playoff roster submissions, which allowed only 12 participants. What chances did they have to step onto the court? More often than not, DeBa played a role akin to that of O'Neal within the Spurs framework. Indeed, this was O'Neal as perceived internally by the Spurs. DeBa bore a striking resemblance to O'Neal in terms of weight and strength. The most vivid illustration of this was when DeBa succeeded in toppling O'Neal in a single game. The Lakers, being one of the Spurs' greatest adversaries, had O'Neal as their undeniable leader to surpass the Lakers. One must inevitably confront O'Neal. Knowing oneself and one's opponent ensures victory in every battle. However, it was implausible for the Spurs to invite O'Neal to train alongside Duncan. Thus, as a secondary measure, DeBa was pitted against Duncan in practice, allowing Duncan to garner experience when facing powerful centers. This explains why DeBa assumed the role of O'Neal within the Spurs. Even so, domestic fans affectionately dubbed DeBa Ba Shun, as he trained alongside Duncan. Many Chinese players toil their entire lives without ever touching the NBA floor. The hardworking players often lack innate talent, while those endowed with talent frequently neglect their efforts. This has become a pervasive phenomenon within Chinese basketball in recent years. However, now there is Zhou Mu, a radiant star shining with brilliance. He's the first player who embodies both relentless effort and extraordinary talent. A veritable paragon in the hearts of Chinese basketball fans. How could they not be exhilarated? Their enthusiasm erupted like a volcano, with cheers and screams echoing throughout the arena, engulfing it in a tide of excitement. Some older fans even shed tears of joy, having witnessed countless disappointments and setbacks, yet now finally glimpsing the dawn of hope. They recognize that this young man will lead Chinese basketball to new heights of glory. As the net celebrations approach their conclusion, various media outlets commence their interviews. In an instant, the Nets trio is separated. Zhou Mu, meanwhile, continues to admire the Eastern Conference Championship trophy. It is not a matter of ignorance. He is but an ordinary student from a provincial university, having traversed through time, with only meager memories to draw from Dada. It appears he indeed lacks exposure. Hey, Zhou Mu, may we interview you? Suddenly, a melodious voice resonates. Zhou Mu turns to find the female reporter from his first day of interviews, flashing a smile as he responds, "Of course, that's the first Chinese player to reach the NBA Finals as a starter. How do you feel at this moment?" "I feel happy, excited, and elated, every term that expresses my joy, without omission." After all, there are moments when one's emotions defy verbal description. Zhou Mu's succinct yet humorous reply brings a smile to the reporter's face. Next, regarding your opponent in the finals, the Los Angeles Clippers, how do you perceive the strength comparison between the Nets and the Clippers? "I would say 73-27. The reporter is taken aback by Zhou Mu's response. The Clippers differ from the Hawks. They may possess depth, but lack superstars. This disparity led to the Hawks often being outmatched in their confrontations with the Nets, losing on numerous occasions by the narrowest of margins. Though the Clippers boast the stellar duo of Kawhi Leonard and Paul George, their ceiling far exceeds that of the Hawks. In a scenario where top-tier stars are evenly matched, the Clippers bench is formidable. Particularly on the wings, occasionally the Clippers deploy 5 forwards, coupled with relentless switching, leaving opponents in dire straits. Leonard and George adeptly address offensive challenges. Such a Clippers squad undoubtedly possesses the capability to contend with the Nets. One might argue a 64-36 split, given the Nets have 3 stars while the Clippers have only 2. Yet, a 73-27 seems somewhat exaggerated in her eyes. Little did she know. Zhou Mu was not finished speaking, but he added, "In a 7-game series, 3 games will reveal the series outcome." Zhou Mu, what did you say? The reporter instinctively checked her ears, questioning if she had misheard. In a 7-game series, 3 games will reveal the series outcome, he reiterated, his tone unwavering. "What do you mean?" she repeated, struggling to comprehend Zhou Mu's assertion. Had it not been for the camera, she would have embraced him, inquiring about the reasoning behind such a statement. Yes, just 3 games. Upon receiving a confirmation, a tumultuous wave surged within the reporter's mind that if 3 games could determine the victor, that would imply a sweep. 3-0 to a 2-1 scenario would be implausible. When 2 of the league's elite teams clash, a significant lead holds nearly the same weight as no lead at all. Since it is neither 2-1 nor trailing, the only possibility remains 3-0. Historically in the NBA, no team has ever overturned a 0-3 deficit. Zhou Mu's words conveyed this very implication. She had initially thought Zhou Mu's 73-27 prediction overly severe. Yet it paled in comparison to what he had just articulated. 3-0 outcome bears no relation to 73-27. It aligns more closely with 10-0 that a complete shutout is not beyond the realm of possibility. However, what perplexed the reporter was the source of Zhou Mu's confidence. What granted him the audacity to assert a sweep over the Clippers? The trio of stars. Were they to hear Zhou Mu's declaration? They might faint on the spot. The 2021 versions of Kawhi and George were no trifles. Their performances were on par with their peers, and George even stood shoulder to shoulder with Durant. This marked George's final dance at his peak. If not the 3 stars, then who? Zhou Mu observed the female reporter furrow her brow, her eyes revealing a profound sense of confusion and bewilderment. An involuntary smile blossomed within him. Why did he utter such words? Was it not simply because he had traversed through time? Although this world diverged somewhat from his previous existence, the fundamental essence remained unchanged. Just like Kawhi's fragile constitution, which had not altered in the slightest, if Westbrook remained unscathed, it was merely a stroke of luck. In his past life, Harden faced injuries year after year, each time more severe than the last. Conversely, George sustained an injury only once, yet it lingered for 5 long years. The root cause of this predicament was none other than Kawhi. Each offseason, he would rehabilitate his injuries, but once the playoffs commenced, he transformed into a meticulous caretaker of his health. The absence of a core player was a significant factor in their first-round exit, squandering George's final 5 years of prime performance. Such a fragile player, when faced with heightened intensity, could not possibly escape injury. Zhou Mu held no belief in that. Under the relentless strain from himself and Durant, it was uncertain whether Kawhi could maintain his previous form. Zhou Mu, could you perhaps elaborate on your reasoning? The female reporter was undeniably intrigued. Furthermore, Zhou Mu's statement today would surely become sensational news by tomorrow. The more she understood, the greater the buzz would be. Benefiting both her and her finances, it's quite simple, really, a mathematical conundrum that we are 4 individuals. While there are merely 2.4 is greater than 2, that Zhou Mu naturally could not disclose the inevitability of Kawhi's injuries. Regardless of the correctness of his assertion, such a statement would merely seem like a curse upon others. Zhou Mu had no desire to tarnish his reputation in the league or appear foolish by uttering such nonsensical claims. For his greater than 2, the smile on the reporter's face froze, her mouth agape in disbelief. She yearned to pursue further inquiries, but found herself at a loss for words. This, she stammered, her mind teetering on the brink of explosion. Utterly unable to accept such a simplistic response, she had anticipated insightful analyses regarding tactics, player performances, or team cooperation. Yet all she received was a perplexing answer. The reporter struggled to comprehend how a team could so effortlessly overpower their opponent. After all, basketball is fraught with variables and uncertainties. Victory cannot simply hinge on the strength of 4 individuals. What the reporter failed to realize was that, in her roundabout way, she had stumbled upon the answer. Injuries to players encapsulate the very essence of variables and uncertainties, do they not? Indeed, is there a problem? There was none to this juncture. The reporter found herself at a loss for words, seeing that no further questions were forthcoming. Zhou Mu prepared to depart when he suddenly sensed a gaze upon him. He turned towards the player tunnel, where Kawhi's figure swiftly vanished. Yet he unexpectedly turned back, locking eyes with Zhou Mu for an instant. They shared a profound gaze, signaling the commencement of their own competition. The match that belonged to them had begun. After the game, the Hawks head coach, along with Trae Young and Collins, faced the media that a reporter who had diligently followed the series since its inception was the first to pose a question to the coach. When the Hawks held a commanding 2-0 lead over the Nets, I recall you stating that you would resolve the series within 5 games, or even 4. However, reality has unfolded quite differently. What do you believe has led to this outcome? The reporter's opening query left the coach momentarily speechless. Such matters, when broached privately, tend to evoke discomfort in anyone. The Hawks head coach was not oblivious to this issue. On the contrary, it remained vividly etched in his memory. How could he forget making such bold proclamations in front of the media? Yet, the slap of reality had come too swiftly. After the series was tied, he refrained from mentioning it again, hoping everyone would forget. To his dismay, it was now being brought up in public. This was no mere matter of losing face. The coach felt akin to a jester before the assembled journalists, who seemed to await his embarrassment. He yearned to express his anger, but the reporter's tone bore no hint of mockery as a public figure. He had to maintain a respectable image. Losing was acceptable, but losing while expressing anger would earn him the label of someone who could not accept defeat. Thus, he forced a strained smile that I believe everyone here is quite aware of the reasons. The disparity in team strength is one of the primary factors that, of course, as the head coach, I also bear an undeniable responsibility. His response left the reporters somewhat disillusioned. Contrary to the Hawks head coach, they had hoped he would unleash his frustrations in front of the cameras. Such a display would guarantee another sensational headline for the following day's sports news. In their view, the outcome of the game was secondary. What mattered was creating a spectacle that captured the audience's attention and generated more revenue. Hence, American reporters are known for their propensity to provoke, often broaching sensitive topics. Many players opt to decline answering and walk away in silence, that if one question fails, they simply move on to the next. If one were to inquire about the current hottest player on the Nets aside from the 3 superstars, the answer would undoubtedly be Zhou Mu. With China's vast population, Zhou Mu's fan base extended beyond his homeland. Numerous American fans had also become enamored with him. His dashing appearance and extraordinary three-point shooting were but secondary attributes. It was his elegant mid-range jump shots, explosive athleticism resulting in awe-inspiring dunks, and elusive defensive plays that truly captivated American audiences. Many reporters had shifted their focus to Collins. Logically, the next interviewee should have been the team's star, Trae Young, yet his current popularity paled in comparison to Zhou Mu's. The public's impression of him largely stemmed from his playing style and shooting form, which bore a resemblance to Curry's, with many only becoming acquainted with him through this series. This mirrored Zhou Mu's past life, where many fans tuned into the Eastern Conference Finals simply because the Bucks had eliminated the Nets, hoping the Hawks would exact revenge, resulting in heightened viewership. However, Trae Young now held far less significance compared to Collins, who had engaged in a fierce rivalry with Zhou Mu throughout the series. Having faced each other in 6 games, they had clashed twice. Many reporters were curious about their previous encounters, wondering if there was some deep-seated animosity that warranted their on-court confrontations. Yet they could not directly pose such queries. John, the only Chinese player in the league, scored a career high of 40 points in this game, the highest of all players on either team. It is worth noting that even the league's top center, Yao Ming, never achieved such a feat in the playoffs. Is it true that your defensive focus was entirely on the 3 superstars, allowing Zhou this opportunity? Trae Young furrowed his brow slightly. He was aware that their team was from a small market with limited visibility. Yet they could not dominate their opponent's press conference with such inquiries. It would undermine their own standing. Fortunately, the reporter, while posing his questions, was remarkably thoughtful that he skillfully articulated the answer within the question itself. Otherwise, he would have indeed left in a huff that it wasn't just Trae Young. Every journalist and photographer present, including the head coach of the Hawks, believed that Collins would merely deflect the inquiry, using the reporter's words to dismiss the issue at hand. After all, Collins harbored a palpable disdain for Zhou Mu, a sentiment that, while not directly observable, was evident in his demeanor. However, to the astonishment of everyone present, Collins vigorously shook his head and stated, "It is not as you think. It has nothing to do with my teammates or the coach that I simply failed to contain his scoring." This revelation left the reporters utterly confounded. They had never encountered anyone so candidly willing to admit their inability to defend against an opponent. At that moment, one would expect him to speak of injuries, discomfort, or external factors affecting his performance, essentially distancing himself from the responsibility. What manner of behavior was this? The journalists were left perplexed, each one gazing at Collins, eager to unravel the mystery behind what compelled the mere 21-year-old, in the prime of youthful defiance, to utter such words that a faint smile of resignation crossed Collins's lips. Like many others, I too initially underestimated Zhou. For years, China had only one Yao Ming, and that was a long time ago. Presently, the Chinese national basketball team struggles to even qualify for the Olympics in a continent where basketball is not particularly dominant. The Chinese team cannot even claim supremacy. How could a nation of over 1 billion people be bested by countries with populations in the mere hundreds of thousands? Thus, I presume Zhou, like earlier Chinese players who entered the NBA, relied on the might of his homeland and a robust background, not to mention the Nets owner being Chinese, to gain entry into the league. Upon hearing this, the reporters nodded in agreement as specialized sports journalists. They were well aware of the basketball prowess of various nations, particularly that of a superpower like China, which garnered far more attention than smaller countries. Since Yao's retirement, the strength of the Chinese national team has waned significantly, once managing to scrape into the Olympics only to be thrashed by other nations. Now, they hardly even face such defeats because there are no opportunities to be beaten. China is America's greatest competitor, and they often seize the chance to malign it, claiming that while the Chinese possess intellect, they lack physical prowess. Weakness is the gravest insult one can levy against a man. Yet, what recourse do the Chinese have when their own players falter? It is ironic that while Americans deride the Chinese, many keyboard warriors direct their ire at their own athletes. However, this was clearly not what the journalists wished to hear. One reporter urgently interjected. "John, what then?" Collins, having only begun to divulge his thoughts, left the eager reporters hanging, reminiscent of the notorious writer, captivated. Today's Zhou Mu bears a striking resemblance to the Yao of yesteryears. I recall when Yao first entered the NBA. He was similarly looked down upon. Both opponents and teammates were eager to see him fail, even going so far as to deliberately switch defensive assignments to have a 7 feet 6 inches Yao guard the guard Stephon Marbury, resulting in him being left in the dust. Much to the amusement of the opposing bench, as time passed, Yao gradually began to fulfill the promise of his #1 draft pick status. When comparisons arose between him and the post-three-peat Shaquille O'Neal, upon hearing such claims, made a bold statement in front of the media, vowing to make Yao look good. Here was the newly minted Chinese sensation Yao Ming against the peak of Shaquille O'Neal. It was evident that no one, including the Chinese themselves, held high hopes for Yao. Yet mere words were insufficient. Yao proved his worth on the court, blocking O'Neal's shots 3 times in quick succession at the start of the game. Showcasing his deft hook shot and exceptional footwork, by the end of the match. Whether or not he convinced the naysayers, he certainly earned O'Neal's respect. I recall O'Neal stating upon Yao's induction into the Hall of Fame that Yao was the first player to alter his playing style, and he personally draped the suit over Yao's shoulders. Yao earned that respect through sheer talent. Fast forward over a decade, and here stands another Chinese player. However, Collins lacks the sheer dominance that O'Neal possessed, and the anticipation surrounding their rivalry isn't as pronounced. Yet the glory days of the Chinese national team are long gone. Collins' assessment of Zhou Mu will undoubtedly carry significant weight in both China and America. Regardless of who you are, scoring 40 points in the Eastern Conference Finals garners the attention of every team in the league. If anyone understands Zhou Mu best, it is undoubtedly Collins, who faced him across 6 hard-fought games against the Nets. At this moment, every camera lens, every reporter's gaze was fixated on Collins. Even Trae Young and the Hawks coach were all ears. Collins inhaled deeply. Initially, the coach tasked me with guarding him, emphasizing that I should not allow him to shoot. I brushed it off. I had seen the fundamentals of Chinese players. How should I put it? The disparity with the NBA was vast. Ahem, the Hawks coach suddenly coughed, interrupting Collins. A cold sweat broke out on Collins. He had been so engrossed in his discourse that he nearly revealed too much. That it was one thing to speak casually as a fan, but as an NBA player, any offhand remarks could lead to warnings or even fines, with significant repercussions for him. There exists a subtle distinction in the NBA. Chinese players possess strong basketball acumen, albeit with slightly less accurate shooting. However, when I faced Zhou's shooting, it felt entirely different from any Chinese player I had encountered before. He was on par with his 3 teammates, especially today where he seemed unstoppable. That I was practically on top of him, yet he still managed to sink that elusive basketball through sheer core strength. Frustrated, I provocatively exclaimed that he could only shoot three-pointers. Yet, to my surprise, in the very next possession, he showcased his newly acquired post-up skills. What astounded me most was how Zhou's post-game had transformed dramatically in just a few days. Evolving from rudimentary attempts to a style reminiscent of Kevin Durant's isolation play that he is, without a doubt, the most adept learner I have ever encountered at this juncture. I was almost ready to concede. The only lingering doubt was his natural talent. Despite countless investigations and validations, perhaps my pride was at play, leading me to remain skeptical of his innate abilities. It wasn't until I witnessed him execute a standard in-game free throw-line dunk that I was rendered speechless and utterly convinced. I bore no resentment in losing to him. He was not merely relying on his teammates as I had presumed. On the contrary, his defense, three-point shooting, and energy profoundly transformed the Nets. This iteration of the Nets is far more commanding than the one I faced during the regular season. It is dominance, not merely strength. Whether in offense or defense, this team consistently shattered my hopes when I dared to believe and deepened my despair when I was already despondent. And all of this was orchestrated by Zhou. Perhaps the current Nets cannot exist without their trio of superstars. Yet Zhou Mu is equally indispensable. Zhou may be able to thrive apart from the trio, but the trio cannot afford to be without Zhou Mu. Winning a game would be an impossible feat without him, far from the ease we experience today. For a long while, the arena was enveloped in silence. Clap, clap, until a certain intellectual, bewildered as to why he had begun to applaud. Did everyone else finally react and mimic his actions? This applause, of course, was not directed at Collins, but rather at Zhou Mu. Collins observed a rather boorish individual, yet after this exchange had elevated Zhou Mu's performance to an almost mythical status, prompting the audience to erupt in applause. Even the veteran coach of the Hawks felt a pang of guilt, questioning whether he had been overly strict with his own players. All along, he had assumed that Zhou Mu's exceptional performance was merely a result of his players underestimating their opponent and failing to defend adequately. However, he too was on the court, witnessing Zhou Mu's prowess firsthand. Coupled with Collins' effusive praise, Zhou Mu was now placed on par with the league's triumvirate of stars. Upon reflection, it was only logical that Collins could not contain Zhou Mu. Just as he could not contain the triumvirate SA result, he penalized Collins, compelling him to practice his defense without allowing him a moment's respite after the game. How utterly unreasonable. The reporter who had posed the initial question now stood there. Utterly flabbergasted, rendered speechless, he was acutely aware of how Shaquille O'Neal had lauded Yao Ming in the past, with praises flowing forth like an unending river, never sparing any extravagant compliments. Yet in comparison to Collins' accolades today, O'Neal's praise seemed almost trivial, from technical skill to innate talent, and even the impact on the team as a whole. Collins had unleashed every conceivable compliment, both appropriate and inappropriate, in a torrent of admiration. Such unreserved praise in front of the media was unprecedented in the annals of NBA history. In the past few decades, no player had ever been extolled in such a manner by a rival. It was not merely that Collins had been won over. One could easily believe that Zhou Mu had captivated him entirely. They had never before witnessed an NBA player bestowing such high praise upon a Chinese rookie who had just entered the league. Even the great Yao Ming had faced tremendous challenges in his inaugural year. Being the first overall pick brought glory, but it also bore a heavy burden. While one did not need to worry about playing time, any slight misstep would invite an avalanche of criticism, especially for Yao, who bore the hopes of countless Chinese fans. Zhou Mu, on the other hand, had played only a handful of NBA games, 7 in total, with one in overtime and another due to suspension in such a brief span. Zhou Mu had already earned the recognition of NBA starters, even drawing comparisons to elite players like Harden, Irving, and Durant. Placing a rookie alongside seasoned veterans who had battled for over a decade seemed utterly absurd. Furthermore, this praise did not originate from the Chinese media, but from the affirmation of NBA players themselves. Such occurrences were not uncommon, akin to the time when a neighboring minuscule nation celebrated its first player entering the NBA, only to be lauded by the media before he had even played a single game. Hailed as the universe's best center, why not send him to the heavens? Just before facing the peak of the Chinese national team, the media audaciously proclaimed that he would dominate Yao Ming. eager to reveal who truly was Asia's finest center. Yet, as the game commenced, Yao Ming swiftly silenced him with a block and an emphatic dunk, leaving him utterly bewildered. Unsurprisingly, throughout the match, he remained in a state of confusion, questioning the high caliber of NBA competition in the end, despite their similar positions, their accomplishments diverged vastly. Journalists fervently scribbled down every detail of Collins' earlier speech, ensuring that not a moment of it went unrecorded. This news was far more explosive than the Nets winning the series. They could hardly wait to see the lucrative rewards flowing into their pockets. Trae Young, anticipating questions from the reporters, soon realized that their focus had shifted entirely to Zhou Mu, leaving little room for him, a mere footnote in the grand narrative. Among the throng of reporters, each possessed insights into Zhou Mu's progress. Eager to be the first to break the news, the one who published first would seize the initiative, ultimately reaping greater financial rewards. The veteran Hawks coach, astute and wise, quickly discerned their intentions and had no choice but to usher Trae Young and Collins away. Such was the plight of small market teams. Zhou Mu, with a buoyant spirit, approached the locker room door, only to find that Durant and his companions had inexplicably not waited for him today. It was not out of arrogance that Zhou Mu believed he had reached their level, but rather a consequence of their recent pattern of behavior. However, he dismissed the thought, as a certain female journalist from China bombarded him with questions, inquiring incessantly about his preferences and even his father's name. This was less an interview and more akin to a census. Among the Nets, he was the most frequently interviewed player, while Durant and the others likely could not wait any longer and had already retreated to the locker room. How strange. Where did everyone go? Zhou Mu pondered as he peered into the locker room. The trio of Durant, Irving, and Harden was conspicuously absent, leaving only Zhao Si, Griffin, Green, and a few substitutes, all of whom had their backs turned to him, engaged in what appeared to be a clandestine endeavor. Had they grown too weary from the game and left early? With the trio missing, Zhou Mu felt a twinge of emptiness within. Unbeknownst to him, Durant, Irving, and Harden were stealthily hiding behind the door, preparing to launch a surprise attack. "Kevin, has Zhou arrived?" Harden queried, glancing at Durant. "He has, but why hasn't he come in? Has he discovered us? That shouldn't be the case." The champagne in Harden's hand was already on the verge of explosion, while Durant exaggeratedly carried a bucket filled with ice, sloshing water about. "James, you really ought to shed a few pounds." The cramped space left little room for maneuvering. And when Harden plopped down, he nearly sent Durant flying to "He-es here. He-es here," Irving announced. Though Zhou Mu felt something was amiss, he knew he had to change his clothes, just as his right foot crossed the threshold. Brown, utilizing his small stature to great advantage, placed goggles on Zhou Mu's face before hurrying away without a backward glance. Zhou Mu, adjusting the goggles with his right hand, inquired, "Bruce, why did you put these on me?" No sooner had he spoken than the cry of surprise rang out as Irving and Harden sprang forth from either side, launching their champagne at Zhou Mu's head. Meanwhile, Zhao Si, Griffin, and the others turned around. Joining in the fray, Zhou Mu found himself instantly submerged in a deluge of champagne. "James, Kyrie, you can't play fair. This is an ambush," he declared, half-mockingly chastising the duo, while he desperately shielded his face with both hands. His tone was laced with jest and playful banter, yet he was also striving to mitigate the chill of the champagne splashing against his skin.